Lin Mo traversed into the realm of the awakening of myriad races, where exotic beasts roamed the blue star. To his dismay, he awakened the most worthless F-grade ability, erasure. His classmates mocked him, his girlfriend betrayed him, and his family despised him, casting him out into the cold. Just as despair enveloped his heart, he unexpectedly bound himself to a super evolution system. Ding. Erased a mosquito, ability points 1. Ding. Erased a chicken, ability points 10. Congratulations, the host ability has evolved into the SSS-grade ability, Annihilation. Wait a moment. How come I possess 9 more of such SSS-grade abilities within me? Chapter 1. Awakening an F-grade ability, forsaken by all and looked down upon. If you touch me again, I will report you for assault. A sharp voice pierced the air. Lin Mo suddenly regained consciousness. Had he traversed? Yet this world, known as Blue Star, was utterly different from his previous life. With the awakening of myriad races, exotic beasts ran rampant. In a bid for self-preservation, humanity was compelled to awaken their own unique abilities. However, abilities varied in strength, ranging from F to SSS grade. Unfortunately, the ability Lin Mo awakened was the most pathetic F-grade ability, erasure, incapable of even killing a mosquito. Upon learning of this, his girlfriend, whom he had dated for a year in university, immediately sought to break up with him. As he attempted to plead for her to stay, she accused him of assault. Lin Mo, it's not that I lack compassion. Once upon a time, you were the top scholar in the arts, handsome and charming, and treated me well, even spending all your living expenses to buy me a birthday gift. But who could have imagined you would awaken such a worthless F-grade ability? Do you understand what an F-grade ability signifies? It means you are doomed to a life of mediocrity, incapable of cultivation or advancement, destined to remain a useless being. Surely you don't wish for me to suffer alongside you for a lifetime? Chuyuchi gazed at Lin Mo with a look of disdain. At that moment, a boy resembling a pig yet adorned in designer labels approached. Chuyuchi naturally linked her arm with his, introducing Wang Ba. You know him. His father is a level 9 ability user, and he has just awakened a C-grade ability. With his family's connections, he can acquire evolution serums to elevate his ability to B-grade, even A-grade. The future is promising. Do you have any idea how much a single vial of evolution serum costs? 10 million. It could easily buy your life. So now you comprehend the vast chasm between you and him? It's utterly incomprehensible. In Blue Star, one is regarded as a novice ability user upon awakening, with subsequent levels ranging from 1 to 10. Rumor has it that beyond level 10, even more terrifying existences lurk. Yet in the small city of Jiangzhou, a level 9 ability user is essentially invincible, wielding immense influence. It is no wonder that Chuyuchi hastily threw herself into Wang Ba's embrace. Enough, Chi. Do you truly believe this waste can grasp any of this? An F-grade ability, what a joke. Even if he were to risk his life, he would struggle to break through to a level 2 ability user. Wang Ba said with a derisive sneer, pulling Chuyuchi's slender waist as they headed towards the Lamborghini parked by the roadside. Chuyuchi, you will surely regret this. Lin Mo clenched his fists and spoke coldly. However, his words were met with derision, dismissed by Chuyuchi with a scornful smile as she slipped into the Lamborghini, driving away without a glance back. Dejectedly, Lin Mo returned home. Having lost his parents at a young age, he had always resided with his uncle Lin Yuan. Thanks to the poultry farm left by his parents, he managed to scrape by. Mo is back. As he entered, his uncle Lin Yuan and aunt greeted him with open arms. This warmth stirred Lin Mo's heart. Though his girlfriend was a gold-digging schemer, at least he still had a loving home. Here, sign this. Before Lin Mo could settle onto the sofa, Uncle Lin Yuan handed him a folded document and a pen. What is this? Lin Mo inquired, intending to open the document to scrutinize its contents. Oh, it's insurance I bought for you. Hurry and sign. Once you sign, you can wash your hands and eat. Uncle Lin Yuan interrupted Lin Mo, urging him impatiently. Lin Mo thought little of it and signed at the bottom. Upon seeing this, Uncle Lin Yuan and aunt erupted in jubilation. We finally got it. Got what? Lin Mo was momentarily baffled, puzzled by their sudden shift in demeanor. Of course, I informed them. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, and Lin Yuan's son, Lin Nanfeng, emerged. Lin Mo, have you forgotten? We attend the same school. I not only know what ability you awaken, but I also know you were just publicly dumped by your girlfriend, resembling a clown. Lin Nanfeng approached, laughing mockingly. After he finished, he turned to Lin Yuan and asked, Dad, did you get it? Here it is, the transfer contract for the poultry farm. This fool just signed it. Lin Yuan opened the document Lin Mo had signed and handed it to Lin Nanfeng. Lin Mo stood frozen in place. Was this truly his uncle? How could he resort to such deceit? Splendid. This poultry farm could fetch at least 1 to 2 million. Along with our house, we can take out a loan to buy the evolution serum, allowing my D-grade ability to evolve to C-grade. My future prospects are limitless. Lin Nanfeng rejoiced. Son, we will be counting on you from now on, Lin Yuan said with eager anticipation. He then turned to Lin Mo, his expression reverting to one of disdain. As for you, worthless being, you no longer deserve to stay in this home. Go live at the poultry farm. With that, without giving Lin Mo a chance to respond, the Lin family forcibly ejected him from their home. Left with no money, and to avoid becoming a drifter on the streets that night, Lin Mo had no choice but to head to the poultry farm. Gazing at the only inheritance left by his parents, tears nearly welled in his eyes. Was this the treatment of a time traveler? Awakening a worthless ability, being dumped by his girlfriend, cast out by his family, and even having the last remnant of his parents taken from him? What manner of catastrophic beginning is this? Oh heavens, are you deliberately toying with me? Must you drive me to the brink of despair for your own amusement? I curse your progeny. Ding! A metallic feminine voice suddenly resonates in my ear. Detection indicates that the host meets the necessary criteria. Initiating system activation. System binding in progress. 100. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the super evolution system, granting you the ability to infinitely evolve your abilities. Lin Mo had a curse on the tip of his tongue, but promptly swallowed it. At last, the system brother, or rather, sister, you have finally arrived. Chapter 2. Upgrading is as easy as drinking water. This system is quite extraordinary. System scanning in progress. Host, Lin Mo awakened. Realm, primary ability user, ability value 0-100. Ability, F-class erasure, capable of evolving into SSS class annihilation, current evolution progress 0. Special reminder, the system has detected 9 unknown abilities within the host. Upon the evolution of the first ability into an SSS class, the second ability will be unlocked. After perusing the information provided by the system, Lin Mo stood in a daze. It turned out that his F-class ability was not as worthless as he had presumed. It could indeed evolve into an SSS class ability. Most astonishingly, he possessed 9 abilities within him. While it was true that there were ability users on Blue Star with dual abilities, and even prodigies with 3 abilities, such extraordinary beings were invariably powerful elites. Yet here he was, with a total of 10 abilities. If all were to evolve to SSS class, he would never have to worry about sustenance again. Since this was the host's first binding of the system, a free opportunity to evolve an ability would be granted. Would you like to evolve immediately? Lin Mo was taken aback. Was this not akin to receiving a bottle of evolutionary elixir right from the start? Such a treasure was worth 10 million. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to evolve. Congratulations, host, your ability has evolved. Ability, E-class erasure, capable of evolving into SSS class annihilation. Current evolution progress 10. Subsequently, the host can obtain ability value by erasing objects or directly eliminating targets, and with each level gained, an opportunity for ability evolution will be awarded. Erase objects using abilities? As Lin Mo pondered this, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the streetlight at the chicken farm. It was summer, and with the night air, any semblance of light attracted swarms of mosquitoes. He wondered, could erasing mosquitoes yield ability value? With that thought, Lin Mo promptly approached, fixing his sight on 2 mosquitoes. The mosquitoes, once fluttering, suddenly froze mid-air. At that moment, Lin Mo noticed 2 shimmering lights above the mosquitoes' heads. With a mere thought, the 2 mosquitoes vanished into thin air. Ability value 2. The system's voice echoed in his mind, igniting a spark of excitement within Lin Mo, as if he had discovered a new world. Could this truly work? With so many mosquitoes around, was he on the verge of a windfall? Energized by this revelation, Lin Mo focused intently on the mosquitoes, launching into a frenzy of erasure. Ability value 2. Ability value 2. In no time, he accumulated a total of 100 ability value. Congratulations, host, you have successfully advanced to level 1 ability user, ability value 100-1000. At the instant the system's voice resounded, Lin Mo felt his body undergoing a metamorphosis. His senses sharpened and clarified, followed by a substantial increase in both strength and speed. Initially, as a newly awakened primary ability user, his physical condition was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. However, upon reaching level 1, a qualitative transformation occurred. With Lin Mo's current physique, he could easily contend with 5 adult men without employing his abilities. One must not underestimate the significance of an ability user's physical prowess. Without a robust physique and ample ability value to support them, even an SSS class ability would struggle to unleash its true potential. Thus, when low-tier ability users encounter those of higher levels, they are often ruthlessly overpowered. Host upgrade successful. You will receive an opportunity for ability evolution. Would you like to evolve? Evolve immediately. Congratulations, host, your ability has evolved to D-class erasure, capable of evolving into SSS class annihilation, current evolution progress 15. A smile spread across Lin Mo's face as he reveled in his progress. Merely by eradicating a few mosquitoes, he had effectively consumed an elixir worth over 10 million. Moreover, An ability user could only consume 3 such elixirs throughout their lifetime, each with deleterious side effects that would deplete a significant portion of their life force. But now, Lin Mo need not worry about that at all. The sensation was exhilarating. He immediately resumed his assault on the mosquitoes. However, after breaking through to level 1, the ability value gained from erasing mosquitoes significantly diminished. At times, he needed to eliminate 4 mosquitoes to accrue just a single point of ability value. Thankfully, the number of mosquitoes was plentiful. Congratulations, you have advanced to level 2 ability user, ability value 10005000. Another breakthrough. While others might toil for a year to ascend from level 1 to level 2, especially with exceptional talent and access to rare resources, Lin Mo achieved this in under 10 minutes. At this rate, it would not be long before he reached level 10, standing in supremacy over the entire Jiangzhou city. By then, Wang Ba's father would be of little consequence. Chu Yuqi, along with his uncle and aunt, would soon regret their past choices. System, evolve my ability. Your ability has evolved to C-class Erasure, capable of evolving into SSS class Annihilation, current evolution progress 20. Friendly reminder, you are now a level 2 ability user. Eradicating mosquitoes will yield limited enhancement. Please change your target for Erasure. Change target? What should I switch to? Cluck, cluck. Just then, the sound of a chicken's crow attracted Lin Mo's attention. He turned to gaze at the chickens in the coop, a thrilling smile gracing his lips. Apologies, dear birds. In an instant, the anguished cries of the chickens echoed throughout the coop. Coincidentally, tonight, security guard Old Wang was absent, allowing Lin Mo to indulge in his spree of destruction. Moreover, he discovered that eliminating a single chicken granted him a whopping 10 ability value, far surpassing that of the mosquitoes. Before long, Lin Mo once again broke through, reaching the realm of level 3 ability user. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, far exceeding his previous capabilities. His combat prowess now enabled him to easily vanquish dozens of special forces soldiers. Lin Mo promptly chose to evolve his ability. Your ability has evolved to B-class, evolution progress 30. Congratulations, you have acquired a new skill, Erasure of Light. A new skill? Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement, though he was uncertain of its power. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Suddenly, a chorus of distressed chicken cries erupted from not too far ahead. Lin Mo furrowed his brow and followed the wails, only to freeze in his tracks, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before him lay a massive black centipede, 3 to 4 meters long, viciously tearing into a chicken, while the other chickens nearby were paralyzed with fear. Strangely enough, this gigantic black centipede possessed a human visage. The grotesque expression sent a shiver down Lin Mo's spine. After all, this was his first encounter with a mythical beast at such close proximity. To claim he felt no fear would be utterly disingenuous. At the moment Lin Mo discerned the human-faced centipede, it evidently sensed his presence as well. Raising its head, it spat out a feather and grinned malevolently, saying, "Ah, little one, I am absolutely famished. I had intended to feast on a few chickens to satiate my hunger, but lo and behold, in the dead of night, I stumble upon such a tender little morsel as yourself. It seems I shall enjoy a hearty meal tonight. Come here, little one, don't be afraid. Let uncle give you a hug." With that, the human-faced centipede stood upright, its upper body mimicking that of a human, brandishing its numerous legs like adult arms. Preparing to pounce upon Lin Mo instinctively, Lin Mo turned to flee. But then a thought struck him. Wait a minute. I am already a level 3 ability user. What is there to fear? He immediately halted, steadied his mind, and focused on the centipede's uniform limbs, unleashing his powers. In an instant, every one of the centipede's limbs vanished without a trace. The once menacing creature, now devoid of its appendages, toppled to the ground. What is happening? Where are my legs? My arms? The centipede writhed on the ground in a state of panic. At that moment, Lin Mo sauntered over, peered down at the fallen creature, and coldly inquired, "Do you still wish for a hug? You are actually a level 3 ability user." The centipede, now realizing Lin Mo's formidable nature, was overcome with terror. However, with its limbs completely gone, it lay helpless on the ground, unable to escape. It could only hastily beg for mercy. "Little one. No, big brother. I was wrong. Please spare my life. I merely stole a chicken. It was not a grave sin. Just let me go this once." "Absolutely not." Lin Mo shook his head, his tone grave. "You see, the chicken you stole was my beloved pigeon." As his words fell, he activated his ability. 2 beams of crimson light, as thick as chopsticks, erupted from Lin Mo's eyes, striking the centipede's head. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the centipede's head burst apart, leaving it lifeless. "Congratulations, host. You have slain the level 2 mythical beast, the human-faced centipede, and gained 500 ability points." A look of astonishment washed over Lin Mo's face. The ability points awarded for slaying a mythical beast were indeed substantial. If he could vanquish a few more, reaching level 4 ability user would be a mere formality. It seemed he must find more mythical beasts in the future. As for the present, Lin Mo turned his attention to the chickens. It was not until the following morning, After every single one of the 1,000 chickens in the coop had met their demise, that he finally ceased his endeavors. Level 3 ability user, ability points, 7,000. The yield from that night was simply extraordinary. Not only had he advanced from a novice ability user to level 3, but his ability classification had skyrocketed from the utterly useless F rank to B rank, and he had even acquired new skills. The pace of his progress was nothing short of absurd. If word got out, it would surely astonish the entire Jiangzhou city. Recall that just the day before, he had been deemed a worthless individual destined to remain a level 1 ability user for life. With this thought, Lin Mo chuckled to himself, turning to return to the security office to pack his belongings. At that moment, a black Magotan came to a halt at the entrance of the chicken farm. A figure emerged from the vehicle. It was Lin Mo's uncle, Lin Yuan. Presently, he was riding high on success, having cast off the burden of Lin Mo and successfully claimed the chicken farm left behind by Lin Mo's parents. The future seemed bright. Haha, dear, rest assured. I've already negotiated with the clients. They will be coming to inspect the chicken farm soon. In this era where even ants could awaken as monstrous beasts, the price of ordinary chickens was exceedingly high, and ours are exceptionally plump, surely fetching a handsome price. Previously, he had worried that Lin Mo might awaken a high-level ability. Had they taken over his chicken farm, he would undoubtedly have sought vengeance. But now that Lin Mo had only awakened an F rank ability, he would remain a waste for life. What was there to fear? If he dared return to cause trouble, their son could take care of him. As Lin Yuan walked, he chatted on the phone with his wife. However, upon entering the chicken farm and witnessing the empty coop, he stood frozen in shock, his phone slipping from his grasp and crashing to the ground. After a long pause, Lin Yuan finally regained his senses, exclaiming in horror, "What the hell? Where are the chickens?" Initially believing they were merely hiding, he frantically searched the coop. Yet, apart from a few feathers and an abundance of droppings, he found not a single egg. This rendered him utterly unhinged. Just then, Lin Mo emerged from the security office, nonchalantly carrying his backpack. "Lin Mo, where are my chickens? What have you done with them?" Lin Yuan assumed Lin Mo was responsible and advanced to confront him, glaring fiercely. "Oh, I was just about to tell you." As he spoke, Lin Mo ventured deeper into the coop, dragging out the corpse of the human-faced centipede and tossing it in front of Lin Yuan. "Here, it devoured them all last night. A mythical beast." Lin Yuan gasped, taken aback. Only upon confirming the creature was truly lifeless did he approach, kicking the corpse twice in confusion. "How did it die?" "I killed it," Lin Mo replied matter-of-factly. "You? What a joke. Your F rank ability's lethality is negligible. How could you possibly slay such a large centipede beast?" Lin Yuan scoffed, rolling his eyes at Lin Mo, believe it or not. "But those chickens were indeed consumed by it, and now I am leaving. From this day forth, we are severing ties. Our waters shall not mix," Lin Mo proclaimed, expressing gratitude for the years of care he had received. "Farewell." With that, he turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Lin Yuan, watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, turned back to the empty coop, collapsing to the ground in despair, weeping, "My chickens. It's all over." Exiting the chicken farm, Lin Mo wandered aimlessly down the road. Having lived with Lin Yuan for so many years, he was at a loss as to where to go now. However, he took solace in the fact that he was now a level 3 ability user. His powers evolved to be rank and equipped with a system. Surviving in this world should pose no problem. His current task was to find a place to quietly develop his abilities. Suddenly, as Lin Mo contemplated his future direction, a black business vehicle screeched to a halt before him. The doors swung open, and a man and a woman stepped out. The man was tall and strikingly handsome, while the woman was statuesque and alluring. Both donned matching black trench coats and sunglasses, exuding an air of authority. "Lin Mo, is that you?" The man in black gazed coldly at Lin Mo and inquired. "It is you. May I ask who you are?" Lin Mo furrowed his brow, perplexed. "We are from the Ability Management Bureau, colloquially referred to as the 749 Bureau or the Dragon Team among the public." The woman in black presented her identification to Lin Mo, elucidating the matter. 749 Bureau. "Oh, I've seen that film. Isn't the protagonist the one who exclaims, 'I am not a human, I am merely a monster,' while hurling red braised chicken wings everywhere?" Lin Mo mused, reminiscing about a rather dreadful movie he had watched prior to his transmigration. He recalled leaving the cinema, crossing the street, and pondering how he had squandered his money on such a film, only to find himself fortuitously transported to another world. It was indeed a stroke of luck. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, both the man and woman in black exchanged awkward glances, their lips twitching slightly. Ahem, that film was entirely fabricated. The real Ability Management Bureau is incredibly powerful and shrouded in mystery. The woman in black hastily clarified. "Very well, may I inquire why you are seeking me?" Lin Mo asked with a curious expression. Chapter 4. Becoming an intern investigator and unlocking the merit store. "This human-faced centipede, was it you who dispatched it?" The woman in black held up a photo of the creature's corpse in front of Lin Mo. The image also captured Lin Yuan, seated on the ground and weeping uncontrollably, indicating that the photo had been taken recently. "It was I." Lin Mo nodded affirmatively. He believed that these two individuals had come to him with solid evidence. Thus he felt no need to conceal anything. The man and woman in black exchanged a knowing look and nodded before continuing to address Lin Mo. In that case, would you be amenable to discussing this matter in our vehicle? Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions. It is merely that certain topics are not suitable for discussion here. Considering their proposition, Lin Mo pondered. He realized that in order to further enhance his abilities, he needed to eliminate extraordinary beasts, as ordinary creatures yielded scant ability points. The Ability Management Bureau surely possessed a wealth of information regarding these extraordinary beasts. Engaging in conversation with them could prove beneficial, perhaps leading to insights he required. Thus, Lin Mo nodded, certainly. Inside the sleek black van, the woman in black began, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Qianqian, an intern investigator with the Ability Management Bureau." She extended her right hand towards Lin Mo in greeting. Shen Fei, the man in black, followed suit, introducing himself. "Pleasure to meet you both. I am curious as to what matters you wish to discuss by summoning me here." Lin Mo inquired as he shook their hands. "Lin Mo, you awakened your abilities just yesterday, correct?" Su Qianqian posed a question. "Indeed." Lin Mo nodded. "However, according to our records, you only awakened an F-level ability, Erasure, which lacks any combat prowess. Yet, the human-faced centipede, while merely a second-tier extraordinary beast, poses a challenge even to many third-tier ability users. How is it that you, as a novice ability user, managed to slay it?" Su Qianqian asked, her expression one of skepticism. "At that moment, upon encountering the human-faced centipede, I was terrified, convinced I was doomed. Yet, unexpectedly, I broke through and awakened a new skill, instantly dispatching the creature." Lin Mo recounted, offering the most plausible explanation he could conceive. "A breakthrough in a crisis?" Su Qianqian and Shen Fei exchanged glances, both nodding in understanding. Such occurrences were indeed possible, as similar events had transpired in the past. "May we assess your current level?" Su Qianqian inquired, retrieving a device resembling a barcode scanner from her bag. Recognizing that such information could not remain hidden, Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Su Qianqian used the device to scan Lin Mo, and upon reviewing the information displayed on the screen, both she and Shen Fei were left astounded. Third-tier ability user. In the span of a single night, you have ascended to a third-tier ability user. And your ability has advanced from F level to B level. Truly exceptional. Su Qianqian's gaze towards Lin Mo sparkled as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. "You're too kind. I had not anticipated this." Lin Mo replied modestly with a smile. "Lin Mo, our initial intention was merely to understand the general circumstances for reporting purposes, as the human-faced centipede was originally our assigned target. However, given that you have vanquished it and demonstrated such extraordinary talent, would you be interested in joining our Ability Management Bureau?" Su Qianqian extended an olive branch to Lin Mo. "Join the Ability Management Bureau?" Lin Mo was taken aback. "Indeed. Joining the Ability Management Bureau comes with numerous benefits. As an intern investigator, you would receive a monthly salary of 20,000, with provisions for meals and accommodation. Upon becoming a full investigator, your salary could rise to 50,000, accompanied by comprehensive insurance and bonuses for completing missions, with additional rewards for slaying extraordinary beasts. Moreover, you would have access to various precious cultivation resources available for exchange within the Bureau. Should you rise to the rank of senior investigator, local departments would be obligated to fully cooperate with you during missions, and in emergencies, you could even assume command of local operations. By joining the Ability Management Bureau, you would not only gain status and authority, but also a promising and illustrious future." The previously reticent Shen Fei presented a plethora of enticing conditions. It was no wonder he was so eager. A talent as extraordinary as Lin Mo's would bring substantial rewards to both him and Su Qianqian if introduced to the Bureau, far more lucrative than the mere slaying of a human-faced centipede. Such abundant benefits? Lin Mo admitted to feeling somewhat intrigued. He had been at a loss for direction, but this opportunity provided meals, accommodation, a formal position, and a generous salary, a stable job indeed. Most importantly, it offered status, authority, and power. The envy of his peers would be palpable. Contemplating this, Lin Mo turned to the two and asked, "If I join the Ability Management Bureau now, will I immediately be able to undertake missions and hunt extraordinary beasts like you?" "Absolutely," Su Qianqian affirmed eagerly. "Then I agree to join," Lin Mo declared without hesitation. As long as he could continuously engage in missions and slay extraordinary beasts, he would be able to enhance his abilities while reaping the rewards from the Bureau. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement was too good to refuse. Seeing Lin Mo's agreement, Su Qianqian and Shen Fei were elated, knowing their rewards were assured. Without further ado, they whisked Lin Mo away to the Jiangzhou branch of the Ability Management Bureau. Due to it being an internship, the procedures were not overly cumbersome, and the onboarding process was completed swiftly. In addition to his intern investigator identification, Lin Mo was also provided with a dedicated mobile device from the Ability Management Bureau. The internal communications of the Ability Management Bureau, task acquisition, and even perilous rescue requests all rely heavily on this device. The most crucial aspect, however, is that this mobile phone grants access to the Bureau's Merit Mall. Within, one can find an array of exceptional items, including many rare treasures scarcely available on the market. For instance, there are evolution potions capable of enhancing one's ability level, and weapons designed to slay beasts ranked above level 7. Additionally, there are upgrade potions that, when consumed, significantly increase the likelihood of an ability user advancing by 1 level. To exchange for these invaluable treasures, one must accumulate a currency known as merit points. To illustrate, the evolution potion is valued at 1,000 merit points. It is important to note that on the open market, such a potion commands a staggering price of 10 million per vial. This translates to a single merit point equating to a remarkable 10,000 yuan. Moreover, in the upper right corner of the merit mall, there exists a direct option to convert merit points into cash. 1 merit point equals 10,000 yuan. However, Lin Mo currently possesses 0 merit points. Sister Qian, how does one acquire these merit points? Lin Mo inquired, looking at Su Qian with intrigue. By completing tasks or making special contributions, such as introducing outstanding newcomers to the bureau like Shun Fei and myself, one can earn merit points. Su Qian elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully and promptly opened the task center on his phone to accept a mission. Observing this, Shun Fei reminded him, Lin Mo, given your current low level, it would be prudent to undertake tasks of lower difficulty. Although the merit points gained may be fewer, the safety they offer is paramount. Do not be reckless and pursue high difficulty tasks, particularly those classified as extremely dangerous bounty missions. Even if such missions yield substantial merit points, they could very well cost you your life. Many newcomers to the Ability Management Bureau have met untimely ends due to their greed. Thank you for the warning, Brother Shin. I will certainly act within my capabilities. Lin Mo replied earnestly, before beginning to sift through the task listings. Soon, one particular task captured his attention. Chapter 5. Accepting the task, Bullying in the Dormitory. Task location, Jiangzhou University, Boys Dormitory, Building 1. What a coincidence. The task leads directly to my own dormitory. I can conveniently return to gather my bedding and belongings. This way, I can move into the dormitory assigned by the Ability Management Bureau tonight. The dormitory for intern investigators is a single room, measuring 80 square meters, complete with modern appliances, ready for immediate occupancy. With such a splendid arrangement, who would choose to squeeze into a cramped 30 square meter 6-person room at school? Task content. Recently, traces of bloodthirsty parasitic beasts have been reported within Jiangzhou University, resulting in multiple student casualties. These beasts are adept at camouflage, appearing indistinguishable from normal individuals during the day. Following an investigation initiated by the Jiangzhou branch, the hiding place of the bloodthirsty parasitic beasts has been pinpointed to Boys Dormitory Building 1. You are to proceed immediately to ascertain their whereabouts and either capture or eliminate the beasts. Task reward. Successfully killing or capturing a bloodthirsty parasitic beast will grant you 10 merit points and a cash reward of 50,000 yuan. Special reminder. Bloodthirsty parasitic beasts are classified as level 2 creatures and possess formidable combat capabilities. It is advised that only ability users of level 2 or above undertake this task, and those below level 4 should ideally team up to avoid unnecessary casualties. 10 merit points, along with 50,000 yuan in cash, amounts to a total of 150,000. This reward is quite significant for someone in my current position. Naturally, Lin Mo would not be foolish enough to exchange merit points for cash. After all, the merit mall is replete with exceptional items. Accumulating merit points to exchange for treasures is the most prudent course of action. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo promptly accepted the task. Lin Mo, what task have you taken? Do you need to form a team? Su Qian asked, her gaze fixed on him. Xin Fei also turned to Lin Mo, his expression imbued with curiosity. Lin Mo pondered briefly. With such a meager reward, wouldn't he forming a team simply mean splitting it with them? Moreover, it was merely a level 2 bloodthirsty parasitic beast. He could easily handle it alone. With that in mind, he shook his head and replied with a smile. Next time, I promise. Jiangzhou University, Boys Dormitory Building 1, Room 302. As the twilight had not yet fully descended, the bloodthirsty parasitic beast would likely remain hidden. Therefore, Lin Mo planned to return to his dormitory, first to tidy up his bedding. Upon stepping through the door, a pair of glasses suddenly soared toward him. Crashing to the floor, one lens shattering into countless pieces. Lin Mo looked up to see 3 boys in the corner, mercilessly beating a frail individual. Perhaps alerted by the sound of the door opening, the trio paused their assault and turned to face Lin Mo. Upon recognizing him, their faces contorted into expressions of mockery. Well, if at ISNT our academic prodigy Lin, back so soon. The leader of the group, Guo Tao, smirked, his demeanor dripping with disdain. He was the dormitory head of 302, and his family's modest wealth afforded him a sense of superiority, allowing him to bully others without remorse. His 2 loyal subordinates, Li Yuan and Lu Dalong, hung on his every word. The unfortunate victim, Wang Zhe, hailing from a rural background and naturally frail, was often their target. Previously, They had refrained from crossing certain lines, limiting their bullying to ordering Wangzhe around, fetching tea, running errands, and washing socks and underwear. But today, they had escalated their cruelty to outright violence. Bending down, Lin Mo picked up the glasses and handed them to Wangzhe, puzzled. Why are they attacking you? Wangzhe, glancing warily at Guotao, cautiously pointed towards Lin Mo's bed. Lin Mo followed his gaze, and his expression darkened significantly. His bed was strewn with refuse, smelly shoes, foul socks, remnants of takeout, used tissues, and even several bottles filled with a yellowish liquid. It was a veritable refuse heap. The once tidy bedding was now utterly unsalvageable. Feeling a surge of anger, Lin Mo demanded, "Who did this?" Before Wangzhe could respond, Guotao arrogantly declared, "Of course, it was me." He pointed to himself. A triumphant smirk plastered across his face. "Last night, my friends and I played games all night, and the trash bin was full. We had no place to dispose of our garbage, so we borrowed your bed for a bit. You weren't here anyway, so what is the big deal? But that damn Wangzhe had the audacity to say we shouldn't have done this. Who does he think he is to lecture me? Don't you think he deserved it? We were too lenient by not beating him to a pulp." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression turned icy. "You have truly gone too far. Oh, Lin Mo, are you upset? Is this little matter really worth your ire?" Li Yuan scoffed, utterly unconcerned. "Indeed. You are nothing more than a wretched being with an awakened F-grade ability, dwelling amidst the refuse. It is only fitting, after all. We are merely aiding you in acclimating to your environment, and you ought to express your gratitude to us." Lu Dalong remarked with a mocking smile. "Enough, enough. There's no point in wasting breath on a worthless individual. After all that fighting, I find myself rather famished. Come, I shall treat you all to a meal of river delicacies." Guotao waved his hand dismissively, speaking with an air of generosity. "Long live Brother Tao." Li Yuan and Lu Dalong's eyes instantly lit up, nearly kneeling on the ground to hail Guotao as their benefactor. The three were about to leave together when suddenly, "Wait." Lin Mo's icy voice rang out behind them. "What? Do you have something to say?" Guotao turned back, glancing at Lin Mo with a hint of impatience. "Come over here and clean up the refuse from my bed, then offer a sincere apology to me and to him." Lin Mo stated expressionlessly. At these words, Wangzhe, who had been crouched on the floor, was utterly taken aback. Had Lin Mo lost his mind? How dare he speak to Guotao and the others in such a manner? This was surely going to result in another beating. "Lin Mo, am I not showing you enough respect?" Guotao glared fiercely at Lin Mo, his voice cold. "Do you still think you are the same top student protected by the school? You are now nothing but a laughingstock in the eyes of the entire institution. And in front of me, you are even less than that. Just a mere waste with an F-grade ability, daring to speak to me like that. How audacious. Kneel and knock your head 3 times, begging for my forgiveness, or I swear, you'll regret it tonight. Brother Tao, perhaps we should let this go." "I apologize on Lin Mo's behalf. He merely spoke out of turn in a moment of impulse. Please, don't hold it against him." Wangzhe interjected, trying to mediate. "Shut your mouth. This is none of your concern. Speak again, and I'll break your legs." Guotao shot Wangzhe a fierce glare, silencing him instantly. Guotao then turned back to Lin Mo, a triumphant smirk on his face. "Lin Mo, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you sincerely plead for forgiveness, there may still be a place for you in room 302 in the future. Otherwise, prepare to roam the streets." However, Lin Mo seemed oblivious to his words, standing still and unyielding. Seeing this, Guotao's smile vanished, replaced by a glare as he growled. "Are you pretending to be deaf? Fine, you've got guts. If I don't beat you into submission today, I'll change my surname." With that, he signaled to Li Yuan and Lu Dalong, who instantly understood his intent and charged at Lin Mo with cold smiles. Both were members of the school basketball team and had awakened abilities that enhanced their physicality, making them a formidable sight as they approached. Wangzhe, crouched on the floor, buried his head in his arms in fear. However, the next moment, 2 blood-curdling screams echoed throughout the dormitory. Wangzhe peeked up, momentarily stunned, and his jaw dropped. Lin Mo remained unscathed, while Li Yuan and Lu Dalong lay on the ground, spitting blood and howling in agony. In disbelief, Guotao gaped, his expression one of utter astonishment. What had just transpired? How had Li Yuan and Lu Dalong been felled so swiftly? Wasn't he Lin Mo supposed to possess the most useless F-grade ability, incapable of even squashing a mosquito? How could he display such ferocity? Little did Guotao know. Lin Mo had long since evolved into a level 3 ability user, his powers now upgraded to B-grade. Against newly awakened novices like them, he was simply toying with them. With the task at hand, Lin Mo had no desire to escalate matters unnecessarily. Yet, why must they provoke him? With a resigned shake of his head, he strode toward Guotao. Seeing this, Guotao's face paled, his voice trembling as he shouted, "Lin Mo, what do you intend to do? I have awakened a C-grade ability, and the school holds me in high regard. If you dare to lay a finger on me today, you will be expelled." "Is that so?" Lin Mo replied coldly, a smirk forming as he darted forward, launching a punch straight at Guotao. Guotao attempted to retaliate with his ability, but Lin Mo's speed was overwhelming. Before he could even activate his power, Lin Mo's fist struck him squarely in the abdomen. Aya! A heart-wrenching scream erupted as Guo doubled over, clutching his stomach and collapsing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Wang Zhe watched in shock, swallowing hard. How was it possible that Lin Mo, with the same F-grade ability, could be so formidable? This bed was beyond saving. Lin Mo glanced at the mess of trash strewn across his bed, feeling a twinge of regret. He then looked down at Guo, his eyes glinting with cold fury, preparing to deliver another harsh lesson. Suddenly, the dormitory door was thrust open, and a middle-aged man, dressed in a white shirt and exuding an air of authority, entered. What on earth is going on here at this hour? This man was none other than the dormitory supervisor. Seeing him, Guo felt as if he had found a savior. Ignoring his pain, he scrambled over to the man, crying out, "Mr. Zhang, you must help me. Lin Mo has gone mad. He attacked me, even striking the dormitory leader. Look at what he has done to me. I'm bleeding." Mr. Zhang glanced at Guo. When his gaze landed on the blood at the corner of Guo's mouth, he paused momentarily, an unusual gleam sparking in his eyes. However, he quickly averted his gaze and turned to Lin Mo, his expression turning grave. Fighting in the dormitory, bullying a fellow student, resulting in the dormitory leader being injured and bleeding. Lin Mo, you truly have audacity. You are utterly lawless. Prepare to face disciplinary action. Mr. Zhang, surely you will not rush to judgment without understanding the context of this situation? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. What? Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Mr. Zhang narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the dormitory, confirming that Li Yuan, Lu Dalong, Wang Zhe, and Guo were all injured, while Lin Mo stood perfectly unscathed. A sinister smile crept across his lips. He turned to Guo and commanded, "Go. Lock the dormitory door. Today, I shall ensure justice is served and teach this disrespectful wretch a lesson." Upon hearing this, Guo was beside himself with excitement. Mr. Zhang was a level 2 ability user. If he intervened, Lin Mo would be utterly helpless. He hurriedly approached and locked the dormitory door. Guo scampered back to Teacher Zhang, ingratiatingly exclaiming, "Teacher Zhang, the door is locked tight. Please take action and deliver a severe beating to this unrepentant wretch." "Very well." Teacher Zhang nodded, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "However, before I proceed, I would like to borrow something from you." "What is it?" Guo inquired, bewildered. "Your blood." As the words fell, Teacher Zhang's visage unfurled like the petals of a carnivorous flower, each petal adorned with a multitude of razor-sharp teeth. Guo stood frozen in terror, unable to comprehend the horror before him. Before he could gather his wits, a blood-red tongue, over 2 meters long, shot forth, hurtling toward Guo. By the time he attempted to flee, it was far too late. The crimson tongue ensnared him with alarming swiftness, and at its tip, a mouth full of jagged teeth gaped wide. In an instant, it sank its fangs into Guo's carotid artery. Aya! Blood erupted in a torrent, and anguished cries reverberated throughout the dormitory. In that moment, the sanguine tongue acted as a siphon, relentlessly drawing the life force from Guo's body, delivering it back to Teacher Zhang. Within mere seconds, Guo was drained to the bone, his once vibrant form reduced to a mere husk, his eyes sunken and devoid of vitality. Only then did Teacher Zhang retract his blood-red tongue, his features reassembling into that of a normal human, savoring the taste at the corner of his mouth. Witnessing this grotesque spectacle, Li Yuan, Lu Dalong, and Wang Zhe, who lay nearby, were utterly paralyzed with fear. As students, they had read about various ferocious creatures in their textbooks and understood their brutality, yet they had never encountered such a horror in reality. Only Lin Mo remained, his gaze fixed intently on Teacher Zhang, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his face. Chapter 7. Slaying the Parasite Beast, Encountering Scoundrels. The bloodthirsty parasite beast. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the Teacher Zhang before him was the target of his mission. However, he had not anticipated that the bloodthirsty parasite beast would reveal itself without him needing to seek it out. What a stroke of fortune. "Oh, you recognize me?" Teacher Zhang turned to Lin Mo, an expression of surprise flickering in his gaze. "Not only do I recognize you, but I have come specifically to find you." Lin Mo replied, a smirk curling his lips as he produced his credentials, presenting them to Teacher Zhang. "Intern Investigator of the Abilities Management Bureau, Lin Mo. Bloodthirsty Parasite Beast. You are under arrest." Upon seeing the credentials in Lin Mo's hand, Teacher Zhang's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "So that's why the police have ceased their investigation. They've dispatched agents from the Abilities Management Bureau. But do you really think a mere intern investigator can apprehend me? You must be seeking death." As the words left his lips, Teacher Zhang's face once again unfurled like petals, and the elongated crimson tongue erupted forth, racing toward Lin Mo. "Do you dare to strike?" Lin Mo's mind surged, and a crimson light flickered in his eyes. In the next instant, 2 beams of obliterating light shot forth from his gaze, colliding with the blood-red tongue. Boom! Upon contact, the tongue exploded, dispersing into a cloud of sanguine mist. Aya! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Teacher Zhang turned on his heel, intent on fleeing. "Now you wish to escape? It's too late. Lin Mo chuckled coldly, unleashing another pair of obliterating beams, this time striking Teacher Zhang's head. The impact caused his head to explode, his body freezing for a brief moment before collapsing to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 2 beast, bloodthirsty parasite beast, offspring, earning 500 ability points. Host level 3 ability user, 7,500. Staring at the information provided by the system, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Offspring. Did this mean he had not vanquished the primary entity of the bloodthirsty parasite beast? If that were true, then there must be more lurking in the school, perhaps even throughout the entirety of Jiangzhou City. No. I must report this to the Abilities Management Bureau as soon as possible. After all, the bloodthirsty parasite beast is unlike other creatures. It excels at disguise and appears almost indistinguishable from ordinary humans, making it exceedingly dangerous. If they cannot be eradicated entirely, they pose a significant latent threat. After dispatching the bloodthirsty parasite beast before him, Lin Mo used his specialized phone to relay the location to the Abilities Management Bureau. Specialized personnel would soon arrive to handle the beast's remains, restore the scene, and erase the memories of onlookers, tasks that Lin Mo need not concern himself with. He merely needed to return and submit his mission for rewards. Turning to Wang Zhe, Lin Mo extended a hand, helping him to his feet. Thank you. Wang Zhe expressed his gratitude, his face brimming with appreciation. No need for such formality, we are roommates. If Guotao ever bullies you again, oh wait. He has no future to do so. Lin Mo cast a glance at the lifeless form of Guotao before his gaze landed on the already frightened Li Yuan and Lu Dalong, his voice turning cold. If these two ever dare to bully you again, just let me know. At this declaration, Li Yuan and Lu Dalong trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of tears. After today's incident, not even 1,000 lifetimes would embolden them to act against him again. You are truly remarkable. I wish I could be as powerful as you. Wang Zhe remarked, a hint of envy flickering across his face, before he sighed deeply, expressing his dismay. Unfortunately, the only ability I awakened is the pathetic F-grade support ability, healing, which couldn't even save an ant. My future is destined to be devoid of hope. Please, do not speak like that. Lin Mo encouraged, patting Wang Zhe on the shoulder. My fate is in my own hands. Your future is yours to shape. As long as you do not give up, there will surely come a day when you can alter your destiny. Really? Wang Zhe's eyes rekindled with light. His fists clenched with determination as he declared, Lin Mo, from this day forth, I will strive doubly hard. Aspiring to join the Abilities Management Bureau one day and fight alongside you. Good, I will be waiting for you. Lin Mo replied with a smile. However, unbeknownst to Lin Mo, his well-intentioned encouragement would one day give rise to an extraordinary hero, altering the fate of humanity itself. Outside Jiangzhou City, atop an unknown peak, a figure stood gazing at the distant Jiangzhou City, encircled by towering walls. Clad in a blood-red robe, the figure's face was obscured by a hood, rendering their features a mere shadow. Suddenly, the mysterious figure turned toward the southern direction of the city, their voice gravelly as they murmured, Have I been discovered so soon? As the intern investigator of the Superpower Management Bureau, Lin Mo found the situation rather intriguing. It appeared that plans would need to be expedited. With that thought, a mysterious figure swiftly vanished as if they had never been present. Upon leaving the dormitory, Lin Mo eagerly anticipated returning to the Superpower Management Bureau to claim his well-deserved reward. After all, it was the first time in his life that he had earned such a substantial sum of money. To say he was not exhilarated would be a falsehood. However, just as he reached the school's entrance, he was confronted by two figures he wished to avoid the most, Wang Ba and Chu Yuqi, the notorious pair. Upon noticing Lin Mo, they immediately approached him. Oh, look who it is, the great waste, Lin Mo. How do you still have the face to return to school? I thought after the blow you took yesterday, you would have ended it all by jumping off a building. Wang Ba mocked with a sneer. Lin Mo, what are you doing here? Surely you're not waiting for me, hoping to rekindle our relationship? Dream on. It's impossible, now and in any future life. Even if you were reborn, I could never be with a waste like you who possesses an F-grade superpower. Chu Yuqi glared disdainfully at Lin Mo. Chu Yuqi, you really do overestimate your own importance. Is this school your family's establishment? Am I here merely to wait for you? Try not to be so self-absorbed. Lin Mo retorted with a cold smile, uninterested in further banter with the obnoxious couple, and began to walk away. You. Chu Yuqi stomped her foot in frustration. Wang Ba swiftly stepped forward, blocking Lin Mo's path with a smirk. Hey, Lin Mo, why the rush? There's something I still need to tell you. What is it? Lin Mo frowned. Wang Ba leaned in close, whispering conspiratorially, Lin Mo, you're truly pathetic. I can't believe you dated Chu Yuqi for a year and she is still a virgin. Last night, we had a hotel room together. And it was quite the experience. At these words, Lin Mo's expression darkened considerably. Although he no longer cared for the materialistic Chu Yuqi, being publicly humiliated in such a manner stirred a visceral reaction within him. In that moment, the look he cast upon Wang Ba could have been lethal. Yet Wang Ba remained brash, deliberately provoking him. What's wrong? Wanna hit me? Go ahead, don't hold back. He provocatively thrust his face closer to Lin Mo. With a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Lin Mo replied, "You asked for it." Without further ado, he swung his right hand, delivering a resounding slap. The sound echoed loudly as Wang Ba spun like a top from the force of the blow, whirling several times before collapsing to the ground. The side of his face was already swelling, a bright red handprint emblazoned upon it, while blood streamed from his mouth, taking with it several teeth. A truly pitiful sight. This spectacle naturally drew the attention of numerous passing students, who were taken aback upon recognizing the victim as Wang Ba. My goodness, has Lin Mo lost his mind? He actually dared to strike Wang Ba? Doesn't he know Wang Ba's father is a 9th level superpower user? Indeed. Lin Mo has only awakened an F-grade ability and lacks any significant background. How could he provoke Wang Ba? Is he tired of living? They whispered among themselves. Realizing that Lin Mo had likely thrown himself into a precarious situation, it was rumored that Wang Ba's father had connections with the city lord of Jiangzhou. After this incident, Lin Mo might find himself without a foothold in the city. To the onlookers, Lin Mo's confrontation with Wang Ba was undeniably foolish. Are you alright, Bago? Chu Yuchi rushed to assist Wang Ba, who felt as though his head had been struck by cannon fire, ringing in his ears. Wang Ba could scarcely comprehend how Lin Mo, who had merely awakened an F-grade ability just the day prior, could possess such formidable strength. After a prolonged moment, he finally regained his composure, glaring at Lin Mo with fury as he shouted, "Lin Mo, you worthless piece of trash, how dare you hit me? Didn't you invite me to? Such a ludicrous challenge, I couldn't resist fulfilling it." Lin Mo smirked, relishing the moment. "Alright, you've got guts. If I don't break your legs today, I'll change my surname." Wang Ba was furious, pushing Chu Yuchi aside as he activated his C-grade battle-type ability, Thunder. With a resounding clap of thunder, a bolt of lightning coalesced in Wang Ba's palm. He raised his hand, aiming it at Lin Mo, bellowing, "Die!" As the lightning surged toward Lin Mo, it seemed certain to strike him down. Despite being a novice superpower user, the raw potency of thunder was not to be underestimated. If it landed, Lin Mo would be gravely injured, if not killed. A sinister smile crept onto Wang Ba's face at the thought of Lin Mo's impending doom. However, in the nick of time, Lin Mo's figure vanished from sight. The bolt of lightning struck the ground where he once stood, leaving behind a charred, smoking crater. Wang Ba blinked in confusion, his eyes wide with disbelief. Where did he go? Looking for me. A chilling voice echoed in his ear, causing Wang Ba to shudder involuntarily. He turned to find Lin Mo's icy smile staring back at him, sending a wave of dread coursing through his body. Before he could react, Lin Mo seized Wang Ba's right arm and twisted with force. Crack! The sound of bone snapping resonated through the air as Wang Ba's arm contorted grotesquely. Ah! His anguished scream pierced the sky, tears welling in his eyes as he grimaced in pain. The onlookers collectively gasped, stunned by Lin Mo's ruthless retaliation. Was this truly the same timid student who had once endured bullying and humiliation without ever striking back? Suddenly, it feels as though I have transformed into a different person. Lin Mo, you audacious scoundrel, how dare you treat me this way? I shall ensure your demise. Wang Ba, in a state of acute anguish, bellowed in utter fury. Still spewing expletives? A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he lifted his foot and delivered a forceful kick to Wang Ba's right knee. With the strength of a level 3 ability user, Wang Ba's knee was instantly shattered, his entire leg folding grotesquely backward, blood gushing forth, revealing the stark white of broken bone at the juncture. This gruesome spectacle evoked a visceral pain just by mere observation. In an instant, Wang Ba's cries escalated into a more pitiful wail. Lin Mo casually discarded Wang Ba onto the ground, tilted his head down to observe him thoughtfully, and remarked, "Your right leg and arm are broken, yet your left leg and arm remain intact. This imbalance seems rather peculiar. Oh well, given my benevolent nature, I shall begrudgingly assist in rectifying this symmetry." With that, Lin Mo raised his right foot. At this sight, Wang Ba nearly soiled himself. He realized he had no choice but to plead for mercy. As the saying goes, if the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. If he continued to confront Lin Mo, he would surely be beaten to death. It was wiser to find a way to escape. Thoughts of revenge could wait for another day. With this in mind, Wang Ba abandoned his prior arrogance and hastily implored, "Brother Mo, please, please, I was mistaken. I recognize my error. Kindly spare me this once." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo lowered his foot, a slight smile curving his lips as he inquired, "You truly understand your mistake?" "I genuinely do. I acted foolishly by provoking you today. I am indeed a beast, not a human. Please, forgive my transgressions. Do not stoop to my level." Wang Ba pleaded, his tone abject. This scene left Chu Yuchi beside them in stunned silence. "If you wish for my leniency, it is possible, but you must remember this. You and that vile person are never to appear before me again. Otherwise, next time, I shall not be so accommodating." Lin Mo stated coldly. "Who are you calling vile?" Chu Yuchi retorted, visibly displeased. "Damn it, if Brother Mo says you are vile, then you are vile. How dare you argue back?" Hurry and apologize to Brother Mo. Wang Ba shot her an irritable glare and sternly reprimanded. Despite feeling deeply wronged, Chu Yuchi did not dare defy Wang Ba's command and could only bow deeply to Lin Mo, humbly stating, I am vile. I apologize. Brother Mo. I shall remember your words, rest assured. Wang Ba quickly added, thumping his chest in assurance. With that, Lin Mo turned and departed. He could not act with lethal intent in a school setting, so he had no choice but to relent for now. However, should this scoundrel dare to approach him again, Lin Mo would certainly not hold back. After Lin Mo had left, Chu Yuchi hurriedly assisted Wang Ba to his feet, feeling aggrieved as she said, Brother Ba, are we just going to let this slide? Lin Mo has struck you and humiliated you in public. Let it slide? When have I, Wang Ba, ever suffered such indignity? Wang Ba's expression darkened, his teeth clenched as he spoke in a low voice. But you just... Chu Yuchi furrowed her brows, perplexed. Foolish woman. My previous demeanor was merely a strategic retreat, do you understand? I cannot fathom how Lin Mo has grown so powerful. If I were to confront him head-on, I might very well lose my life today. Thus, I had to feign submission. Wang Ba snorted coldly, then turned his gaze toward the direction Lin Mo had departed. Malevolence brewing in his eyes as he vowed, how dare you lay a hand on me? Just you wait, I will ensure Lin Mo, that worthless fool, meets a fate worse than death. Chapter 9. Could he possibly be a homosexual? Upon returning to the Ability Management Bureau, Lin Mo submitted his mission and collected his rewards. Naturally, he also reported the incident involving the bloodthirsty parasitic beast. The Bureau would dispatch personnel for an investigation, relieving him of any further concern. The sum of 50,000 yuan was directly deposited into Lin Mo's account, while the 10 merit points were transferred to his merit store account. After confirming the rewards had been credited, he inquired about the process for becoming a permanent investigator. Currently, Lin Mo was merely an intern investigator, and the benefits he received paled in comparison to those of full investigators. According to the staff's response, to attain full status, he must first complete 10 tasks and pass an assessment. Having understood this, Lin Mo made his way to the dormitory assigned by the Bureau. This was a complex specifically designed for investigators, situated adjacent to the Ability Management Bureau. The environment was remarkably upscale and elegant, adorned with various rare plants, artificial hills and lakes, and wetland landscapes. Moreover, given its prime city center location, the property prices here started at no less than 30,000. Following the provided address, Lin Mo located his room. Although it was merely an 80 square meter one-bedroom apartment, the decor was exquisitely done, furnished with all the necessary appliances. It seems that regardless of the world or country, one can never go wrong with a government job. After briefly familiarizing himself with the surroundings, Lin Mo felt a bit fatigued and decided to indulge in a hot bath before enjoying a restful sleep. After filling the tub with warm water and settling in, Lin Mo let out a long sigh, his eyes narrowing in anticipation of relaxation. However, just at that moment, an unexpected figure materialized before him. Startled, Lin Mo quickly opened his eyes and focused on the apparition. It was a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, with an honest face that could even be described as simple-minded, dressed in a programmer's signature red plaid shirt and blue jeans. He was currently exerting himself to project a friendly smile. This sight eased Lin Mo's tension somewhat, for he sensed no hostility or threat emanating from the young man. Otherwise, he would have instinctively unleashed his annihilation beam. Yet, Lin Mo was perplexed. Wasn't this supposed to be a single dormitory? Where had this person come from? Hello, my friend. It is a pleasure to meet you. The young man extended his right hand in a friendly greeting. Who are you, and how did you enter my room? Lin Mo quickly crossed his arms over his chest, frowning in inquiry. I'm your neighbor. My bathroom is adjacent to yours, separated by just a wall. The young man grinned widely. So, Lin Mo remained bewildered. I heard some noise coming from your side while I was next door, and knowing a new neighbor had arrived, I got so excited that I simply walked through the wall. The young man explained. Walked through the wall? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, walked through the wall. The young man nodded affirmatively. To demonstrate, he turned to the wall of the bathroom, then seamlessly stepped into it. Before Lin Mo could fully comprehend the situation, he emerged once more from the wall, returning to stand before Lin Mo. Upon witnessing this, Lin Mo was engulfed in a wave of disbelief. It turned out this fellow possessed the extraordinary ability to traverse walls. No wonder he had managed to enter Lin Mo's room so stealthily. However, the thought of cohabiting with such a neighbor left Lin Mo feeling rather insecure. What if, during his next private moment, this individual decided to make an unexpected entrance? That would indeed be awkward. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo gazed at the young man and said, My friend, it is a pleasure to meet you. However, in the future, if you wish to see me, could you please use the front door? Your sudden appearances catch me off guard. The young man, realizing his intrusion was somewhat presumptuous, awkwardly replied, I sincerely apologize. I've been living here alone for quite some time, and the arrival of a new neighbor excited me so much that I forgot to use the front door. Rest assured, I will never do this again. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt a slight sense of relief. He had initially feared that this individual harbored some peculiar obsession. Yet, It appeared he was quite normal. With that thought in mind, Lin Mo's demeanor softened considerably as he said, "Well then, I'm currently in the midst of a shower. Why don't you head back for now? Once I'm dressed, we can continue our conversation." "Absolutely, no problem." The young man nodded and promptly turned to vanish into the wall once more. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. This ability of his certainly made visiting neighbors incredibly convenient. He then stood up from the bathtub, intending to grab the bathrobe beside him. However, just as he was about to do so, a head suddenly poked through the wall, grinning broadly as it asked, "My friend, you still haven't told me your name." Lin Mo's face flushed instantly. Though they were both men, this was their first meeting, and here he was, completely unclothed and exposed before this stranger. No matter how thick-skinned one might be, this was quite difficult to endure. The young man, realizing he had crossed a line, muttered under his breath, "Wow, that's quite long. Even longer than mine." He quickly withdrew his head back into the wall. Lin Mo, feeling somewhat speechless, hurriedly got dressed to prevent any further unexpected appearances. 5 minutes later, the two met again in the living room, this time with the young man entering through the front door. I apologize for earlier. I was just a bit too excited about having a new neighbor." He chuckled, scratching the back of his head. "It's fine. Fortunately, I'm a man. If you had barged into a woman's bathroom, you'd be facing charges of assault." Lin Mo waved his hand, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Believe it or not, I've actually stumbled into one before," the young man admitted, looking quite embarrassed. "Really?" Lin Mo was taken aback. It seemed this seemingly naive individual had a more complex backstory than he had initially thought. Let us not dwell on that," the young man said with a nervous laugh, extending his right hand toward Lin Mo for a handshake. "I'm Lu Liang, and I hope we'll get along well." "Lin Mo?" Lin Mo smiled and shook Lu Liang's hand. The two then engaged in casual conversation, during which Lin Mo briefly introduced his own abilities. "Erasure? Wow. That's an impressive power. It pairs perfectly with mine," Lu Liang exclaimed enthusiastically. Hearing this, Lin Mo's lips twitched slightly. "Pair perfectly? Surely. This fellow isn't suggesting anything inappropriate?" With that thought, Lin Mo instinctively leaned back, creating some distance between them. Noticing Lin Mo's reaction, Lu Liang quickly clarified. "Lin Mo, I meant pairing up as teammates." "Teammates?" Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. "To be honest, Lin Mo, here's the situation. I currently have a rather challenging task that I cannot complete alone, so I'm looking for teammates." Lu Liang took a deep breath and got straight to the point. Chapter 10, The Bounty Mission, The Cracked City Wall. "What task?" Lin Mo's interest was piqued. "Here." Lu Liang pulled out his phone, displaying the task details for Lin Mo to see. Task location, Outer City Wall, west side of Jiangzhou, wall number 1973. Task details, recently. Wall number 1973 has shown signs of cracking. Emergency repairs were initiated by relevant authorities, but several workers have mysteriously disappeared during the process. Later found dead in horrifically tragic circumstances. Preliminary assessments suggest this may be related to a supernatural beast. Investigators are to promptly ascertain the cause of the wall's cracking and apprehend the responsible beast. Task reward. Completion of this task will yield a reward of 300,000 yuan, along with 100 merit points. Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "What kind of task is this? The rewards are astronomical." After all, the task he had just executed that day offered only a reward of 50,000 yuan and 10 merit points. This task's reward was nearly tenfold. "Hee. I managed to snag this bounty mission." Lu Liang chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. "A bounty mission?" Lin Mo paused, quickly scanning the details. Special reminder, attention. This task is classified as a bounty mission, with unknown danger levels, unknown quantities of supernatural beasts, and unknown levels of said beasts. It is advised that individuals with abilities below level 4 refrain from attempting this mission. Those above level 4 should ideally form a team. So this is what a bounty mission entails. There is hardly any information provided, not even the level or number of supernatural beasts involved. No wonder the rewards are so high. It's practically a gamble with one's life. With that thought, Lin Mo looked up at Lu Liang and inquired, "By the way, what level are you currently at?" "I'm a level 2 ability user." Lu Liang lowered his head, speaking somewhat shyly. "Level 2. Lin Mo's lips twitched again. "Lin Mo, I know you probably think I'm insane, but honestly, I don't have a choice. This task is crucial for me to complete, otherwise, I risk being expelled," Lu Liang said with a sense of helplessness. "Why is that?" Lin Mo asked, puzzled. "Since joining the Ability Management Bureau, I have failed 9 consecutive tasks. This is my 10th mission, and if I abandon it or fail, it signifies that I am unfit to be an investigator, and according to regulations, I would be directly expelled from the Bureau." Lu Liang forced a bitter smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, 9 straight failures was quite a humiliating record, and he was genuinely worried about scaring Lin Mo away. "I see." Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. "So, what do you say, Lin Mo? Are you willing to join me on this mission? If this mission succeeds, I ask for no reward. I will give everything to you. All I desire is to complete a task without being dismissed." Lu Liang gazed at Lin Mo, his eyes brimming with hope. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. To be honest, he had never executed a bounty task before and felt uncertain. Nevertheless, the reward was indeed tempting. It was worth investigating. If the situation took a turn for the worse, he could always make a hasty retreat. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo turned to Lu Liang and inquired, "Besides your ability to walk through walls, do you possess any offensive skills?" "Unfortunately, I do not. Otherwise, I wouldn't have failed those 9 previous missions." Lu Liang responded awkwardly, shaking his head. Then, as if a thought struck him, he quickly added, "However, I assure you I can defend myself. You need not worry. I will not hold you back." "Very well, then let us rest early tonight and set off at dawn." Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang was momentarily taken aback, then excitement overtook him. "This is fantastic. Finally, someone is willing to team up with me. Lin brother, you are the first person since I joined the Ability Management Bureau to agree to team up with me. I am so moved that if I were a woman, I would surely marry you." Lin Mo could only smile wryly at this exuberance. The following morning, the two made their way to the Ability Management Bureau. After all, the bounty task was initiated by Lu Liang, and Lin Mo needed to report their team formation. Lu Liang, 2nd-level ability user, trainee investigator. Lin Mo, 3rd-level ability user, trainee investigator. "Are you both certain you wish to team up to execute the bounty task?" The staff member regarded the two with a look of astonishment. This inquiry naturally drew the attention of many around them. Lu Liang, that name sounds familiar. Isn't he the one who has failed 9 consecutive missions? Indeed. It is him. This fellow is a disgrace to our Ability Management Bureau. Who would have thought he would take on another bounty task? It seems he remains undeterred. But can just anyone accept bounty tasks? What a reckless choice. Indeed, the most laughable part is that someone dares to team up with him. And isn't this Lin Mo a newcomer? Rather than diligently pursuing simple tasks, he is following a 9-time failure to his doom. It's both laughable and pitiful. Most of the onlookers were also trainee investigators, familiar with Lu Liang's dismal reputation, and they scoffed at the prospect of the two's collaboration, deeming them to be courting disaster. Lu Liang gritted his teeth, ready to confront the crowd. However, at that moment, Lin Mo reached out to hold him back, shaking his head and saying, "There's no need to waste words on those who look down upon you. Focus on accomplishing the task. The truth will deliver the most resounding slap to their faces, silencing them all." With that, Lin Mo turned to the staff member. Speaking with firm conviction, "We are indeed forming a team to undertake the bounty task." Chapter 11. Bizarre Deaths, Discovery of a Cave in Jiangzhou City. At the outer city wall on the west side, following the awakening of myriad species and the outbreak of monstrous beasts, the populace hastily erected towering and fortified walls to thwart the large-scale invasion of these creatures. It was precisely due to the protection of these walls that the cities remained unscathed, granting humanity a respite to nurture their strength. Thus, any cracks in the walls were considered a grave matter. Despite the continuous mysterious disappearances and deaths of workers, the efforts to repair the walls persisted unabated. When Lin Mo and Lu Liang arrived at the wall marked 1973, workers were diligently laboring under the scorching sun. After identifying themselves, a middle-aged man wearing a white hard hat hurried over. "Ah, comrades from the Ability Management Bureau, you have finally arrived," the man exclaimed, quickly approaching Lin Mo and Lu Liang to shake their hands. "I am the site manager, Yang Shan. Mr. Yang, the situation is urgent. To prevent further worker disappearances, we must commence our investigation and capture the beasts. Please cooperate fully," Lin Mo stated plainly. "Certainly. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. We will cooperate fully," Yang Shan assured them, eager to capture the beasts and complete the project. "First, please take us to the location where the bodies of the workers were discovered," Lin Mo suggested after a moment's thought. "Of course, please follow me," Yang Shan replied. The three entered the construction site, arriving at the base of the towering wall. Gazing up at the wall, they beheld a chilling fissure that stretched several dozen meters in length and half a meter in width. Lin Mo and Lu Liang couldn't help but gasp in shock. Thankfully, the discovery had been timely, and reinforcement efforts were already underway. Otherwise, in due course, the wall would surely collapse, leading to untold devastation should the monstrous army attack. "Brothers, these are the bodies of the missing workers. To facilitate your investigation, we dared not move them or bury them, merely covering them with a white cloth." Yang Shan indicated a short distance ahead. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang looked down. They saw several bodies draped in white cloth nearby. The two approached and lifted the cloth from one of the corpses. However, what lay before them next sent a jolt of fear through both. The deceased worker was utterly decomposed, his flesh was blackened, and there was not a single intact piece of skin. A foul stench emanated from the body, and his eyes were wide open, filled with terror and despair. Clearly, he had witnessed something horrifying before his demise. Holding his breath, Lin Mo crouched down beside the corpse, searching for a fatal wound to deduce the size and nature of the beast. However, after examining it for quite some time, he found no discernible injuries. Logically, if this worker had fallen victim to a beast, there should be evident wounds. Yet, This corpse, apart from its decay, bore no marks whatsoever. This was indeed perplexing. Then, Lin Mo and Lu Liang inspected the other corpses, only to find they were identical to the first. How can this be? Could it be that these workers were poisoned? Lu Liang furrowed his brow. Why do you say that? Lin Mo inquired. The complete decomposition, the blackened blood, and the accompanying foul odor all bear a striking resemblance to poison-induced death. Could it be that a beast capable of emitting deadly toxins is responsible? Lu Liang speculated, stroking his chin. Perhaps that is indeed a possibility. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Yang Shan and asked, have any workers at our site spotted the beast? Yes. Several workers claimed to have seen it, but according to their descriptions, the beast moved with incredible speed, vanishing in an instant, and there was more than one. Yang Shan hurriedly exclaimed, not just one? Lin Mo furrowed his brows and then turned to Lu Liang, saying, here's the plan. We will split into two groups. You and Mr. Yang will gather the workers who have encountered the strange beasts and collect any useful information. I will conduct a thorough investigation in this vicinity to see if I can uncover any clues. All right, Lin brother, please be cautious. Lu Liang nodded and then departed with Yang Shan. Lin Mo first bent down to cover the bodies of the workers with white cloth once more. Regardless of the circumstances, these laborers had led unfortunate lives, toiling in the most arduous and laborious jobs, only to fall victim to the clutches of the strange beasts, and even in death. They were denied peace, left to rot in the wilderness. How pitiful. After completing this task, Lin Mo began to meticulously explore the surrounding area. Since the strange beast had discarded the bodies here, it was not only a deliberate display of menace towards humans, but also suggested that its lair might be in close proximity. Following the base of the city wall, Lin Mo examined the ground inch by inch. Suddenly, a slab of blue stone on the ground a short distance ahead caught his attention. The ground beneath the city wall was paved with these blue stone slabs. However, due to the ongoing repairs of the cracked wall, the surrounding area was under construction, leaving these slabs covered in a thick layer of dust and various stone debris. Yet, this particular slab was remarkably clean. Lin Mo promptly approached it and knocked on the blue stone slab. Thud, thud, a relatively hollow sound resonated. Without hesitation, Lin Mo hooked his fingers around the edge of the slab and forcefully lifted it. In the next moment, an entrance to a hole, at least a meter in diameter, appeared before Lin Mo. Chapter 12, a giant termite? No, an experienced baby. Indeed, it is here. A glint of excitement flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. The entrance was so large and irregular, occasionally emitting a pungent stench. It was unmistakably the lair of the strange beast. At that moment, Lu Liang and Yang Shan returned with several workers. What on earth is this enormous hole? Yang Shan was taken aback. Didn't you notice it before? Lin Mo turned to Yang Shan and inquired. If such a large hole had been discovered earlier, it would have certainly been filled in, especially considering it is at the base of the city wall, which could jeopardize its foundation. Yang Shan quickly shook his head. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully and then turned to Lu Liang, asking, what did the workers say? These are the workers who have seen the strange beast. But according to their descriptions, they did not get a clear look at what it looked like. They only caught a glimpse of a white shadow and heard some rustling sounds. Lu Liang gestured towards the workers beside him. Rustling sounds? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Based on my speculation, that should be the sound of the strange beast's footsteps. Lu Liang nodded in agreement. It seems the only way to uncover the nature of this strange beast is to descend into the hole. Lin Mo turned to the entrance of the hole and stated solemnly, Lin brother, I will accompany you. Lu Liang declared without hesitation, stepping forward. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo glanced at Lu Liang and smiled slightly. From the current perspective, Lu Liang appeared to be a commendable ally, intelligent, analytical, and responsible. Acknowledging the danger of the mission, he still insisted on accompanying Lin Mo. That alone made him a worthy companion. The two approached the entrance of the hole, took a deep breath, and prepared to descend. Rustle. At that moment, an unusual sound suddenly emanated from the depths of the hole. Lin brother, did you hear that? Lu Liang quickly turned to Lin Mo and asked. Yes. Lin Mo nodded, gazing into the hole, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seems to be coming from within the hole, and it appears to be getting closer. A look of alarm swept over Lin Mo's face as he quickly pulled Lu Liang to one side. Whoosh. The next instant, a white shadow erupted from the hole. Lin Mo and Lu Liang fixed their eyes on it, and a look of astonishment crossed their faces. It was, in fact, a massive termite. Its length was no less than 2 meters, and when it lay down, it was even larger than a person. A strange beast. Yang Shan and the other workers were struck with terror upon seeing the gigantic termite. After all, they were ordinary individuals who had not yet awakened their abilities, and encountering a strange beast naturally instilled fear. Mr. Yang, take them away. Also, inform the other workers that until we have concluded our battle here, no one should approach this area. Lin Mo urgently instructed Yang Shan. Understood. Yang Shan nodded, gesturing for the workers to leave. Rustle. But at that moment, the gigantic termite suddenly locked onto Yang Shan and the others, lifting its rear. The next moment, its behind emitted a burst of white light. Lin Mo's brow furrowed as he seemed to realize something, and quickly warned Yangshan and the others, run. However, it was already too late. Boom. A thick, white liquid shot forth from the rear of the giant termite like a cannonball, hurtling towards Yangshan and the others. Before they could react, one of the workers at the back was struck by the viscous, white substance. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the liquid, akin to sulfuric acid, caused the worker's skin to emit plumes of white smoke, and his body began to rapidly decay and blacken. In no time, he was left with not a single intact patch of skin, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. His demise mirrored that of the previous corpses almost exactly. Witnessing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang could not help but gasp in shock. So, the giant termite could spray venom. It was likely how the earlier workers had met their tragic ends. Yangshan and the other workers, having never witnessed such a scene, were left dumbfounded. Their legs weak and bodies trembling uncontrollably. What are you still doing? If you don't want to die, get out of here now? Lin Mo glared at them, sternly urging. Upon hearing his words, Yangshan and the others snapped back to reality, turning on their heels to flee. A powerful instinct for survival ignited within them, propelling them to astonishing speeds, akin to sprinters, lamenting that their parents hadn't given them 2 extra legs. Russell. The giant termite was evidently aware of who the easy targets were and attempted to pursue them. Whoosh. However, at that moment, Lin Mo dashed forward, blocking the giant termite's path. The termite's eyes turned crimson as it aggressively lunged at Lin Mo. Without wasting time, Lin Mo unleashed a beam of light to eliminate it. Buzz. 2 crimson beams erupted from Lin Mo's eyes, striking the colossal termite with tremendous force. Boom. The giant termite exploded on the spot, transforming into a pool of viscous light green liquid, accompanied by several white legs of the ant. Is this truly a kill? Standing beside him, Lu Liang was utterly astonished by the scene before him. It happened far too swiftly. He hadn't even joined the fray. Congratulations, host, for slaying a first-level exotic beast, the giant termite, and earning 100 ability points. The system's voice resonated in Lin Mo's mind. A first-level exotic beast? No wonder it was so weak. But could this bounty task truly be as simple as defeating a single first-level beast? Lin, you're incredible. I knew teaming up with you would be a wise decision. You dispatched that beast in an instant. Perhaps this bounty task isn't as daunting as we imagined. Lu Liang approached, giving Lin Mo a thumbs up. His face filled with admiration. It's probably not that simple. Lin Mo shook his head, frowning as he spoke. Lu Liang was momentarily taken aback. Rustle. Just then, that familiar sound echoed once more from the burrow. Soon, a white silhouette crawled out of the hole. It was the giant termite. How is there still one? Lu Liang's expression changed dramatically. However, before he could finish his thought, another giant termite emerged from the hole, followed by a third and a fourth. In no time, the number of giant termites surged to over a dozen, an alarming sight that made one's scalp tingle. Wow, Lin, it seems you truly stirred a hornet's nest. Lu Liang could no longer maintain his composure. Though the giant termite was merely a first-level exotic beast and not overly strong, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. At this rate, they would surely be worn down to nothing. Yet, Lu Liang failed to notice that Lin Mo, standing nearby, wore not a trace of fear, but rather an expression brimming with excitement and longing. A multitude of exotic beasts? Perhaps for other ability users, this would be a source of dread, but for Lin Mo, it was an extraordinary opportunity. In fact, at that moment, these giant termites no longer appeared as fearsome monsters, but rather as adorable experience treasures. Whether he could break through to a 4th-level ability user and elevate his abilities to grade A depended entirely on this encounter. Chapter 13. Breaking through to a 4th-level ability user, gaining new skills. Thank you, nature, for your generous gifts. Bring forth even more. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together, eager to engage. What are you saying, Lin? Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo, incredulous. Nothing. Leave these beasts to me and focus on protecting yourself. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively and charged towards the swarm of giant termites. Lin, there are too many beasts. Allow me to lend you a hand. Lu Liang produced a knife from seemingly nowhere, ready to assist. Don't. I can handle it myself. Just stay back. Lin Mo smashed a giant termite with a swift strike and turned to Lu Liang, explaining, each of these giant termites represents 100 ability points. If you kill them, I want to be able to gain those points. Thus, it was better for him to handle the matter personally. Lu Liang was momentarily stunned. However, he sensed Lin Mo had his reasons for this arrangement and finally conceded. All right, but if you need support, you must let me know. Absolutely. Lin Mo nodded and turned back to charge at the giant termites. With his status as a 3rd-level ability user, dealing with these 1st-level beasts was akin to a dimensional strike. In a flash, the dozen giant termites were eradicated. Watching his ability points skyrocket, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Just then, a massive swarm of giant termites surged forth from the burrow, at least dozens. Seeing this, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight, and without hesitation, he rushed forward. From a distance, Lu Liang couldn't help but marvel Lin truly is a hero. Facing dozens of beasts without a hint of fear, and he chooses to confront them alone to protect me. How touching. I owe him a great debt of gratitude. In no time, the number of giant termites slain by Lin Mo exceeded 100. His ability point soared. With another giant termite obliterated, a notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. For successfully breaking through to a 4th level ability user, ability points. You now have the opportunity to evolve your abilities. Will you proceed with the evolution? Immediately evolve. Congratulations, host. Your abilities have evolved to grade A erasure, can evolve to SSS level annihilation, current progress at 50. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill, erasure sphere. Another new skill? A flicker of joy lit up Lin Mo's eyes. Just then, dozens more giant termites crawled out of the burrow. A smirk appeared on Lin Mo's face. Perfect timing to test the power of my new skill. With that, Lin Mo focused his mind. Buzz. A red sphere, the size of a fist, coalesced above his palm. This semi-transparent sphere flickered with arcs of red electricity. As soon as the erasure sphere formed, it emanated a terrifying aura. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo hurled the red sphere at the swarm of giant termites. Boom. The moment the red sphere reached the mass of giant termites, it detonated explosively. Instantly, dozens of giant termites were obliterated. While many surrounding termites were not killed outright, they were severely affected, limbs scattering chaotically. Witnessing this, Lin Mo's face displayed a look of astonishment. So this is the power granted by a grade A ability? Its might is truly formidable. Moreover, he hadn't even exerted his full strength with the erasure sphere. If he fully concentrated, its power could multiply exponentially. How ferocious. I love it. From a short distance away, Lu Liang watched in awe, utterly stunned. Whether it was an illusion or not, he distinctly felt Lin Mo's aura surge dramatically in that moment, accompanied by an intangible sense of pressure radiating from him. Could it be that Lin has achieved another breakthrough? Thinking this, Lu Liang involuntarily gasped in shock. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lin Mo discovered that since his ascension to a 4th level ability user, the ability points gained from defeating these giant termites had suddenly diminished. Each one now yielded only 10 ability points, and at times, none at all. This was a far cry from before. The most troubling aspect was that these giant termites seemed endless. Just as he had wiped out dozens, an equal number emerged from the burrow once more. If this continues, once my physical strength and ability points are depleted, I will be unable to wield my powers. Faced with these countless giant termites, even as a level 4 ability user, I fear I may not endure. I must devise a strategy to eliminate them decisively. We can no longer afford to prolong this. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, then turned to the nearby Lu Liang and inquired, Lu Liang, aside from phasing through walls, can you also burrow underground? It should be possible. Lu Liang nodded eagerly. Excellent. Immediately descend and investigate the situation within that subterranean hole. We must locate the source of these giant termites. They seem to be endless. Lin Mo commanded. No problem. I'll check it out right away. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to merely stand by while Lin Mo exerted himself, Lu Liang promptly vanished underground. Approximately 5 minutes later, Lu Liang emerged from the depths and reported to Lin Mo, Brother Lin, I've located the source of these termites. About 100 meters beneath us lies a massive insect nest from which these giant termites are continuously hatching. An insect nest. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. No wonder the city wall exhibits such severe cracks. The foundation must have been severely compromised. But how did such a nest suddenly appear beneath us? Surely during the construction of the wall, they would have excavated the foundation. If they had discovered an insect nest, it would have been dealt with long ago. Could this have been a deliberate act? However, such speculations were not Lin Mo's immediate concern. The pressing issue at hand was how to eradicate this nest. Otherwise, these giant termites would never cease to plague us. Lin Mo's mind raced, and suddenly, a bold idea took root. Without hesitation, he summoned all his ability points, conjuring 2 spheres of annihilation energy, each significantly larger than a basketball. In an instant, 2 terrifying waves of destructive energy radiated outward. Lin Mo approached Lu Liang and handed him the 2 spheres, stating, from here on out, it's up to you. Take these spheres down and obliterate that insect nest. Chapter 14. What? Did you too bring down the city wall? Gulp. Lu Liang, staring at the 2 ominous spheres exuding a terrifying aura, swallowed hard. He had witnessed the power of the annihilation spheres before, and now these 2 were more than 10 times larger than the previous one Lin Mo had conjured. The thought of a misfire sent shivers down his spine. Nonetheless, Lu Liang understood that during this bounty mission, he could not afford to remain idle. Otherwise, how could Lin Mo justify continuing to take him along? Damn it, I'm all in. Lu Liang steeled himself, grit his teeth, and accepted the spheres. Once you release the annihilation spheres, you'll have approximately 3 seconds to escape. Make sure to retreat immediately after throwing them at the nest. Do you understand? Lin Mo reminded him with a serious expression. Understood. I will accomplish the task. Lu Liang nodded, carefully cradling the annihilation spheres as he burrowed underground. Lin Mo clenched his fists, feeling a surge of anxiety. It all hinged on this daring move. Approximately a minute later, a thunderous explosion echoed from below. The ground shook violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. Simultaneously, a series of notifications sounded in Lin Mo's mind. Congratulations, host, on destroying a level 4 insect nest, earning 2,000 ability points. Congratulations, host, on slaying the level 4 beast, the termite queen, earning 2,000 ability points. Congratulations, host, on slaying level 1 beast, giant termite, unhatched, earning 10 ability points. Congratulations, host, on slaying level 1 beast, giant termite, unhatched, earning 5 ability points. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo's ability points surged by about 10,000. He knew that Lu Liang must have succeeded. The giant termites on the surface, upon the destruction of their nest, collapsed instantly, legs in the air, twitching before quickly expiring. Lin Mo exhaled in relief, but upon glancing around, he noticed Lu Liang was missing. Panic surged within him. Could it be that Lu Liang hadn't escaped and was killed in the explosion? Urgently, Lin Mo rushed to the hole's entrance and called out, Lu Liang. After a lengthy silence, no response came. Lin Mo's brow furrowed deeply. If Lu Liang had truly perished, he would carry that guilt for a lifetime. After all, the idea to destroy the nest had been his, and he had sent Lu Liang to execute it. Brother Lin, were you calling for me? Suddenly, a head emerged from the ground near Lin Mo's feet, startling him into almost delivering a kick. However, upon recognizing the dirty face, his expression shifted to one of surprise. Lu Liang. It's me. Lu Liang fully emerged from the earth. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Lin Mo playfully punched Lu Liang's shoulder, his worry evident. I called for you for ages. Why didn't you respond? Brother Lin, the power of your annihilation spheres is terrifying. Despite my best efforts to escape immediately, I was still knocked out by the shockwave. I only regained consciousness when I heard you calling. Lu Liang brushed off the dust from his clothes, offering a wry smile. Thank goodness you're all right. Lin Mo sighed in relief and gestured toward the hole, saying, our mission appears to have been successfully completed. No giant termites are emerging anymore. Really? Haha, that is fantastic. I've finally completed my first mission for the Ability Management Bureau, and it was a highly challenging bounty task. Now I want to be expelled, and I'll have the last laugh against those who dared mock me. Lu Liang exclaimed, his excitement making him dance like a child. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound echoed from the wall. Lin Mo and Lu Liang's smiles vanished instantly. They turned to see the already cracked wall 1973 now riddled with countless fissures, on the verge of total collapse. Not good. Lin Mo pulled Lu Liang away as they hurriedly sought refuge. Just as they fled to safety, the entire wall came crashing down. Gazing at the scene from a secure distance, both men involuntarily gasped in shock. Brother Lin, did we cause this wall to collapse? Lu Liang swallowed hard. Looking at Lin Mo, it seems so. Lin Mo nodded. This is terrible. The wall is crucial to Jiangzhou City, and damaging it is a grave offense. We initially set out to capture the beasts responsible for the wall's destruction, but now we've inadvertently surpassed their destructive capacity, collapsing the wall ourselves. One fears that the rewards for the mission may be in vain, not to mention we could face punishment, and who knows, we might even end up in prison. Lu Liang said, his face ashen and filled with despair. There's no need to be so pessimistic. The foundation of this city wall has long been gnawed at by those giant termites. Even if we repair the superficial cracks this time, it won't be long before it collapses. We have merely accelerated this process. Otherwise, if we were to leave this aesthetically pleasing yet fundamentally flawed wall, it could lead to even more dire consequences when the beast horde invades in the future. Therefore, by resolving this hidden danger ahead of time, we are not only innocent, but have contributed instead. Lin Mo shook his head, a smile illuminating his face. Is that really the case? Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo. Disbelief etched across his features. Would I deceive you? Lin Mo patted Lu Liang on the shoulder, grinning as he said, come, let us return to claim our rewards. With that, the two of them vanished in a flash. Not long after their departure, Yang Shan, alerted by the commotion, hurried over with a group of workers. Upon seeing the collapsed wall, he was left utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide as saucers. My heavens, what happened? Did the beast horde attack the city? At the Jiangzhou branch of the Supernatural Management Bureau, the 7th Investigation Team, Lin Mo and Lu Liang were assigned to this group. Meanwhile, in the office of the team leader, Zhang Wei, who was sipping tea, nearly choked upon hearing their report, sputtering out his drink. What? You two caused the wall to collapse? Team leader, it was merely an accident. Lu Liang chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Don't call me team leader. You are indeed my superior. Zhang Wei's frustration was evident. Lu Liang, after failing consecutive missions, I began to suspect your capabilities. And yet you immediately present me with this monumental blunder. And you, Lin Mo, on your very first day in the Bureau, successfully completed a level 2 mission. Very impressive. I was just about to commend you. And yet here you are, delivering another shocking surprise. You two are truly my living nightmares. Zhang Wei felt on the brink of collapse, utterly at a loss. Destroying a city wall is a grave offense. Not only would he, as a mere team leader, suffer the consequences, but one could only imagine the repercussions for the head of the Jiangzhou branch. Chapter 15. Hitting back with facts. What a delight. Team leader. You have truly misunderstood this situation. Allow me to explain the discovery of the termite nest beneath the wall. Lin Mo began to elucidate. So you're saying that the foundation of the wall was already compromised? Zhang Wei squinted, pondering deeply. Indeed. And I suspect this matter is not as simple as it appears. How coincidental that the termite nest appeared right beneath the wall. If someone orchestrated this, then when the beast horde assaults Jiangzhou City, wouldn't a wall without a foundation be nothing more than a mere decoration? Lin Mo articulated his suspicions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Lin Mo and Lu Liang with a grave expression. This matter is of utmost importance. I must report it immediately. After you two claim your rewards for this mission, I advise you to remain on standby and avoid causing any further incidents, or I cannot guarantee your safety. Understood. Lin Mo and Lu Liang stood at attention. Very well, you two may leave now. Zhang Wei waved them off, feeling overwhelmed by their presence. As they approached the office door, Lu Liang suddenly halted, a thought striking him. He turned back to Zhang Wei and asked, by the way, team leader, does our discovery of the termite nest count as a special contribution? Is there any additional reward? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's lips twitched, and he looked at Lu Liang with a forced smile. Of course, your reward will be a delightful 7-day stay in a jail cell. Then that won't be necessary. Lu Liang's face paled as he grabbed Lin Mo and hurried out of the office. Once they had left, Zhang Wei gazed at the telephone on his desk. His brow furrowed with worry. How should he report this matter? While it was somewhat excusable, the fact remained that Lin Mo and Lu Liang were indeed responsible for the wall's collapse. My dear ancestors, you two are truly going to be the death of me. Zhang Wei sighed heavily, steeling himself to make the call. After departing from the team leader's office, Lin Mo and Lu Liang went directly to the task handover location. Numerous investigators present noticed the duo and wore mocking smiles. Oh, aren't these the two who were supposed to team up for the bounty mission this morning? How come they're back so soon, looking all disheveled? Could they have already failed? Haha, I doubt they even went at all. One at level 2 and the other at level 3. Could they even return alive? They must have perished outside. Those clowns must have realized the peril of the bounty mission and come back to cancel it. What an embarrassment. Ignoring the derisive remarks, Lin Mo and Lu Liang approached the counter. The same staff member recognized them and jested. What's this? Having second thoughts? That's wise. It's not too late to abandon the mission. The bounty task is far beyond your capabilities. Venturing forth would only lead to needless death. No need to cancel. We have completed the task. Lin Mo replied coolly, handing over his credentials. What? Completed it? The staff member was taken aback. Indeed. We are here to hand over the task and claim our rewards. Lu Liang also presented his credentials. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted to one of incredulity. They believed it was utterly impossible. Clearly, these two were still stubbornly boasting. The staff member hastily scanned their credentials. And the next moment, the computer screen flashed with the words task completed. The staff member gasped in astonishment. They actually did complete it. At this proclamation, the crowd's smiles vanished, replaced by shock as they rushed to the screen. The expressions on their faces were priceless, eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. It was evident that neither they nor the staff had ever imagined that two interns, at levels 2 and 3, could successfully complete a bounty mission of such high risk. Now can we receive our task rewards? Lin Mo smiled at the staff member. Of course. The staff member, no longer daring to underestimate them, promptly began processing the task handover and reward distribution. Since Lin Mo and Lu Liang had completed the task as a team, the 30,000 cash reward and 100 merit points were equally divided into their accounts. Upon confirming the arrival of their rewards, Lin Mo and Lu Liang turned on their heels and departed. Before leaving, the gazes of the investigators present were akin to those directed at a monstrous entity, filled with shock and incredulity. It was only after the duo exited the door that a collective gasp resonated among the crowd, who couldn't help but exclaim, "Are the current intern investigators truly this formidable?" In the corridor, Lu Liang exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, Brother Lin, this feeling is absolutely exhilarating. Especially the way they looked at us as we walked away. It was simply delightful. Now I finally comprehend the words you shared with me this morning. To slap reality fiercely across the face is undoubtedly more satisfying than any verbal dispute." Lu Liang was so elated that he was practically dancing, his smile nearly stretching from ear to ear. "At last, we can hold our heads high?" Lin Mo replied with a chuckle. "Indeed, it feels splendid. From now on, who would dare label me as worthless?" Lu Liang grinned triumphantly, but then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he hastily retrieved his phone. "I almost forgot something important." "What is it?" Lin Mo inquired, puzzled. In the next moment, his phone vibrated. Upon opening it, he discovered that Lu Liang had transferred the 15,050 merit points to him. Observing this, Lin Mo furrowed his brow and questioned, "What are you doing?" "Brother Lin, we had an agreement. If we successfully completed this mission, I would forfeit my share of the reward entirely to you." I must honor my promise. Lu Liang stated with a smile. That won't do. Regardless of the circumstances, you contributed significantly to this endeavor. How could I, in good conscience, accept the reward alone? Lin Mo immediately shook his head. While he was indeed in need of money and merit points for future exchanges, he believed that a gentleman should acquire wealth through honorable means. This bounty mission would not have been successful without Lu Liang's daring infiltration and destruction of the insect nest. The potential consequences were uncertain, and thus, he could not possibly claim the reward for himself. Consequently, Lin Mo prepared to return the money and merit points to Lu Liang. Hey! Lu Liang firmly grasped Lin Mo's hand, shaking his head earnestly as he implored, Brother Lin, you absolutely must accept this reward. To be honest, though our paths crossed by chance, you chose to accompany me on such a perilous bounty mission, aiding me in avoiding dismissal. This is an immense favor. I, Lu Liang, have no means to repay you other than offering the entire reward. I sincerely hope you do not take offense. If you truly consider me a friend, simply allow me to join you in future missions. I certainly regard you as a friend, but regarding this reward, Lin Mo furrowed his brow. If you genuinely value our friendship, let us not speak of the reward any further. Instead, let us go drink. We shall indulge ourselves tonight, Lu Liang exclaimed, throwing an arm around Lin Mo's shoulder as they made their way outside the Ability Management Bureau. In response, Lin Mo could only shake his head and smile helplessly. Chapter 16, The Hero Emerges? Just leave. At the VIP ward of the Municipal People's Hospital, Wang Ba lay on the hospital bed, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, Father, you must avenge me. If it weren't for my fortuitous luck, I might never have seen you again. Before the bed stood a middle-aged man with dark skin and a buzz cut. Although he was not particularly tall, his mere presence radiated an intimidating aura of terror. This man was Wang Ba's father, the 9th-level ability user and chairman of the Wang Group, Wang Dalong. Observing Wang Ba's face, swollen to the size of a pig's head, and his right arm and leg encased in plaster, Wang Dalong's expression darkened ominously. At that moment, the door to the ward swung open, and a young man in a black suit entered. He swiftly approached Wang Dalong, clasped his fists in respect, and reported, Boss, I've uncovered the details. Lin Mo has joined the Ability Management Bureau as an intern investigator. According to the intelligence, he is now a 3rd-level ability user with a B-grade ability. Humph. A mere intern investigator, a 3rd-level ability user dares to harm my son? He must be tired of living. Wang Dalong scoffed, his gaze icy. He turned to the young man and commanded, immediately dispatch a 4th-level ability user to deal with him. Boss, while a 3rd-level ability user may not be a formidable threat, he is affiliated with the Ability Management Bureau. Shouldn't we notify the Jiangzhou branch beforehand to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings? The young man suggested promptly. Unnecessary. He is but an intern investigator, essentially not even a full-fledged member. If he must perish, then so be it. I refuse to believe the Jiangzhou branch would confront me over such a worthless individual. Wang Dalong waved his hand dismissively. Understood. I will see to it at once. The young man nodded and promptly departed. Wang Dalong turned back to Wang Ba, his face softening into a loving smile. Rest assured, my son, you shall witness Lin Mo's head roll tonight. As night descended, at the Hao Ge food stall, Lin Mo and Lu Liang were unable to wander freely due to team leader Zhang Wei's orders. Thus, they settled for this nearby stall, ensuring they could return promptly should the Ability Management Bureau come looking for them. Brother Lin, you seem somewhat downcast. Are you troubled? Lu Liang asked, taking a hearty swig of beer and noticing Lin Mo's furrowed brow. I'm pondering who will be footing the bill for tonight's meal, Lin Mo replied earnestly. Huh. Lu Liang was momentarily taken aback. Haha, just teasing. Lin Mo flashed a grin, but then his expression turned serious. In truth, I am contemplating the insect nest incident. If that nest was deliberately placed there, who might be behind it? What could their motives be? I cannot fathom it either. However, isn't the higher-ups already investigating? We need not burden ourselves, as intern investigators, with such matters. Trust in the wisdom of those above. Lu Liang waved his hand dismissively, not overly concerned. Let us hope so, Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. There was, however, one thing he had not shared with Lu Liang. The bloodthirsty parasitic beast he had eradicated yesterday and today's insect nest. He couldn't shake the feeling that there might be some connection between the two. Yet, he could not articulate precisely what that connection was, leaving him to await the investigation results. Come, let us drink, Lu Liang encouraged. Brother Lin, I noticed you are quite adept at slaying monsters, yet why do you hesitate to drink? I've nearly finished a bottle, and you still have half left. Hurry up and finish it, no dilly-dallying. Otherwise, I'll have to make you treat us. Lu Liang opened another bottle of beer, eyeing Lin Mo expectantly. All right, let us do it. Lin Mo chuckled resignedly, lifting the beer bottle to down its contents. Just then, a stone flew in from nowhere, striking Lin Mo's beer bottle. The bottle shattered instantly, spraying beer everywhere. What the hell? Who did that? Lu Liang stood up abruptly. Lin Mo furrowed his brow and turned to gaze in the direction from which the stone had come. Not far away, a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, clad in black sportswear, was leisurely approaching. You must be Lin Mo, correct? The middle-aged man asked with a cold smirk as he reached the table. That's me. Lin Mo nodded, his curiosity piqued. May I inquire who you are? You have provoked someone you should not have, the man replied, his smile chilling. I am here to take your life. Oh, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Might I know who it is? You will find out once you're dead. The man retorted coldly. At this ominous declaration, both Lin Mo and Lu Liang immediately heightened their vigilance, with Lu Liang even grasping a nearby beer bottle, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Hey, what is going on here? Just then, a booming voice rang out. Following it, a burly man brandishing a large skewer of grilled meat and wearing a Peppa Pig apron approached. He surveyed Lin Mo and Lu Liang at the table before fixing a fierce glare on the middle-aged man. What is the matter? A gang is bullying students in my food stall? You should inquire about who I, Brother Hao, am before causing trouble on my turf. Are you tired of living? Clearly. The newcomer was the owner of the food stall. Lin Mo and Lu Liang's eyes lit up. Wow, the hero has arrived. This Brother Hao exudes authority and strength. Could he be a hidden master? The middle-aged man shot a glance at Brother Hao before kicking the table in front of him. Bang! With a resounding crash. The table splintered into pieces. It was made of stainless steel. Brother Hao's eyes widened in shock, and he stammered, an anomalous ability user. Get lost. The middle-aged man retorted coldly, turning his attention back to Brother Hao. Brother Hao took a deep breath, glaring at the middle-aged man defiantly. Get lost. Just get lost. With that, he turned and fled, prompting the ordinary patrons in the food stall to quickly scatter. Soon, only Lin Mo, Lu Liang, and the middle-aged man remained. Lin Mo exchanged a glance with Lu Liang, who promptly swung the beer bottle at the middle-aged man's head. Smash. The bottle shattered upon impact, but the next moment, the middle-aged man turned to Lu Liang as if nothing had happened, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Haven't you eaten? With that, he unleashed a powerful punch. The blow was swift and brutal, sending Lu Liang crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he lost consciousness. Lu Liang. Lin Mo's expression changed instantly. Don't worry, I'll send you down to accompany him. The middle-aged man grinned maliciously, raising his fist to strike Lin Mo, as the heavy punch soared towards Lin Mo's chest. He swiftly stepped back, creating distance and evading the blow. Oh, quite nimble, aren't you? The middle-aged man smirked. Then, with a flick of his mind, summoned forth a massive stone wall that rose 5 meters high and wide behind Lin Mo. Before he could react, walls sprang up in front and on either side, closing in around him. Now, let's see how you evade. The middle-aged man declared triumphantly, confident in his ability to manipulate stone and construct walls, a skill that had defeated countless opponents. For Lin Mo, a mere level 3 anomalous ability user, this would be a piece of cake. Inside the encroaching walls, Lin Mo's space for maneuvering diminished rapidly. If this continued, he would surely be crushed. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, preparing to force his way through the wall with his ability. Just then, a head suddenly emerged from the ground beside his right foot. Lin brother. At the sound, Lin Mo looked down, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Lu Liang, are you alright? Shoo. I was pretending to be unconscious. They think it's easy to kill me, Lu Liang whispered, placing a finger to his lips. He glanced around at the thick stone walls. Lin brother. I observed from outside that these walls are particularly thick and sturdy. It won't be easy to break through. Let me help you escape. You? Lin Mo was taken aback. Lu Liang immediately grasped Lin Mo's legs. I can take you out. Alright. Lin Mo nodded, a cold smile curling on his lips. But before we leave, we must leave this old fellow with a surprise. Outside the stone walls, the middle-aged man, seeing that his walls were nearly closed in around Lin Mo, assumed the latter was now unable to move. He approached with a smug expression, knocking on the wall and sneering. Kid, being crushed by the walls must be quite uncomfortable, huh? If you're willing to beg for mercy now, I might let you leave peacefully. However, silence reigned within the walls. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he growled, Humph. A tough nut, are you? Let us see whether your bones are tougher than my walls. With that, he concentrated, accelerating the wall's constriction, intending to crush Lin Mo into paste. But just then, a wave of terrifying energy surged from within the walls. Huh. The middle-aged man paused, his face shifting in alarm. Not good. He instinctively tried to dodge. But it was too late. The stone walls crumbled under the overwhelming destructive force, and the middle-aged man was blasted away, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the ground beside him, Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. How? How can this be? Wow, Lin brother, your annihilation sphere is incredibly powerful. It can injure him through the wall. Lu Liang gasped, eyeing the pale, barely conscious middle-aged man. Lin Mo smiled faintly. Just before Lu Liang took his leave by burrowing underground, he had condensed a sphere of light-dispelling energy and left it embedded within the stone wall. Consequently, the middle-aged man retracted the wall structure, causing the sphere to explode, which led to the earlier scene. Lin Mo crouched down beside the middle-aged man, fixing him with a cold gaze as he inquired, Speak. Who sent you? Reveal the truth, and I may spare your life. Cough, cough, cough. The middle-aged man expelled a copious amount of blood, glaring furiously at Lin Mo, and gritted his teeth as he retorted, Lin Mo, today I admit my defeat. But do not revel in your triumph. It won't be long before more formidable foes come to kill you. Your days are numbered, and I shall await you below. A sudden realization struck Lin Mo, his expression shifting as he intended to pry open the man's mouth. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's eyes bulged, and he spat forth a torrent of black blood, meeting his demise. Poisoned, Lu Liang reached out to check the man's breath, and upon confirming his death, furrowed his brow in concern. This fellow is quite ruthless. If he fails, he chooses death. Brother Lin, whom have you offended? This thought lingered in Lin Mo's mind. He believed he had no enemies. The only individual with whom he had any conflict was Wang Ba. Could this man be sent by Wang Ba's father for revenge? Just as Lin Mo pondered this, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for participating in the slaying of a level 4 ability user, earning 3,000 ability points. This revelation startled Lin Mo. Killing an ability user yields rewards? If his memory served him right, previously defeating the level 4 beast, the termite queen, had only granted him 2,000 ability points. It appears that ability users are indeed more valuable than beasts. In that case, dear enemies, regardless of your identities, I implore you to send more ability users my way. My ascension and evolution of powers depend entirely on you. At that very moment, Wang Dalong, who was at the hospital accompanying his son, suddenly erupted into a fit of sneezes, completely oblivious to Lin Mo's silent prayers. Otherwise, he would have fainted from anger. At the Jiangzhou branch of the Ability Management Bureau, Zhang Wei, who had been occupied all day, was preparing to leave for the day when the office phone suddenly rang. Zhang Wei frowned, feeling a twinge of impatience. However, upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted, and he quickly answered, Hello, Director. Xiao Zhang. We have thoroughly investigated the collapse of the city wall. It was indeed a deliberate act of burying the insect nest at the wall's foundation to utilize the termite beasts to destroy it. This is a conspiracy. The director's voice resonated through the phone. Does this mean that Lin Mo and Lu Liang are in the clear? Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Certainly. They not only bear no guilt, but have actually rendered a service, having helped us eliminate a significant threat in Jiangzhou City. Fortunately, we discovered this in time. We still have a window to reconstruct the wall. Had those termite beasts continued to undermine the foundation, an assault on Jiangzhou would have resulted in a catastrophic disaster. The director continued. Excellent. I shall convey this good news to them immediately, Zhang Wei exclaimed, eager to hang up and inform Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Hold on to your excitement. This matter is far from simple. However, the director's solemn voice interrupted him. What do you mean, Director? Zhang Wei's grip on the phone stiffened, puzzled. Do you know who placed the insect nest? The director retorted. Who? Zhang Wei furrowed his brow. The cult of the god worshippers. The director stated gravely. Hearing this, Zhang Wei's countenance darkened significantly. Those lunatics? That makes sense. For years, the cult of the god worshippers has been covertly sabotaging human cities, attempting to create chaos, seize power, and control the urban landscape. It certainly aligns with their modus operandi. Moreover, the bloodthirsty parasite might also be connected to them. Lin Mo has interfered with or indirectly thwarted their plans twice now. Do you think the cult will let this slide? The director added. Are you suggesting that the cult will retaliate against Lin Mo? He would be in grave danger. Those individuals are merciless killers. Our bureau has lost many lives in this ongoing struggle against them. For a newcomer like Lin Mo, encountering them would surely be a death sentence. Zhang Wei's worry escalated. This is precisely why I'm calling you. Lin Mo and Lu Liang have just accomplished a significant feat. We cannot allow them to fall victim to the cult's retribution. We must find a way to protect them. The director stated with utmost seriousness. Protect them? Zhang Wei's mind raced, and suddenly a thought struck him, his eyes gleaming with realization. I know of a place that is relatively safe. After Lin Mo and Lu Liang disposed of the middle-aged man's body, their appetites had vanished. They settled the bill and prepared to return to their dormitory. However, as they approached the entrance of the community, several shadows suddenly emerged, blocking their path. Initially, Lin Mo and Lu Liang presumed it to be the middle-aged man's accomplices and readied themselves for battle. Yet in the next moment, upon recognizing the figures before them, they both exhaled in relief, for the individuals were clad in the uniforms of the Ability Management Bureau. At that moment, one of the leading men produced his credentials, presenting them to Lin Mo and Lu Liang with a stern expression. I am Investigator Han Dong. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, you are both suspected of damaging the city wall. Please come with us for questioning. Damaging the city wall? Sir, there must be some mistake. We have already explained everything to Team Leader Zhang. This is all a misunderstanding. Lu Liang exclaimed, his complexion shifting. Team Leader Zhang sent us to collect you. Please cooperate, and if you can prove your innocence, you will naturally be released. Han Dong replied, his demeanor serious. Lu Liang quickly turned to Lin Mo, unsure of what to do. Brother Lin, this. Do not worry. Lin Mo smiled reassuringly, remaining composed. Let us accompany them. At the ruins of the city wall numbered 1973 in Jiangzhou, Workers were laboring through the night to reconstruct the wall. Meanwhile, not far from the ruins, a few figures stood observing the scene. At that moment, one young man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in a black trench coat, spoke up. What a pity. We've been discovered so quickly. It seems our plan to destroy the wall using the insect nest and lure the beast army to attack the city is completely thwarted. I've heard that the discovery of the insect nest was made by two intern investigators from the Ability Management Bureau, one named Lu Liang and the other Lin Mo. Truly, they are two troublesome individuals. Beside the refined gentleman stood an elderly man clad in a black tank suit. His face shadowed with gloom as he spoke through gritted teeth. Lin Mo? Such a familiar name. Suddenly, a figure draped in a blood-red robe and wearing a hood interjected. The refined gentleman turned to regard this figure with curiosity, inquiring, "What? Have you also had dealings with him?" "Indeed." The figure nodded, subsequently removing the enormous hood to reveal an enchanting visage that captivated all present. It was a woman, to be precise, a stunningly beautiful woman. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth complemented her fair skin, and a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye added an extra allure. "Yesterday, I was lurking within a bloodthirsty parasitic beast's offspring in the city, only to be slain by none other than Lin Mo." The alluring woman mused thoughtfully. "It appears this fellow is intentionally opposing our cult. We must eliminate him swiftly, or he will undoubtedly thwart our grand designs in the future." The refined gentleman narrowed his eyes, a chilling murderous intent suffusing his expression. "If that is the case, let us take action tonight," the old man in black suggested with a cold smirk. Without further ado, the group made their way toward the ruins of Wall 1973, intending to enter Jiangzhou City through this passage. A worker, laboring nearby, looked up in confusion at the sudden appearance of these individuals and asked, "Who are you? Why are you coming in from outside the city?" The refined gentleman cast a disdainful glance at the worker, a cold smile gracing his lips as he waved his hand. In an instant, the worker's head was severed, rolling away to a stop some distance off. Murder. The remaining workers, terrified by the scene, dropped their tools and attempted to flee. However, the refined gentleman and his companions had no intention of letting them escape, pursuing them relentlessly. Within mere moments, all 20-odd workers on the construction site had met their demise. The refined gentleman clapped his hands together, and just then, his phone vibrated. Upon glancing at the screen, a triumphant smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he turned to the others, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have ascertained Lin Mo's precise location." At this proclamation, the group shared sinister smiles before transforming into fleeting shadows, hastening toward the city center. The extraordinary prison, constructed and overseen by the Supernatural Management Bureau, housed not ordinary criminals, but rather those who had awakened formidable powers yet strayed down a nefarious path, posing a significant threat to the city. It also contained powerful supernatural beasts that had wreaked havoc in the city and were captured by the Bureau, awaiting their fate. Thus, the prison was fortified beyond measure, allowing not even a mosquito to easily penetrate its defenses. At this moment, within cell 666, "Lin, you claimed that we had neither guilt nor wrongdoing this time. Yet here we are in prison. Are we destined to remain here for eternity?" Lu Liang's voice trembled with despair. Han Dong had said they were brought in for questioning. Yet after being placed in this cell, he had vanished without a trace. Despite Lu Liang's incessant calls for assistance, no response came, leaving him in a state of sheer panic. Initially, joining the Supernatural Management Bureau was meant to secure a stable position in the government. Yet now he found himself imprisoned instead. Chapter 19, Special Task, Survive for 10 minutes. Since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. It can't be that serious. I suspect tonight's investigation will clear everything up, and we'll be released by tomorrow. Lin Mo replied with a calm demeanor, a smile gracing his lips. "I truly envy your composure, Lin. I hope you're right." Lu Liang sighed in resignation, glancing at the hard floor with a bitter expression. "It seems we'll have to make do with the floor tonight. I truly miss my soft and spacious mattress." With that, he lay down on the ground. Seeing this, Lin Mo shook his head with a smile, preparing to lie down beside him. "Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a special task. Survive for the next 10 minutes. If you succeed, a surprising reward awaits." The countdown began. 0:09:59. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Survive for 10 minutes? Why was such a task triggered out of the blue? And what danger could possibly lurk within this cell? Boom. Suddenly, one of the walls of the cell collapsed with a deafening crash. "What the hell is happening?" Lu Liang exclaimed, jumping to his feet. As the dust settled, both men hurriedly peered outside the collapsed wall. They beheld several figures standing not far away, none other than the refined gentleman, the alluring woman, and their companions, who had recently infiltrated Jiangzhou City to assassinate Lin Mo. "Who are these people, Lin? Are they your friends?" Lu Liang turned to Lin Mo with concern. "I do not recognize them." Lin Mo shook his head, instinctively becoming vigilant. After all, he had just triggered a survival task, and the appearance of these individuals was likely linked to it. It was plausible that they were here to kill him. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo stealthily tucked his right hand behind his back. "Lin Mo, Lu Liang." The refined gentleman approached the cell, smiling as he addressed the two. Come out. Let us have a chat. Do you take us for fools? Exiting like that would be akin to escaping from prison. We were innocent to begin with. We will not step outside. If you have the ability, come in and talk. Lu Liang retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the refined gentleman. He then leaned toward Lin Mo, whispering, Lin, could this group be sent by the organization to test us? It's hard to say, but we should try to keep them calm. Let us delay as long as we can. The guards will arrive shortly. Lin Mo replied quietly, knowing his priority was to find a way to survive the next 10 minutes. Escape? Huh. You need not worry about that. You want to survive the night. The refined gentleman mocked with a chilling laugh. What? Lu Liang's expression shifted dramatically as he eyed the refined gentleman warily. You're not with the Supernatural Management Bureau? The Supernatural Management Bureau? No, we are followers of the cult of the god of worship. The refined gentleman replied, shaking his head with a sardonic smile. The cult of the god of worship? You're members of a heretical sect. Lu Liang exclaimed, clearly aware of the notorious reputation of this malevolent group. A heretical sect? Oh dear, little brother, how presumptuous. That term is quite unflattering, and I do not take a liking to it. The alluring woman chimed in, her voice sweet yet dangerous. As she waved her hand, instantly, her entire right arm transformed into a tentacle several meters long, darting toward Lu Liang with astonishing speed. Before he could react, the tentacle ensnared his waist, pulling him toward the opening. Lu Liang was instantly terrified and cried out for help. Lin, save me. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, extending the right hand that had been concealed behind his back. A luminous sphere of energy had already coalesced in his palm. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the orb of obliteration towards the alluring woman outside. The enchanting woman furrowed her delicate brows, evidently sensing a hint of menace emanating from the orb. Reluctantly, she released Lu Liang and, with a graceful flick of her tentacles, sent the orb soaring away. Boom. As soon as the orb struck the ground, it detonated, creating a deep crater in the earth. Witnessing this, the refined gentleman squinted his eyes and remarked with keen interest, a level 4 ability user? No wonder you could obliterate the insect nest we placed beneath the city wall. You placed that nest? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. We had intended to use the giant termites to undermine the wall and lure the beast horde to attack. But we never anticipated that you two would discover and eradicate it so swiftly. Thus, you must pay with your lives. The cultured man nodded, his lips curling into a cold smirk. You cultists dare to seek our lives? You have just witnessed Brother Lin's prowess. He dealt with that nest with scarcely a flicker of effort. Lu Liang challenged. If you wish to escape death, you should flee immediately, otherwise, Brother Lin will surely leave no trace of you. Lu Liang stood tall, attempting to intimidate the group with Lin Mo's strength. However, the refined gentleman merely displayed a scornful smile and shook his head dismissively. A mere level 4 ability user? Is that truly impressive? As his words fell, an overwhelming surge of ability radiated from his being. Feeling this potent aura, Lu Liang's eyes widened in shock. A level 6 ability user. At that moment, the alluring woman and the elderly man in black also unleashed their powers. Though not as formidable as the cultured gentleman, they had all reached the level 5 threshold. This revelation left Lu Liang utterly unsettled. He swallowed hard and turned to Lin Mo. Brother Lin, you can defeat them, right? What do you think? Lin Mo shot him an exasperated glance. He was no superhero. How could he possibly contend with a level 6 ability user and several level 5 users? Engaging them head-on would surely lead to demise. The only option was to buy time. Firstly, the longer it took, the more likely the prison guards would notice something amiss and come to investigate. Secondly, there was his mission. If the system triggered this special task, then after 10 minutes of perseverance, it should assist him in resolving the current dilemma, right? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Mo stepped forward, addressing the refined gentleman. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I believe we needn't resort to a fight to the death. After all, we harbor no deep-seated enmity. As for the destruction of the insect nest, that was merely an execution of the tasks assigned by the Ability Management Bureau, not my personal intention. How about this? Grant me an opportunity to join the cult of the divine. Upon hearing this, not only the cultured man and his companions were taken aback, but Lu Liang also stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Brother Lin, how can you even consider joining a cult? The cult of the divine has wrought havoc in our human cities, causing the deaths of countless investigators and civilians. Their threat is no less than that of the beasts. We, as members of the Ability Management Bureau, must fight them to the bitter end. Lu Liang hurriedly interjected. Oh, that's a misguided notion. Rather than languish as a lowly intern investigator within the Ability Management Bureau, earning a meager salary, why not join the cult of the divine and aspire for greatness? It may lead to a promising future. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, his expression earnest. Do you genuinely believe that? I once thought you were a hero, but it seems you are nothing more than a coward. Lin Mo, I have misjudged you. Lu Liang glared at him, disappointment etched on his face. People strive for higher ground, while water flows downwards. Lu Liang, it would be wiser to join me in the cult of the divine. Lin Mo turned to Lu Liang, winking conspiratorially. Lu Liang paused, then spat disdainfully on the ground, declaring, in your dreams, I, Lu Liang, would rather die than submit. Since you are so obstinate, I cannot help you. Lin Mo shrugged and turned back to the refined gentleman, smiling as he asked, might the cult of the divine be willing to accept me? Do you truly wish to join the cult of the divine? The cultured man narrowed his eyes. Of course. A fortune teller once told me that I am destined to achieve great things in this life. Yet within the confines of the Ability Management Bureau, such possibilities are non-existent. Joining the cult of the divine may be a splendid choice. Lin Mo nodded earnestly. Huh, Lin Mo, do you take me for a fool? I can see through your little ruse. You are deliberately stalling for time, hoping for the guards to come to your rescue. The refined gentleman suddenly sneered. How could that be? I genuinely wish to join the cult of the divine. Lin Mo's gaze remained resolute. Very well, then let us change venues. And I shall see your resolve. The cultured man smirked, signaling to the alluring woman. She understood immediately, transforming her hands into tentacles that ensnared both Lin Mo and Lu Liang. The group swiftly retreated towards the prison's exit. Just as they departed, 2 prison guards hurried onto the scene. Observing the collapsed wall of the cell, the guards could no longer maintain their composure. Quick, notify the Ability Management Bureau. Approximately 2 kilometers away, in a dilapidated building, the refined gentleman and his entourage came to a halt. What are we doing here? Lin Mo inquired, scanning his surroundings with confusion. Do you not wish to join our cult of the divine? I am offering you an opportunity. The refined man replied coldly, producing a sharp dagger from seemingly nowhere. Upon seeing this, the alluring woman released her grip on Lin Mo. The cultured man stepped forward, presenting the dagger to Lin Mo with a mocking grin. Anyone wishing to join our cult of the divine must first kill an investigator from the Ability Management Bureau. This serves as your initiation and testament to your determination. He gestured towards Lu Liang. That doesn't seem quite right. After all, we were teammates for a time. It feels rather difficult to go through with it. Perhaps I could find another investigator another day? Lin Mo suggested with a smile. Do you think this is akin to shopping? You can't simply pick and choose. Today, you must either kill him or you both shall perish. The cultured man glared at Lin Mo, his voice cold. Lin Mo took a deep breath, reluctantly approaching Lu Liang with the dagger, his expression filled with resignation. Sorry, my friend, but for the sake of my future, I must sacrifice you. Once you're gone, I promise to burn plenty of paper money for you. Lin Mo, you bastard. Even as a ghost, I will not spare you. Come on, if you have the guts, do it. Since time immemorial, all must face death, whether early or late. We all meet our end. But I, Lu Liang, will die with honor as a hero of humanity, while you and these cultists will be nailed to the pillar of shame, forever scorned by the world. Lu Liang stood tall, unyielding in the face of death. How tiresome. The elegant gentleman cleared his ears and impatiently urged, Lin Mo, hurry up. Lin Mo glanced at the system timer. Countdown, 0:01:32. Good grief. How can there still be over a minute left? There's no choice. It seems I must take a gamble. With that thought, Lin Mo took a deep breath, tightly gripped his dagger, and lunged fiercely towards Lu Liang. Lu Liang's expression changed dramatically with fear. Are you serious, Lin Mo? Less chatter, just die. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, his face a mask of murderous intent. As the dagger was poised to pierce Lu Liang's chest, at the critical moment, Lin Mo abruptly redirected the blade, aiming for the tendrils on Lu Liang's body. With a sickening squelch, dark green blood splattered everywhere, drenching Lu Liang's face. Ouch! The alluring woman, in evident pain, released Lu Liang. Ugh, what is this? I got it all over my mouth. It's both foul and stinky. Lu Liang spat disdainfully onto the ground. Stop spitting, we need to escape. Lin Mo tapped Lu Liang on the head, reminding him. Oh right. Lu Liang finally reacted, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. Lin Mo was left utterly speechless. He had meant for Lu Liang to take him along, but this fellow had bolted on his own. Soon, however, Lu Liang's head re-emerged from the ground, sheepishly saying, Sorry, Lin brother, almost forgot about you. He quickly grasped Lin Mo's ankle and pulled him in as well. Thought you could escape? The elegant gentleman remained unfazed, swiftly forming hand seals and commanding, Barrier, activate. As his voice echoed, a brilliant blue light erupted from his body, manifesting into a colossal blue barrier that enveloped the entire dilapidated building. Bring them back to me. The elegant gentleman turned to the alluring woman and instructed. She nodded, transforming her hands into elongated tendrils that plunged forcefully into the ground. After several seconds, she retracted her tendrils, revealing 2 captured figures, Lin Mo and Lu Liang. What the hell? Where did this barrier come from? I nearly knocked myself silly. Lu Liang rubbed his head, looking pained. Moments ago, while fleeing underground with Lin Mo, he had encountered the sudden appearance of the blue barrier, causing him to crash headlong into it, leaving him dazed and seeing stars. The farce had come to an end. The elegant gentleman approached Lin Mo, sneering, Boy, do you have anything to say? However, Lin Mo's focus was entirely on the system timer. 0:00:05. Only 5 seconds remained. Not going to speak, are we? Then let's go together. Seeing Lin Mo's silence, the elegant gentleman assumed he had given up resistance and signaled the alluring woman. With a cold smile, she tightened the tendrils encircling both men. Crack! In an instant, the bones of Lin Mo and Lu Liang began to creak under the pressure, and if this continued, they would be suffocated to death. It's over. This time, I'm really done for. Despair washed over Lu Liang. As breathing became increasingly difficult, his complexion shifted from red to purple, then to black. His consciousness began to fade, and he even imagined his great-grandma beckoning to him. Lin Mo was equally dire. He was on the verge of losing consciousness. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for surviving 10 minutes and successfully completing the special task. The system's voice shone like a beacon in the depths of despair, rekindling a glimmer of hope within Lin Mo. Finally completed. What is the reward? Please don't let it be money, houses, or cars. Those are utterly useless in this situation. Congratulations, host, for receiving a surprise reward. SSS level world destroying. Final form, 1-minute experience card. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Though it was merely a 1-minute experience card, given the current predicament, he had no time to be choosy. Use it now. With urgency. Lin Mo focused his mind. Buzz. In an instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying wave of power surged from within him. The elegant gentleman frowned. Sensing a lethal threat, even as a level 6 power user, he quickly turned to the alluring woman, urging, "This kid is off. Hurry and eliminate them." Understood. She nodded, ready to control her tendrils for a lethal strike against Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Yet, at that moment, Lin Mo opened his eyes. His irises had turned completely red, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Simultaneously, an oppressive aura emanated from him, enveloping the elegant gentleman and his companions. Their expressions shifted instantly, for reasons unknown. Facing Lin Mo in this state, they felt an involuntary urge to kneel, their knees bending against their will. "Now you want to take us out? Isn't it a bit late for that?" Lin Mo smirked slightly, the red light flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, the tendrils that had ensnared him and Lu Liang vanished without a trace. "Ah, my arms!" The alluring woman screamed in agony, having lost both limbs. Witnessing this, the elegant gentleman swallowed hard, regarding Lin Mo with trepidation. Who exactly are you? Didn't you already know? I am Lin Mo, an intern investigator of the Ability Management Bureau. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, then took a step forward towards them. Seeing this, the elegant gentleman raised an eyebrow, not daring to hesitate for a moment, and quickly focused his mind. Seal. A torrent of blue light erupted from his body, forming a blue barrier that enveloped and restrained Lin Mo. However, this blue barrier lasted merely 0.1 seconds before shattering to pieces. How is this possible? The elegant gentleman was thrown into disarray. "Let me handle this." A figure clad in black stepped forward, opening his mouth. A swarm of black crows erupted from his mouth, rushing towards Lin Mo with fierce intent. Yet, as these crows approached within half a meter of Lin Mo, one by one, they exploded into nothingness. The black-clad elder's eyes widened in shock. "Stop gaping, everyone. Act now, or we're all done for today." The elegant gentleman shouted urgently to the others. The crowd, not daring to hesitate, promptly unleashed their respective extraordinary abilities. In an instant, a dazzling array of colorful powers surged forth towards Lin Mo. Yet, without exception, these attacks failed to even touch Lin Mo, dissipating entirely before reaching him. "Have you all finished your performances?" Lin Mo smirked slightly, his eyes glinting with a cold light as he spoke in a chilling tone. "Then it is my turn. Annihilation." As Lin Mo's words resounded, a thunderous roar erupted. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and the ground quaked violently. The entire dilapidated building began to sway, with bricks and concrete plummeting down towards the elegant man and his companions. Not only that, but the very ground beneath their feet began to fracture, revealing bottomless crevices from which molten lava could be glimpsed. What level of ability is this? How can it be so terrifying? The elegant man and his cohort struggled to maintain their footing, their faces etched with terror. This is impossible. The intel indicated that Lin Mo is merely a level 4 ability user, even if his power is classified as SSS grade. How could he possibly manifest such overwhelming force with such a feeble ability value? It's utterly illogical. The alluring woman furrowed her brows in confusion. Forget about logic. We must find a way to escape. The elegant man conjured a blue barrier above his head to shield against the falling debris, desperately attempting to flee the crumbling structure. Suddenly, a wave of terrifying energy captured their attention. They quickly looked up, only to be met with a shocking sight. Hovering above them was a crimson sphere of light, approximately 5 meters in diameter, engulfed in blazing scarlet flames, resembling a miniature sun. At this sight, the group felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies trembling involuntarily. "Run!" The elegant man's features twisted in fear as he shouted with all his might. The others, paralyzed by terror, wasted no time and turned to flee. "Only now do you wish to escape?" Lin Mo chuckled coldly, his voice low and menacing. "It's too late." With a mere flick of his wrist, the massive red fireball plummeted from the sky, hurtling towards the elegant man and his companions. No, accompanied by a cry filled with despair. The fireball exploded upon impact, its destructive force obliterating everything in its path. The elegant man and his companions were reduced to ashes before they could even struggle. The already unstable, dilapidated building reached its breaking point and collapsed with a thunderous roar. Witnessing this, Lin Mo hurriedly approached and scooped up the unconscious Lu Liang. Swiftly retreating from the scene. Once outside in an open area, Lin Mo gently set Lu Liang down, only to be overcome by a sudden wave of weakness. He sank to the ground, clearly drained. The time for the SSS Great Ability Experience card had elapsed. Furthermore, utilizing this card had nearly exhausted all of Lin Mo's ability value and physical strength, leaving him utterly feeble. Fortunately, the enemies had been vanquished. Lin Mo raised his gaze towards the site of the dilapidated building, now nothing more than a desolate ruin, devoid of life. He couldn't help but reflect. Is this the true power of the SSS Great Ability of Annihilation? It is indeed formidable. Moreover, Lin Mo recognized that due to the nature of the experience card and his relatively low level, the power he had just unleashed was likely not even 1% of its full potential. The complete might of Annihilation would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. This only solidified Lin Mo's resolve to evolve his abilities to the SSS grade level of Annihilation. By then, not only would he establish a presence in Jiangzhou, but he would also command respect across all of Huaxia, ensuring that the so-called god-worship cult would no longer dare to cause him trouble. Chapter 22. Breaking through to level 5 ability user, gaining new skills. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 6 ability user, earning 5,000 ability points. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 5 ability user, earning 4,000 ability points. Congratulations, host. You have slain another level 5 ability user. In an instant, Lin Mo's ability points surged dramatically. This time, he had dispatched 1 level 6 and 6 level 5 ability users, resulting in a total increase of 29,000 points. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully broken through to become a level 5 ability user, ability points. You now have the opportunity to evolve your abilities. Would you like to proceed with the evolution? Lin Mo did not hesitate and promptly chose to evolve. Congratulations, host. Your A-grade ability, Erasure, has now evolved into an S-grade ability, Obliteration. Can evolve into SSS grade ability Annihilation. Current progress is 70. Congratulations, host. Your skills Erasure Beam and Erasure Sphere have been upgraded to Obliteration Beam and Obliteration Sphere. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill, Sword of Obliteration. A look of delight spread across Lin Mo's face. It seemed that this time, he had truly reaped substantial rewards. Not only had his ability successfully evolved into an S-grade, but his skills had also been upgraded, and he had gained a new skill. With this, his combat prowess would significantly increase, perhaps with his current strength. If he were to confront the elegant man and his companions again, he would be capable of putting up a fight even without the experience card, avoiding the previous debacle. With that thought, Lin Mo prepared to demonstrate the Sword of Obliteration to gauge the power of his new skill. Suddenly, I'm still alive. Lu Liang, who had been lying nearby, abruptly regained consciousness. Seeing this, Lin Mo retracted his powers and approached Lu Liang, inquiring with concern, how do you feel? Are you alright? Lin brother? Have we arrived in the underworld? Lu Liang blinked in confusion before suddenly grabbing Lin Mo's leg, expressing his relief. Thank goodness. I never expected to still be alive alongside you. This truly gives me a sense of security. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation and, unable to resist, kicked Lu Liang away. Ouch! A cry of distress echoed as Lu Liang tumbled back. After about half a minute, he returned, rubbing his sore waist and limping towards Lin Mo. Now that you're awake, what do you think? Lin Mo chuckled. I can't believe it. We're still alive. What on earth just happened? Lu Liang gazed at Lin Mo in disbelief. It's simple. I killed them all. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. You killed them all. Lu Liang's eyes widened in shock, utterly astonished. He then dropped to one knee with a thud, once again clutching Lin Mo's leg, sincerely pleading, Lin brother, or rather, my adoptive father, I'm determined to cling to this leg. In the future, when you undertake missions, you must take me with you, or else. Even if you kick me to death, I won't let go. Alright, I'll take you. Is that good enough? Lin Mo, utterly defeated by this character, could only respond with a weary tone. Oh, what joy! With the advent of Tongtian Dai, Mother need no longer worry about my ability to complete my tasks. Lu Liang was overwhelmed with excitement, bouncing about like a child of 3. At the Jiangzhou branch of the Supernatural Management Bureau, in the conference room, the director Zhao Tianlin, along with the senior officials and the leaders of various investigation teams, had gathered. The purpose of their assembly was to discuss the incident involving Lin Mo and Lu Liang's abduction. It is utterly absurd. How could individuals be abducted from your extraordinary prison? Despite the multitude of guards stationed there, are the personnel in your prison utterly incompetent? Zhao Tianlin glared furiously at the warden sitting beside him. Director Zhao, please temper your anger. The cult's attack was sudden, and the assailants were numerous. each possessing formidable abilities, which caught us completely off guard. The warden replied sheepishly. Director, blaming the warden is futile at this juncture. What is urgent is to dispatch a team to search for them. Both Lin Mo and Lu Liang possess considerable talent. Especially Lin Mo. With proper guidance, he could potentially become a cornerstone for our bureau and even for all of Huaxia. If they fall victim to this cult, it would indeed be a great loss. Zhang Wei exclaimed with evident anxiety. What are your thoughts? Zhao Tianlin turned to the other high-ranking officials and team leaders, seeking their opinions. Director, in my view, it is no longer necessary to search for them. Lin Mo and Lu Liang are likely in grave peril. Indeed, as far as I know, the strongest among the cultists is a level 6 supernatural being. It is unlikely that even our seasoned investigators could contend with him, let alone Lin Mo and Lu Liang, whose chances of survival are exceedingly slim. Precisely, the followers of that cult are all deranged, ruthless killers. Given Lin Mo and Lu Liang's relative weakness, if they have fallen into their clutches, their demise is all but certain. I surmise that Lin Mo and Lu Liang's bodies are already cold. The immediate priority should be to contact their families, prepare compensation, and assuage their concerns to prevent the situation from escalating. Otherwise, it may tarnish the reputation of our Supernatural Management Bureau. The senior officials voiced their opinions in unison. Clearly, they believe that Lin Mo and Lu Liang were doomed. While your arguments are indeed cogent, as the saying goes, one must see the living or the dead. If we abandon the search now, it may dishearten our people. Zhao Tianlin frowned, and then turned directly to Zhang Wei, issuing a command. Zhang Wei, as they are from your 7th team, I order you to lead a team immediately to investigate and pursue the cultists. You must bring Lin Mo and Lu Liang back. Understood. Zhang Wei clasped his fists and was about to rise to leave. Bang! Just then, the door to the conference room was suddenly flung open. A figure rushed in, panting heavily. It was Han Dong, the official investigator who had previously gone to apprehend Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Director, Team Leader Zhang, I bring good news. Han Dong gasped, his face alight with joy. What good news? Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei asked in near unison. Lin Mo and Lu Liang have returned on their own. Han Dong declared with a smile. What? Upon hearing this, not only were Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei left speechless, but the others present were equally astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. For them, it seemed certain that Lu Liang and Lin Mo had fallen into the hands of the cult, and the likelihood of their survival was virtually non-existent. Yet to their utter astonishment, the two had returned of their own accord. This was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 23, Receiving Rewards, Shopping at the Mall. Quickly, summon the two of them. Once Zhao Tianlin regained his composure, he turned to Han Dong and instructed. Yes. Han Dong nodded and swiftly departed. In a short while, he returned with Lu Liang and Lin Mo to the conference room. Upon seeing the two, full of life and unscathed, the assembly was once again struck with profound astonishment. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, you have truly terrified me. Thank goodness you are unharmed. Zhang Wei hurried forward, concern etched on his face. We apologize for worrying the team leader. Lin Mo smiled. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, how did you manage to escape from the clutches of the cultists? Zhao Tianlin approached them, inquiring earnestly. At this, everyone else in the room perked up their ears. Equally curious. Well, it was Lin who eliminated all those cultists. Before Lin Mo could respond, Lu Liang stood tall, a proud expression on his face, eager to answer. His demeanor seemed to proclaim. Look, isn't my adoptive father remarkable? What? You completely wiped them out? The assembly was once again taken aback. Lin Mo, according to our intelligence, those cultists are formidable, including a level 6 supernatural being. How did you manage that? Zhao Tianlin asked Lin Mo, his disbelief palpable. At a critical moment, I ascended to a level 5 supernatural being, and seizing the opportunity, I struck down the strongest among them. The remaining cultists were no match for me and perished at my hands. Lin Mo recounted after a moment's reflection. What? You broke through again? Zhang Wei exclaimed, looking at Lin Mo as if he were a monster. I remember when you first joined the Supernatural Management Bureau, you were only a level 3. It has barely been a few days, and you have ascended to level 5? At this revelation, the others in the room gasped in astonishment once more. Good heavens! Lin Mo had only been part of the Supernatural Management Bureau for less than 3 days, and he had leaped from level 3 to level 5. Such a pace of advancement was astonishingly rapid and almost otherworldly. In comparison, it was hardly surprising that Lin Mo, with his level 5 abilities, could defeat a level 6 supernatural being. After all, for such prodigies who trained as effortlessly as quenching thirst, surpassing levels was merely one of their most trivial talents. Ha! Who would have thought that in this humble Jiangzhou city, I would encounter such a gifted individual as you? Zhao Tianlin exclaimed joyously, as if he had discovered a treasure. Lin Mo, your talent for cultivation is truly on par with the most exceptional prodigies at the headquarters in the capital. Zhao Tianlin was elated, as the emergence of a talent of this caliber in the Jiangzhou branch would undoubtedly enhance his own standing as director. Director, I told you Lin Mo was extraordinary. Zhang Wei said with a smile, his chest swelling with pride. After all, Lin Mo was a member of his 7th team. At this moment, the other team leaders gazed at Zhang Wei with envy. It was evident to all that Lin Mo was destined to soar to great heights and gain renown throughout Huaxia. Those who were close to him would inevitably reap the rewards. A reward. This merits a reward, Zhao Tianlin declared, waving his hand with great delight. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, for discovering the damage to the city wall's foundation and thwarting the cult's conspiracy, as well as for eliminating several cult followers. I hereby award you both 2 million in cash and 500 merit points each. The onlookers cast envious glances toward Lin Mo and Lu Liang. The 2 million in cash was one thing. Those present, including the senior executives and team leaders, were not exactly impoverished. However, the 500 merit points were exceedingly precious. After all, a perilous bounty mission typically offered only a mere 100 merit points. Now, with Zhao Tianlin's decisive action, securing 500 merit points equated to the rewards of 5 bounty missions, all without any associated risk. How could they not feel envious? Lin Mo and Lu Liang were equally astonished. For them, both the 2 million in cash and the 500 merit points represented a substantial fortune. They had indeed struck it rich. The two promptly clasped their fists in gratitude towards Zhao Tianlin, expressing their heartfelt thanks. Thank you, Director. Naturally, Lin Mo and Lu Liang split the 2 million cash evenly. However, Lu Liang had initially intended to give all the money to Lin Mo, and even half of the 500 merit points, but Lin Mo firmly declined. After all, Lin Mo had already claimed all the rewards from previous bounty missions. If he were to accept this time as well, it would be somewhat unreasonable. Although he was indeed in dire need of both money and merit points, he could not exploit Lu Liang, who had bravely fought alongside him. Moreover, Lu Liang had played a pivotal role in their successful counterattack against the followers of the god-worshipping sect. Without Lu Liang's guidance to navigate underground and endure until the final moment, they would not have achieved their subsequent success. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Mo indulged in a soothing hot shower and reclined on his plush mattress, his thoughts becoming lively. With this latest reward, combined with the previous 2 missions rewards, his merit points had now reached 610. It was time to venture into the merit marketplace for some acquisitions. After all, following the 2 recent attacks, Lin Mo had become acutely aware of his inadequate means of self-defense, particularly this time, had he not fortuitously activated a special task from the system. Acquiring an SSS level ability experience card, he might have faced dire consequences. Thus, it was high time to procure some defensive equipment. In the event of future dangers, he would not be left helpless, merely waiting for fate to unfold. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo eagerly retrieved his dedicated phone and entered the merit marketplace. However, after browsing, he was starkly reminded of his financial limitations. The items within the merit marketplace were alarmingly expensive. Gear such as armor and weapons had classifications akin to abilities, ranging from F to SSS. The higher the classification, the steeper the price. Particularly for equipment rated A and above, the costs were exorbitant. Initially, Lin Mo's eye was caught by an S-class armor, reputed to withstand the full force of an attack from an 8th level beast. This level of defense was commendable. Donning it within Jiangzhou City would allow him to traverse with confidence. Yet, upon glancing at the price, he gasped in shock. It demanded nearly 100,000 merit points, equivalent to a staggering 1 billion in monetary terms. Given that Lin Mo's total assets barely amounted to the cost of the belt on the armor, the disparity was overwhelming. Left with no choice, he turned his attention to other equipment. Yet, after a thorough search, he found that anything suitable for him was priced no less than 1,000 merit points. Even items of a slightly lesser quality were still in the thousands. He could consider pooling resources with Lu Liang to afford something. But the significance of such an acquisition would be minimal. This predicament was rather awkward. The expensive items were beyond his reach, while the affordable ones were of little use to him. Just as Lin Mo was about to exit the merit marketplace, a particular item in the corner caught his eye. Chapter 24, The Ace in the Hole, 9 Nether Rosemary. Item, 9 Nether Rosemary. Type, hallucinogenic toxic mist. Price, 588 merit points. Description, this incense is crafted from the venom of the 10th level beast, the 9 Nether Snake King, and the toxic plant, Nightmare Bluegrass. It is colorless and odorless. Even a small inhalation can induce hallucinations, while excessive exposure may prove fatal. Special reminder, this item can only be used once within a short time frame, and requires a significant cooldown after use. Note, even 10th level ability users are not immune to this toxin. Please do not attempt to inhale it lightly. Order now, and a vial of antidote will be included. After reading the description, Lin Mo felt a surge of interest. Although the 9 Nether Rosemary lacked the potency of the S-class equipment and could only be employed once within a limited duration, if wielded wisely, it could yield remarkable results. Even a 10th level ability user could be easily subdued. This made it an exceedingly suitable ace in the hole. Thus, without hesitation, Lin Mo confirmed his purchase. Your order has been placed. A representative will deliver your item to you tomorrow. Your remaining merit point balance, 22. Observing his dwindling merit points, Lin Mo could not help but feel a pang of regret. It seemed he would need to undertake more missions, as his merit points were woefully insufficient for his needs. At the Wang group, in the chairman's office, Wang Dalong's expression darkened upon viewing the corpse of the middle-aged man before him. His subordinates bowed their heads, not daring to utter a word, creating a stifling atmosphere within the office. Where was the body discovered? Wang Dalong turned to a young man clad in a black suit, inquiring. Deep within the flower bed of the park adjacent to the Ability Management Bureau. It was buried particularly deep. Had it not been for the locator on him, it would have been quite difficult to find. The young man promptly replied. Humph. Wang Dalong snorted coldly, fixing a glare at the young man. Did you not claim that Lin Mo was merely a third-level ability user? How could a fourth-level user fail to eliminate him and instead be counter-killed? This intelligence must be incorrect. Lin Mo is undoubtedly a third-level ability user. Could it be that others from the Ability Management Bureau intervened? The young man's expression shifted slightly as he hastily responded. Indeed, that is a possibility, given that it occurred within the territory of the Ability Management Bureau. Wang Dalong nodded thoughtfully. Sensing the shift, the young man breathed a sigh of relief and said, Boss, if Lin Mo is indeed affiliated with the Ability Management Bureau, it would be challenging to deal with him while he remains within their confines, as their personnel are not to be underestimated. And what do you propose? Should we simply swallow this insult? My son has been crippled, and now we have lost a capable subordinate. If we let this go, my face will be utterly tarnished. Wang Dalong shot the young man a disapproving glance. No, boss, that's not what I meant. The young man quickly waved his hands in denial, explaining. What I meant to say is that we might set a trap, luring Lin Mo away from the Ability Management Bureau, and then seize the opportunity to take him down. That would be a piece of cake. Oh, you have a plan? Wang Dalong narrowed his eyes. With a triumphant smile, the young man declared. Isn't Lin Mo just an intern investigator? I happen to have a plan. The following morning, staff from the Superpower Management Bureau delivered the 9 nether rosemary to Lin Mo. Upon unboxing, he discovered a glass vial filled with a purple liquid, reminiscent of an ordinary perfume bottle. Alongside it was a small white pill bottle, presumably containing an antidote. Lin Mo glanced at the instruction manual. The usage of the 9 nether rosemary was straightforward, akin to applying perfume. Simply open the cap and spray. Brother Lin, what did you buy? Inquired Lu Liang, peering curiously from the adjacent room. A secret weapon. Lin Mo replied with a mysterious smile, tucking away the 9 nether rosemary and the antidote. Since this item was intended to serve as a trump card, the fewer people who knew about it before its application, the better, to ensure its efficacy. Lu Liang, understanding the unspoken sentiment, refrained from pressing further. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, are you both awake? At that moment, a figure approached them. It was none other than their team leader, Zhang Wei. The two promptly greeted him. Good morning, team leader. There's no need for such formality between us. Zhang Wei waved his hand dismissively, surveying Lin Mo and Lu Liang with a smile. Youth is indeed a blessing. After a perilous night, you both awaken brimming with vitality. Perfect timing. I have a delightful task to assign to you. A delightful task? Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, Zhang Wei nodded, continuing, in principle. With the significant contributions you two have made, transitioning to formal investigators should be a mere formality. However, the regulation requiring completion of 10 missions for promotion is set by headquarters, and even Director Zhao cannot circumvent it. Nevertheless, while we cannot facilitate your promotion overtly, we can maneuver behind the scenes. For instance, the elimination of those cultists last night and the discovery of damage to the City Walls Foundation can count as 2 completed missions for you. Moving forward, any relatively straightforward tasks will be prioritized for you too, significantly accelerating your path to formal status. Understanding dawned upon them, and they expressed their gratitude to Zhang Wei with a fist salute. Thank you, team leader. There's no need for such formality. You both have rendered substantial service to our division, bringing honor to our team. It is only fitting to afford you some special consideration. Zhang Wei waved his hand again before continuing. Now, to the matter at hand. This task is quite simple. A clothing factory in the southern district has reported the presence of a giant spider, which preliminary assessments suggest is a second-tier beast. Given your capabilities, dealing with it should pose no challenge, correct? A second-tier beast? This is a cinch. I successfully advanced to a third-tier ability user last night. I can handle it all on my own without needing Brother Lin's assistance. Lu Liang boasted confidently, thumping his chest. Lin Mo sensed the surge of energy within Lu Liang. Indeed, he had grown significantly stronger. It seemed this fellow's innate talent was quite impressive. Very well, I entrust this task to you both. If you depart now, you should return in time for lunch. Early to go, early to return. Zhang Wei clapped Lin Mo and Lu Liang on the shoulders before turning to leave the dormitory. Without further delay, Lin Mo and Lu Liang changed into appropriate attire and set off towards the task location. Chapter 25. As expected, the name fits. In the southern district, at the Ikuan clothing factory, Lin Mo and Lu Liang arrived at the factory entrance. A middle-aged man quickly approached them, beaming with enthusiasm. You two must be the investigators from the Superpower Management Bureau. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. I am Jia Haoran, the factory manager. Manager Jia, your name is quite amusing. Pretend good guy? Does that imply a true villain? Lu Liang jested with a grin. Ah, you young man certainly has a sense of humor. Manager Jia wiped the sweat from his brow, slightly embarrassed. All right, Manager Jia, where's the beast? Please lead us there quickly to prevent any harm to the workers. Lin Mo interjected. Please, follow me. Manager Jia promptly led the way. They soon arrived before a storage room. Manager Jia pointed to the closed door and turned to Lin Mo and Lu Liang. The giant spider is inside. You must be extremely cautious. Fear not, we are professionals. Open the door and watch me dispatch it in one swift stroke. Lu Liang declared, brandishing a sharp dagger, eager for action. Upon seeing this, Manager Jia quickly retrieved a key and unlocked the storage room door. Lin Mo and Lu Liang stepped inside. The room was spacious and devoid of inventory, eerily empty, with shelves coated in a thick layer of dust, suggesting it had been abandoned for quite some time. Yet, the floor was impeccably clean. Not a speck of dust in sight. As they surveyed the storage room, they soon spotted a massive spider web in the southeast corner. At that moment, a colossal black spider was perched upon it, its size nearly that of a cow. Undoubtedly, it was a second-tier beast, perhaps sensing Lin Mo and Lu Liang's approach. The 8 eyes atop the giant spider suddenly opened, radiating an eerie green glow as if to warn them. Seeing this, Lu Liang's excitement surged. Brother Lin, you stay put. Let me handle this monstrous pest. With that, he charged toward the giant spider, dagger in hand. As Lu Liang closed the distance, the giant spider unexpectedly turned away, presenting its rear to him. Hey, you vile creature, trying to seduce me with your backside as you meet your doom? Watch as I destroy you. Lu Liang, mistaking the spider's actions for provocation, was infuriated. Lin Mo could only shake his head in exasperation. Such audacious words. Wait, something was amiss. Lin Mo's expression changed drastically as he realized the impending danger and prepared to warn Lu Liang, but it was too late. The giant spider's rear suddenly unleashed a massive web, hurtling towards Lu Liang. Lu Liang barely had time to react, ensnared by the web before he could comprehend the situation. What the? He exclaimed as he found himself bound, unable to move. Attempting to slice through the web with his dagger proved futile. Each strand was exceptionally resilient, rendering all his efforts in vain. The giant spider, unperturbed by Lu Liang's struggles, leaped down from the web and swiftly advanced on him with its 8 long legs. Panicking, Lu Liang shouted, Brother Lin, help me. As the colossal spider loomed before Lu Liang, its gaping maw poised to savor its prey, Lu Liang was paralyzed with terror, his eyes tightly shut in utter despair. Suddenly, a beam of crimson light, as thick as a telephone pole, surged forth and struck the monstrous arachnid. With a thunderous explosion, the once menacing creature was obliterated, its dark green ichor and dismembered remains splattering everywhere, leaving behind only a few severed spider legs. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo was taken aback. The Annihilation beam had indeed evolved into a far more potent force, its girth and strength amplified tenfold, a testament to the might of an S-grade ability. Regrettably, the energy value awarded for vanquishing this second-tier beast was a paltry 200, barely enough to be of consequence. Nevertheless, the mission was successfully accomplished, and they were poised to collect their rewards. Approaching Lu Liang, who trembled in fear within the remnants of the web, Lin Mo jested, Hey, time to wake up. At this, Lu Liang cautiously opened his eyes, and upon confirming the spider's demise, exhaled a sigh of relief. By the roots, I thought I was truly going to be devoured today. You underestimate the situation. Even as a third-tier ability user, you must never let your guard down in the face of danger, or you may find yourself in dire straits. Lin Mo admonished while assisting Lu Liang in extricating himself from the webbing. Just a minor mishap. Next time, give me another chance, and I shall prove my strength. Lu Liang scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. Lin Mo shook his head in resignation, waving his hand dismissively. Let us head back and report the mission. However, just as they prepared to leave the storeroom, a resounding bang echoed through the air as the door slammed shut, plunging the entire room into darkness. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Lu Liang rushed to the door, knocking and calling out, Director Jia, open up. The beast has been dealt with. Apologies, gentlemen. But someone wants you dead, and I'm merely doing my job. Please don't hold it against me. Came the voice of Jia Haoran from outside, followed by the unmistakable sound of a lock clicking shut. Damn, truly fitting of his name. Lu Liang seethed, stomping his foot in frustration. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Smirking, does he think a flimsy door can stop me? Let us not forget what my ability is. With that, Lu Liang attempted to activate his powers to phase through the door. Whoosh. But just then, the lights in the storeroom flickered back to life. Clap, clap, clap. Accompanied by the sound of applause, a door at the back of the storeroom slowly opened, revealing a procession of figures. Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged wary glances, their guard instantly up. Lin Mo, what a pleasure to finally meet you. A young man in a black suit stepped forward with an unhurried demeanor. Who are you? Lin Mo inquired, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. Well, considering you two are about to meet your demise, revealing my identity wouldn't hurt. I am Su Kuan, assistant to the chairman of the Wong Group. The Wong Group? Lin Mo paused, quickly piecing together the situation. You've come for Wong Ba, Haven to you? Quite astute. Su Kuan nodded, his tone icy. You injured young Master Wong, and my master will not let this transgression go unpunished. You were fortunate to escape last time, shielded by the Ability Management Bureau, but now, with a 4th-tier ability user dispatched against you, your luck has run dry. So that was your man last time. Lin Mo's expression turned grim, realization dawning upon him. The Wong family clearly sought his demise, deploying a 4th-tier ability user right out of the gate. Lin Mo, luck will not always be on your side. Last time, you were spared due to the Bureau's intervention. This time, I have set a trap to lure you far from their reach, to this clothing factory. No one will come to your aid. Su Kuan declared triumphantly. Upon hearing this, both Lin Mo and Lu Liang were taken aback. The mission had been a ruse from the very beginning. Questions loomed. Was team leader Zhang Wei complicit in this scheme? Or had he been unaware? Only upon their return could they uncover the truth. Well, I've said all that needs saying. Prepare to descend into the abyss. Su Kuan's eyes glinted with malice as he gestured to the group behind him, commanding, attack. Yes. The group nodded and charged at Lin Mo and Lu Liang without hesitation. Lin Mo sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from the assailants and was taken aback. The weakest among them was a 3rd-tier ability user, with 3 4th-tier and 1 5th-tier among their ranks. Such formidable opposition rivaled the cultists from the previous night, and their numbers were even greater. He hadn't anticipated that the Wong Group, aside from the formidable 9th-tier user Wang Dalong, would harbor such a host of powerful individuals. What now, Lin brother? Lu Liang turned to Lin Mo, anxiety etched on his face. Didn't you always want to prove yourself? Here's your chance. Pick one, and I'll handle the rest. Lin Mo replied with a smile. Huh. Lu Liang was momentarily stunned before managing a bitter laugh. Lin brother, in times like this, let us not jest. With so many opponents, I suggest we preserve our lives and make a hasty retreat. As he spoke, he activated his ability and attempted to burrow underground. However, a wail soon echoed from below. Lu Liang emerged, rubbing his head with tears in his eyes. Curse that accursed barrier. I loathe barriers. Su Kuan erupted in laughter, producing a stone radiating a purple glow from his pocket, his expression one of smug satisfaction. Did you think I hadn't done my homework before coming here? You thought you could escape? This storeroom is sealed with my barrier stone. You are both trapped like fish in a barrel. Surrender now. Since escape is impossible, Lin Mo said with a sly grin, advancing towards the group. Then let us proceed to eliminate them all. Su Kuan's face twisted with disdain, mocking, a mere 3rd-tier ability user speaking so boldly. You'll soon learn your place. Yet, as his words fell, Lin Mo collided head-on with a 3rd-tier ability user, unleashing a powerful strike. The 3rd-level ability user had yet to react when he was suddenly hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth as he perished. Su Kuan's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. What terrifying power. This is certainly beyond what a 3rd-level ability user could possess. Could it be that this young man has transcended to a 4th-level ability user? Even so, he must have just recently broken through. His foundation remains unstable, and he likely lacks formidable combat strength. However, in the next moment, Lin Mo's eyes glowed crimson as 2 annihilation beams erupted forth. These beams instantly obliterated 2 4th-level ability users, who had not even had the chance to unleash their powers before meeting their demise. Witnessing this, Su Kuan could no longer maintain his composure. For the moment Lin Mo unleashed the annihilation beams, he sensed the fluctuations of Lin Mo's ability. The intensity had evidently reached the level of a 5th-level ability user. Su Kuan hastily turned to the sole 5th-level user, commanding, act swiftly. This brat is on par with you. Capture him immediately. Upon hearing this, the 5th-level ability user dared not hesitate, swiftly darting to Lin Mo's front and delivering a powerful punch. Unfazed, Lin Mo mirrored the action, and their fists collided, causing both to stagger back a few steps. Unexpectedly, you, so young, have also managed to ascend to a 5th-level ability user. Your physical strength is comparable to mine, but that is where it ends. For an ability user, no matter how strong the physical prowess, it is the strength of the ability that truly matters. Prepare to meet your end. The 5th-level user sneered coldly, then extended his arms, bellowing, sea-level ability, blazing flame. As his words fell, flames erupted from his hands, coalescing into a fire dragon several meters long, exuding a terrifying aura as it surged toward Lin Mo. Observing this from a distance, Lu Liang's expression changed drastically. He sensed a lethal threat emanating from the fire dragon and urgently warned, Brother Lin, be careful. Yet, Lin Mo remained as calm as ever, gazing at the opposing 5th-level user with an amused expression, saying, I wholeheartedly concur with your viewpoint. With that, he extended his right hand, rapidly forming a basketball-sized annihilation sphere. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo hurled the annihilation sphere at the fire dragon. Upon contact, the annihilation sphere unleashed a horrendous force of devouring energy. In an instant, The flames enveloping the fire dragon began to be relentlessly consumed by the sphere, ultimately being entirely devoured. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the diameter of the Annihilation sphere surged to approximately 1 meter, its surface igniting with crimson flames, carrying an overwhelming might as it hurtled toward the 5th-level user. Witnessing this, the 5th-level user was utterly thrown into disarray, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? As 5th-level ability users, why can your ability entirely consume mine? Mine is a C-level ability." Lin Mo, with a slight smirk, coldly replied, "My ability is S-level." What? The 5th-level user was instantly struck with horror. As the terrifying Annihilation sphere drew nearer, his instinct urged him to flee, but it was already too late. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the Annihilation sphere detonated. The 5th-level user had no time to struggle before being reduced to ashes. The shockwave from the blast swept outward, taking several 3rd-level users along with it. Observing this scene, Sukuin could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes wide with disbelief. What manner of monster is this Lin Mo? He has only just awakened a few days ago, yet has become this formidable. Furthermore, did not the young master say that Lin Mo's ability was merely the most inferior F-level? When did it become S-level? Has he taken some sort of drug? But what kind of drug could elevate an F-level ability to S-level in mere days? Even a $1 million enhancement serum could not achieve that. With the sole 5th-level ability user now slain, the remaining few were devoid of spirit, merely wishing to flee. Yet, how could Lin Mo allow them to escape? He pursued them relentlessly, sweeping through their ranks like autumn winds scattering leaves, mercilessly claiming their lives. In no time, apart from Lin Mo, not a single person remained standing. They all lay lifeless upon the ground. Witnessing this, the already stunned Lu Liang swallowed hard, finally managing to utter 2 words. "Impressive. Mission accomplished." Lin Mo clapped his hands, turned to Su Kuin, and with a playful expression remarked, "Now, only you remain." Su Kuin involuntarily trembled, hastily glaring at Lin Mo, his voice trembling as he stammered. "What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am a trusted aide of the chairman of the Wong Group. Should anything happen to me today, you shall pay dearly." Threatening me? Lin Mo coldly laughed, instantly appearing before Su Kuin. Su Kuin attempted to issue another threat, but Lin Mo, without uttering a word, delivered a punch to his abdomen. Su Kuin, not being an ability user but merely an ordinary person, found this blow nearly life-threatening. Arg! With a heart-wrenching scream, Su Kuin clutched his abdomen, collapsing to the ground, his face contorted in agony. In that moment, it felt as though his midsection had been struck by a speeding motorcycle. The pain almost unbearable. "Do you still dare to threaten me?" Lin Mo placed his foot upon Su Kuin's shoulder, sneering as he inquired. Su Kuin attempted to speak, but upon meeting Lin Mo's icy gaze, he involuntarily trembled, realizing that Lin Mo was genuinely capable of killing him. Su Kuin no longer dared to be defiant, rapidly shaking his head and pleading, "I will not dare. I beg you, show mercy and spare my life. If you wish for me to let you go, it is not impossible. Simply answer my questions honestly, and I may consider it." Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he coldly declared, "No problem, ask away, and I shall tell you everything." Su Kuin nodded fervently. "How did you convince the Ability Management Bureau to cooperate with your plan?" Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, coldly questioning. "The Ability Management Bureau cooperating with me? I lack that capability. The Bureau holds an exceptionally exalted position in Jiangzhou City, and apart from the city lord, they do not yield to anyone," Su Kuin said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. "Then what about the mission we are executing? How did it conveniently fall into your trap?" Lin Mo pressed on with his inquiries. "In the city of Jiangzhou, whenever a strange beast appears, the Supernatural Administration must issue a task, dispatching investigators to capture it. Typically, for a second-tier beast like this, they send in trainee investigators. Thus, we decided to release information about the beast and set up an ambush, waiting for the Supernatural Administration to send their trainees. If the one executing the task was you, we would spring into action. If not, we would let it go and wait for the next opportunity. To our surprise, fortune smiled upon us, and we encountered you on our very first attempt," Su Kuin explained. "I see." Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. "It seems I can dispel my suspicions regarding Zhang Wei. The reason Zhang Wei sent me and Lu Liang to undertake this task was purely out of goodwill, not a premeditated collusion with the Wong Group." This revelation eased Lin Mo's mind. If his team leader were a traitor, it would be an ever-present threat in the future. "Brother Mo, I've told you everything you wanted to know. Can you let me go now?" Su Kuin looked at Lin Mo, his expression brimming with anticipation. "Let you go, I can. But regarding today's events, you should know how to explain when you return, correct?" Lin Mo regarded Su Kuin with a chilling gaze. "Rest assured, I will say I never encountered you, and everything that transpired in the storeroom, including your powers and ability level, will remain a secret. I promise to keep my mouth sealed," Su Kuin hastily assured, thumping his chest. "Is it a deal?" Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. "Indeed, it's a deal." Su Kuin nodded earnestly. "Very well, you may leave." Lin Mo waved his hand, lowering his foot from Su Kuin's shoulder. Thank you, Brother Mo. You are truly a benefactor, Su Kuan exclaimed, deeply moved, as he hurried to rise and depart. Buzz. Just then, a beam of obliterating light erupted from Lin Mo's eyes, striking Su Kuan directly. Su Kuan's body exploded instantly, lifeless beyond recovery. Keeping secrets? Only the dead can accomplish that, Lin Mo remarked with a cold smile. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 5th-tier supernatural being, earning 4,000 ability points. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 4th-tier supernatural being, earning 3,000 ability points. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 3rd-tier supernatural being. In that moment, Lin Mo's ability points surged. After all, consecutively defeating over a dozen supernatural beings was no small feat. Even the elimination of Su Kuan garnered him an additional 100 ability points. As a result, Lin Mo's abilities skyrocketed. He was now perilously close to breaking through to a 6th-tier supernatural being, with his total nearing 100,000. This brought a satisfied smile to Lin Mo's face. It seemed this excursion was not in vain after all. Chapter 28, The Arrogant Wang Group. Lin, how did you attract the Wang Group's attention? They are the most powerful consortium in Jiangzhou. Lu Liang approached, curiosity evident in his expression. Their chairman, Wang Dalong, is a 9th-tier supernatural being, and it is said he has connections with the Lord of Jiangzhou. This is a long story. I will explain it to you in detail when we return. For now, we must ensure that Director Jia does not escape. Lin Mo gestured dismissively. Right. That old rascal dared to deceive us. We must make him pay. Lu Liang suddenly remembered Jia Haoran, who was still outside the storeroom. The two quickly made their way to the entrance. Brother Lin, I'll use my ability to unlock the door for you, Lu Liang declared, preparing to employ his wall-passing ability. Bang! Lin Mo delivered a powerful kick to the heavy door, which crashed down with a thunderous noise. This scene startled Lu Liang, and even Jia Haoran, who was standing not far outside, was left dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. No one expected such a sturdy door could be kicked down. Lu Liang was stunned for a full half-minute before exclaiming, "Impressive." Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward Jia Haoran, shouting, "Old dog, don't run." The barrier stone had just been shattered along with Su Kuan. Nothing could impede him now. Before Jia Haoran could react, Lu Liang lunged forward and knocked him to the ground. "Spare me, I know I was wrong. Please, don't kill me," Jia Haoran pleaded desperately. "Spare you? We, the Supernatural Administration, risk our lives daily to protect Jiangzhou, battling strange beasts, and you dare to conspire with villains against us? Are you even human?" Lu Liang glared furiously at Jia Haoran. "I was forced into it," Jia Haoran replied, his face full of grievance. "Nonsense. I see you were simply tempted by money. Tell me, how much did the Wang Group offer you to betray us?" Lu Liang pressed. 500,000. Jia Haoran stammered, trembling. "What? Just 500,000? You think such a paltry sum is worth betraying excellent investigators like Brother Lin and me? And you accepted it?" Lu Liang's fury intensified, feeling personally insulted. "I had no choice. If I refused, the Wang Group would kill my entire family. I was left with no alternatives." As he spoke, Jia Haoran began to weep. This revelation caused Lu Liang to simmer down, turning to Lin Mo with a questioning glance. "Brother Lin, this fellow seems to have been coerced. How should we deal with him?" Lin Mo considered for a moment, stepping forward to gaze down at Jia Haoran. Is the Wang Group always so tyrannical in their dealings? Indeed, the Wang Group, relying on their power and influence, maintains a legion of supernatural beings under their command, running rampant in Jiangzhou. They do as they please, and anyone who dares oppose them meets a grim fate. Over the years, countless individuals have been oppressed to the point of losing their dignity, and many have been exploited and humiliated, their families torn apart. I'm one of the lucky ones, at least I'm still alive. A food factory in the northern part of the city caught their eye, and when the manager refused to sell at a low price, he vanished the next day. So how could I dare to defy them? Jia Haoran lamented, his expression one of profound distress. Truly, the higher-ups are corrupt, leading to the downfall of the lower ranks. Lin Mo squinted his eyes. No wonder Wang Ba behaved so atrociously. It seemed this all traced back to his father. The Wang Group was a malignant tumor for Jiangzhou. Its threat perhaps no less than that of the strange beasts. With this thought, Lin Mo turned to Lu Liang and instructed, "Take this man back to the Supernatural Administration and detain him. He may prove useful in our dealings with the Wang Group in the future." "Brother Lin, you intend to confront the Wang Group?" Lu Liang exclaimed, stunned. "Indeed." Lin Mo nodded, his eyes glinting coldly. "They have already sought to eliminate me. If I do not retaliate, what kind of man would I be? Brother Lin, if you were to take on the Wang Group, I, Lu Liang, will certainly assist you. But the Wang Group is immensely powerful. We are like ants before them. How shall we contend with them?" Lu Liang expressed his concerns. "Patience. We shall await the opportune moment." Lin Mo's eyes narrowed, already plotting his course of action. Returning to the Supernatural Ability Administration, they first detained Jia Haoran before proceeding to report the task and claim their rewards. Team leader Zhang Wei, upon learning that the duo had apprehended an individual, hurried over to inquire about the situation. Upon discovering that the task was a trap set by the Wang Group to deal with Lin Mo, Zhang Wei's face flushed with fury. This is outrageous. How dare they lay hands on members of the Supernatural Ability Administration? The Wong Group has become increasingly arrogant over the years. Leader, is it possible for our administration to intervene and demand an explanation from the Wong Group on behalf of Lin and myself? Lu Liang inquired, gazing at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow, appearing troubled, as he replied, Lin Mo, Lu Liang. Had it been any other faction in Jiangzhou City daring to act in such a manner towards you, the Supernatural Ability Administration would not have let it slide. However, the Wong Group holds a unique status. Their chairman, Wang Dalong, is a celebrated hero in Jiangzhou City. During the siege by the Beast Army, he played a pivotal role in our defense. It can be said that without him, Jiangzhou City would have fallen. Consequently, he shares a close relationship with our city's mayor. If we, the administration, were to confront Wang Dalong for an explanation, the mayor would undoubtedly be displeased, which would not bode well for us. Are we to allow the Wong Group to act with impunity, to trample upon us? What if the Wong Group strikes again while Lin and I are on another mission? That would be exceedingly perilous. Lu Liang clenched his fists, his indignation palpable. After today's events, I believe the Wong Group will temper their behavior significantly. Your immediate priority is to complete 10 tasks and pass the assessment to become official investigators. Once you achieve that status, the Wong Group will think twice before targeting you. After all, official investigators are part of the system, protected by our headquarters in the capital. Even the most arrogant Wong Group would hesitate to provoke us. Zhang Wei proposed after a moment's contemplation. However, Lu Liang seemed poised to continue. But Lin Mo interjected, waving his hand to silence him. He then turned to Zhang Wei with a smile, saying, rather than allowing our relationship to deteriorate further, might there be a way for you to arrange a meeting with Chairman Wang Dalong? A discussion to resolve our differences would surely be more beneficial. Chapter 29. Are these two truly enemies? At this suggestion, Lu Liang was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't Lin stated his intention to wage war against the Wong Group back at the garment factory? Why the sudden shift towards reconciliation? Lu Liang's eyes widened in realization. If you are willing to set aside your grievances and seek peace, that would indeed be splendid. I shall approach our director at once. He should have no issue facilitating this meeting, Zhang Wei exclaimed, smiling as he hurried towards the director's office. Once Zhang Wei had departed, Lu Liang turned to Lin Mo and quietly asked, Lin, you aren't planning to take action against Wang Dalong during the meeting, are you? That is indeed my intention. Lin Mo replied with a cold smirk, nodding. But Wang Dalong is a level 9 supernatural being. Do you have the confidence to face him? Lu Liang inquired. Concern etched on his face. Rest assured, just follow my lead when the time comes. Lin Mo asserted, exuding confidence. Initially believing that securing a dinner engagement with Wang Dalong would be exceedingly challenging, Lin Mo was pleasantly surprised when the latter agreed promptly upon learning of the request. The meeting was set for 8 o'clock that evening at the Hai Long Grand Hotel, the only 5-star establishment in Jiangzhou, which also belonged to the Wong Group. Lin Mo? Originally, Director Zhao was supposed to accompany you this evening, but he has had to attend to an urgent matter. Therefore, I will accompany you and Lu Liang instead. However, do not be anxious. Boss Wang is quite accommodating towards our administration. We can clarify the previous misunderstandings tonight, and from here on, we can coexist peacefully, Zhang Wei advised. Of course, once we enter, be mindful of your demeanor. Exercise restraint and prioritize the greater good. As they arrived at the hotel parking lot, Zhang Wei parked the car and reiterated his instructions to Lin Mo. Understood. Lin Mo replied with a smile, retrieving 3 white pills from his pocket and offering them to Zhang Wei and Lu Liang. Take these. They will help mitigate the effects of alcohol. We must remain clear-headed for our discussions. How considerate of you. Zhang Wei and Lu Liang accepted the pills without hesitation, each swallowing one, while Lin Mo took one as well. They then proceeded to the designated VIP room, pushing the door open to enter. Team leader Zhang. It has been quite some time. A man with a plain appearance and dark skin, sporting a short buzz cut, stood up immediately upon seeing them. Boss Wang, the last time we met was 2 years ago. I have truly missed you. Zhang Wei rushed forward to exchange pleasantries. He then turned to introduce Lin Mo. Lin Mo. This is Wang Dalong, the chairman of the Wong Group. Greetings, Boss Wang. Lin Mo said, smiling and nodding at Wang Dalong. Oh, so you are Lin Mo. I've heard that you recently joined the Supernatural Ability Administration and have already achieved remarkable feats, uncovering the damaged foundation of the city wall, thwarting the schemes of the cult of the God of the Gods, and capturing all their adherents. Such heroism at a young age. You far surpass my unaccomplished son. Wang Dalong praised Lin Mo effusively, his amiable demeanor suggesting no hint of animosity. Lin Mo's heart was filled with scorn. This old fox was certainly more cunning than his son. Seeing the apparent camaraderie between Wang Dalong and Lin Mo, Zhang Wei felt reassured. I am glad to witness such harmony. Our director specifically instructed me to ensure that any discord between you is resolved today. It appears that all is well now, yes? It was merely my son's folly that led to some unnecessary friction with young Lin Mo. But such matters are trivial. I, Wang Dalong, am not one to hold grudges. After tonight, the issues between Lin Mo and myself will be laid to rest. Perhaps we may even forge a lasting friendship. Wang Dalong declared with magnanimity, waving his hand dismissively. Lin Mo, see how gracious Boss Wang is? What say you? Zhang Wei quickly turned to Lin Mo, winking. Since Boss Wang has chosen to move past the matter, it would be petty of me to dwell on it. Let bygones be bygones. I am willing to shake hands with Boss Wang in reconciliation. Lin Mo replied with a smile. Ha ha, I appreciate your forthrightness, young Lin Mo. Let us drink until we can drink no more tonight. Wang Dalong exclaimed, pulling Lin Mo by the hand towards the banquet table. Lu Liang, observing from behind, was utterly bewildered. Were these two still enemies? Were they not supposed to be at odds? How could they appear so amicable? Could it be that they were both merely acting? If so, their performances were so masterful that they could easily win an Oscar. As the evening progressed, with wine flowing and dishes being served, Wang Dalong raised his glass and approached Lin Mo. Hey, young Lin Mo, may I pose a question to you? Boss Wang, you are too kind. Please, feel free to ask. Lin Mo nodded. There was a man who once saved an entire city, hailed as the great hero of that place. He was immensely wealthy and powerful, revered by countless individuals. However, one fateful day, his son was tragically rendered disabled by an attack. What do you think? Should he seek vengeance? Wang Dalong inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon Lin Mo. In response, Lin Mo smiled slightly, took a bite of his dish, and calmly remarked. That depends on whether his son brought this upon himself. If his son foolishly provoked danger and was met with violence, then he deserves his fate. He is a hero, the savior of this city. No one has the right to chastise his son, especially not a mere ant dwelling at the bottom of society. That would be a profound insult to a hero. Wang Dalong's eyes glinted with a cold light as he spoke icily. Zhang Wei, standing nearby, sensed the tension and quickly approached with a forced smile, saying, Come on, Boss Wang, let us drink to our heart's content. Why dwell on unpleasant matters? Wait a moment. Team leader Zhang, Wang Dalong interrupted, turning his gaze back to Lin Mo, you are an astute individual. Since we've reached this point, I shall not beat around the bush. My subordinates attempted to kill you and failed. Their incompetence is their own demise, and I shall not lament it. However, you have harmed my son, and that is utterly unacceptable. Had this been a different time, you would be a corpse by now. But since Director Zhao of the Supernatural Management Bureau has intervened, insisting I spare you, I shall grant him that courtesy. Kneel before me, bow 3 times, and allow me to break your limbs, rendering you powerless. Then we can consider this matter settled. What say you? Chapter 30. Tonight marks your demise. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Wei and Lu Liang's expressions shifted dramatically. Wang Dalong had just spoken so magnanimously, yet now he sought revenge on Lin Mo. However, to break his limbs and strip him of his powers seemed excessively cruel. Boss Wang, did we not agree to reconcile? Zhang Wei asked, forcing a smile as he looked at Wang Dalong. Indeed, I agreed to reconciliation, but it must meet my conditions. That is my bottom line. Wang Dalong replied coldly. Zhang Wei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Huh. At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly laughed coldly. What are you laughing at? Wang Dalong narrowed his eyes. Since you, Boss Wang, have laid down your conditions, allow me to present mine. Lin Mo raised his head, looking at Wang Dalong with a playful expression. First, transfer the Wang group to me, changing the family name to Lin. Second, you and your son shall kneel before me and acknowledge your wrongdoing. Third, you shall forfeit your powers and leave Jiangzhou City with your son, never to return to my presence. If you agree to these 3 conditions, I will shake hands with you in peace, and we shall go our separate ways. What do you think? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Wei and Lu Liang were left utterly astonished. In all of Jiangzhou City, perhaps no one had dared to speak to Wang Dalong in such a manner. As expected, Wang Dalong's expression darkened, his glare fixed on Lin Mo as he asked in a low voice, So you never intended to negotiate in good faith, did you? Isn't that precisely what you are doing? Pretending to be magnanimous? Lin Mo retorted coldly. Ha ha. Wang Dalong suddenly burst into laughter, then glared at Lin Mo, his face icy. You little wretch, I underestimated you. Such cunning at such a young age. If you continue to grow, you will indeed become a headache for me. But one thing I cannot fathom. What gives you the courage to stand before me? Is it your insignificant strength? Or do you believe that Zhang Wei and the Supernatural Management Bureau can protect you? Let me make this clear. In Jiangzhou, if I, Wang Dalong, wish to kill someone, no one can shield them. Do you understand? So you would do well to consider my terms. Should you accept, I can still spare your miserable life. Lin Mo sipped his drink, remaining remarkably composed. And as for my conditions, Boss Wang, you should ponder them well. If you accept, I might also choose to spare you. At this, a chilling murderous intent filled Wang Dalong's eyes. You are courting your own death. This is not about me refusing to give face to the Supernatural Management Bureau. If that is the case, then prepare to descend into hell. With that, he violently smashed his wine glass against the ground. From behind the white jade screen not far from the table, a throng of figures surged forth. No fewer than 20 or 30 individuals. All of them were supernatural beings, each possessing a strength of level 4 or higher. with several being level 6. Such a formidable assembly was undeniable. Without hesitation, they charged forward, encircling Lin Mo, Zhang Wei, and Lu Liang. Boss Wang, what is the meaning of this? Zhang Wei's complexion changed, his brow furrowing in concern. Rest assured, team leader Zhang. Tonight, I only target Lin Mo. As long as you both remain out of it, you will be unharmed. Wang Dalong replied with a cold smile. Boss Wang. Lin Mo is a key talent being nurtured by our Supernatural Management Bureau. Even Director Zhao holds him in high regard. If anything were to happen to him, Director Zhao would not let it go lightly. Zhang Wei urged desperately. In such a moment, he could only invoke Zhao Tianlin's name for leverage. He's merely an intern investigator with no official standing. Killing him is inconsequential. Would Director Zhao really turn against me for that? Once I dispose of him tonight, I will explain to Director Zhao myself. You need not worry about it, Team Leader Zhang. Wang Dalong scoffed dismissively, then turned toward Lin Mo, commanding, seize him. Yes. The supernatural beings surrounding Lin Mo immediately surged forward, preparing to strike. Suddenly, one of the supernatural beings changed color dramatically, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth, and then began to scream in terror, don't come closer. Please, don't kill me. Before the others could comprehend the situation, one by one, they began to fall, mirroring the first S fate as if ensnared by an illusion. Zhang Wei and Lu Liang, initially poised to unleash their powers and break free to assist Lin Mo, found themselves immobilized as those around them succumbed as well. In mere moments, all 20-odd supernatural beings lay sprawled on the ground, wailing and howling, none left standing. Witnessing this scene, not only were Zhang Wei and Lu Liang dumbfounded, but even Wang Dalong stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Huh? Lin Mo, unperturbed, set down his chopsticks and retrieved a purple glass vial from his pocket, placing it on the table. What lay within was none other than the elusive 9 nether rosemary. However, the purple liquid inside the vial was nearly depleted. What is this? Wang Dalong furrowed his brow. Have you ever heard of 9 nether rosemary, Boss Wang? Lin Mo asked, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I have certainly heard of it. This poison is colorless and odorless. A mere inhalation can render a person exceedingly weak, plunging them into hallucinations. If inhaled in excess, it can lead to immediate death. Even a level 10 esper would struggle to withstand it. At this juncture, Wang Dalong seemed to realize something. His eyes fixed intently on the purple glass vial before Lin Mo, disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed. Could it be that what you have in that bottle is? Indeed, Lin Mo replied with a cold smirk. While we were dining and drinking earlier, I was discreetly releasing this poison. By now, this entire room is likely suffused with the essence of the 9 nether rosemary. Lin Mo nodded in affirmation, his sardonic smile unwavering. Brother Lin, then why aren't Zhang and I affected? Oh, it dawns on me. That white pill you gave us in the parking lot was not an antidote for alcohol, but rather the antidote for this poison. Lu Liang exclaimed, enlightenment washing over him. Yes, Lin Mo replied with a smile, then turned his gaze to Wang Dalong, a playful curiosity in his eyes as he queried, Boss Wang, who do you think will descend into hell tonight? You little bastard, I shall kill you. Wang Dalong roared in fury, about to lunge at Lin Mo, only for his expression to abruptly change as he collapsed to the ground, weakened. Witnessing this, Lin Mo rose, gazing down at Wang Dalong with a cold laughter. Truly impressive for a level 9 esper, only now does the poison take effect. But this is where it ends. Wang Dalong, tonight marks your demise. Chapter 31, Esper Clone. Haha. Yet at that moment, lying on the ground, Wang Dalong not only showed no signs of fear, but erupted into a boisterous laughter. You wish to kill me? With you? Lin Mo, do you think you are something extraordinary? Merely an ant from the lower echelons of society. Even if you had 800 lives, you would never dare to strike me. I am the chairman of the Wang Group, the hero who saved Jiangzhou. Should anything happen to me today, do you believe the Wang Group would let you off? Would the people of Jiangzhou forgive you? The Lord of Jiangzhou, my dear friend, would personally seek vengeance for me. At that time, even Director Zhao of the Esper Management Bureau would be unable to protect you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei and Lu Liang exchanged uneasy glances. Indeed, Wang Dalong's status was formidable. To kill him would be akin to puncturing the heavens, inviting calamity upon them. Lin Mo, perhaps. The two were about to advise Lin Mo when a brilliant beam of annihilation erupted from Lin Mo's eyes, striking Wang Dalong's head directly. Bang! In an instant, Wang Dalong's head exploded, leaving him utterly lifeless. What nonsense are you babbling? Truly bothersome, Lin Mo remarked, digging at his ear with an impatient expression. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Wei and Lu Liang were left utterly astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief. They had not anticipated that Lin Mo would act without hesitation, directly committing murder. This was the chairman of the Wang Group, a figure powerful enough to shake Jiangzhou with a stomp. Yet now, Lin Mo had simply executed him. They realized they had truly crossed a line. Lin Mo, you are far too impulsive. Zhang Wei sighed heavily, exuding a sense of helplessness. The one who killed him is me. I will bear all consequences alone, and you too shall not be affected. Lin Mo replied with remarkable calmness. Brother Lin, What do you mean by that? Do you not regard me as a brother? In this matter, I share culpability. If the sky falls, we shall bear it together. Lu Liang stepped forward, thumping his chest in solidarity. Thank you. Your words suffice. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. Well then, we should depart swiftly, after all. This is the territory of the Wang group. If others sense something amiss, we may find ourselves unable to leave, Zhang Wei suggested, shaking his head in resignation. The three hastily exited the private room, making their way towards the elevator. Lin Mo, in such a hurry, where are you headed? Just then, the door of the adjacent room swung open, and a figure emerged slowly. When Lin Mo and his companions beheld the appearance of this individual, they were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock, for the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Dalong, who had just been killed by Lin Mo. At that moment, the three were utterly thrown into disarray. After all, they had witnessed Wang Dalong's demise with their own eyes. How could he possibly be alive again? Was it truly a ghostly apparition they were witnessing? Boss Wang, are you a human or a ghost? Zhang Wei blinked, questioning his own senses. Rest assured, I am very much alive and not so easily slain. Wang Dalong replied with a smug grin. Then who was that in the private room? Lin Mo inquired. His brow furrowed. Ha! Allow me to introduce you to my Esper ability. Wang Dalong exclaimed, throwing his head back in laughter. As his words fell, a radiant glow enveloped Wang Dalong's form. In the next moment, that very light coalesced beside him, forming another Wang Dalong. This clone bore an identical appearance, even mimicking his aura perfectly. A clone. Your ability is a clone. Lu Liang gasped, his eyes widening in realization. Precisely. The one who died earlier was merely one of my clones. Wang Dalong smirked, then turned his cold gaze towards Lin Mo. You little bastard, you are indeed clever. At such a young age, to possess such cunning and to prepare the 9 nether rosemary, a rare poison, is truly formidable. However, do you think I, Wang Dalong, have reached this point merely by luck? Fortunately, I was prepared. Otherwise, I would have indeed faced a disaster today. Now that your poison has been expended, do you have any other trump cards left? If not, prepare to meet your end. As his words echoed, figures surged forth from both ends of the corridor, rapidly converging upon Lin Mo and his companions. There were far more than the individuals in the private room, each one a powerhouse with abilities above level 4. Seeing this, Zhang Wei and Lu Liang's expressions soured drastically. Brother Lin, perhaps we should retreat. A wise man does not take unnecessary risks, Lu Liang urged, seizing Zhang Wei and Lin Mo's wrists to hasten their escape. Yet in the next moment, Lu Liang found that his abilities seemed to have faltered. He could not penetrate the floor, no matter how hard he tried. Panic surged within him. How could this happen? Stop wasting your energy. This hotel was constructed with special materials that negate Esper abilities. Not only is it indestructible, but any form of earth manipulation or wall penetration is futile here. I had researched your profiles in advance, knowing you possessed such skills, which is why I arranged our meeting here. Wang Dalong sneered. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang's face paled drastically. It's over. It seems we are truly doomed tonight. Then let us carve a path through blood. Lin Mo's eyes glimmered with a fierce determination, fully prepared for a life and death struggle. At that moment, Wang Dalong's subordinates surged forward. There was no choice. Zhang Wei and Lu Liang had to assume their stances, readying themselves for battle. A grand conflict was on the verge of eruption. Everyone, cease at once. Just then, a resonant voice echoed through the corridor. The crowd turned in unison, revealing a middle-aged man, slightly portly and clad in a Zhongshan suit, striding purposefully towards them. Zhang Wei froze momentarily, and then, as if witnessing a savior, his face lit up with delight. Director Zhao? It was evident that the newcomer was Zhao Tianlin, the director of the Jiangzhou branch of the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau. Accompanying Zhao Tianlin was an elderly gentleman dressed in a silver tang suit. His hair and beard is snowy white. Upon seeing this elder, Wang Dalong's brow furrowed tightly. City Lord Jiang? Chapter 32, The Crisis of Jiangzhou City, the Ghost-Level Beast Tide. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, the two approached. Hurry and pay your respects to City Lord Jiang. Zhao Tianlin gestured towards the white-haired elder, addressing Lin Mo and the others. We meet the esteemed City Lord. Lin Mo and his companions hastily clasped their fists in greeting. There is no need for such formality. Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard, smiling amiably, devoid of any airs of authority. Director Zhao, so your urgent matter was to summon City Lord Jiang. Zhang Wei finally grasped the situation, realization dawning upon him. I anticipated that tonight's negotiations would not proceed smoothly, and should a conflict arise, only City Lord Jiang could stabilize the situation. Thus, I made this contingency plan, just in case. It appears my predictions were correct. Negotiations have indeed collapsed. Zhao Tianlin remarked with a resigned expression. Director, you are truly sagacious. Zhang Wei responded, giving a thumbs up to Zhao Tianlin. Enough with the flattery. Are you all unharmed? Lin Mo, you're all right, correct? Zhao Tianlin inquired. Concern etched across his face. Rest assured, Director, we are all well. Lin Mo smiled in response. That is good to hear. You are now the prized asset of our Jiangzhou branch. Even if I were to suffer injuries, I cannot allow you to be harmed. We are counting on you to bring glory to our Jiangzhou branch in the future. Zhao Tianlin exhaled a sigh of relief and then turned to Jiang Qinian. Clasping his fists in respect, City Lord Jiang, the responsibility for the ensuing matters lies in your capable hands. Fear not. Jiang Qinian nodded. Then turned to Wang Dalong with a smile. Boss Wang, these are all our own people. Let your subordinates disperse for now. City Lord Jiang, you cannot possibly be here to intercede on Lin Mo's behalf. Wang Dalong asked, his expression darkening. Is that not permissible? Do you not wish to grant this old man a favor? Jiang Qinian inquired playfully, stroking his white beard. It is not that I am unwilling to grant you this favor, but the grievances between Lin Mo and myself have escalated to a point of no return. Today, it is either his demise or mine. I implore City Lord Jiang to refrain from intervening in this matter. Wang Dalong clasped his fists, pleading earnestly. Oh, I have comprehended the full extent of this situation. It is not as grave as you suggest. Jiang Qinian waved his hand dismissively, smiling. Is it not merely a minor friction between young Lin Mo and your son? Such youthful exuberance is quite normal. Why must it escalate to a deadly conflict? City Lord, this is far from a mere misunderstanding. This Lin Mo is ruthless. My son has had his right arm and leg crippled by him, and is currently lying in a hospital bed. Furthermore, he has slain dozens of my subordinates. Look, in the private room beside you, there lie 20 to 30 corpses. Had I not exercised caution, I too might have fallen victim to him. Wang Dalong's teeth ground together in fury. Enough, enough. Since the situation has not yet spiraled beyond repair, let us cease hostilities. Continuing down this path will only lead to mutual destruction, regardless of whether your men or the personnel from the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau are injured. The loss will ultimately be to the defensive strength of Jiangzhou City. Jiang Qinian asserted, his demeanor grave. A crisis? Wang Dalong was taken aback. Jiang Qinian exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Tianlin. Zhao Tianlin promptly retrieved a tablet from his briefcase, opening it and presenting it to Wang Dalong. According to intelligence, a beast tide is advancing towards Jiangzhou City from approximately 300 kilometers away. Although its progression is slow, it is expected to reach our city within a month. Preliminary assessments by our Supernatural Ability Management Bureau indicate that the disaster level of this beast tide is at least ghost level, and it may very well be dragon level. At this revelation, the faces of those present shifted dramatically. Team leader, what does this disaster level signify? Lin Mo turned to Zhang Wei, curiosity evident in his expression. The strength of individual supernatural beasts is categorized similarly to our abilities, ranging from level 1 to 10, so typically, we dispatch correspondingly leveled supernatural beings to confront them. However, when numerous beasts congregate to form an army or even a beast tide, the usual classifications no longer apply, leading to the establishment of disaster levels, from lowest to highest. These levels are wolf, tiger, ghost, dragon, and god. The ghost level beast tide, for instance, possesses the capacity to effortlessly obliterate a city. The last beast tide Jiangzhou faced was merely tiger level, and even then, countless lives were lost in defense, resulting in significant sacrifices among our supernatural personnel to barely hold the line. This time, with a ghost-level beast tide, Jiangzhou City is truly in peril, Zhang Wei stated, his expression grave. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's brow furrowed deeply. It seemed that Jiangzhou was indeed facing dire straits. A ghost-level beast tide. As he gazed at the information and location of the beast tide displayed on the tablet, a serious expression crossed Wang Dalong's face. Therefore, Boss Wang, under these circumstances, I hope you can unite with the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau to weather this storm together. As for personal grievances, let us set them aside for the time being. Otherwise, if we engage in internal strife while the city is under threat, everything you have painstakingly built in Jiangzhou will be laid to waste. Would that not result in an even greater loss? Jiang Qinian continued to persuade. Wang Dalong understood the urgency of the matter, yet still felt reluctant. But my son is so grievously injured, and I have suffered such losses. I cannot simply let this go without an explanation, or where will my honor reside? I have long considered this matter. I shall ensure that the dedicated physicians from the City Lord's residence attend to your son's injuries, guaranteeing he will recover to his former self within 3 days. Regarding your lost subordinates, the City Lord's residence is currently recruiting to bolster the city's defense forces. The newly recruited personnel can be prioritized for your needs. Whatever you require, we shall provide. Jiang Qinian said with a smile. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. For the sake of Jiangzhou City, I am willing to set aside personal grievances. Wang Dalong took a deep breath, ultimately nodding in agreement. He understood that Jiang Qinian had already granted him considerable face, and one must not be overly demanding. As for his feud with Lin Mo, there would be ample opportunity to resolve it in the future. As long as Lin Mo remains in Jiangzhou, he possesses ample means and methods to eliminate him. Boss Wang truly deserves the title of a hero, as he demonstrates great understanding and foresight, as long as we unite in purpose. I believe there are no insurmountable challenges ahead. Zhao Tianlin extended his right hand towards Wang Dalong, smiling as he spoke. Director Zhao, you flatter me. Wang Dalong managed to force a smile as he shook hands with Zhao Tianlin. Upon witnessing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent, a joyous resolution. Let us consider today as matters concluded. Everyone may disperse. Jiang Qinian waved his hand, intending to take his leave. Wait a moment, Lord City Lord. At that moment, Lin Mo called out to Jiang Qinian. Oh, young friend Lin Mo, do you have something to say? Jiang Qinian halted, puzzled. Previously, Boss Wang repeatedly sent people to kill me, which not only nearly cost me my life, but also resulted in significant losses. In order to demonstrate his sincerity for reconciliation, shouldn't Boss Wang compensate me? Otherwise, it would be quite unfair to me. I implore the city lord to uphold justice for me. Lin Mo said, feigning innocence. Nonsense. The people I sent to kill you were all eliminated by you, weren't they? You are alive and well. How can there be any losses? Wang Dalong's expression darkened instantly, glaring at Lin Mo in anger. I lost so many subordinates, and yet you dare to accuse me first? This is truly an inversion of justice. Ah, but Boss Wang, my survival is a matter of fortune and fate, yet that does not mean I have not suffered losses, to say nothing of other matters. Let us consider the 9 nether fragrant rosemary I used this time. It took me great effort to accumulate 588 merit points for it. I intended to use it as a safeguard for my life, yet all of it was expended on your subordinates. Shouldn't Boss Wang provide some recompense? Lin Mo grinned as he posed his question. You poisoned me, and now expect compensation? Wang Dalong's fury was palpable. If Boss Wang had not sought to kill me, forcing me into a corner, how could I have resorted to poisoning? This matter is indeed related to you. Lin Mo shrugged, adopting an expression of feigned innocence. You. Wang Dalong's eyes blazed with fury. Had it not been for Jiang Qinian and Zhao Tianlin's presence, he would have relished the opportunity to dismantle Lin Mo piece by piece. Enough, Boss Wang. You are not a man short of funds. Lin Mo does have a point. After all, it is not easy for young people to save up a little wealth. Consider it a charitable donation and compensate him. Jiang Qinian patted Wang Dalong's shoulder, attempting to soothe him. City Lord Jiang, it's not that I am stingy. If I could spend money for peace, I would gladly do so. But who knows the value of 588 merit points? How would I compensate him? I have no merit points to offer. Wang Dalong gritted his teeth. Not to worry. If merit points are not feasible, we can offer monetary compensation. 1 merit point is equivalent to 10,000 huaxia coins. As both team leader Zhang and director Zhao can attest, Lin Mo pointed towards Zhang Wei and Zhao Tianlin, grinning. At this, Zhang Wei and Zhao Tianlin nearly burst into laughter but managed to contain themselves, nodding in agreement. Lin Mo is indeed correct. 1 merit point equates to 10,000? Such a trivial item is valued at 588 million? Wang Dalong's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Jiang Qinian, furiously exclaiming, City Lord Jiang. Did you hear that? Lin Mo is clearly attempting to extort us. I must speak on behalf of Lin Mo. The 9 nether fragrant rosemary is indeed priced at 588 merit points in our Ability Management Bureau's merit marketplace, which translates to 588 million huaxia coins. This price is uniformly set by headquarters and is entirely reasonable. Zhao Tianlin interjected. Boss Wang, did you hear that? Lin Mo is not being unreasonable. You should promptly provide compensation, and we can put this matter to rest, allowing us to unite against the beast tide. Besides, for you 588 million is hardly a significant sum. Jiang Qinian advised Wang Dalong. But Wang Dalong still felt reluctant. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. If Boss Wang cannot part with such a minor sum, how can he aspire to greater ambitions in the future? Jiang Qinian patted Wang Dalong's shoulder, smiling. Taking a deep breath, Wang Dalong considered his options before begrudgingly stating, Very well, City Lord Jiang, I shall do this for your sake. However, our Wang group is currently facing cash flow issues. I do possess a villa under my name that I can offer as compensation. Young friend Lin Mo, what do you think? I have visited Boss Wang's villa. It is located in the city center, exquisitely decorated, and in a prime location. It is certainly worth the value of your 9 nether fragrant rosemary. Jiang Qinian inquired of Lin Mo. A villa, you say? Lin Mo pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall reluctantly accept. Upon hearing this, Wang Dalong was nearly driven to madness. His villa, at market value, was worth no less than 800,000, not including the furnishings and appliances. Had it not been for the current liquidity issues within his group, he would never part with it. Yet Lin Mo presented himself as if he were making a great sacrifice, which only intensified Wang Dalong's ire. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Wang Dalong hastily bid farewell to Jiang Qinian and took his leave, fearing that remaining any longer would lead to his own demise from Lin Mo's incessant provocation. Once Wang Dalong departed, Jiang Qinian turned to Zhao Tianlin, smiling. Director Zhao, I have resolved this matter for you. Perhaps you could assist me in return? City Lord Jiang. Please, speak. Zhao Tianlin promptly clasped his fists. Recently, the City Lord's office is expanding its defense forces and is in need of personnel. My current staff is overwhelmed. So I wish to borrow some manpower from Director Zhao. Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard, smiling. As he spoke, his gaze kept sizing up Lin Mo. Observing this, Zhao Tianlin's expression shifted slightly. He stepped forward to shield Lin Mo behind him, chuckling awkwardly. Actually, our ability management bureau is also quite short-staffed lately, as you know. The city has been rather unstable with beasts and cults causing trouble, and our investigators are nearly stretched thin. Haha. Jiang Qinian laughed heartily, saying, Director Zhao, are you worried I might snatch away your prize talent? Rest assured, a gentleman does not covet what others cherish. I merely require assistance for a few days. Once the recruitment is complete, I shall return them to you in perfect condition. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlin finally relaxed, then turned to Lin Mo and Lu Liang, saying, Lin Mo, Lu Liang, you two shall proceed to the City Lord's office to assist City Lord Jiang in the recruitment efforts. Understood. Lin Mo and Lu Liang clasped their fists in acknowledgement. In the impoverished district of the city's west side, amidst a dilapidated courtyard, a group of burly men adorned with tattoos emerged, cursing loudly. Damn it, you have one last week to repay. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it. Lying on the ground, two battered figures could be seen, none other than Lin Mo's uncle, Lin Yuan, and his aunt. They had resorted to such dire straits in order to purchase evolution potions for their son, Lin Nanfeng. The couple sold their home, borrowed money from various sources, and ultimately resorted to taking out a substantial loan with exorbitant interest rates, just to scrape together enough funds. However, their household has been left destitute, burdened with an overwhelming amount of debt. Their previous ability to make ends meet was due to the poultry farm left behind by Lin Mo's parents. Yet, ever since the chickens disappeared, the farm has gone to ruin. Consequently, the plight of Lin Yuan's family has become exceedingly dire, forcing them to rent a dilapidated courtyard in a slum, struggling to survive. Today, the loan sharks came knocking for their debts, with no money to pay. The couple was brutally beaten, and their already crumbling home was further devastated, leaving not a single intact bowl behind. Chapter 34. Our Lord prefers double eyelids. Are you alright, dear? Auntie, having risen from the ground, looked with concern at Lin Yuan, who lay motionless. I'm fine. Have the creditors left? Lin Yuan cautiously opened one eye and inquired. They're gone. Auntie glanced outside and replied. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yuan sat up, gritting his teeth, and muttered bitterly. Damn it. It's all Lin Mo's fault, that jinx. He went to check on the poultry farm, and by the end of the night, all the chickens were devoured by those monstrous beasts. If only we had sold the farm at a good price, we wouldn't be in this mess borrowing from loan sharks. Exactly. That wretched Lin Mo, he has brought us nothing but misery. If I ever see him again, I swear I'll scratch his face to pieces. Andy responded, equally incensed. Humph. That good-for-nothing awakened the most useless and pathetic F-grade ability. How can he survive in this city? He.S. probably begging under some overpass right now. Or perhaps he.S. already starved to death. Lin Yuan scoffed disdainfully. Indeed, our son Fei is the one with potential. He initially awakened a D-grade ability, and after taking the evolution potion, he has successfully evolved to a C-grade ability. The future looks bright. We won't have to endure this suffering for long. We will surely rise again, Auntie said with a hopeful expression. Dad, Mom, I'm back. At that moment, a figure entered through the front door, revealing Lin Nanfei. Fei is back. Lin Yuan and Auntie hurried to greet him. What happened to you two? Why are you hurt? And why is our home such a mess? Lin Nanfei looked at his bruised parents and the wrecked courtyard, puzzled. Nothing. We're fine. But tell us about you. Did you achieve anything during your outing? Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, his face filled with anticipation. Of course. I have fantastic news to share, Lin Nanfei said, a smile creeping onto his lips as he pulled out a recruitment flyer from his pocket, excitement radiating from him. The Lord's Mansion is hiring. The benefits are incredibly generous. And if selected, the future is limitless. That is wonderful, son. Hurry and apply. With your C-grade ability, you'll undoubtedly be chosen. Our family's resurgence relies on you. The couple was instantly overjoyed. Don't worry, Dad and Mom. I'll sign up for the selection first thing tomorrow morning. But I reckon it's just a formality. With my C-grade ability, I'm a shoo-in. No one can compete with me. Once I join the Lord's Mansion and become the Lord myself, I'll ensure you live a life of luxury and comfort. Your sacrifices will not be in vain, Lin Nanfei declared confidently, clenching his fist. He felt as if he were the protagonist of a novel, born into poverty yet destined to defy fate and ascend to the pinnacle of success. At the Lord's Mansion, a long line had already formed at the entrance early in the morning. Clearly, everyone had come to apply after hearing the news of the Lord's Mansion recruiting. After all, the Lord's Mansion is the most powerful force in Jiangzhou. Joining it would guarantee a promising future. My ability is C-grade ice, with formidable combat prowess. And at just 28 years old, I've reached the level of a 4th-tier ability user. The future is bright. A young man was passionately introducing himself before Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Then, he dramatically waved his right hand and struck a nearby scarecrow. Instantly, the scarecrow was frozen into an ice sculpture. The young man flicked it with his finger. Crack! The ice sculpture shattered into a flurry of shards. Wow! That ability is impressive, Lu Liang exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Esteemed examiners, please accept me. I may not be the best, but I am undoubtedly the most loyal. Willing to serve the Lord unto death. The young man quickly knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. Very well. Congratulations. Lin Mo nodded, smiling as he declared, You're eliminated. Huh. The young man was momentarily stunned before turning away in disappointment. Wait, Lin, why? His ability and training talent seemed quite good, didn't they? Why was he eliminated? Lu Liang asked in confusion. Fool. Lin Mo smacked Lu Liang on the head, turning his back and whispering, Do you remember what the Lord promised Wang Dalong yesterday? Lu Liang paused for a moment, then quickly recalled, You mean the Lord promised Wang Dalong that the first batch of recruits would be sent to the Wang group? Exactly. Lin Mo nodded, continuing, Thus, the more outstanding the individual, the less we want them. Otherwise, wouldn't that be strengthening the Wang group? Although the Lord intervened yesterday, and Wang Dalong and I are in a temporary truce, the day will come when we clash again. Those sent to him now will eventually become our adversaries. Oh, I see. Lin, you are indeed far-sighted. It was my folly. Lu Liang finally understood. So now you know what to do? Lin Mo asked with a cold smile. Understood. Lu Liang nodded with a mischievous grin. The two turned around. Soon, the next applicant stepped forward. Esteemed examiners, my ability is B grade. Single eyelids. Our Lord only prefers double eyelids. You are eliminated. Esteemed examiners, I am now a 6th tier ability user. You're too old. In a couple of years, you'll be collecting retirement benefits. Next, esteemed examiners, you have body odor out. In a short span, Lin Mo and Lu Liang eliminated more than a dozen applicants, including one who was disqualified simply for stepping in with his left foot first. The remaining applicants in line were left murmuring in disbelief. Are the standards for recruitment at the Lord's Mansion this high this year? Not a single qualified candidate yet. This made them increasingly anxious. Lin, we haven't passed a single candidate yet. If the Lord asks about it later, it won't be easy to explain. Should we just let a few through as a formality? Lu Liang turned to Lin Mo, looking worried. Let us see the next one first. Lin Mo replied thoughtfully. Hee. Esteemed examiners, I'm Niu Dazhuang. My father is a dung collector, my mother is a dung transporter, and I'm a dung maker. As the two conversed, an exceedingly innocent, foolish laughter echoed from ahead. Chapter 35. Please be sure to join us. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang instinctively turned their heads. Before them stood a tall and robust young man, resembling the character Fat Tiger from Doraemon. However, his eyes were not only slightly cross-eyed, but one eye rolled upwards while the other gazed outward. Such a profoundly wise expression, coupled with a large bubble of mucus threatening to tumble into his mouth, gave him an unmistakably dim-witted appearance. Yet, Lin Mo and Lu Liang found themselves momentarily captivated. What a gem. What was your name again? Lin Mo inquired with a smile. Is the esteemed examiner inquiring about my Chinese name or my English name? Niu Dazhuang scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. You have an English name? Lin Mo asked, astonished. Of course. My father gave it to me. It's Manure Boy. Niu Dazhuang declared with a silly chuckle. Manure Boy? Uffed. Lin Mo and Lu Liang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh my, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. A family of manure. This is simply too amusing. Lu Liang clutched his belly, laughing uncontrollably. Esteemed examiners, what are you laughing at? Please share it with me. I wish to laugh too. Niu Dazhuang asked curiously. It's nothing. Your father is truly talented to have bestowed upon you such an extraordinary name. Lin Mo remarked, shaking his head with a smile. Thankfully, this is on Blue Star. Had it been on Earth in my previous life, Niu Dazhuang's father would have been in serious trouble. Little Black. Is that even a name one can have? Esteemed examiners, will I be selected? My father said that if I don't get chosen, I'll have to go back to collect manure with him. Niu Dazhuang sniffled, his face filled with anticipation. You must absolutely join our team. Lin Mo promptly stood up, grasping Niu Dazhuang's hands earnestly, and declared, a talent like you, if missed, would be a loss to the city Lord's mansion. Indeed, congratulations, you have passed. Lu Liang quickly handed Niu Dazhuang a personal information form, pointing towards a nearby room, advising, do you see that red door? Go inside to fill out the form for identity registration. There are steps at the entrance. Remember to lift your legs carefully, and the door is closed. You must push it open with your hands before entering. Do you understand? I'll remember everything. Thank you, esteemed examiners. Niu Dazhuang exclaimed joyfully, taking the form and bouncing towards the red door. Father, mother, I've been selected. I can collect manure at the city Lord's mansion from now on. However, before he could finish his sentence, Niu Dazhuang tripped over the steps at the entrance, his 2 front teeth flying out, and he immediately howled in pain. Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged exasperated glances. Lin, what do you think Wang Dalong's expression would be upon seeing such a gem? Lu Liang turned to Lin Mo and asked. I believe he would be quite pleased. Lin Mo replied with a mischievous grin. They then resumed the interviews. With Niu Dazhuang as a precedent, Lin Mo and Lu Liang understood the kind of individuals they needed to recruit. those who were foolish, disabled, slightly dull-witted, or possessed particularly subpar abilities, with combat prowess akin to air. Ultimately, there was but one objective: to send these individuals to Wang Dalong, not only to offer no assistance, but to create chaos for him. Thus, in a short span of time, Lin Mo and Lu Liang had recruited over 20 such talents. Despite the scorching sun overhead, the hard chairs, and having not a drop of water to drink throughout, the thrill of engaging in mischief made it all feel invigorating rather than tiresome. In the city lord's mansion, at a floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor, a figure stood, having witnessed everything that transpired in the courtyard below. This figure was none other than the city lord, Jiang Qinian. City lord. Just then, a middle-aged man in city defense military attire hurried in, kneeling beside Jiang Qinian. Rise. Jiang Qinian waved his hand. The middle-aged man quickly stood, handing over a stack of documents to Jiang Qinian, visibly agitated as he said, City lord, Lin Mo and Lu Liang are utterly outrageous. After toiling for half the day, they have only recruited over 20 individuals, and look at the kind of bizarre characters they've brought in. We need elite recruits for the city lord's mansion, not disabled fools or weaklings that can barely fight. How will we bolster the city defense forces? How will we contend with the beast tide? On the battlefield, we would still have to care for them. Jiang Qinian glanced at the documents in the middle-aged man's hand, shaking his head with a smile. I was already aware of all this you speak of. You knew already? Then why let them continue this nonsense? We are recruiting talent. Warriors who can fight against the beasts, not engaging in charity or showing compassion. What sense does it make to recruit only the feeble-minded and disabled? If you are concerned about offending the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, let me handle it. I, Pei Hu, am not afraid of stepping on toes. I'll chase these two away. As he spoke, the middle-aged man turned to leave. Wait for me. Jiang Qinian quickly waved his hand to stop Pei Hu, chuckling. When will you learn to temper your impatience? Also, who told you that these recruits are to supplement the city defense forces? Then what is the purpose? Pei Hu questioned, puzzled. These individuals are to be prioritized for delivery to the Wang Corporation. Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard, smiling. The Wang Corporation? Pei Hu was taken aback, shaking his head. City Lord, please forgive my ignorance. I still do not comprehend why we are sending useless individuals to the Wang Corporation. Jiang Qinian chuckled, moving to the floor-to-ceiling window, squinting as he said. Over the years, the Wang Corporation has been rapidly expanding its influence through the city lord's mansion. And unwittingly, it has become the third major force in Jiangzhou City, following the city lord's mansion and the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities is no cause for concern, as they are an official entity, ultimately aligned with us. However, the Wang Corporation is different. If allowed to continue growing unchecked, it will eventually escape the city lord's control. Moreover, I have recently heard whispers that in Jiangzhou City, there are, in fact, two city lords. By day, it is I, Jiang Qinian, and by night, it becomes Wang Dalong. These words are not mere baseless rumors. So, you intend to seize this opportunity to weaken the Wang Corporation's power? Pei Hu finally grasped the situation. Weakening is perhaps too strong a term. I simply do not wish to see the Wang Corporation continue its rapid ascent. This is also the reason I enlisted Lin Mo and Lu Liang to assist in recruitment. Jiang Qinian shook his head, looking down at Lin Mo below, smiling. I genuinely admire this young man, although I did not brief him beforehand. We have nevertheless reached a tacit understanding on this matter. Let him continue to stir things up. I believe Wang Dalong will greatly appreciate this gift. Chapter 36. Why so serious? Hey, have you heard? Just a moment ago, a cripple managed to pass the selection and was chosen by the Lord's Manor. Not just a cripple, a fool was selected too. That guy doesn't even know that 1 + 1 = 2, yet he still made the cut. This year's selection criteria from the Lord's Manor seem utterly perplexing. Initially, the standards were alarmingly high, but now it feels like anyone can qualify. Perhaps they each possess unique talents. A lower standard might actually benefit us all, allowing everyone a chance to be selected. Wouldn't that be delightful? The applicants waiting in line at the entrance of the Lord's Manor engaged in lively discussions. Lin Nanfeng, standing among them, felt a surge of confidence upon hearing their words. If even a fool or a cripple could be chosen, then surely he could as well. Perhaps this was a divine opportunity bestowed upon him. A chance to soar to great heights. With this thought, Lin Nanfeng's face lit up with excitement. Soon, it was his turn. As he stepped forward, ready to introduce himself, he froze in place upon recognizing the examiner before him. Lin Mo? Lin Nanfeng. Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly astonished to encounter his cousin here. Lin brother. Is this your relative? Lu Liang, noticing their shared surname and familiarity, promptly grabbed an identification form, ready to declare Lin Nanfeng as successful. Lin Mo swiftly restrained Lu Liang, shaking his head, and coldly declared, no, he is my enemy. He could never forget the humiliation of being cast out by the Lin Yuan family that fateful night. From that moment on, he had severed all ties with them. Oh, Lin Mo, you haven't starved to death yet? I thought after being thrown out, you would struggle to even find food. It seems you've managed to survive. How remarkable. Lin Nanfeng scoffed, his face twisted in disdain. Rest assured, I am thriving. Even if you were to perish, I would not follow suit. Lin Mo replied, his expression as cold as ice. Humph, just a waste with an F-rank ability. What does it matter if you can survive a few more days? In the end, you are merely an ant at the bottom of society, with no hope of rising above. I, on the other hand, have evolved my abilities to C-rank. Once I join the Lord's Manor today, I shall soar to greatness. And from now on, we shall inhabit entirely different worlds. Lin Nanfeng proclaimed with utmost confidence. He then glanced around impatiently and inquired, enough of this. I have no time to waste with a useless fool like you. Where has the examiner gone? Why, he is sitting right before you. Lin Mo replied with a smirk of mockery. Lin Nanfeng shot Lin Mo a disdainful glance and retorted, who? You can't possibly be suggesting that the examiner is you? Ha ha ha, Lin Mo, don't make me laugh. You, a mere F-rank ability holder, aspire to be an examiner for the Lord's Manor? You'd be better off begging for alms. I suspect the examiner has gone to the restroom, and you've simply taken his seat, pretending to be someone you're not. You insolent beggar. Even if you donned a dragon robe, you would never resemble a prince, understand? What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Liang glared at Lin Nanfeng, irritation evident in his voice. Lin brother and I are indeed the examiners appointed by the Lord himself. I suggest you speak with more respect, or else I shall not be courteous. Oh, Lin Mo, you're quite impressive. You've even found someone to help you in this charade. But do you think you can fool me? Only a fool would believe your lies. Lin Nanfeng sneered dismissively, then turned to the pair, coldly threatening, you two dare to impersonate examiners of the Lord's Manor? Do you even comprehend the gravity of that offense? Kneel and bow 3 times, or I shall summon the guards. Once the manor's guards arrive, you'll be in for a world of trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged knowing glances, unable to suppress their laughter. What are you laughing at? Lin Nanfeng glared at them. We're laughing at your foolishness. Lin Mo chuckled. Lin Nanfeng's expression darkened, fixing Lin Mo with a venomous glare. Very well, Lin Mo. I was initially inclined to show you mercy, considering our blood relation. I would have let this slide if you had simply bowed and apologized. But since you are so ungrateful, do not expect me to show any leniency. With that, he raised his voice, shouting, someone, quickly come here. There's a ruckus. In no time, 2 guards clad in silver armor and wielding long spears arrived. What are you shouting about? One of the guards glared at Lin Nanfeng, his tone icy. Startled, Lin Nanfeng quickly feigned innocence. Guard. Someone is impersonating examiners from the Lord's Manor and causing a disturbance. I am merely trying to prevent them. Impersonating examiners? The guards exchanged puzzled looks. Indeed, guards. It is these 2 rascals. Hurry, arrest them. Lin Nanfeng pointed accusingly at Lin Mo and Lu Liang. In response, the guards regarded Lin Nanfeng as though he were a fool. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware, continuing to gloat over Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Huh? Now you realize the gravity of your situation, don't you? Daring to cause a disturbance at the Lord's Manor, you're both doomed. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle, gesturing to the guards. The guards stepped forward respectfully, asking, Examiner Lin, what are your instructions? Wait, what did you just call him? Lin Nanfeng's smile faltered. Mr. Lin Mo is the examiner personally appointed by the Lord. We address him as Examiner Lin. Is there an issue? One of the guards shot Lin Nanfeng a disdainful glare. Personally appointed by the Lord? Lin Nanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Why the long face? Why the laughter has vanished? Were you not just brimming with joy a moment ago? Oh, it seems your smile has simply shifted to my face. Lu Liang remarked with scorn, observing Lin Nanfeng's bewilderment. No, this is impossible. You must be mistaken. Lin Mo is merely an F-rank ability holder. How could he possibly be an examiner for the Lord's Manor? There must be a misunderstanding, or perhaps you've all been deceived by him. I demand to see the Lord. I will expose the truth. Lin Nanfeng protested vehemently, shaking his head in denial. Fool. Do you think the Lord can be seen by just anyone? Take a look in the mirror and see what you are. One of the guards scoffed, rolling his eyes at Lin Nanfeng. Enough of this nonsense. We just eliminated him. Perhaps his psyche was shaken, and now he is somewhat unhinged. Let us escort him out. Lin Mo waved dismissively, a cold smile on his face. Understood. The guards clasped their fists in salute, then approached Lin Nanfeng and forcibly began to drag him away. Chapter 37. The Lord's Gratitude, a C-rank weapon. Let go of me. I'm not insane. I still wish to participate in the selection. I want to join the Lord's Manor. Lin Nanfeng struggled desperately, shouting at the top of his lungs. The 2 guards, growing increasingly impatient, unceremoniously hurled the individual into the open space outside the door, proceeding to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. Big brother, please stop. I was wrong. Spare me. Lin Nanfeng pleaded, curling up on the ground and shielding his head. With a miserable sight like yours, you dare to aspire to join the Lord's mansion? Dream on. If you dare to cause trouble here again, I will end you. They spat disdainfully, before turning away and leaving him behind. Once the guards had departed, Lin Nanfeng cautiously rose from the ground, only to find the other applicants around him pointing and snickering. their faces painted with scorn and ridicule, as though they were observing a mere clown. He felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing he could find a crevice in the earth to hide within. Moreover, he could not fathom how Lin Mo, who had merely awakened an F-level ability, had suddenly transformed into an examiner for the Lord's mansion. This simply would not do. He needed to inform his parents of this outrageous turn of events. With that thought in mind, Lin Nanfang hastily scrambled to his feet, braving the mocking gazes directed at him as he made a swift exit from the Lord's mansion. After a long day of tireless effort, Lin Mo and LV Liang had finally managed to gather 60 talented individuals. It was no trivial feat to sift through the vast sea of people and assemble such potential talent. Observing the newly recruited individuals, all of whom appeared dazed and disheveled, Lin Mo and LV Liang felt a swell of accomplishment. My young friend Lin Mo, you truly have labored hard today, Jiang Qinian remarked as he descended from upstairs, a smile gracing his face. Not at all, it was no trouble. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, then gestured towards the group of 60 he had gathered. Inquiring with a grin, Lord of the Mansion, are you satisfied with the individuals I have brought? Jiang Qinian cast a glance over the assembly, nodding in approval. Indeed. Very commendable. Quickly, someone, take these talents and deliver them immediately to the Wang group. He barely spared them a second glance after that. Young friends Lin Mo and LV Liang, you have rendered the Lord's Mansion a tremendous service today. To express my gratitude, I have prepared a small token for you. I hope you will accept it. With that, Jiang Qinian beckoned, and 2 attendants promptly approached with trays in hand, each bearing an identical black longsword. These are C-grade weapons. LV Liang's eyes gleamed with surprise, his expression transforming to one of astonishment. Indeed, you have a keen eye, my young friend LV Liang. The Lord's Mansion may lack in many respects, but we possess an adequate supply of weapons. Jiang Qinian continued, though not particularly rare. These C-grade weapons should suffice for you both at your current levels. As Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard, he smiled warmly. You are too gracious, Lord of the Mansion. This gift is already quite precious. Lin Mo replied, his face alight with excitement. One must understand that a C-grade weapon would typically be valued at no less than 1,000 merit points within the Ability Management Bureau's merit marketplace. Moreover, having officially reached the 6th level of ability after the unfortunate demise of Wang Dalong and his 20 subordinates the previous night, it was indeed time for him to possess an ability weapon. This C-grade weapon was perfectly adequate. Just as well. Jiang Qinian's eyes twinkled with mischief as he looked at Lin Mo. What do you think of the Lord's Mansion? Just as Lin Mo was about to respond, a hearty laugh echoed from outside. Ha ha ha, is Lord Jiang present? A figure rushed in, revealing itself to be Zhao Tianlin, Director. Lin Mo and LV Liang quickly approached to greet him. What brings you here, Director Zhao? Jiang Qinian inquired, puzzled. I've come to take my people home. Zhao Tianlin pointed at Lin Mo and LV Liang. Jiang Qinian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. I see you are concerned I might keep them here at the Lord's Mansion. Ah, a gentleman does not seize what others cherish. I trust Lord Jiang would not engage in such behavior. Besides, with the abundance of talent at the Lord's Mansion, how could you possibly desire our 2 interns from the Ability Management Bureau? Zhao Tianlin waved dismissively, feigning nonchalance. Old Zhao, your tongue is truly remarkable. Jiang Qinian chuckled in resignation, then waved his hand. Very well, since you are here, take them with you. All right then, let us schedule another meeting for another day. Zhao Tianlin declared, turning on his heel and heading for the exit. Lin Mo and LV Liang, having no choice, picked up their C-grade longswords and expressed their gratitude to Jiang Qinian before hastily following after him. Watching Lin Mo's departing figure, Jiang Qinian's eyes brimmed with reluctance. My lord, do not linger, he is nearly out of sight. Pei Hu stepped forward, chuckling. What a pity, such a talent cannot be utilized by my lord's mansion. Why must the Ability Management Bureau always get ahead of us? Jiang Qinian sighed heavily, his expression one of regret. Are you referring to Lin Mo? I fail to see anything exceptional about him. He is merely a tad younger and possesses slightly better talent. Pei Hu scoffed dismissively. Trust my judgment. This young man is no ordinary talent. It won't be long before he shines brightly, and that day is not far off. Jiang Qinian narrowed his eyes, confidence radiating from him. Once outside the Lord's mansion and seated in the carriage, Zhao Tianlin's jovial demeanor vanished, replaced by a determined scowl. That old fox. He thinks he can undermine me? Not a chance. Director, surely Lord Jiang did not mean any harm? Lin Mo attempted to ease the tension with a smile. Mean no harm? Then why did he gift you C-grade weapons? While not exceptionally rare, it was still quite generous for a mere day of assistance. Zhao Tianlin grumbled, a hint of jealousy in his tone. He then turned to Lin Mo and LV Liang, his expression growing serious. In the future, try to limit your interactions with individuals from the Lord's mansion, especially Jiang Qinian. Also, you two need not report tomorrow. I will arrange for others to assist. Is that really necessary? Lin Mo mused, scratching his nose. No worries. I will communicate with Jiang Qinian. You two need to focus on completing your 10 tasks to transition into formal investigators. That is the priority, understood? Zhao Tianlin reiterated firmly. Understood. Lin Mo and LV Liang exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement. Upon returning to their dormitory, Lin Mo indulged in a refreshing hot shower before collapsing onto his bed. System, open the information panel. Host, Lin Mo awakened. Level, 6th level ability user, ability value. Ability, S-grade Annihilation, can evolve to SSS-grade world destruction, current evolution progress at 70. Special reminder, the host still has one opportunity to evolve their ability yet to be utilized. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo chuckled and shook his head. After the exhausting breakthrough the previous night, he had fallen asleep immediately upon returning and had forgotten to evolve his ability. System, initiate evolution immediately. Chapter 38. Immediately replace me with a new batch. Congratulations, host. Your S-level ability, Obliteration, has evolved into S-level Obliteration, which can further evolve into SSS-level Annihilation. With the current evolution progress at 80, Lin Mo rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things. An S-level evolving to another S-level? Was there truly no change? However, upon noticing the rising evolution progress, Lin Mo suddenly realized. It appeared that after reaching S-level, a single evolution opportunity was insufficient for further advancement. Given the current rate of progress, he would require approximately 2 more opportunities to successfully evolve his ability into SSS-level Annihilation, thereby unlocking a new power. This progress was indeed swift. Who would have imagined that just days ago, his ability was merely at F-level? In such a short span, he had achieved a remarkable transformation. If outsiders were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. Moreover, Lin Mo discovered that, although he had not yet successfully evolved his ability to SSS level, his mastery over it was markedly more proficient than before. Evidently, this 10% progress was not in vain. Today had brought significant gains, and Lin Mo felt exceptionally pleased. Soon drifting off to sleep. However, that night, it was destined that someone would find it difficult to slumber. At the Wang group, after a busy day, Wang Dalong was preparing to head to the hospital to check on his son's injuries. Just then, an aide pushed the door open and entered briskly, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Boss, the abilities promised to us by the Lord of the city have been delivered. Oh, it seems the Lord's office has quite an efficient operation, managing to gather everyone in just one day. Quickly, bring them in so I can have a look. Wang Dalong responded with a smile. The aide hesitated momentarily before cautiously replying. Boss, before you see them, I advise you to prepare yourself mentally, as they may not meet your expectations. I had anticipated this. Those recruited by others will certainly not compare to those nurtured by myself. However, how much worse could they possibly be? As long as they are usable, my standards are not that high. Hurry and bring them in. Wang Dalong waved his hand dismissively and turned to pour himself a cup of tea, savoring it leisurely. Although he could not yet take Lin Mo's life, replenishing his lost subordinates all at once was, after all, a rare stroke of good fortune, greatly improving his mood. The aide opened his mouth to say something further, but ultimately held back, turning to leave. Shortly thereafter, Wang Dalong heard footsteps approaching from outside his office. He smiled broadly, eager to make a good impression on his new subordinates. However, upon seeing the group that entered, he was utterly dumbfounded, losing grip of his teacup, which shattered on the floor. The assembly consisted of the foolish, the lame, the elderly, the maimed, and even the blind. It was as if a motley crew of misfits had gathered. Wang Dalong's smile froze in place, akin to visiting a high-end establishment only to be greeted by a gaggle of septuagenarians. An overwhelming wave of frustration surged within him, and he felt an urge to storm out of the venue. Boss Wang, hello? I'm the feces collector. At that moment, a man named Niu Dazhuang stepped forward, grinning as he introduced himself. When he smiled, his already dull gaze, combined with his missing front teeth, only added to his foolish appearance, striking Wang Dalong with a crushing blow. I'll be damned. Wang Dalong glared fiercely at Niu Dazhuang and shouted towards the door. Get in here, quickly. The previously mentioned aide rushed back in. What's going on? Where are the recruits from the Lord's office? Wang Dalong asked, his frustration rendering his speech incoherent. These are they. The aide replied sheepishly. Get the hell out of here. Are you joking with me? What is this? A traveling circus of the elderly and infirm? Give me a new batch, immediately. Wang Dalong shot an exasperated glance at the aide, his anger palpable. There are no others, boss. This is everyone. The aide shrugged helplessly. No others? Wang Dalong's blood pressure skyrocketed, his brow furrowing in confusion. Why? I have a good relationship with Lord Jiang. Why would he do this to me? Even if he couldn't send me the strongest, he could at least send some capable individuals. What does he take me for? An orphanage? Boss, I've heard that today the Lord's office was recruiting due to a shortage of personnel and specifically borrowed from the Ability Management Bureau, and that individual is Lin Mo. These people were all recruited by Lin Mo. The aide explained. Lin Mo? Upon hearing that name, Wang Dalong's expression darkened, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Why is it always you? I have shown you mercy, yet you persist in opposing me at every turn. This is intolerable. Mark my words, I will take your life. The following morning, at the entrance of the Ability Management Bureau community, a taxi came to a halt. The door swung open, and Lin Yuan and his aunt stepped out, carrying several boxes of gifts. Upon seeing the grand and opulent community entrance, both of them displayed expressions of surprise. Looks like Lin Mo is doing quite well for himself, living in such an upscale neighborhood. I heard the cheapest houses around here go for 30 to 40,000 per square meter, Lin Yuan exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration. Humph, who knows how this good-for-nothing stumbled into such luck, suddenly becoming so prosperous. Logically speaking, he is inferior to our son in every aspect, appearance, character, talent. How could he fare so much better? His aunt remarked with a cold huff, jealousy radiating from her. These comments should be kept private. When we meet Lin Mo, be sure not to voice such things. From what our son has said, Lin Mo is now an examiner at the Lord's office, highly regarded by the Lord himself. If we can curry favor with him, perhaps he could arrange for our son to enter the Lord's office and even secure an official position for him. That way, our family could truly prosper. Lin Yuan urged. Rest assured, I am not foolish. When we meet, I will certainly speak sweetly. However, I hope Lin Mo does not forget his roots and snub us. If he helps our son, I shall reward him with a warm smile. But should he dare to refuse us, I will not hesitate to teach him a lesson, his aunt declared with a domineering air. Subsequently, the two approached the gate and registered with the guard. Upon learning they were relatives of Lin Mo and seeing the gifts they carried, the guard allowed them entry without further inquiry. After all, since the establishment of the Ability Management Bureau community, no one had dared to cause trouble there. That would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 39. Have you ever been on a free-fall ride? Knock, knock, knock. Lin Mo, deep in slumber, was jolted awake by the persistent knocking, reluctantly dragging himself to the door, still bleary-eyed. He initially believed it was Lu Liang knocking at the door and jestingly scolded. You rascal, finally learn to knock when you come to see me. However, upon opening the door and discovering that it was Lin Yuan and his aunt standing at the threshold, Lin Mo, who had been somewhat drowsy, was instantly wide awake. What brings you here? Ah, Mo, it's been a few days since we last saw each other. Your aunt mentioned she missed you, so we made a special trip to check on you. Moreover, we've brought you an abundance of delightful gifts, Lin Yuan exclaimed, eagerly lifting the presents in his hands. Indeed, Mo, your uncle, who is usually quite stingy, spent quite a few hundred just to see you today, his aunt chimed in. Their demeanor was a stark contrast to that fateful night when they had cast Lin Mo out, appearing as if they were entirely different people. Without hesitation, they attempted to step inside the house. Observing this, Lin Mo promptly placed his hand against the doorframe, effectively barring their entry, and coldly stated, If you have something to discuss, let it be here. My home does not welcome you. The expressions on Lin Yuan and his aunt's faces shifted dramatically. Oh, come now. Child, aren't we all family? Why must you distinguish between your home and mine so clearly? If you wish to return home, you are always welcome, Lin Yuan replied, unabashed. That won't be necessary. From the moment you expelled me from our home that night, we ceased to be connected. This is the first and I hope the last time. Please do not disturb my life any further. I bid you farewell. With that, Lin Mo attempted to close the door. At this, Lin Yuan's smile vanished instantly, and he dropped the pretense, his face darkening as he retorted. So you think you've made it big, Lin Mo, with your newfound wings? You dare to deny the uncle and aunt who raised you? What makes you any different from a thankless wolf? You wish to sever ties with us? Fine. But let us not forget the years you spent under our roof, eating our food and drinking our water. We worked tirelessly to support your education, investing so much money. Without us, how could you have reached where you are today? You owe us this debt, don't you? Perhaps you should consider repaying it? On my way here, I did a rough calculation, and let us say you owe us 10 million. Hand over the money, and we'll leave without further ado. That's right, Lin Mo. And as for my son Fei-Fei's job, if you could arrange for him to work in the city lord's mansion, securing a modest position, then we deconsider everything settled. Otherwise, we shall not let you off easily. His aunt shamelessly added. Haha, so this is your true purpose for visiting today? Lin Mo responded with a cold smile. Now that the matter is laid bare, I shan't beat around the bush any longer. I may not know how you've suddenly stumbled into fortune, but while others may not see your true nature, we are well aware. If you fail to meet our demands today, we shall cause a scene at your workplace, exposing your lack of compassion. We will reveal that your ability is merely of F rank, and then you'll surely find your job at risk. I doubt they would keep a useless F rank ability user on their payroll, Lin Yuan boasted arrogantly. Are you threatening me? A glint of cold fury flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Perhaps I am. What will you do? Strike me? I am your uncle. Go ahead. Test your strength against me. Let's see how that turns out for you. Lin Yuan puffed out his chest, deliberately provoking him. Originally, I intended to spare you some dignity, as we are relatives after all, but you have truly pushed my hand. Lin Mo sighed helplessly, then without further ado, delivered a swift kick. Bang! With a dull thud. Lin Yuan's entire body arched like a shrimp, hurtling backwards several meters until he collided with the wall, finally collapsing to the ground. Ack! The corridor echoed with his heart-wrenching cries. Good heavens! His aunt was taken aback, clearly not anticipating Lin Mo would dare to strike. She immediately turned to him, her eyes blazing with anger, and yelled, Lin Mo, You ungrateful wretch without a father or mother. How could you have such a heart to strike your own uncle? Do you not hold your elders in any regard? It is no wonder you became an orphan. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression turned icy. What a foul mouth you possess. With that, he delivered a resounding slap. Smack. The sharp crack of the slap resonated as his aunt spun like a top, crashing directly into Lin Yuan, leading to another chorus of wails. Observing this scene, Lin Mo felt not a shred of remorse. Elders? Uncle? I have traversed realms. I care not who you are. Dare to act high and mighty, and I shall send you flying. Lin brother, what on earth is happening? Lu Liang, who resided next door, emerged upon hearing the commotion. Awake, are you? Perfect timing. Help me see them off. Lin Mo gestured toward Lin Yuan and his aunt, a cold smile playing on his lips. Lu Liang understood Lin Mo's implication and nodded, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Got it. Lin brother, just watch. In a flash, he was before Lin Yuan and his aunt. Who are you? If you strike us again, we will call the police. Lin Yuan and his aunt recoiled in fear. Fear not. I am here to escort you away at Lin Mo's request. Lu Liang forced a congenial smile, inquiring. Before we proceed, may I ask, do either of you suffer from heart ailments? And no. Both Lin Yuan and his aunt shook their heads vigorously. Have either of you ever been on a free-fall ride? Lu Liang asked, excitement sparkling in his eyes. What is a free-fall ride? Lin Yuan and his aunt were left utterly bewildered. You shall find out shortly. Lu Liang smirked, seizing their wrists and plunging downward. Bear in mind, they were on the 28th floor. Approximately 2 minutes later, ding. The elevator doors opened. Have they been sent off? Lin Mo inquired with a smile. They're gone now. But I suspect if they ever return, they may consider wearing diapers or at least bring an extra pair of trousers. Lu Liang grinned wickedly, then glanced at the scattered gifts at Lin Mo's doorstep, momentarily bewildered. Could they possibly be your relatives? Unrelated. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, intending to retreat to his room for a well-deserved nap. Lin Mo, Lu Liang. Just then, a figure hurried towards them. It was Zhang Wei, the leader of the 7th squad. Leader? Both Lin Mo and Lu Liang were taken aback. Zhang Wei rushed up to them, taking a deep breath, his expression grave as he declared, we have a situation. What happened? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Our team's official investigator, Han Dong, has gone missing while on a mission. Zhang Wei explained. Missing? What task was he executing? Was it dangerous? Lu Liang asked, perplexed. No, it is merely an ordinary level 4 task. And Han Dong has already completed it and submitted his completion application via his mobile phone. However, the custodian who arrived at the scene did not encounter Han Dong. Instead, he discovered this. With that, Zhang Wei extracted a yellow talisman from his pocket and handed it to Lin Mo. Upon opening the talisman, Lin Mo observed 6 prominent characters inscribed with red cinnabar. Let Lin Mo come to retrieve the person. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired. What does this mean? How is it related to me? You may not be aware, but this talisman is an artifact used by the sect of divine worship. I suspect that Han Dong has been abducted by its adherents, and their intention in summoning you is likely connected to previous events, Zhang Wei elucidated. Does the sect of divine worship aim to use this opportunity to exact revenge on you, Brother Lin? Lu Liang's expression shifted, and he quickly turned to Zhang Wei, stating, Leader, this matter is grave and should be reported to the director. We must dispatch additional investigative teams to search for Han Dong. Alas, I reported this matter last night. The director dispatched 4 investigative teams, yet after a night has passed, there remains no trace. Aside from this talisman, no other clues have surfaced. Zhang Wei sighed deeply, his countenance darkening. Leader, there is no need for excessive concern. Since the sect of divine worship wishes to utilize Han Dong to draw me out, I believe Han Dong should be temporarily safe until I arrive, Lin Mo reassured, patting Zhang Wei on the shoulder. Indeed, Brother Lin has a point. Lu Liang nodded in agreement. However, his brow soon knitted in perplexity as he queried. It is rather strange. If the sect wishes for you to retrieve the person, why do they not provide an address? Merely leaving this talisman? What is their intention? At this, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Just then, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Lin Mo exchanged a glance with Lu Liang and Zhang Wei before answering the call and activating the speakerphone. Hello? Lin Mo, I trust you have received the talisman? A chilling voice echoed from the other end. Who are you? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. That is of no concern to you. You only need to know that Han Dong is in my possession. If you do not come to retrieve him soon, he may very well perish. As the words fell, a heart-wrenching scream resonated from the phone. Zhang Wei's expression shifted dramatically, his fists clenching, for he recognized it as Han Dong's agonized cry. Noticing Zhang Wei's agitation, Lin Mo quickly gestured for silence with his finger pressed to his lips and said, Since you wish to see me, why torment Han Dong? Provide me with an address, and I will come at once. Lin Mo, it appears you are truly unafraid of death. The voice on the phone chuckled sinisterly. Should I fear death, would you spare me and Han Dong? Lin Mo retorted with a cold smile. Interesting. I am now somewhat eager for our meeting. Burn the talisman, and it shall guide you to me. Remember, come alone. Do not bring anyone else. where you will find only Han Dong's lifeless body. Upon finishing, the call was abruptly terminated. Evidently, this talisman possesses the function of a guide. Lin Mo mused, casting a contemplative glance at the talisman in his hand. Let us set off quickly. I will inform the director to dispatch more personnel to aid us in rescuing Han Dong. Zhang Wei exclaimed, barely containing his eagerness. Not so fast. Lin Mo shook his head, his expression grave. Leader, I understand your concern for Han Dong's safety. But the individual on the phone made it abundantly clear. He instructed me to go alone, or Han Dong will indeed be in peril. Brother Lin, going alone is fraught with danger. What if there is an ambush? Wouldn't he that place you in even greater peril? Lu Liang expressed his worry, gazing at Lin Mo with concern. A foolproof plan must be devised. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. Meanwhile, across the street from the Anomaly Management Bureau, a white van lay parked. Two men, one stout and the other slender, donned sunglasses and leaned back in their seats, appearing to be napping. In reality, their eyes, concealed beneath the shades, remained vigilant, tracking the entrance of the complex. I'm perplexed. Didn't our boss reconcile with Lin Mo under the mediation of Jiang Changzhu? Why are we still assigned to keep watch on him? At that moment, the stout man yawned, his impatience evident. To call you a pig would be an insult to pigs. You are even denser. The slender man shot a glare at the stout one, retorting. When has our boss ever suffered such humiliation? It's impossible for him to let Lin Mo off so easily. Even though Jiang Changzhu has intervened, and it would be unwise to act overtly against Lin Mo, we can still move in the shadows. Such as when Lin Mo is executing a task. Oh, I see. The stout man suddenly grasped the idea. You mean to say we should strike when Lin Mo is on a mission, making it appear as though he was killed by an aberrant creature, thereby diverting suspicion away from our Wong group? Surprisingly, you're not completely hopeless. The slender man smirked, rubbing the stout man's belly. And even if someone suspects our Wong group, what of it? Without evidence, even if Jiang Chengzhu learns of it, he can only let it slide. After all, half of Jiangzhou City is already under the Wong name. Huh. If this plan works, we will have achieved a significant feat, and I will no longer feel drowsy. The stout man's spirits lifted, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the complex once more. At that moment, a figure hurriedly exited the complex, capturing their attention. It was none other than Lin Mo. He first hailed a taxi by the roadside, and then ignited the yellow talisman, which transformed into a white dove that soared in a particular direction. Lin Mo instructed the taxi to follow closely. Quick, call the boss. It seems Lin Mo is about to undertake a mission. We need to urge the boss to send more people to ensure we can capture him in one fell swoop. And our merits will be secured. The slender man, filled with excitement, hastily started the van and followed behind. The stout man immediately pulled out his phone to contact Wang Dalong. Chapter 41, The Ethereal Path. This takes place at an abandoned factory in the outskirts, shrouded in desolation. Even in broad daylight, one can sense a palpable aura of gloom. Lin Mo exited the vehicle and knocked on the window, ready to speak. Only for the taxi driver to hit the gas, fleeing without collecting the fare. This left Lin Mo somewhat exasperated. He had intended for the driver to wait, as returning from this desolate location would certainly be challenging. But the driver's hasty retreat was unexpected. It seemed he would have to devise another plan for his return. Lin Mo lightly stomped the ground, and then followed the path of the flying dove into the factory. Shortly after his entrance, a white van parked at the factory's entrance. Under the guidance of the white dove, Lin Mo arrived before a factory building located at the innermost part of the plant. Whoosh! The dove in the air suddenly transformed into a wisp of green smoke. Vanishing without a trace, Lin Mo understood that he had reached his destination. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open to enter. Having been abandoned for many years, the factory was enveloped in dust. As soon as he stepped inside, Lin Mo was choked by the dust and found himself sneezing uncontrollably. He glanced around and discovered to his surprise that the factory was utterly deserted. This made Lin Mo furrow his brows and speak in a deep voice. Why go to such great lengths to lure me here, only to remain hidden yourself? Cackling ominously, a figure appeared in the clearing not far ahead, an elderly man clad in a green robe. Lin Mo, at last, we meet. The green-robed elder said with a sinister smile as he regarded Lin Mo. Who exactly are you? Lin Mo squinted his eyes. I am Yuli Dao Ren of the Worship of the God Sect. The elder introduced himself. Indeed, a member of the Worship of the God Sect. You are certainly tenacious. Even after I have obliterated so many of you, you dare to seek me out? Lin Mo replied coldly, cackling. I am entirely different from those useless fools. I know you possess some skills, but in the face of my prowess, they will amount to naught. Yuli Daoren declared with great confidence. Then let Han Dong go, for I have come here now. Keeping him is of no use to you, Lin Mo stated. Indeed, you are correct. Keeping him serves no purpose. However, releasing him is out of the question. No one from the Ability Management Bureau can leave my presence alive, Han Dong included, and so will you. Yuli Daoren retorted with a cold laugh. Are all members of the worship of the gods so untrustworthy? I have come as you requested, alone, yet you still wish to go back on your word? Lin Mo frowned. Alone, you say? Are you certain? Yuli Daorun countered with a mocking grin. At this moment, Lin Mo's heart sank. Had he been discovered? Just then, a man rushed in from outside the factory, swiftly kneeling before Yuli Daorun with utmost respect, saying, "My lord, they have arrived." "Oh, is that so?" Yuli Daorun smirked slightly, as if everything was already within his grasp. He turned to Lin Mo and boasted, "Lin Mo, is this what you refer to as coming alone? Did you think to play the game of mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow sparrow lies in wait? I'm afraid you are still too naive. I do not comprehend your meaning." Lin Mo squinted, feigning calmness. "Still pretending, are we? Very well. Today I shall ensure you perish with clarity." Yuli Daorun sneered coldly and signaled to the man. The man immediately produced a tablet computer from his pocket and held it up before Lin Mo. At that moment, the screen displayed surveillance footage from the entrance of the abandoned factory. Several Mercedes-Benz vans were parked there, and as the doors swung open, dozens of figures emerged. Upon recognizing the leading figure, Lin Mo's eyes widened involuntarily. It was Wang Dalong. "Why has he come?" Lin Mo pondered. "Did you truly believe I allowed you to come alone out of fear of the Ability Management Bureau? I spoke thusly only to provoke your cunning. So you would secretly bring reinforcements, and I, in turn, could spring a trap and eliminate them all, thereby delivering a crushing blow to the morale of the Ability Management Bureau in retribution for past grievances." Yuli Daorun remarked, brimming with pride. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo paused briefly. It appeared that Yuli Daorun had mistaken Wang Dalong and his companions for reinforcements he had secretly brought. In light of this, Lin Mo smirked, his face suddenly adorned with an arrogant expression. "Since you are already aware, then I trust you can also discern the formidable strength of the reinforcements I have brought. If you wish to escape with your life, you would do well to hand over Han Dong. Perhaps I might grant you a chance at survival." "Ha ha." Yuli Daorun burst into laughter, then looked at Lin Mo with disdain, saying, "Lin Mo, do you know why I chose this location for our meeting? It is because I have meticulously laid traps and snares throughout this place. No matter how many you bring, it will be futile. None shall leave here alive." "Trouble." Lin Mo's expression changed instantly, and he struck his thigh in frustration, lamenting, "How did I not think of this? I've fallen into the trap set by this old fox. Ha ha ha." "Lin Mo, enjoy watching your reinforcements meet their demise. Once they are gone, it will be your turn." Yuli Daorun cackled with glee. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the abandoned factory, under the leadership of two men of varying builds, Wang Dalong and his group stepped inside. Bang! Just as they entered, the factory doors slammed shut behind them. Wang Dalong frowned and immediately heightened his vigilance. "Be cautious of ambushes." However, as soon as he finished speaking, whoosh! An arrow as thick as an arm shot toward him from the front. Wang Dalong reacted swiftly, dodging the arrow with remarkable agility. But the same could not be said for several of his subordinates, who were instantly skewered and pinned to the factory door like candied hawthorn. Before the others could react, multiple sections of the ground suddenly collapsed, sending those standing above plummeting, impaled by sharp blades below. In the blink of an eye, Wang Dalong lost over a dozen men, darkening his expression to an extreme, his teeth grinding in fury. "Lin Mo, you dare to betray me. If I catch you, I will surely flay your skin." He seethed. Simultaneously, within the factory, Lin Mo and Yuli Daorun witnessed the unfolding scene through the surveillance feed. "Ha ha, Lin Mo, do you see this? Do you still think your reinforcements are numerous and formidable? This is just the beginning. It won't be long before they all become corpses." Yuli Daorun boasted with delight. Lin Mo watched as Wang Dalong's subordinates fell one after another, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him, his lips curling in a grin. However, he maintained a facade of fury, glaring at Yuli Daorun and bellowing, "You scoundrel, stop this at once. If you kill them all, I will become the center of the Ability Management Bureau. Cease this immediately." "Cease? Heh, the real show has only just begun." Yuli Daorun replied with a cold chuckle. Lin Mo gritted his teeth in anger, stamping his foot on the ground repeatedly. Yet, to Yuli Daorun, this merely appeared as impotent rage, and he took no heed of it. Chapter 42, Unexpected Gains. At the entrance of the abandoned factory, having evaded the first wave of traps and mechanisms, Wang Dalong and his group were about to press on. Bang! Suddenly, a bony claw burst forth from the ground, seizing one of their ankles. "What is this?" The man was taken aback, quickly bending down to take a look. At that moment, a skeletal figure suddenly erupted from the ground, opening its mouth wide and biting into the man's face. A piercing scream echoed as blood splattered everywhere. The skin on the man's face was almost torn off. Wang Dalong's expression darkened, and he rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the skeletal figure into pieces. However, the man's face was beyond saving. He lay on the ground, clutching his face and rolling in agony. "Ah, my face." Wang Dalong furrowed his brow and turned to his remaining subordinates, admonishing, "Everyone, be cautious." Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when more skeletal figures began to emerge from the ground, rapidly numbering in the hundreds, surrounding Wang Dalong and his men. "Boss, what kind of monstrous creature is this? Why are there so many?" One of Wang Dalong's subordinates asked, his face pale. "No, These are not creatures. They lack life. Wang Dalong shook his head, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. It is rumored that within the cult of the god of worship, there exists a practitioner of dark arts known as Yuli Daoist, whose supernatural powers allow him to manipulate corpses. Anyone he kills can be transformed into skeletal puppets through his abilities, which he commands. If I am not mistaken, that little wretch Lin Mo has colluded with the cult of the god of worship, deliberately setting a trap here to ensnare us all. Lin Mo, you are indeed audacious. Daring to consort with a cult. I wonder how Lord Jiang and Director Zhao will protect you now. Collusion with a cult is a capital offense. Even if I were to kill you, they would have no words to say. Wang Dalong then looked directly at his subordinates, issuing a command. Brothers, follow me to break through, capture Lin Mo and the cultists alive, and I will personally request rewards from the city lord's mansion for you. Kill. In an instant, the morale of the group surged as they charged towards the skeletal figures. Despite the overwhelming number of skeletons, Wang Dalong had brought only the elite of the Wang group. Coupled with his status as a level 9 supernatural being, they managed to break through the encirclement, making their way deeper into the factory after sustaining some casualties. Meanwhile, within the factory, the level 9 supernatural being, Yuli Daoist, clearly recognized Wang Dalong's strength and was taken aback. Could it be that even the director of your Jiangzhou branch has personally joined the fray? As Wang Dalong successfully broke free from the encirclement, Lin Mo felt a tinge of regret, but he feigned triumph on the surface. What? Are you afraid now? You are not just facing our director. You also have the elite of the supernatural administration here. If you are wise, release Han Dong quickly and surrender obediently. Or you may not even know how you will meet your demise. Haha. In response, Yuli Daoist tilted his head back and laughed disdainfully, then confidently declared, Lin Mo, you underestimate me too much. Since I dare to set this trap today, it means I am well prepared. What do I have to fear? Bring it on. With that, a multitude of figures surged forth from the surroundings, men and women, young and old, all attired differently, numbering over 100. At the center of their foreheads was a red cross emblem, the very symbol of the cult of the god of worship. Upon witnessing this, Lin Mo's eyes flashed with surprise. He had clearly not anticipated such a vast ambush of cult followers. It seemed that Yuli Daoist held a significant position within the cult. Soon, these followers gathered behind Yuli Daoist, and amidst the crowd, Lin Mo spotted Han Dong. At that moment, he was firmly bound to a wooden cross. His mouth and eyes taped shut, guarded by 2 cultists. Confirming that Han Dong was still alive brought Lin Mo a sigh of relief, and he lightly stomped his foot twice on the ground. Lin Mo, do you see the figures behind me? Yuli Daoist turned to Lin Mo, a smug expression on his face. I have not only prepared traps and mechanisms, I have also summoned most of the elite cultists hidden within Jiangzhou City. Initially, my goal was merely to severely weaken the supernatural administration's elite forces, but I did not expect to have an unexpected bonus today, with even the director of the Jiangzhou branch personally involved. If I can capture him, the Jiangzhou branch will be rendered powerless, and Jiangzhou City will belong to our cult of the god of worship. Perhaps even the esteemed leader will personally visit Jiangzhou City to reward and commend me. Lin Mo, you have truly been a stroke of good fortune for me. Hearing this, Lin Mo's heart leaped with joy. The cult's elite? What an unexpected gain. Yuli Daoist, you are indeed my lucky star. Bang. Just then, the factory door was kicked open from the outside. Wang Dalong, leading the remaining subordinates, stormed in with great ferocity. Upon seeing Lin Mo and the over 100 cultists standing together, Wang Dalong's eyes nearly burst with fury. He immediately glared at Lin Mo, shouting, Lin Mo you. However, before he could finish, Lin Mo feigned an excited expression, as if seeing reinforcements, and with reddened eyes exclaimed, Director, you have finally arrived. I have done my utmost to delay for time. If you had not come, I would have been doomed. Huh. Wang Dalong was momentarily taken aback, confusion evident on his face. What director? What nonsense is this? Before he could process it, Yuli Daoist waved his hand, commanding the cultists behind him, Ladies and gentlemen, the chance to show loyalty to the cult of the god of worship has arrived. Whoever can slay the director of the supernatural administration will be handsomely rewarded. Walk with the divine, and you will endure through the ages. The followers chanted their slogans and surged towards Wang Dalong and his men. Humph. A swarm of cultist ants dares to act recklessly before me. They seek death. Wang Dalong scoffed coldly, immediately commanding his subordinates, kill them. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the cultists. Wang Dalong, meanwhile, zeroed in on Lin Mo, charging towards him without a word. Chapter 43, There is someone behind you. In response, Lin Mo remained entirely unperturbed. As Wang Dalong drew ever closer, Lin Mo pointed at Yuli Daoist beside him, loudly declaring, Director, you have arrived just in time. This man is the head of the cult of the god of worship in Jiangzhou City. If we can take him down, the cult will find it exceedingly difficult to rise again. Humph. Wang Dalong coldly snorted, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Mo, his tone grim as he replied, What I want to capture is... Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking Wang Dalong's path. It was none other than Yuli Daoist. Ha ha. So you are the director of the supernatural administration, are you? Having long heard of your illustrious reputation, I, an old man, wish to claim your head as a reward. Might I inquire if you are amenable to this? The Daoist Yuli chuckled with satisfaction. Foolish old dog, begone. I shall deal with you later. Wang Dalong shot a fierce glare at the Daoist Yuli, his voice dripping with impatience. I am most displeased with your manner of speaking to me. It would be futile to apologize now. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Yoli's eyes as he formed a hand seal and chanted an incantation. Crack. The ground around them fractured inch by inch, and from below, 8 skeletal figures suddenly emerged. Unlike the bone puppets at the factory's entrance, these 8 skeletons radiated an overwhelming aura, each nearly equal in strength to a level 7 ability user. Upon witnessing this, Wang Dalong narrowed his eyes and declared in a chilling tone, since you are so intent on courting death, I shall oblige. With that, Wang Dalong stamped his foot, activating his ability to create clones. In an instant, he produced 8 doppelgangers, each exuding an aura that matched that of the skeletal figures. Attack! Wang Dalong gestured, and the 8 clones charged at the skeletal figures, engaging them in fierce combat. Meanwhile, he himself surged forward to confront Daoist Yuli. The battle was imminent. One could not deny that Wang Dalong was indeed a level 9 ability user. Each punch and strike he delivered carried a terrifying sense of oppression, making it difficult for anyone to breathe. Although Yoli's aura was evidently inferior to that of Wang Dalong, he did not find himself at a disadvantage in the short term. Standing nearby, Lin Mo's eyes flashed with surprise. He had not anticipated that the Daoist Yoli possessed such formidable strength. Surely at least on par with a level 8 ability user. Fortuitously, he had refrained from engaging him directly, or he would have suffered greatly. Seizing the opportunity amidst the fierce battle, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon Han Dong, who was stationed nearby with only 2 followers of the god-worshipping sect to guard him. Without hesitation, Lin Mo charged forward. Halt! One of the followers rushed to intercept Lin Mo. Without a word, Lin Mo activated his ability to obliterate light. Boom! The follower was instantly reduced to dust. The remaining follower, terrified by the sight, hastily drew a dagger and pressed it against Han Dong's neck. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him. Stay calm and look behind you. Lin Mo immediately halted, pointing behind the follower. Humph, you think you can trick me? There's nothing behind me. You're merely trying to distract me. The follower scoffed confidently. PFF. Suddenly, a black longsword pierced through his chest from behind. Who told you there was nothing back there? At the same moment, a mocking voice resonated from behind the follower. How is this possible? The follower's eyes widened in disbelief. Blood pouring from his mouth. He exerted all his strength to turn and see who had ambushed him, but as his head turned halfway, he collapsed, lifeless. The assailant was none other than LV Liang. From the moment Lin Mo had exited the apartment complex, LV Liang had burrowed underground, stealthily following him and waiting for his command. He had seized the opportunity to strike from behind, delivering a fatal blow to the follower. Lin brother, what shall we do next? LV Liang inquired, wiping the blood from his sword as he approached Lin Mo. First, we must rescue him, Lin Mo replied, rushing forward to free Han Dong from the crucifix and remove the black tape from his face. However, Han Dong was gravely injured and had lost consciousness. Looking up at LV Liang, Lin Mo instructed, you take Han Dong and escape. Director Zhao and the others should have arrived at the rendezvous point. Han Dong requires immediate medical attention. And you? You're not planning to stay behind, are you? LV Liang asked. Lin Mo cast a glance at the fierce combatants nearby and a thrill of excitement crossed his face. Indeed. Lin brother, are you mad? Both factions are here to kill you. Staying behind would be exceedingly dangerous. Come with me. LV Liang voiced his concerns. Fear not. I have my own measures in place. Once you meet Director Zhao, proceed as planned. Lin Mo reassured him, patting LV Liang's shoulder with a smile. All right, Lin brother, but do take care. I will retrieve you once I've gotten Han Dong to safety. Reluctantly, LV Liang complied, supporting Han Dong as they retreated underground. Once the two had departed, Lin Mo moved to a more concealed corner, his gaze fixed on the powerful combatants not far away. Level 4 ability users, level 5 ability users, and even level 6 ability users. Such an abundance of ability points. He mused, sensing the potential for a significant gain today. However, he realized that he would have only one opportunity to act. Otherwise, he would surely draw the attention of Wang Dalong and Daoist Yoli. If they turned to besiege him, the situation would become perilous. A swift resolution was imperative. With this in mind, Lin Mo's eyes gleamed as he swiftly extended his hands, focusing his mind. Before him, a sphere of obliterating light, the size of a soccer ball, began to coalesce above his palms. Yet, this was merely insufficient. Lin Mo continued to expend his ability points, causing the sphere to grow larger. After approximately half a minute, the diameter of the obliterating light sphere had expanded to 2 meters, emanating a dreadful aura that radiated outward. That should suffice. Lin Mo inhaled deeply. At this moment, he had consumed a significant portion of his ability points, and the power of this sphere should be sufficient to leave an indelible mark on the gathering. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully hurled the massive obliterating light sphere into the air, akin to a blazing sun, casting a searing glow as it soared towards the powerful combatants. Soon, it hovered above the center of the crowd. What is that? Who has brought down the sun? This is bad, run. Sensing the terrifying energy emanating from the obliterating light sphere, the crowd quickly realized something was amiss and turned to flee. However, it was already too late. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the obliterating light sphere detonated. In an instant, the sheer destructive force enveloped the surroundings. Those closest to the epicenter of the explosion were reduced to mere ash. Let it be known that this was a culmination of half of Lin Mo's ability points as a level 6 ability user, and its power was utterly staggering. Ability users below level 6 stood no chance of resistance. Even if they survived the blast, they would be grievously injured. Thus, within moments, the casualty count among the powerful combatants soared to 20 or 30, not accounting for the lightly injured. Cries of anguish and screams of terror echoed throughout the factory. How shameless you are, you old scoundrel. To think you would take advantage of our battle to ambush my subordinates. Truly despicable. Wang Dalong noticed the scene and, mistaking it for the work of the Yuli Daoist, erupted in a furious tirade. Which of your eyes saw me launching the ambush? Furthermore, among the casualties are also members of our faith of the deity. If I truly intended to attack, why would I spare my own people? The Yuli Daoist shot Wang Dalong a disdainful glance and retorted dismissively. Less chatter. What atrocious deeds are you, the followers of an evil cult, incapable of? Suicide attacks are your forte. Come and take my life. Wang Dalong's fury ignited instantly, with his forces already dwindling and now suffering further losses. He felt an overwhelming urge to skin the Yuli Daoist alive. Do you really think I fear you? The Yuli Daoist, equally aggrieved, faced him head-on, and they clashed again in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, hidden in a corner, couldn't help but smirk slightly. It appeared these two had not detected his presence. Given the circumstances, it was time to reap another wave of souls. With this thought, Lin Mo concentrated, and a flicker of crimson light emanated from his right hand. In the next moment, the red glow coalesced into a long sword. However, this sword was not a tangible weapon, but rather a semi-transparent crimson apparition, its surface ablaze with scarlet flames. This was the new skill Lin Mo had recently acquired, the Sword of Annihilation. He had not found the opportunity to test it until now, and today, he would seize this chance to gauge its power. Grasping the Sword of Annihilation, Lin Mo charged directly toward the throng of adversaries. Lin Mo, one of Wang Dalong's subordinates, was the first to spot him. Lin Mo's eyes glinted as he spoke. Do not panic. I know you are here to deal with me, but the forces of the evil cult are overwhelming, and the situation is quite unfavorable for us. Why not join forces temporarily to overcome this crisis, and then we can settle our scores afterward? I will trust you this once. The man nodded and turned to confront the followers of the faith of the deity. In a flash, Lin Mo stepped forward, swinging the Sword of Annihilation. Thud! The man's head was instantly severed, and his body was engulfed in the flames of the Sword of Annihilation, reducing him to ashes. Lin Mo's eyes flickered with surprise at the sword's formidable power. Immediately, he darted away to a different location. Lin Mo, this time, a follower of the faith of the deity, recognized him. Lin Mo remained composed, waving his hand as he said, calm down. The Paranormal Management Bureau has suffered significant losses today because of me, and they will certainly impose severe penalties upon my return. Thus, I have decided to join you and fight alongside you against the Paranormal Management Bureau. What do you say? Very well, you show good sense. The follower sneered and nodded, preparing to turn away. Suddenly, he flicked his right hand, sending a flash of cold light hurtling toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo's brows furrowed, and he reacted swiftly, dodging the deadly beam. What is the meaning of this? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. I don't trust you. The follower scoffed, gritting his teeth. In that case, Lin Mo sighed resignedly, a chilling murderous intent spreading across his face. Then you shall perish. With those words, Lin Mo lunged forward, wielding the Sword of Annihilation with lethal precision. The follower attempted to block, but was cleaved in two. This gruesome spectacle did not go unnoticed by another member of the faith of the deity, whose complexion paled in horror. What did you just witness? Lin Mo turned to him, a cold smile playing on his lips. Aye. The follower stammered, paralyzed with fear. Thud. The Sword of Annihilation struck again, and the follower's head flew from his shoulders. You know too much, Lin Mo coldly remarked, vanishing into the crowd like a specter. Wang Dalong and the Yuli Daoists soon sensed something amiss, realizing their ranks were thinning alarmingly. They momentarily separated and peered into the crowd, where they beheld Lin Mo wielding the Sword of Annihilation with brutal efficiency, dispatching foes as effortlessly as one would slice through vegetables. The number of powerful adversaries dwindled before their eyes. Lin Mo, Wang Dalong, and the Yuli Daoist gritted their teeth in frustration, their rage boiling over. Without hesitation, they both charged toward Lin Mo engrossed in his slaughter. Lin Mo felt a dangerous aura and glanced over his shoulder. Upon seeing Wang Dalong and the Yuli Daoist, his expression shifted dramatically, and he stomped the ground forcefully, shouting, LV Liang, Hurry. Just as Wang Dalong and the Yuli Daoist closed in, a hand emerged from the earth beside Lin Mo, gripping his ankle and pulling him down. Wang Dalong and the Yuli Daoist missed their target. Trying to escape? The Yuli Daoist's expression darkened as a yellow talisman appeared out of thin air. He waved his hand, and the talisman dove underground. After closing his eyes to sense its path, the Yuli Daoist shot off in a specific direction. Lin Mo is mine. Do not interfere. Seeing this, Wang Dalong immediately pursued. Approximately 2 kilometers away, in a wooded area near an abandoned factory, LV Liang emerged from the ground with Lin Mo, gasping for breath. Why did you stop running? This place is still not safe. Lin Mo inquired, puzzled. I can't go on. I have exhausted all my supernatural energy. LV Liang slumped to the ground, utterly fatigued. Lin Mo frowned, poised to help him relocate. Ha ha ha, Lin Mo, run if you can. Let us see how long you can keep this up. Suddenly, a triumphant laugh echoed from nearby. Lin Mo turned to see his expression change drastically. The Yuli Daoist and Wang Dalong had caught up with them. This was indeed a dire situation. Chapter 45, The Space Ring. Soon, Wang Dalong and the Yuli Daoist cornered Lin Mo and LV Liang, their powerful auras amplifying the tension in the air. Lin Mo, you little bastard. You've caused the deaths of so many of our Faith of the Deity's followers. You will pay for your actions. The Yuli Daoist glared at Lin Mo, venom dripping from his words. Lin Mo, you have truly brought me great suffering. If I cannot flay you alive today, my heart will never find peace. Wang Dalong's eyes burned with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Lin Mo. Without further ado, they prepared to strike. Stop right there. Just as the situation seemed hopeless, a resounding voice pierced the air. Lin Mo and LV Liang turned in unison, their relief palpable as they recognized the newcomer, Zhao Tianlin, accompanied by a group of official investigators from the Paranormal Management Bureau. Wang Dalong's expression suddenly shifted, and he hastily retracted his fist. Boss Wang, what brings you here? Zhao Tianlin stepped forward, regarding Wang Dalong with a hint of suspicion. I. Wang Dalong momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Engaging in clandestine dealings against Lin Mo was already a disreputable act, and being caught in the act only amplified his embarrassment. Boss Wang is assisting our supernatural administration in apprehending cultists. Just moments ago, he and his subordinates fought valiantly, displaying remarkable bravery. Lin Mo remarked with a teasing glint in his eyes. Oh, is that so? Zhao Tianlin turned his gaze toward Wang Dalong. Wang Dalong's lips twitched. He was now in a position akin to a mute consuming bitter herbs, unable to voice his grievances. He had clearly been outmaneuvered by Lin Mo, suffering significant losses in manpower. Yet, he could not confront Lin Mo, for doing so would necessitate explaining his presence here, along with his entourage. With no other recourse, he forced a smile and replied, Why yes, indeed, I am here to assist you. Thank you immensely, Boss Wang. Zhao Tianlin responded with a fist clasped in gratitude, then turned his attention to the Yuli Daoist, sternly admonishing, Wicked sorcerer, surrender yourself at once. Today, your cult's ambitions shall be thwarted. So, you are the head of the supernatural administration. Yuli Daoist narrowed his eyes, turning to glare at Wang Dalong, and asked in a deep voice, And who might you be? Why meddle in our affairs and jeopardize the plans of our cult? Dare you disclose your name? Wang Dalong's complexion shifted slightly. He was reluctant to reveal his identity. After all, the cult was composed of lunatics, and incurring their wrath could spell disaster for his future. However, at that moment, Lin Mo stepped forward, pointing at Wang Dalong and addressing Yuli Daoist. Hey, heed my words, you oblivious fool. He, unchanged in name and surname, is Wang Dalong, the chairman of the Wang Group. Do you remember that? You. Wang Dalong was immediately incensed, his eyes wide with fury. No need to thank me, Boss Wang. Without revealing your illustrious name, how could your grandeur be acknowledged? This will surely frighten that old dog. Lin Mo grinned widely. Wang Dalong felt as if his head was spinning, blood pressure skyrocketing, and he nearly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. At this moment, he harbored a fierce desire to strangle Lin Mo. Wang Group, Wang Dalong is it? Very well. I shall remember you. You will pay dearly for today's events. Yuli Daoist fixed his gaze on Wang Dalong, as if etching his likeness into his memory. Wang Dalong could only feel exasperated. It was Lin Mo who had slain the individuals. Why should he bear the brunt of this? I am innocent in this matter, he thought. However, just then, Yuli Daoist produced a yellow talisman from his robes. Not good. He intends to flee. Quickly, apprehend him. We must not let him escape. Wang Dalong's expression changed dramatically. Zhao Tianlin signaled to the investigators behind him. As they were about to charge at Yuli Daoist, he threw the yellow talisman into the air. Bang! The talisman exploded, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of black smoke. Cough, cough. The investigators found themselves momentarily blinded. Once the smoke cleared, Yuli Daoist had vanished without a trace. What a pity, we've let that sorcerer escape. Zhao Tianlin lamented. Fear not, there are still many cultists within the abandoned factory, currently being apprehended by Boss Wang's subordinates. Let us swiftly ensnare them all. Lin Mo suggested, pointing toward the dilapidated factory nearby. The group promptly advanced. As expected, with Yuli Daoist's retreat, the remaining cultists posed little threat. United in their efforts, Zhao Tianlin and the investigators quickly eradicated them. Lin Mo also seized the opportunity to take down a few more. Soon, his supernatural energy surged to 320,000, bringing him closer to breaking through to a 7th-level ability user. It must be said, today's gains were quite substantial. In contrast, Wang Dalong, while tallying his numbers, was on the verge of tears. The elite contingent he had brought had been decimated to less than a third, leaving his heart bleeding profusely. Zhao Tianlin intended to express his gratitude, but Wang Dalong, with a sullen visage, stormed away from the abandoned factory, ignoring him entirely. What has gotten into Boss Wang? Zhao Tianlin inquired, perplexed. Perhaps he is reflecting on some distressing matters, Lin Mo replied, suppressing a chuckle. Let him be. Zhao Tianlin waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Lin Mo, saying, Lin Mo, you and Lu Liang have accomplished a great feat. Not only have you successfully rescued our formal investigator Han Dong, but you've also aided the supernatural administration in annihilating so many cultists. I must reward you properly. Speak up, what do you desire? I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Could we be granted formal status? Lin Mo asked eagerly. Zhao Tianlin pondered for a moment before replying. I can arrange for 10 tasks to be credited as completed for you both, but you will still need to undergo the formal assessment. However, for you too, that should not pose much of a challenge, merely a formality. Thank you very much, Director Zhao. Lin Mo clasped his fists in gratitude. Aside from that, do you have any other requests? Zhao Tianlin inquired of the duo. Lu Liang contemplated briefly before addressing Zhao Tianlin. Director, I've always wished for a spatial ring. It would be so much more convenient to carry items or weapons when heading out. Is this request feasible? A spatial ring. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Having been obsessed with web novels in his previous life, he knew well what a treasure it was. When he had first received the reward of 500 merit points, he had contemplated exchanging for one. The convenience of being able to carry anything within it was enticing. However, upon seeing the price, he swiftly abandoned the thought. A spatial ring with just 1 cubic meter of internal space cost an astounding 3,000 merit points, equivalent to 30 million. It was truly beyond the means of an average person. Thus, when Lu Liang made this request, Lin Mo found himself filled with anticipation. You young man, while you appear quite earnest, you certainly know how to frighten someone with your words. Spatial rings are rare items. Only senior investigators within our supernatural administration are qualified to possess them. Regular formal investigators are not permitted, let alone interns. Zhao Tianlin shot Lu Liang a disapproving glance. Well, we have achieved such a significant accomplishment this time. Can't we receive special consideration? Lu Liang scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. We cannot establish such a precedent. Otherwise, everyone will come to me for one. Where am I to procure so many spatial rings? They are exceedingly scarce. Our entire Jiangzhou branch has barely a dozen. And they are already claimed. Zhao Tianlin shook his head, looking quite troubled. Are they really that scarce? Lu Liang's eyes flickered, and as if struck by a sudden inspiration, he grinned and said, but I heard from Lord Jiang that their lord's mansion possesses quite a number of spatial rings. Last time, he even mentioned that he would gift one to Brother Lin after a while. What? Zhao Tianlin's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly turned to Lin Mo and asked, did Lord Jiang truly say such a thing? Lin Mo cast a glance at Lu Liang, who was incessantly winking at him. With a resigned smile, Lin Mo replied ambiguously, it seems so. That old fox Jiang Qinian is truly trying various tricks to undermine me. He is even willing to part with such a precious treasure as a spatial ring. If you accept it, and he attempts to recruit you into the Lord's mansion later, you will find yourself bereft of any reason to refuse. No, I absolutely cannot allow him to succeed. Zhao Tianlin took a deep breath, as if resolving to take a leap of faith, and said to Lin Mo and Lu Liang, I will do everything in my power to apply to headquarters regarding the spatial ring. Just wait for my good news. With that, he took out his phone and turned to walk away. Hee, Brother Lin, it seems we are quite likely to secure that spatial ring. Lu Liang grinned. You're full of schemes. Lin Mo shook his head with a smile. Outside Jiangzhou City, a figure fled in a state of panic. It was Yuli Daoren. In such haste, where could he possibly be heading? However, at that moment, a voice laced with mockery suddenly rang out. Yuli Daoren quickly halted and looked ahead. Not far away, a young man in a black robe stood with an air of authority. He had silver hair and was quite handsome, with a blood-red cross pendant hanging from his chest. Upon seeing this, Yuli Daoren hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee with utmost reverence, and said, I pay my respects to the esteemed priest. Rise. The silver-haired man waved his hand. Yet, Yuli Daoren dared not move, lowering his head and tremblingly replying, I am a sinner of the worship of the gods, unworthy to stand. Oh, what has transpired? The silver-haired man squinted his eyes. Yuli Daoren promptly recounted the events that had unfolded in the abandoned factory. Again with this Lin Mo? Have you not learned a single lesson after suffering at his hands multiple times? Is his strength truly formidable? The silver-haired man asked coldly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. No, he is merely an intern investigator from the Abilities Management Bureau with a maximum power level of a level 5 ability user. However, this lad possesses extraordinary luck, always managing to turn misfortune into fortune. This time, yet another individual named Wang Dalong emerged, disrupting my plans. Otherwise, I would have already captured Lin Mo. Yuli Dao Run gritted his teeth, expressing his frustration. Enough, uselessness is still useless. Most of the believers within Jiangzhou City must be dead by now, correct? The silver-haired man inquired coldly. Yuli Dao Ren's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. It matters not. The fall of Jiangzhou City is merely a matter of time. The beast tide of the ghost level draws ever closer. The silver-haired man turned his gaze toward a certain direction, squinting his eyes as he coldly laughed. We must find a way to expedite its approach. Esteemed priest, allow me to handle this matter. I possess a technique that can greatly agitate the beasts, ensuring the beast tide advances at an accelerated pace. Yuli Daoren clasped his fists, volunteering eagerly. Oh, is that so? Then this task shall be entrusted to you. Consider it your chance to redeem yourself. Go. The silver-haired man waved his hand. Understood. Only then did Yuli Daoren dare to rise and swiftly head toward the direction of the beast tide. Watching Yuli Daoren's retreating figure, the silver-haired man narrowed his eyes and murmured, Lin Mo, quite intriguing. I hope you do not interfere with the grand designs of the worship of the gods. Otherwise this priest, would not hesitate to take matters into my own hands and send you on your way. At the Abilities Management Bureau, Jiangzhou Branch. Night Patrol, Lin Mo frowned. Indeed, before the formal assessment, all intern investigators must undertake a night patrol task. This will significantly impact your final evaluation and whether you can be promoted. Therefore, you and Lu Liang must perform well tonight and not falter. Zhang Wei instructed Lin Mo and Lu Liang. But how is this task considered complete? Lu Liang inquired, puzzled. The task system will randomly assign you to a jurisdiction. You simply need to ensure that everything remains peaceful and that no civilians are harmed during the night. Zhang Wei explained. I see. Both Lin Mo and Lu Liang nodded thoughtfully. Before long, night fell. Lin Mo and Lu Liang were fortunate. The system had randomly assigned them to the jurisdiction where the Abilities Management Bureau was located. This was undoubtedly one of the safest jurisdictions within Jiangzhou City. After all, with the Abilities Management Bureau situated here, who would dare to cause trouble? Lin Mo and Lu Liang instantly felt a surge of confidence. This is a sure thing. The night patrol officially commenced at 8 o'clock. Didn't they say there would be vehicles provided for the night patrol? Lin Mo glanced at the two shared bicycles Zhang Wei had pushed over, feeling somewhat disheartened. Bicycles? The official investigators took all the vehicles, and the Bureau is currently tight on funds. These two shared bicycles were even paid for out of my own pocket, so you two will have to make do. Zhang Wei patted the bicycle seat and turned to leave. It seems I need to find time to buy a car, otherwise, it's too inconvenient for tasks like these. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. I heard that recently, a new SUV model from Dami has been released, and it looks quite stylish. Let us check it out sometime. Lu Liang smiled. Thus, the two had no choice but to ride the shared bicycles, meandering through the nearby streets. Initially, everything was peaceful. Before they knew it, it was midnight. Lin Mo and Lu Liang were utterly famished and decided to head to the Hao Gu food stall next to the Abilities Management Bureau for some skewers. Ah, help. There's a beast. A terrified scream suddenly pierced the night. The direction from which the scream came appeared to be that of the Hao Gu food stall. Chapter 47. Are you here to cause trouble? Lin Mo and Lu Liang instantly perked up. Finally, some action. Otherwise, they would have been so bored that they would have dozed off. In an instant, they pedaled furiously, racing toward the Hao Gu food stall. Upon arrival, they saw a small lobster-like beast waving its pincers, chasing a beautiful girl dressed in a pink JK uniform. Tables and chairs had been overturned in chaos. Suddenly, the pretty girl stepped on an empty wine bottle and slipped, falling to the ground. The lobster beast charged toward her. The frightened girl, her long legs wrapped in white stockings, flailed helplessly on the ground, unable to rise. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, ready to step in to help. However, at that moment, Lu Liang extended his hand to stop Lin Mo and, patting his chest, volunteered, Brother Lin, this beast isn't too strong. Allow me to handle it. Lin Mo shook his head with a smile. How could he not see through Lu Liang's little scheme? Was he truly going to deal with the beast? Clearly, he had taken a fancy to the girl and yearned to play the hero. You beast, release that girl. Allow me to subdue you. Lu Liang bellowed, charging straight at the giant crayfish-like creature. At present, he was a level 3 ability user, and his speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he found himself confronting the creature, and without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick. A piercing scream echoed as the creature was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. That cry sounded somewhat human. Lu Liang mused, momentarily taken aback, but he quickly shook off the thought and turned to the beautiful girl beside him. Flipping his bangs and forcing a grin he deemed charming. Are you all right, miss? You. The stunning girl gazed at Lu Liang, her wide, beautiful eyes filled with terror. Believing she was merely startled by the ordeal, Lu Liang attempted to reassure her, saying, Do not fear. I am here to protect you. He then bent down to help her up from the ground. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Stop right there. Suddenly, an irate voice pierced through the air. A portly man clad in a leather jacket and sporting a baseball cap stormed into the food stall, glaring at Lu Liang with evident annoyance. Where did you come from, kid? Are you deliberately causing trouble? I was saving her. If I hadn't intervened, that creature would have devoured her. Lu Liang exclaimed, utterly bewildered as he tried to explain. Saving? Do you even know what you're talking about? We're filming a short drama here. The fat man retorted angrily, gesturing to the side. Lu Liang turned to look and spotted a man crouching nearby, holding a camera and filming the scene. Glancing back at the creature he had kicked, he saw the crayfish-like beast had removed its headpiece, revealing a man inside, writhing on the ground in pain, clutching his stomach. What? Lu Liang's face fell into complete confusion. Are you some troublemaker sent from the neighboring film crew, trying to delay our shoot so you can steal our spotlight? The fat man fumed, gripping Lu Liang's arm tightly. If you don't clarify this matter today, I will drag you to the police station. Do you believe that? Lin Mo, sensing the situation was amiss, quickly stepped forward to clarify. Brother, there has been a misunderstanding. We are from the Ability Management Bureau, and capturing aberrant creatures is our responsibility. We heard cries for help and rushed over here, not realizing you were filming. Is that so? Riding some crummy shared bike and pretending to be a big shot? What proof do you have? The fat man shot Lin Mo a skeptical glance. Without hesitation, Lin Mo produced his credentials and handed them to the fat man. However, the fat man merely glanced at them before tossing them back, sneering. Looks fake to me. Our crew has plenty of such documents. He then turned and shouted, props. Bring our gear over. Got it. A man jogged over, opening his backpack to reveal a trove of credentials from various departments, including the Ability Management Bureau and the City Lord's office, all strikingly authentic. Lin Mo found himself at a loss for words upon witnessing this. Well, kid, I suppose you have nothing to counter now, do you? The fat man smirked, pulling out his phone and coldly stating, let us go have a chat at the police station. Just then, a massive claw suddenly reached out, swatting the phone from the fat man's hand and sending it crashing to the ground. Startled, the fat man spun around to see the crayfish-like beast standing beside him. Hey, Wang Gaodian, are you trying to get yourself killed? I just bought that iPhone 16 Pro Max. If it's broken, I'll deduct it from your wages. He scolded the creature with irritation, quickly bending down to retrieve his phone. After confirming the screen was intact, he breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to the crayfish-like creature with confusion. Weren't you just writhing in pain? Why are you fine now? You should have stayed down and continued your pitiful wailing. Wait until the police arrive. Those two will be in for it. However, the crayfish-like creature continued to clack its claws, remaining silent. What? Did my kick render you mute? Did I damage your vocal cords or something? What are you trying to pull? The fat man slapped the creature on its head, then turned to glare at Lin Mo and Lu Liang, angrily declaring, did you see that? My employee has been rendered mute by your kick. You will be held accountable. And don't even think about skimping on the medical expenses. Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged glances, instinctively taking a few steps back. What? You think you can run? In a society governed by law, can you escape? I'll call the police right now. The fat man threatened, reaching for his phone once more. Director, the cameraman, positioned not far away, called out softly. What is it? Can't you see I'm about to call the police? The fat man shot him a glare. Look over there. The cameraman pointed urgently. The fat man followed the direction of the cameraman's finger and froze. Seeing the man who had just been kicked by Lu Liang still lying on the ground, rolling around and clutching his stomach. Wang Gaodian. The fat man was momentarily stunned. If that was Wang Gaodian on the ground, then who was the crayfish-like creature next to him? Suddenly, the fat man glanced down at his right hand, which he had just used to strike the creature's head, now covered in thick, foul-smelling slime. An aberrant creature. The fat man's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively looked up at the crayfish-like beast. At that moment, the creature was also fixated on him, its emerald green eyes glimmering with a thirst for blood. Oh my God! The fat man was paralyzed with fear, and without a second thought, he turned to flee. But it was too late. The giant claw of the crayfish-like creature swung down, striking the overweight man with tremendous force, sending him flying across the stall. Chapter 48, The Elixir. A blood-curdling scream erupted, echoing throughout the food stall. There's an aberrant creature. Everyone run. The crew members were terrified, each one turning to flee in panic. The cameraman even abandoned his camera. The crayfish-like creature surveyed the area before fixing its gaze on the beautiful girl not far away, advancing directly toward her. Please, don't come any closer. The stunning girl's face drained of color as she desperately struggled to rise from the ground. But the more frantic she became, the less she could stand. What had begun as an act in a play had now turned into a genuine terror that left her legs weak. As the crayfish-like creature approached her, Lin Mo signaled to Lu Liang with his eyes. Understood. Lu Liang nodded and vanished into the ground. The crayfish-like creature was about to close in on the beautiful girl. However, at that moment, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from the ground, seizing its legs and forcefully pulling downwards. The aberrant creature resembling a crayfish found itself half submerged, immobilized and unable to advance an inch. Brother Lin. Lu Liang emerged from the side, tossing a gleaming black sword to Lin Mo. Lin Mo caught the sword deftly and took a decisive step forward. Clang. The blade was unsheathed, a glimmer of cold light slicing through the night sky. In the next instant, the creature's entire head was severed, rolling several paces before coming to a halt. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 2 aberrant creature, obtaining 100 ability points. Lin Mo could only shake his head with a wry smile. With his rising prowess, the ability points gained from defeating lower-tier aberrations had indeed dwindled considerably. Nonetheless, the C-rank weapon gifted by Lord Jiang was truly commendable. The hardness of the creature's shell was comparable to solid stone, yet under the black sword, it was as fragile as cutting through vegetables. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that wielding this black sword did not consume any ability points, making it exceptionally suitable for prolonged combat. My dear, I have genuinely saved you now. Lu Liang approached the beautiful girl, extending his right hand toward her. Thank you. The girl's delicate face flushed as she grasped Lu Liang's hand and rose from the ground. Witnessing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Lu Liang was indeed just as unassuming as he appeared. Hey, are you alright? Still alive? Lin Mo turned to the portly man beside him, delivering a light kick to his ample backside. His concern was not for the man's safety, but rather to ensure that no civilians met with misfortune during tonight's mission. It was imperative that the portly man remained unharmed. I'm still alive. The man rubbed his backside and scrambled to his feet, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. So, you two are truly from the Ability Management Bureau? Oh, now you no longer doubt us? Lin Mo quipped, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Haha. How could I dare? After all, you have saved our lives. I truly apologize for my earlier skepticism. The portly man's demeanor shifted entirely, his face now adorned with contrition and respect. All right, if there's nothing else, you may continue your filming. Lin Mo, uninterested in further exchanges, waved his hand and turned to leave. An aberrant creature. Just then, a piercing scream filled with terror erupted from the back kitchen of the food stall. Lin Mo frowned. What on earth was happening today? Usually, this area was quite safe. Why did it feel as though they had disturbed a den of aberrant creatures? One after another, Lin Mo and Lu Liang were about to dash into the kitchen when, at that moment, a figure sprinted out from within. Short, crew-cut hair, a bushy beard, and a muscular physique, yet adorned with a Peppa Pig apron. Who else could it be but the owner of the food stall, Brother Hao? What is happening inside? Lin Mo and Lu Liang rushed forward. Aberrant creatures. They're everywhere. Brother Hao exclaimed, his face a mask of fear. Just then, he noticed the severed head of the crayfish creature nearby and pointed, shouting, That's it. They're all like that. How could there be so many aberrant crayfish in your kitchen? Lin Mo inquired, perplexed. I don't know. I learned a secret recipe for crayfish online. And just as a customer ordered some, they started jumping out of the pot. Brother Hao shook his head in bewilderment. Secret recipe? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Brother Lin. They're coming out. Just then, Lu Liang pointed toward the kitchen. Lin Mo turned to see one after another of the aberrant crayfish charging out. The previously calm Brother Hao was on the verge of wetting himself from fright, while the portly man and other patrons had long since fled. Let us take action. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and charged forward with Lu Liang. Although the number of aberrant crayfish was considerable, numbering around 20, they were merely level 2 creatures. Soon, Lin Mo and Lu Liang had dispatched them all. To prevent any further transformations, they rushed into the kitchen and eliminated the remaining crayfish, finally feeling reassured. You two brothers are incredibly grateful. Otherwise, there would have surely been casualties today. Brother Hao was nearly in tears, overwhelmed with gratitude, almost bowing to them. No need for such formality, boss. If it's not too much trouble, could you grill us a few skewers? We're absolutely famished. Lu Liang grinned, rubbing his growling stomach. No problem, I'll arrange that right away. Brother Hao promptly turned to prepare. Shortly thereafter, a generous platter of skewers was brought forth before Lin Mo and Lu Liang, who indulged heartily. Suddenly, Lin Mo seemed to recall something. Setting down the skewer in his hand and addressing Brother Hao, who was tidying the tables. Boss, you mentioned earlier that you learned a secret recipe for crayfish online. Would it be possible for me to take a look? Of course. Brother Hao immediately retrieved his phone, approaching to show it to Lin Mo and Lu Liang. 13 spices, dried chili, Sichuan pepper, formula number 1, etc. all seem quite normal at first glance. But what is this formula number 1? Lin Mo asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. It was sent to me by the person who provided the recipe, claiming it enhances the aroma and flavor. To be honest, when I first added it, it did smell quite nice, but not long after, the crayfish in the pot transformed into aberrant creatures. Brother Hao explained. Do you still have any of formula number 1 here? Please show it to me. Lin Mo urged. Yes, I'll fetch it right away. Brother Hao hurried off toward the kitchen. Brother Lin, do you suspect that the crayfish suddenly turning into aberrant creatures is related to formula number 1? Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo inquiringly. I hope I'm just overthinking it, Lin Mo replied, narrowing his eyes with a serious expression. Otherwise, this situation could become quite dire. Chapter 49. An invitation from the cult of the divine. Before long, Brother Hao returned, but his hands were empty. How strange. I distinctly remember placing it near the stove. How could it be missing? Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged glances. Something is amiss. Could it have been knocked over by the aberrant creatures? Lu Liang asked Brother Hao. No, even if it was knocked over, the bottle should still be there. I've searched the kitchen thoroughly, but found nothing at all, as if it vanished into thin air. Brother Hao shook his head. Can you still contact the person who gave you formula number 1? Lin Mo inquired. Brother Hao quickly pulled out his phone, found the number, and dialed. Sorry. The number you have dialed is not in service. Hearing the message from the phone, Lin Mo's brow furrowed tightly. It was now 100% certain that formula no. 1 was problematic. However, the person sent the number 1 serum to Brother Hao, but what was his true intention? Was it merely to spawn these bizarre crayfish? Or was he exploiting Brother Hao for experimentation? In a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo found himself deep in thought. Meanwhile, concealed behind a large tree across from the food stall, a pair of eyes silently observed the unfolding events. The onlooker was a boy, approximately 15 or 16 years of age. He appeared quite unblemished, sporting short hair and large black-framed glasses, embodying the archetype of an obedient child. However, when his gaze fell upon Lin Mo and Lu Liang, a smug smile crept upon his lips. It seems my research has borne fruit. I've even attracted the attention of the Ability Management Bureau. As he spoke, the boy raised his right hand, revealing a small white vial inscribed with the words no. 1 in black lettering. Nonetheless, the potency of the number 1 serum was ultimately limited. It could only induce mutations in lowly creatures like crayfish. If he wished to create a significant stir, he must hasten the research on the number 2 serum. At that moment, he chuckled to himself, excitement bubbling over, and then turned to vanish into the night. Just as he departed, Lin Mo, who had been lost in thought, suddenly turned his head toward the tree where the boy had been hiding. What's wrong, Lin? Lu Liang inquired, puzzled. It felt like we were being watched, Lin Mo replied, furrowing his brow. Could it be the person who sent the number 1 serum? Criminal psychology suggests that most offenders tend to return to the scene of the crime after committing an act. Perhaps he wanted to observe the effects of the no. 1 serum? Lu Liang speculated. Well, look at you, delving into criminal psychology. Lin Mo remarked, somewhat surprised. Heh, I picked it up from movies. Lu Liang chuckled sheepishly. Scratching the back of his head, Lin Mo, momentarily bemused, then said, regardless, if it is indeed that individual, he likely hasn't gone far. We might still catch him if we hurry. Then what are we waiting for? Let's chase after him. That kid who created the number 1 serum surely harbors ill intentions. Lu Liang declared, standing up decisively. Indeed. Lin Mo nodded, turning to Brother Hao. Boss, we have a matter to attend to. We'll settle the bill upon our return. The night had deepened. As they walked through the dimly lit alley, the boy's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to develop the number 2 serum. Suddenly, several dark figures emerged ahead, blocking his path. The boy halted, lifting his head with an air of calm. Do you need something from me? Chu Tianqi. We've finally found you. One of the figures, a burly middle-aged man adorned with a red cross on his forehead, stepped forward from the shadows. Members of the God Worship sect? Chu Tianqi squinted, perplexed. We've had no previous dealings. What do you want with me? It's your abilities that have caught our attention. And we wish to invite you to join our God Worship sect to collaborate on grand endeavors. The middle-aged man extended his right hand toward Chu Tianqi. Glancing at it, Chu Tianqi promptly shook his head. I'm afraid we are not on the same path. Thus there's no necessity for such an invitation. Not on the same path. Huh. Chu Tianqi, being invited to join us is a sign of respect. Don't turn down a gift. The middle-aged man sneered, his arrogance palpable. Those who dare reject the God Worship sect typically meet unfortunate fates. I trust you've heard the rumors? So today, you will comply, whether you wish to or not. As the man's words lingered in the air, the followers of the God Worship sect advanced, blocking Chu Tianqi's escape. What? Are you resorting to force? Chu Tianqi shot a cold glance over his shoulder. You have but 2 options. Either surrender the formula for the number 1 serum, or forfeit your life. The middle-aged man taunted. And what if I refuse both? Chu Tianqi narrowed his eyes. Ha! You truly believe yourself to be someone of importance? The man laughed derisively. His disdain evident. You're merely a worthless individual who will never awaken to your abilities. If it weren't for the number 1 serum, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. Now, I shall give you 3 seconds. If you fail to decide, I shall make the decision for you. With that, the middle-aged man summoned a formidable wave of energy from within, and a whip of blue light materialized in his right hand, crackling with electricity, his ability, the lightning whip. Observing this, Chu Tianqi's expression turned grave. He recognized the man before him as a level 4 ability user, a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. He needed to devise a strategy to escape swiftly. As thoughts raced through his mind, his peripheral vision caught sight of a cockroach scuttling inside a nearby trash bin. And an idea sparked. It was merely the number 1 serum. He could give it to them without the need for conflict. Chu Tianqi grinned, retrieving the no. 1 serum from his pocket. Is this the number 1 serum? The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with interest. However, He quickly regained his composure. Staring at Chu Tianqi with skepticism, "You're handing it over so readily. There must be a trick. If you don't believe me, I'll show you," Chu Tianqi declared, uncapping the vial and pouring the serum into the trash bin. "What are you doing?" The middle-aged man frowned. "You'll find out shortly," Chu Tianqi smirked. With a resounding bang, the trash bin burst open. Instantly, giant cockroaches began to emerge, each nearly 2 meters tall, their eyes glowing with a malevolent red sheen, brimming with a thirst for blood. The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically. "Now do you believe me?" Chu Tianqi asked with a cold smile. "You dare to play tricks on me?" The middle-aged man fumed, lunging to grasp Chu Tianqi by the throat. Just then, the enormous cockroaches charged forward at an astonishing speed. Curiously, they ignored Chu Tianqi entirely, heading straight for the middle-aged man and the other followers of the god worship sect. Left with no choice, the middle-aged man and his companions had to unleash their abilities, engaging in a fierce battle against the monstrous cockroaches. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chu Tianqi slipped away, sneering, "You think you can seize my #1 serum? You've signed your own death warrant." Just then, a mouse entered Chu Tianqi's line of sight. Without hesitation, he sprinkled the #1 serum over the rodent. In an instant, the mouse transformed into a creature the size of a car, charging directly towards the middle-aged man. With a swift motion, he wielded his lightning whip in a flurry. Although these colossal cockroaches were merely second-tier beasts, he could fell nearly one with each strike. Yet, their sheer numbers, dozens of them, overwhelmed him, especially with the addition of the gigantic mouse into the fray, rendering the middle-aged man and his companions hard-pressed. Several of the weaker followers of the cult of God had already sustained serious injuries. Chu Tianqi was contemplating conjuring additional beasts to eliminate the middle-aged man and his group. Just then, he turned to the entrance of the alley, his brow arching in surprise. Had they followed him? They think they can catch me? Not a chance. With that thought, he swiftly turned and dashed towards the other end of the alley, disappearing into the night. Not long after Chu Tianqi's departure, 2 figures arrived. It was Lin Mo and Lu Liang. What on earth, so many beasts? They were taken aback by the sight of the densely packed giant cockroaches and the enormous mouse. Without hesitation, Lu Liang drew his C-class sword, ready to assist. However, Lin Mo halted him, pointing at the red cross emblem on the foreheads of the middle-aged man and his companions. "Look, members of the cult of God? Then it's of no concern to us." Lu Liang immediately sheathed his sword, crossing his arms and watching with a detached demeanor. Soon, the middle-aged man and his companions exhausted their energy, unable to withstand the onslaught of the beasts any longer. Several followers were gruesomely torn to shreds by the giant cockroaches. The middle-aged man fared little better, being knocked to the ground by the massive mouse. Saliva splattered across his face as he struggled desperately. At that moment, he caught sight of Lin Mo and Lu Liang not far away and cried out for help. "Hey brothers, don't just stand there, come help us." "Help you? We're from the Ability Management Bureau. It'd be a mercy if we didn't deliver you a couple of blows." Lu Liang retorted with a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man. The mention of the Ability Management Bureau caused the middle-aged man's expression to shift dramatically, and he took a deep breath. "Fine. In this situation, even being captured by the Bureau is better than being devoured by these beasts." He shouted towards Lu Liang and Lin Mo, "Investigators, I surrender. Please hurry and arrest me." "Wow, Lin, this is the first time I've heard such a request. These cult of God followers are indeed quite extraordinary." Lu Liang chuckled teasingly. Lin Mo couldn't help but shake his head with a smile before asking the middle-aged man, "Where do these beasts come from?" "They were all conjured by that little bastard Chu Tianqi. He is utterly irredeemable. Make sure you don't let him off the hook." The middle-aged man replied, gritting his teeth in anger. "Oh." Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, taking a decisive step forward and delivering a kick to the giant mouse. With a shriek, the creature flew several meters away, crashing into and killing several giant cockroaches along the way. However, the kick was not fatal. The giant mouse quickly recovered, glaring at Lin Mo with bloodshot eyes and charging back. "Third-tier beast?" A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Mo's gaze. As the giant mouse drew closer, 2 beams of annihilation energy erupted forth. In an instant, the giant mouse's body exploded, disintegrating into nothingness, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. This was the terrifying power of the annihilation beam. It could cause objects to vanish completely from existence. This spectacle left the middle-aged man in a state of shock, his face etched with horror. Clearly, at that moment, Lin Mo appeared far more formidable than the giant mouse in his eyes. As Lin Mo took action, Lu Liang joined the fray, and together they swiftly dispatched the remaining giant cockroaches. The followers of the cult of God had already been slain by the beasts, leaving only the middle-aged man alive. Lin Mo approached the middle-aged man and asked coolly, "You just mentioned that these beasts were conjured by Chu Tianqi. What method did he use?" The middle-aged man hesitated. "I smack." Lu Liang slapped the back of his head, exclaiming impatiently, "What s with the hesitation? Speak up. How can you hit someone? Isn't the Ability Management Bureau supposed to treat prisoners well?" The middle-aged man complained, rubbing his head in grievance. "Oh, treating prisoners well. Is it? Today, I'll be sure to give you a proper treatment. Lu Liang rolled up his sleeves and began to rain down punches and kicks on the middle-aged man. In no time, the man was left battered and bruised. Blood streaming from his nose, his body covered in shoe prints. Stop. I'll tell you everything. He pleaded repeatedly. Huh, you think that LL save you? Lu Liang spat on the ground, irritated. You stubborn fool, just confess honestly. Chu Tianqi used the #1 serum. The middle-aged man blurted out, shielding his head. The No.1 serum. Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes gleaming. As expected, this Chu Tianqi was no ordinary character. So how did the conflict arise? Isn't he one of your cult of god members? Lin Mo inquired, brow furrowed in confusion, considering Chu Tianqi's previous actions that seemed aligned with the cult. Not at all. I was actually sent to recruit him because he possesses the #1 serum. If he joined our cult of god, it would significantly bolster our strength. But that arrogant fellow refused to join us. Just as we were about to take action against him, he cunningly used the beasts to attack us and escaped. The middle-aged man shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. Now it makes sense. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, then reached out to grab the middle-aged man by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Come with us back to the Ability Management Bureau, and make sure you divulge everything you know about Chu Tianqi. Chapter 51, A Tragic Past. After bringing the middle-aged man back to the Ability Management Bureau, Lin Mo and Lu Liang handed him over to their team leader, Zhang Wei, for interrogation, as they had nighttime patrol duties to fulfill. That night, the entire Ability Management Bureau experienced a power outage, with only the electric batons remaining charged. The next morning, as Lin Mo and Lu Liang returned to the bureau, Zhang Wei approached them, yawning and holding a document. I've gotten all the information. The kid confessed everything he needed to. Here is the dossier on Chu Tianqi. Thanks for your hard work, team leader, Lin Mo said, taking the document. No need for pleasantries. I need to hurry and apprehend him. The kid revealed several hiding spots of the cult of god followers. This should allow us to eradicate their influence in Jiangzhou. Zhang Wei smiled broadly before hastily departing. Lin Mo opened the document. Chu Tianqi, male, 16 years of age, registered in the Jinshui district of Jiangzhou City. At the tender age of 6, he encountered a tragic car accident that claimed the lives of his parents, leaving him with irreparable damage and rendering him incapable of awakening his extraordinary abilities. After his relatives seized his inheritance, they cast him out, leaving him to fend for himself. The Children's Welfare Institution dismissed him as a worthless child and refused to take him in, forcing him to survive by wandering and begging. Eventually, he was taken in by a benevolent family, yet within 2 years, they fell victim to a monstrous beast, and once again, Chu Tianqi found himself orphaned. Upon reaching this point, Lin Mo furrowed his brow in concern. What a profoundly unfortunate child. His plight is even more tragic than my own. I cannot fathom how he has endured these years. Brother Lin, Chu Tianqi's father was a renowned scientist in Arhuaxia. He was dedicated to researching a purification agent capable of restoring the monstrous beasts to their normal state. It appears that Chu Tianqi has developed the No.1 compound based on his father's work. I must say, this lad is indeed a genius. Lu Liang exclaimed after reviewing Chu Tianqi's profile. Indeed, he is a prodigy. If he were to walk the righteous path, he might achieve fame akin to his father's in Huaxia. Yet, if left unguided, he could become a significant threat to humanity. Lin Mo contemplated thoughtfully. What do you plan to do, Brother Lin? Lu Liang inquired, gazing at Lin Mo. What do you think about recruiting him into our extraordinary ability management bureau? Lin Mo proposed after a moment's reflection. What? Recruit him into the bureau? Brother Lin, you must be jesting. Although this lad is not affiliated with the cult of the divine, the bureau has classified him as having an antisocial personality, making him extremely difficult to discipline. Are you not concerned about the trouble he might bring? What if he seizes the opportunity to unleash a horde of monstrous beasts and dismantles our bureau? That would be catastrophic. Lu Liang exclaimed, alarmed. His previous behavior may have indeed been somewhat antisocial, but that was due to a lack of guidance toward the right path. Perhaps the two of us could attempt to steer him in the right direction. I refuse to let such a promising talent go to waste. Lin Mo said with a grin. In truth, Lin Mo had another, even more significant reason for wanting to recruit Chu Tianqi into the bureau, the No.1 compound he possessed. This compound could transform ordinary creatures into monstrous beasts. By continually vanquishing these beasts, he could infinitely enhance and evolve his extraordinary abilities. If Chu Tianqi were to collaborate with him, it would be akin to soaring to new heights, a remarkable asset not to be overlooked. In the Jinshui district, at Century Huafu, Villa number 9, Chu Tianqi stood before the opulent villa, his emotions swirling in turmoil. This place had once been his home, a vessel of all his childhood memories. However, since the demise of his parents, this villa had been forcibly seized by his uncle's family. Taking a deep breath, Chu Tianqi approached and rang the doorbell. The door swung open swiftly, revealing a middle-aged woman, his aunt, Lu Yuru. You little pest, what do you want? Go away quickly. Lu Yuru glared at Chu Tianqi with disdain, trying to shoo him off. I have come to reclaim my parents' belongings. Chu Tianqi replied coldly. We found your parents' things to be unlucky and discarded them long ago. There's nothing here for you. Lu Yuru retorted harshly. Then at least let me inside to check, Chu Tianqi asserted as he attempted to step into the villa. Stop right there. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a beer belly and thinning hair swaggered out from the villa. His uncle, Chu Lianqing. You little bastard, have you forgotten what I told you back then? If you dare return, I'll break your legs. Chu Lianqing glared menacingly at Chu Tianqi, his voice low and threatening. My home? Why can't I return? Chu Tianqi clenched his fists in defiance. Your home? Huh. This place has belonged to us for 10 years. It has nothing to do with you. Chu Lianqing sneered. Indeed. You dirty little beggar. Do you think you can enter our villa? You don't deserve it. Not even a dog is allowed in. Lu Yuru added scornfully. I may not enter, but please return my parents' belongings. Chu Tianqi inhaled deeply, insisting. Everything in this villa now belongs to me. You want tea, take even a toothpick. Now, get lost, or I'll break your legs. Chu Lianqing sneered arrogantly. You truly are bullying me. Chu Tianqi's eyes filled with a chilling resolve. What? You want to fight? You, who lack any extraordinary abilities, just say the word. Chu Lianqing dismissed him with a scoff. With gritted teeth, Chu Tianqi took out the one compound and sprayed it onto the nearby flower bed. Suddenly, a swarm of giant ants and spiders emerged, charging towards Chu Lianqing and Lu Yuru. Monstrous beasts. Lu Yuru's face turned pale with terror. Don't panic. Chu Lianqing remained unfazed, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Someone come. As his words fell, 6 bodyguards clad in black surged out from within the villa, heading straight for the monstrous ants and spiders. Witnessing this, Chu Tianqi's expression shifted dramatically. These bodyguards were all level 4 extraordinary ability users, formidable in strength. They swiftly eradicated the monstrous beasts. Just as Chu Tianqi contemplated summoning more, Chu Lianqing lunged forward, snatching the number 1 compound from his hands. Return it to me. Chu Tianqi's face paled as he lunged to reclaim it. With a terrifying surge of extraordinary energy emanating from him, Chu Lianqing wasted no time, striking Chu Tianqi squarely in the chest. The impact sent Chu Tianqi flying, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his face pale. Strolling forward, Chu Lianqing looked down at the fallen Chu Tianqi, a triumphant expression adorning his face. You little bastard, do you still wish to contend with me? Over the past decade, thanks to the wealth your parents left behind, I have reached the level of a level 6 extraordinary ability user. Do you dare to flaunt your pathetic creation before me? Truly courting death. With that, he tossed the number 1 compound onto the ground, crushing it underfoot, and then turned to the 6 bodyguards, commanding. Break this little bastard's limbs and toss him over the city wall. Let him fend for himself. Yes. The 6 bodyguards nodded in unison, advancing toward Chu Tianqi to carry out their orders. Is it not shameful for so many to bully a child? Just then, a mocking voice echoed through the air. HM. Chu Lianqing frowned, turning his gaze toward the source of the voice. 2 figures approached, Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Who are you? How dare you meddle in our family's affairs? Chu Lianqing glared at the 2 individuals, his expression dark as he inquired. We have no interest in your family's trivial matters. We are here for him, Lin Mo said, gesturing towards Chu Tianqi lying on the ground. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Mo, an intern investigator from the Ability Management Bureau. As he spoke, both Lin Mo and Lu Liang presented their identification. Upon recognizing them as members of the Ability Management Bureau, Chu Lianqing's countenance shifted slightly. After all, in Jiangzhou, there were 3 formidable powers one ought not to provoke: the City Lord's Mansion, the Ability Management Bureau, and the Wang Group. Particularly the Ability Management Bureau, which housed notoriously formidable characters. A forced smile crept onto Chu Lianqing's face as he stepped forward to greet them. Oh, it is a pleasure to meet friends from the Ability Management Bureau. I must apologize for not recognizing you earlier. I hope you can forgive my oversight. That's quite all right. If there's nothing else, please allow your men to withdraw. We need to take Chu Tianqi with us, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head and pointing at Chu Tianqi. What crime has this little brat committed that would warrant the attention of the Ability Management Bureau? Chu Lianqing asked, curiosity etched on his face. Some things are better left unasked. Matters of the Ability Management Bureau are not for you to inquire into, Lu Liang retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Lianqing. He harbored a deep-seated aversion towards such a beast who would usurp the fortunes of others, even to the point of being unable to tolerate his own nephew. My sincerest apologies for my indiscretion. Chu Lianqing quickly slapped his own mouth, then commanded his 6 bodyguards, step back. The bodyguards immediately retreated to the side. Lin Mo and Lu Liang quickly advanced. At this moment, Chu Tianqi appeared exceedingly weak. Upon seeing Lin Mo and Lu Liang, his expression shifted dramatically. It's you. How did you get so injured? Lin Mo frowned and turned to Lu Liang. You can move swiftly underground. Get him to a nearby hospital immediately. Understood. Lu Liang nodded and prepared to lift Chu Tianqi. Wait. Chu Tianqi grasped Lin Mo's arm tightly, gritting his teeth as he said, I haven't retrieved my parents' belongings. I'm not going anywhere. Belongings? Lin Mo paused, then turned to Chu Lianqing, asking, Are his parents' items in your home? What belongings? I have no idea. We've lived here for 10 years and have never seen anything belonging to his parents in this villa. Even if there were, it would have surely been discarded long ago. Who would keep the belongings of a deceased person for so long? Chu Lianqing shook his head, grinning. Impossible. Those items are in the safe in the master bedroom on the second floor, and the box is made of gold. You wouldn't dare throw it away. Chu Tianqi shouted at Chu Lianqing. At this, Chu Lianqing's expression faltered, clearly feeling a twinge of guilt. Nevertheless, he continued to feign ignorance. What gold box? I've never seen it. You're just talking nonsense. Exactly. I am fully aware of everything in my house. If it's not there, it's not there. Stop making baseless claims in front of the investigator. Lu Yueru chimed in, her tone just as defiant. Enough. Whether it exists or not can be determined by letting him take a look. Since these are his parents' belongings, it would be best to return them promptly. As he spoke, Lin Mo exchanged a glance with Lu Liang, indicating they would proceed into the villa. However, at that moment, Chu Lianqing hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct the three. His face darkened as he stated, Investigator Lin, I have already shown you considerable courtesy, but do not push your luck. This is my home, and without my permission. Even if you are investigators, you have no right to enter. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to report you for trespassing. As he said this, Chu Lianqing leaned closer to Lin Mo's ear and whispered, Furthermore, I must warn you, I am acquainted with the leaders of the Ability Management Bureau. If you insist on forcibly entering my home today, be wary, for I might ensure your positions are in jeopardy. After all, you are merely intern investigators. With just a slight exertion of my connections, you could find yourselves packing your bags. Thus, I advise you to tread carefully and not jeopardize your future for someone inconsequential. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips as he turned to Chu Lianqing, coldly inquiring, Are you threatening me? Not a threat. Merely a friendly piece of advice. Chu Lianqing replied, shaking his head with a smile, patting Lin Mo on the shoulder with a sense of arrogance. Investigator Lin, you are still young and have much to learn. In today's society, simply being strong is insufficient. It is relationships and connections that truly matter. Do not narrow your own path. Advice, is it? Lin Mo scoffed, nodding with a cold smile before turning to Lu Liang. Take Chu Tianqi upstairs to find the items. We shall see who dares to stop you today. All right. Lu Liang, carrying Chu Tianqi, proceeded toward the villa. Investigator Lin, what do you mean by this? Chu Lianqing glared at Lin Mo, demanding an explanation. Can't you see? I am rejecting your advice. Lin Mo spread his hands, a playful expression on his face. Chu Lianqing's expression darkened instantly as he gritted his teeth and coldly stated, Investigator Lin, I have already given you a chance. If that is the case, do not blame me for being unkind. As his words fell, a formidable surge of ability emanated from Chu Lianqing. Oh, a level 6 ability user? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Are you frightened now? You, an intern investigator, can at most be a level 4 ability user in my presence. You are akin to an ant. I advise you not to bring suffering upon yourself. Chu Lianqing declared, a smug smile on his face. Who told you that intern investigators can only be level 4 ability users? Lin Mo's lips curled into a smirk as he coldly retorted, I am an exception. As his words concluded, a wave of energy, equal to that of Chu Lianqing, surged forth from Lin Mo. Upon witnessing this, Chu Lianqing's eyes widened in disbelief. You are also a level 6 ability user. How could you be so young? This is impossible. After all, he had spent countless resources and nearly 20 years honing his abilities to reach his current level. Yet here was Lin Mo, merely in his early 20s. Matching him in strength, leaving him utterly astonished. Did I not mention? I am indeed an exception, Lin Mo said, a playful glint in his eye. Humph. Even if you are a level 6 ability user, what of it? Today, I shall show you that even among level 6 ability users, there can be disparity. Chu Lianqing scoffed, then stomped his foot forcefully. With a resounding crack, the ground before him shattered, and a multitude of stones surged into the air, hovering before Chu Lianqing. Today, let you experience the might of my C-class ability, he bellowed. With that command, the stones coalesced into a gigantic stone fist, hurtling towards Lin Mo with terrifying force. Seeing this, Lu Liang's expression changed drastically as he urgently warned, Lin, be careful. It's fine. Lin Mo calmly shook his head. Huh, even when death is imminent. You still choose to put on airs? No matter. This punch will render you unrecognizable to your own mother, Chu Lianqing remarked coldly. A sneer of disdain plastered across his face. As the colossal stone fist drew ever closer to Lin Mo, a tense moment arose. Suddenly, a pair of crimson rays of annihilation erupted from Lin Mo's eyes. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the giant stone fist exploded into oblivion, dissipating into thin air. The once smug Chu Lianqing's expression froze in disbelief. How is this possible? Yet he quickly regained his composure, gritting his teeth and stamping his foot. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a multitude of debris soared into the air. With a flick of his mind, Chu Lianqing caused the fragments to coalesce into massive stone hands and fists, 40 or 50 in total, hovering ominously above. Now let's see how you handle this. A glint of cold light flickered in Chu Lianqing's eyes as he waved his hand, sending the stone fists hurtling toward Lin Mo. As Lin Mo appeared on the verge of being overwhelmed, a crimson sword aura sliced through the air. In an instant, the stone hands and fists were cleaved in two, shattering into fragments. What? Chu Lianqing could hardly maintain his composure, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. After all, those fists had cost him nearly all his energy to conjure. How could they collapse so effortlessly? Before he could recover from his astonishment, a fleeting shadow darted toward him at breakneck speed. Chu Lianqing's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing that the shadow was Lin Mo. He immediately attempted to activate his powers again, but it was already too late. Lin Mo was far too swift. In a flash, he stood before Chu Lianqing and delivered a decisive kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Chu Lianqing struggled to rise, but just then, a sword radiating a red glow was poised threateningly at his throat. Paralyzed with fear, he felt the lethal threat emanating from the blade. He was convinced that a single wrong move would result in his head being severed from his body. You were right earlier. Even among level 6 ability users, there exists a disparity. Lin Mo smirked coldly, declaring, "You are simply no match for me. What grade is your ability? How can my C-grade ability seem like child's play before you?" Chu Lianqing gasped, a look of trepidation washing over his face. In that moment, he no longer dared to underestimate Lin Mo. Just a mere F-grade ability, hardly worth mentioning. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. However, Chu Lianqing found it impossible to believe even a single punctuation mark of that statement. An F-grade ability? How could it be so formidable? He would rather believe that he himself was the one lacking skill. Now, do you still intend to obstruct Chu Tianqi from retrieving his parents' possessions? Lin Mo asked with a cold smile. Lin Mo, I cannot defeat you. I concede defeat. But rest assured, I will file a complaint with the Ability Management Bureau afterward. Just wait for the day you lose your job. Chu Lianqing gritted his teeth, his face twisted with resentment. Suit yourself. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, signaling to LV Liang. LV Liang promptly accompanied Chu Tianqi back toward the villa. About 10 minutes later, the two returned. And in Chu Tianqi's hands was a golden box approximately the size of a palm. Upon seeing this, Chu Lianqing's expression shifted, his teeth grinding in fury, his entire body trembling with agitation. This item was indeed a keepsake from Chu Tianqi's parents, and given that it was crafted from gold, its contents were surely of immense value. Thus, he had sought every means to keep it, planning to investigate what treasure it contained. But now, he could only watch helplessly as Chu Tianqi took the item away, leaving him filled with bitterness. Is that all? Lin Mo inquired, looking at Chu Tianqi. Yes. This is the most important one. Chu Tianqi shook his head. Very well, let us head to the hospital, Lin Mo instructed, allowing LV Liang to assist Chu Tianqi as they made their way out of the community. Watching the trio depart, Chu Lianqing's eyes nearly spat fire, and he roared in rage. I will definitely report you to the Ability Management Bureau. If they refuse to intervene, I will escalate the matter to the City Lord's office. I refuse to believe that no one will bring me justice. After years in Jiangzhou, I have built some connections. Lin Mo, you, a mere intern investigator, dare to assault me and help that wild child. Chu Tianqi, seize what rightfully belongs to me. Just wait, I will ensure you pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold for this. At the city hospital, Lin Mo presented his credentials from the Ability Management Bureau, and the hospital immediately arranged for the best room. In the hospital bed, Chu Tianqi clutched the golden box tightly, refusing to let go, even as the doctor tended to his injuries. Lin Mo and LV Liang exchanged curious glances. Chu Tianqi, what treasure is in this golden box that makes you so protective of it? LV Liang asked, unable to contain his curiosity once the doctor had left. It's merely my parents' keepsake, nothing of value. Chu Tianqi shook his head, his gaze evasive. Come on, that villa is also a keepsake from your parents, as is everything in it. Why disregard such a grand estate for just this? Even if gold is valuable, this small box can't be worth much. Moreover, there were so many gold bars and jewels in the safe on the second floor, yet you didn't even glance at them. Just tell us the truth. We are not so easily deceived. LV Liang scoffed, clearly unconvinced by Chu Tianqi's words. In his eyes, the contents of the golden box were undoubtedly extraordinary. Chapter 54, Outbreak of the Zombie Virus. However, faced with LV Liang's inquiries, Chu Tianqi simply closed his eyes in silence. Come on, we just saved you. Are you really unwilling to share even this much with us? LV Liang said, growing frustrated. At that moment, Lin Mo raised his hand to interrupt LV Liang and turned to Chu Tianqi, saying, it seems you still do not fully trust us. The reason we chose to help today was to become friends with you, but it appears that we were mistaken. After all, the fundamental prerequisite for friendship is mutual trust. Focus on your recovery. We shall not intrude any further. With that, Lin Mo pulled LV Liang along and exited the room. Once the door closed, Chu Tianqi slowly opened his eyes, lost in thought as he murmured, friends? It has been so long since I have heard those words. In the corridor outside the hospital room, Brother Lin, are we really just going to leave like this? Lu Liang asked Lin Mo with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. If we do not leave, What alternatives do we have? Should you bind him, subject him to severe torture, and forcefully interrogate him about the contents of that golden box? Do you believe that would persuade him to join our cause? Lin Mo replied with a smile. What do you mean by that? Lu Liang inquired, frowning. Let fate take its course. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively and intended to return to the Supernatural Management Bureau. Buzz. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from Team Leader Zhang Wei. Hello, Team Leader, what's the matter? Lin Mo answered the call. Lin Mo? Where are you and Lu Liang right now? Zhang Wei's anxious voice resonated through the phone. At the municipal hospital. Lin Mo replied truthfully. What? You are at the municipal hospital? Quickly, evacuate from there immediately. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was taken aback and asked in confusion, is something wrong? The morgue at the municipal hospital has erupted with a zombie virus outbreak. It is the place where the most corpses are stored in Jiangzhou City. If the virus spreads fully, it will lead to a catastrophic disaster of wolf-level magnitude. The director has already led the elite forces of the Supernatural Management Bureau on their way there. You two must flee as far as possible. This is beyond your current capabilities. Zhang Wei explained urgently. Understood. Lin Mo nodded and, together with Lu Liang, prepared to leave immediately. Just then, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from not far ahead. Lin Mo and Lu Liang looked up to see a zombie savagely biting into a patient, blood splattering everywhere. 2 hospital security guards rushed over, poised to intervene. However, a horde of zombies surged out from the stairwell nearby. In an instant, the entire hospital descended into chaos, filled with screams, roars, and cries of despair. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo halted his steps. Brother Lin, why aren't we leaving? Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo, puzzled. First, we must save the people. Lin Mo took a deep breath and charged towards the zombies. Brother Lin, oh well. Lu Liang shook his head helplessly, drawing his C-class longsword and following suit. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. There were at least 30 or 40 on this floor alone, with more continuously pouring out from the stairwell below. Fortunately, these zombies had only recently transformed due to the virus and were not particularly strong. Most could be classified as first-level mutated beasts, with only a few being of the second level. Mama, I'm scared. A little girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, curled up in a corner, terrified as 2 zombies approached her. Her mother, seated in a wheelchair, turned pale upon seeing this and desperately maneuvered her wheelchair towards her daughter. But at that moment, the left wheel of the wheelchair accidentally rolled over a corpse's arm, causing the mother to startle and the wheelchair to topple over. As the 2 zombies drew ever closer to the little girl, the mother, disregarding her own pain, crawled forward while shouting, Please, come for me, don't eat my daughter. Yet the 2 zombies paid her no mind, their blood-soaked hands poised to descend upon the girl's delicate skin. No, the mother's eyes widened in despair. Buzz. At that critical moment, 2 crimson beams of light surged forth, striking the heads of the 2 zombies with precision. Bang! The zombies' heads exploded, their bodies stiffening momentarily before crashing to the ground. Are you alright? Lin Mo reached the mother's side, helping her back into her wheelchair and pushing her towards the little girl. Thank you. The mother expressed her gratitude. Not at all. Lin Mo smiled gently and turned to charge at the other zombies. Meanwhile, a female nurse found herself trapped beneath a toppled medicine cabinet, unable to move despite her frantic efforts. Unfortunately, a zombie was closing in on her. Despair washed over her as she shut her eyes, memories of her gravely ill younger brother flooding her mind, and tears streamed down her cheeks. I'm sorry, little brother. I can't take care of you anymore. Just as the zombie was about to leap at the nurse, swish, a black longsword sliced through the air, and in the next instant, the zombie's head was cleaved in 2. Hey there, nurse, are you alright? A voice, almost comically exuberant, broke through the tension. The nurse opened her eyes to see a jovial face grinning at her. You, she began to speak. Yes, indeed. I am the hero sent by the heavens to save you. With me here, no one shall harm you today, Lu Liang declared, tossing his hair dramatically, hands on his hips, and puffing out his chest in what he believed to be a heroic pose. Uffed. The nurse couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. Good one. Lu Liang's eyes lit up, ready to further engage with the nurse. Lu Liang, you idiot. What are you doing flirting at a time like this? Hurry over here and help me. Lin Mo's frustrated voice interrupted from nearby. Lu Liang's expression changed instantly, and he hurried over to lift the medicine cabinet off the nurse, sheepishly saying, Nurse, I must go save the world now. We'll chat later. With that, he dashed towards Lin Mo, who was battling the encroaching zombies. Watching Lu Liang's retreating figure, the nurse felt her cheeks flush slightly. Chapter 55, Heading to the Morgue. With the combined efforts of Lin Mo and Lu Liang, they finally cleared the zombies on this floor and barricaded the stairway door. This meant that the zombies below could not reach their level for the time being. You 2 heroes are truly our saviors. The rescued doctors, nurses, and patients were overwhelmed with gratitude, some even kneeling to express their thanks. If it weren't for Lin Mo and Lu Liang's timely intervention, it was likely that none of the people on this floor would have survived. Please, there is no need for such formalities. Lin Mo waved his hand. Looking at the crowd, Is there anyone in charge here? Please step forward. At that moment, a male doctor in a white coat approached, introducing himself, Heroes. I am the deputy director of this hospital, Lu Hao. Deputy Director Lu, this floor is only temporarily safe. The other levels are still under siege by zombies. We must descend immediately to deal with the remaining zombies. I leave this floor's management and command in your capable hands. Your priority now is to isolate those who have been bitten and reinforce the stairway door to prevent more zombies from coming up, understood? Lin Mo instructed Lu Hao earnestly. Understood. Please rest assured, Heroes. Lu Hao promised, thumping his chest. Good. Lin Mo nodded, then turned to Lu Hao and asked, by the way, how many corpses are stored in our hospital morgue? After the outbreak of the aberrant beasts, in order to facilitate unified management, the hospitals in Jiangzhou City ceased to maintain mortuaries. Consequently, all corpses were sent to the Municipal People's Hospital for storage and safekeeping. As a result, the mortuary at the Municipal People's Hospital underwent several expansions and has become quite spacious, currently housing over 2,000 corpses, as Lu Hao mentioned. Over 2,000 corpses. Lin Mo and LV Liang were immediately taken aback. Does that mean there are at least 2,000 zombies lurking beneath this hospital? Not to mention those who have transformed into zombies after biting people. The very thought sends shivers down my spine. However, having entered this perilous situation, there was no turning back. Lin Mo exchanged a knowing glance with LV Liang, who promptly activated his supernatural abilities, allowing them to slip into the next level. As they descended, a pack of over a dozen zombies surrounded them. Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings and couldn't help but gasp in shock. The number of zombies on this level was significantly greater than the previous one, reaching at least 100. Divide into 2 groups and prioritize rescuing the living. Lin Mo instructed LV Liang. Understood. LV Liang nodded. The number of survivors on this level was evidently much smaller. The two exerted themselves to save over 20 individuals. After clearing the zombies and barricading the stairwell, they pressed onward. As Lin Mo had anticipated, the further they descended towards the mortuary, the more numerous the zombies became. After clearing 3 levels, both Lin Mo and LV Liang found their supernatural energy nearly depleted. Despite their efforts to minimize the use of their abilities and rely more on their C-grade long swords, the sheer volume of zombies proved overwhelming. Brother Lin, if this continues, we might exhaust ourselves before the reinforcements from the Supernatural Abilities Management Bureau even arrive. LV Liang gasped, leaning against the wall. We need to devise a plan. Lin Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation. I just overheard a doctor mention that the mortuary has a thick, sturdy door. If we could close that door and prevent the zombies from emerging, it would make things considerably easier for us. However, we have no idea what the situation is like over there. It could be swarming with zombies. Venturing down would be akin to walking into a lion's den. It's far too risky. Yet it seems we have no other options. Lin Mo inhaled deeply and made his decision. Let us go, immediately to the mortuary. Really? Brother Lin, I'd rather not become a zombie. LV Liang expressed his fear. Do you want the nurse you just met to turn into a zombie? If we don't close that door, the numbers will continue to swell, and she will surely perish. Lin Mo smirked at LV Liang. Upon hearing this, LV Liang's expression shifted dramatically, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, damn it, for my nurse sister. I'll risk it all. Brother Lin, you must testify that I am willing to give my life for her. This is the power of love. Enough chatter. Let us move. If we're late, your nurse sister might just become a frenzied creature. Lin Mo urged, patting LV Liang's shoulder. With a deep breath, LV Liang grasped Lin Mo's wrist, and together they descended further. The mortuary was located on the underground 3rd level of the hospital. This area, devoid of sunlight, was steeped in a heavy, sinister atmosphere. Upon their arrival, both Lin Mo and LV Liang involuntarily shuddered, feeling the bone-chilling cold. It's so dark. Where could the mortuary be? LV Liang frowned, glancing around the pitch-black surroundings. We're quite close to the elevator, so the mortuary should be nearby. Otherwise, transporting corpses would be inconvenient. Let us search the vicinity. Lin Mo whispered as they cautiously began their exploration. Suddenly, a zombie lunged from the darkness, charging towards them. Watch out. Lin Mo pushed LV Liang aside and swiftly drew his sword. With a single strike, the zombie's head flew off, rolling away. Although they had narrowly escaped danger, the commotion attracted more zombies, and their howls echoed ominously. The cacophony of approaching footsteps caused their faces to pale. This level was far more perilous than the previous one. At least there was some light above, allowing them to manage the zombies. Here, in the underground 3rd level, it was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few dim emergency lights. It was nearly impossible to see, and being surrounded by a horde of zombies would spell disaster. LV Liang, we need to burrow underground. Lin Mo immediately turned to him. All right. LV Liang nodded and grabbed Lin Mo's wrist, preparing to delve below. However, midway through their descent, an unseen force abruptly expelled them back. What just happened? Lin Mo questioned, bewildered. Why is there a barrier down here? LV Liang was equally perplexed. I suspect the hospital has activated a barrier to prevent zombies from escaping and wreaking havoc on Jiangzhou City, awaiting the arrival of the Supernatural Abilities Management Bureau's reinforcements. Lin Mo speculated, furrowing his brow. So what do we do now? We can't get out. LV Liang's face turned ashen. Chapter 56, A New Mutation, Muscle Zombies. It appears our only option is to carve a bloody path forward. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, focusing his mind. With a hum, a crimson long sword materialized in his right hand, the sword of annihilation. Back to back, let's not get separated. Lin Mo instructed, turning to LV Liang. Understood. LV Liang nodded. As they stood shoulder to shoulder, several zombies lunged at them. Lin Mo swung the sword of annihilation, unleashing a brilliant wave of crimson energy that obliterated the advancing zombies. With the light from the sword, they could finally discern their surroundings. They were encircled by hundreds of zombies, a dense throng stretching as far as the eye could see. Oh my goodness, we've really stirred up a hornet's nest. LV Liang's face turned pale with fright. I think I spotted the mortuary's door just ahead. About 100 meters away. Lin Mo pointed forward. Brother Lin, at a time like this, you're still thinking about that? We're not even sure if we can move 10 meters. LV Liang's face was etched with despair. We've come this far, and if we don't close that door, our predicament will only worsen. Lin Mo said gravely. All right then, let us do it. You lead, and I'll follow. LV Liang conceded, albeit reluctantly. I'll clear the path in front. You watch my back. With that, Lin Mo wasted no time. Wielding both the C-grade long sword and the sword of annihilation as he charged forward. Lu Liang followed closely behind, providing support for Lin Mo. It must be said that the power of the annihilation sword was indeed formidable. With a single slash, 7 or 8 zombies were instantly reduced to nothingness. However, the consumption of energy was astonishingly rapid. Yet, in such dire circumstances, Lin Mo could hardly afford to be concerned about that. He swung the annihilation sword with wild abandon. Through their combined efforts, they managed to carve a path through the chaos, finally arriving at the entrance of the morgue. Upon gazing at the imposing door, over a meter thick and forged entirely from pure steel, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief wash over him. If they could just close this door, the horde of zombies inside would surely be unable to break out for a considerable time, thereby alleviating some of the pressure. Without hesitation, Lin Mo approached and began to push the heavy door. Meanwhile, zombies continued to surge forth from the morgue, forcing Lin Mo to use one hand to push the door while wielding the annihilation sword with the other to fend off the advancing undead. This inevitably slowed the door's closure. Lu Liang, watching anxiously from behind, felt helpless to assist Lin Mo as he had to guard their rear. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed. Just as Lin Mo was on the brink of closing the door, a horrifying force slammed against it, causing the heavy door to burst open once more. Lin Mo, who was in the midst of pushing, was violently thrown back, soaring several meters before crashing into a concrete pillar and collapsing to the ground. A multitude of zombies immediately lunged toward Lin Mo, quickly engulfing his figure. Lu Liang's face paled in an instant, filled with utmost concern. At that moment, he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from within the morgue. Swallowing hard, Lu Liang instinctively turned to look inside the door. To his horror, he beheld a monstrous zombie, towering over 3 meters with a body rippling with explosive muscles, staring intently at him. Its eyes, resembling brass bells, glowed with an eerie green light, brimming with a thirst for carnage. Clearly, it was this creature that had just forced the door open. Lu Liang could no longer remain calm. Setting aside its massive size, the creature's aura suggested it possessed a strength at least equivalent to that of a level 6 mutant beast. How could such a terrifying zombie exist within the morgue? Had the zombie virus undergone a mutation? Suddenly, the muscular zombie let out a deafening roar, causing the surrounding zombies to part in reverence. With heavy steps, it charged toward Lu Liang like a rampaging truck. Oh my god! Lu Liang's face turned ashen with fear as he turned to flee. Yet, he found himself surrounded by zombies, with no way to escape. The muscular zombie quickly closed the distance, swatting at Lu Liang with a mighty hand. Desperately, Lu Liang raised his sea-level longsword in defense, but the blow sent him hurtling through the air, landing several dozen meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Liang's face turned pale as he suffered serious injuries. The surrounding zombies, catching the scent of blood, grew even more agitated and swarmed toward him. In despair, Lu Liang attempted to plead, could you just bite my pinky finger? I really want to join you guys. But the zombies paid no heed to his words. Their eyes filled solely with the hunger for flesh. This left Lu Liang in utter hopelessness. It's over. I'm done for. What a pity for the nurse I just met. If only I could return alive, we might have had a romantic love story. Now it seems I can only die with regrets. Oh heavens, why are you so blind? I'm still a virgin. Couldn't you let me fulfill that before I meet my end? As the zombies drew ever closer, some had even reached his thigh. Just then, a crimson sword energy sliced through the air, obliterating the dozen or so zombies surrounding Lu Liang, reducing them to nothingness. With his eyes wide open in disbelief, Lu Liang, who had previously shut his eyes in resignation, now beheld a familiar figure rushing toward him. It was none other than Lin Mo, who had been thrown back moments earlier. What the hell, brother Lin, you're still alive. Lu Liang exclaimed, joy flooding his face. Given the circumstances, He had thought Lin Mo was surely doomed. We must live on. I still have unfinished business. Lin Mo teased with a smile. Brother, just keep what I said earlier to yourself, please. Lu Liang implored earnestly. Lin Mo grinned, about to respond when suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Both Lin Mo and Lu Liang turned to see the muscular zombie charging at them with a fearsome presence. Their expressions shifted instantly. A level 6 mutant beast. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed with seriousness. Truth be told, this was the first time he had encountered such a formidable creature. To claim there was no pressure would be a lie. After all, in equal standing, mutant beasts were far more challenging to contend with than humans. Brother Lin, can you handle it? Lu Liang asked, concern etched on his face. You hold the rear. I shall confront it. Lin Mo declared, tossing his sea-level longsword to Lu Liang. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, no zombie will dare to sneak up on you. Lu Liang assured, thumping his chest. Before brandishing 2 sea-level swords and charging toward the advancing horde, Lin Mo inhaled deeply, gripping the Annihilation sword as he faced the muscular zombie head-on. Perhaps perceiving Lin Mo, a seemingly insignificant human, daring to approach it, the muscular zombie let out an enraged roar and swung its massive hand with terrifying force toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo met the attack with his sword. Clang! The clash resonated with a metallic sound. The once invincible Annihilation sword merely left a white mark upon the muscular zombie's hand. What an absurd level of defense. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, quickly focusing his mind. With a surge, 2 beams of Annihilation energy burst forth from his eyes, striking the muscular zombie. Yet, this only pushed the creature back a few steps, failing to inflict any significant damage. This left Lin Mo somewhat unsettled. After all, those 2 skills of his had previously been capable of easily annihilating opponents. Is this the might of a level 6 aberration? Indeed formidable. Roar. The muscular zombie pounded its chest, seemingly mocking Lin Mo, before charging at him once more. Lin Mo could only unleash the obliterating ray to repel the muscular zombie. Yet, this approach was not a sustainable solution. Eventually, his power would dwindle to nothing. He must devise a strategy to breach its defenses swiftly. Lin Mo scrutinized the muscular zombie, quickly fixing his gaze upon its enormous mouth. Even the most impregnable fortress has its vulnerabilities. With a flicker of inspiration, a plan formed in his mind. Roar. The muscular zombie lunged at Lin Mo again. This time, he refrained from using the obliterating ray to fend it off. Thus, in an instant, the muscular zombie stood before him, its massive hand reaching out to grasp him. Lin Mo took a deep breath, choosing to remain still, allowing the colossal hand to clasp around his neck. Subsequently, he was hoisted off the ground by the muscular zombie. In the distance, Lu Liang, who was desperately fending off zombies, turned pale upon witnessing this. Lin, brother. He immediately pivoted to rush to Lin Mo's aid. Don't come over. Lin Mo called out to halt him. Lu Liang paused, momentarily taken aback. The muscular zombie held Lin Mo up to its face, then opened its gaping maw, preparing to bite down on his head. At this critical juncture, Lu Liang felt his heart leap to his throat. Yet, in this life and death moment, Lin Mo suddenly raised his right hand. In it, he grasped a sphere of obliterating light the size of a soccer ball. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the orb into the zombie's mouth. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, Lin Mo was blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose to his feet and looked up. The muscular zombie's entire jaw had been obliterated, its massive body trembling before it collapsed to the ground. However, it was not yet dead. After lying still for a couple of seconds, it began to struggle back to its feet. Now's the time. Lin Mo dashed toward the muscular zombie, his right hand sweeping as the obliterating sword coalesced into form. Gripping the hilt tightly, he thrust it forcefully into the creature's mouth. With no jaw to defend it, the blade instantly pierced the entirety of the zombie's oral cavity. Lin Mo focused his mind, and the obliterating sword erupted with terrifying sword energy. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the muscular zombie's head detonated. Only then did it finally cease to breathe. Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 6 aberration, the Iron Zombie, and earning 6,000 power points. After the muscular zombie's demise, its once impenetrable body began to rapidly decay at a visible rate, soon transforming into a puddle of blood. Amongst the crimson pool, Lin Mo's attention was drawn to a white orb, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball. What could this be? He quickly bent down to pick it up. The orb felt warm to the touch, its surface radiating a faint glow, indicating it was no ordinary object. It must have been left behind by the Iron Zombie upon its death, but Lin Mo had no time to investigate further. After all, hordes of zombies still surrounded him, and the mortuary's door remained ajar. He hastily pocketed the white orb and turned to Lu Liang, saying, "Cover me. We must close the door." With that, he sprinted towards the mortuary's entrance. This time, no further mishaps occurred. With every ounce of strength, Lin Mo finally managed to shut the mortuary door and lock it. Listening to the incessant battering of zombies against the door from within, he let out a slight sigh of relief. With no more zombies pouring out, the pressure would be significantly alleviated. "Lin, brother, what do we do now?" Lu Liang asked. leaning against the door while fending off zombies. Lin Mo glanced up and quickly noticed the elevator not far ahead. The elevator button was illuminated. This indicated that the power had not been cut, and they could take it to ascend. We'll fight our way to the elevator, Lin Mo commanded, brandishing the obliterating sword to clear a path. Lu Liang followed closely behind. However, what appeared to be a mere 100 meters felt like the most distant distance in the world to Lin Mo and Lu Liang. After the previous fierce battle, both their stamina and power reserves were nearly depleted. It was an understatement to call them at the end of their rope. Moreover, the clamor of their earlier fight had attracted the attention of every zombie on the entire underground level 3. Now, hundreds of zombies surrounded them, with their numbers only increasing, making every step forward a grueling challenge. Lin, brother, I fear I can't go on much longer. Perhaps you should leave me behind and escape alone. Lu Liang finally reached his limit, kneeling on one knee, his face pale as he spoke. Stop saying nonsense. Since we came together, we must return together. Lin Mo firmly supported Lu Liang, one hand steadying him while the other swung the sword to slash at the approaching zombies. However, this slowed their progress even further, and they barely made any headway. There were simply too many zombies. Gradually, Lin Mo's breathing grew labored, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could feel his power reserves nearing exhaustion. Even the obliterating sword in his grasp had begun to dim and waver. Yet, the onslaught of zombies showed no signs of abating, relentlessly lunging at the two. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain standing. For if he were to fall now, it would surely mean his demise. Lin, brother, leave me behind. You might still be able to escape alone. But with me as a burden, neither of us will make it. Lu Liang spoke weakly. Honestly, these past moments fighting alongside you have been the happiest of my life. Thank you for not despising me as a burden and for always sticking by me. If there is a next life, I would still want to be your teammate. Enough with the nonsense. Save your strength. Lin Mo would not abandon Lu Liang. But just then, his power reserves were completely depleted, and the obliterating sword dissipated in an instant. Clenching his teeth, Lin Mo hastily took the C-grade long sword from Lu Liang's hand, continuing to slash at the advancing zombies. However, the C-grade long sword lacked the potency of the obliterating sword. The number of zombies around them continued to swell, and several times, they nearly overwhelmed Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Gasping for breath, Lin Mo was drenched in sweat. His right hand, gripping the sword, trembled incessantly, indicating that his stamina was on the verge of depletion. A flicker of despair crossed Lin Mo's eyes. Could it be that he was destined to perish here today? As he watched a horde of zombies surge towards them once more, his expression darkened to the utmost degree. Ding! However, at that critical moment, the elevator doors suddenly swung open, casting a warm light into the darkness. Immediately, a swarm of gigantic ants, colossal cockroaches, and enormous flies burst forth from the elevator, charging directly at the zombies before Lin Mo and Lu Liang, engaging them in fierce combat. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? At that instant, a figure slowly emerged from the elevator. When Lin Mo and Lu Liang recognized his face, they were utterly astonished. It was Chu Tianqi. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get in the elevator. Chu Tianqi beckoned to them. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo summoned the last vestiges of his strength to assist Lu Liang, propelling them towards the elevator. With the distraction provided by the giant ants and cockroaches, a path to safety was momentarily cleared for them, and no zombies obstructed their escape. Finally, just as Lin Mo was about to exhaust his energy, they collapsed onto the elevator floor. Ding! As the elevator doors closed once more, Lin Mo and Lu Liang finally exhaled in relief. They had been saved. You weren't bitten, were you? Noticing the blood-soaked state of the two, Chu Tianqi furrowed his brow slightly. Rest assured, it's all zombie blood. We're fine. Lin Mo replied with a smile and a shake of his head. By the way, my friend, weren't you recuperating in the hospital? What brought you down here? Lu Liang inquired, looking at Chu Tianqi with a puzzled expression. Shortly after you two descended, I learned from Vice Dean Lu that you were going to clear out the zombies down below, so I followed you. However, time was of the essence, and I couldn't gather enough insects to create many aberrant beasts. Those that just fought were all I could muster. Otherwise, mere zombies would pose no threat. Chu Tianqi stated matter-of-factly. Why help us? Lin Mo suddenly asked. Chu Tianqi hesitated, shaking his head. You two saved me, so naturally, I must lend you a hand. I don't like to owe favors. Is it really that simple? Lin Mo laughed. What else could it be? You don't think I consider you my friends, do you? Don't get ahead of yourselves. I have no friends. Chu Tianqi replied coldly with a feigned indifference. Oh, you. Lu Liang was at a loss for words, about to speak when Lin Mo interrupted with a wave of his hand. Lin Mo extended his right hand toward Chu Tianqi, smiling as he said, regardless of your thoughts or opinions about us, in our eyes, you shall always be our friend. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianqi visibly trembled. He quickly turned away, as tears welled uncontrollably in his eyes. Struggling to suppress the corners of his mouth from curling into a smile, he stubbornly asserted, suit yourselves. Ding. At that moment, they reached the first floor. The elevator doors slowly opened to reveal a throng of figures waiting outside. These figures were not zombies, but reinforcements from the Ability Management Bureau. Lin Mo, Lu Liang. Seeing the blood-covered duo in the elevator, Zhao Tianlin, Zhang Wei, and the others were taken aback. No way, am I dreaming? Director, team leader. I never expected to see you in my lifetime. This is absolutely delightful. Lu Liang exclaimed, on the verge of tears from excitement. Are you all right? Lin Mo, how are you? You weren't bitten, were you? Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei rushed forward, concern etched on their faces. Particularly, they sighed in relief upon confirming that Lin Mo was unharmed. After all, Lin Mo was a precious asset of the Ability Management Bureau. If he were to fall here, they would be tormented by guilt for eternity. I'm fine. Thanks to Chu Tianqi's timely intervention, we were saved. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head, briefly recounting the events that had transpired. Chu Tianqi. Zhang Wei cast a sidelong glance at Chu Tianqi, nodding thoughtfully before turning to Lin Mo. You really scared me. Didn't I tell you over the phone to evacuate with Lu Liang? Why didn't you listen? As an investigator of the Ability Management Bureau, capturing aberrant beasts and protecting civilians is our duty. Witnessing those civilians perish at the hands of zombies, if I could coldly ignore it and heartlessly abandon them, it would betray my identity and conscience. Lin Mo took a deep breath, speaking earnestly. Chapter 59, a new skill acquired, Obliteration Domain. Excellent. Very good. Zhao Tianlin patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, expressing his admiration. Lin Mo, I'm truly glad to see you hold such thoughts. As investigators of the Ability Management Bureau, if we flee in the face of danger, abandoning civilians, then we are not worthy of the title. Our identity and status are bestowed upon us by the civilians. When disaster strikes, we must stand before them. Even if 10,000 foes stand in my way, I shall not retreat. Even if it leads to a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, we shall never falter. It is precisely because of this spirit and heroism that humanity has survived amidst the onslaught of countless foes. You flatter me. I am still far from being a hero. Lin Mo humbly waved his hand. Not at all. You and Lu Liang can be called heroes for today's events. Once this is over, I must reward you both properly, Zhao Tianlin said with a smile. With the intervention of the Ability Management Bureau, the catastrophic disaster caused by the zombie virus was swiftly brought under control. In a patient room on the 3rd floor, temporarily designated as a resting area for Lin Mo, Lu Liang, and Chu Tianqi, Lin Mo lay on the bed, his eyes closed, summoning his information panel in his mind. Host, Lin Mo awakened. Ability, S-Class Obliteration. Level 6 ability user. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips. Although this experience had been perilous, the rewards were substantial. His ability points had surged by nearly 50,000, bringing him closer to breaking through to a level 7 ability user. Ding. The system detected that the host had acquired a level 6 beast essence. Would you like to absorb it immediately? Level 6 beast essence. Could it be that white orb? Without hesitation, Lin Mo chose to absorb it. Congratulations, host. You have successfully broken through to a level 7 ability user and have gained an opportunity for ability evolution. Lin Mo was taken aback. Did I just break through? After all, I was still tens of thousands of ability points short of reaching level 7. A level 6 beast origin can indeed enhance one's abilities to such a remarkable extent. Lin Mo hastily plunged his hand into his pocket, desperately searching for that elusive white orb, only to find it had vanished. What a treasure. This is certainly far superior to the exhausting battles against the beasts. Yet, what precisely is this beast origin, and why was it absent from the bodies of the creatures I previously vanquished? With this thought, Lin Mo opened his eyes and inquired of the nearby Lu Liang. Do you know what a beast origin is? Beast origin. Lu Liang looked momentarily taken aback and shook his head. I don't know. All right then. Lin Mo chuckled and was about to retrieve his phone from the Bureau of Abilities to conduct some research. At that moment, however, Chu Tianqi interjected, typically, a beast of level 5 or higher will contain a core, which we humans refer to as beast origin. This is a superb resource for cultivation, imbued with vast amounts of pure energy, and is exceedingly rare. The higher the level of the ability user, the more they require beast origin to enhance their strength. Oh, I see. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, and then turned to Chu Tianqi, pressing further. Is it true that all level 5 and above beasts possess beast origin within them? Not necessarily. The probability of beast origin appearing is remarkably low. It is merely said that there is a chance for level 5 beasts and above to contain it. But that probability is akin to winning the lottery. This scarcity is precisely why beast origin is so precious. Chu Tianqi shook his head. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt a surge of joy. It seemed his luck was rather fortuitous. His first encounter with a level 6 beast had yielded a beast origin. This indeed bolstered his prospects. Otherwise, it would have taken him a considerable amount of time to ascend to a level 7 ability user. System, immediately evolve my abilities. Lin Mo commanded internally. Congratulations, host. Your abilities have evolved to SS level obliteration, can evolve to SSS level annihilation, current evolution progress, 90. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new skill, Obliteration domain. Skill description. When the domain is activated, centered around the host, within a radius of 20 meters, infinite destruction will ensue. Any beings beneath the host's level will perish instantly, while beings of the same or higher level will also endure damage and suppression effects from the domain. Please note, obliteration domain is extremely resource-intensive. The system advises that the host should use it only when at least a level 9 ability user. After reviewing the system's description, Lin Mo was immediately elated. He had unlocked yet another new skill, and it appeared to be far more formidable than the previous 3. A radius of 20 meters is no small area. Presumably, when his abilities evolve to SSS level, the range will further increase. Moreover, judging by the skill description, this is a move of ultimate power. While it may not be necessary in everyday situations, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable in critical moments. For instance, if he had possessed this skill earlier in the morgue, he might have avoided such a passive predicament. Of course, the system's advice must be heeded. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be prudent to refrain from using it. Lin brother, why are you grinning like a fool? Lu Liang, noticing Lin Mo lying on the bed with a silly smile, expressed concern. Did he perhaps sustain a head injury during the fight with that muscle-bound zombie underground? Cough, cough. It's nothing. Lin Mo quickly concealed his smile, nearly forgetting that Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi were present. He needed to exercise some restraint. He could indulge himself later, alone in his blanket at home. Well then, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Just then, Chu Tianqi stood up. Seeing this, Lin Mo promptly rose and approached Chu Tianqi, asking, I've been meaning to ask you, would you consider joining us? Join you? Chu Tianqi appeared momentarily stunned. Indeed. Join the Bureau of Abilities, to uphold justice like Lin brother and I, safeguarding Jiangzhou. Surely that is preferable to wandering aimlessly without a home? Lu Liang grinned widely. Chu Tianqi furrowed his brow tightly. Lu Liang. Lin Mo shot Lu Liang a reproachful glance. While this was indeed the truth, it was not appropriate to voice it in front of him. Such words could be quite degrading. My apologies, I misspoke. Lu Liang quickly covered his mouth. Chu Tianqi, please don't take offense. Lu Liang did not mean it that way. We sincerely wish to invite you to join us, as I believe your life deserves more. Lin Mo explained, gazing at Chu Tianqi. I understand. Chu Tianqi nodded, contemplating for a moment before replying to Lin Mo. However, I have no interest in joining your ranks. With that, he turned and walked towards the exit of the hospital room. This left Lin Mo and Lu Liang feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, just as Chu Tianqi was about to step out of the room, he suddenly halted and turned back to Lin Mo and Lu Liang, saying, Have you not always been curious about what is inside my golden box? I can reveal it to you now. Chapter 60, Fragments of the Meteorite. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang instantly perked up. In truth, this artifact holds little value to outsiders, yet it is of utmost importance to me. Chu Tianqi produced the golden box, then bit his thumb, allowing his blood to drip onto it. Buzz. The surface of the golden box shimmered with golden light. And with a crack, it opened of its own accord. Lin Mo and Lu Liang leaned in closer to observe. Inside lay a violet crystal roughly the size of a bottle cap. What is this? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. A century ago, a meteorite known as the Heavenly Path descended upon Blue Star, altering its magnetic field and awakening countless beings. This piece is a fragment of that meteorite. My father expended tremendous effort to obtain it, even sacrificing his life in the end. He firmly believed that with this meteorite fragment, he could create a purification potion to revert the beasts back to their original forms, but alas, he failed. Chu Tianqi elucidated. I see. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, then inquired. But why are you so eager to obtain this meteorite fragment? While my first potion was successfully developed, it only allows low-level creatures like cockroaches and ants to become beasts, which falls far short of my ambitions. Therefore, I must begin developing the second potion. I aim to create more powerful beasts. Only then can one establish themselves in this world, and this meteorite fragment is a crucial ingredient for my second potion. Chu Tianqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. No wonder you were so reticent before. It seems this is highly confidential. What has prompted you to share it now? Lu Liang asked Chu Tianqi. Because I believe you two are trustworthy. Chu Tianqi concluded. Well, I have said all that I needed to say. Farewell. With that, he closed the golden box and departed from the hospital room. Lin brother, should we report this matter to the higher-ups? If he truly succeeds in developing the No. 2 potion and begins to unleash formidable beasts, wreaking havoc throughout Jiangzhou City, it would be dire indeed. Lu Liang expressed his concerns. No need to fret. I have faith that he will not resort to such actions. Lin Mo shook his head, squinting his eyes as he spoke. Although he declined our invitation to join us, I believe he still possesses some sense of conscience. Otherwise, he would not have intervened to rescue us today. Since he has chosen to trust us, we must reciprocate that trust. Let us hope that is the case. Lu Liang sighed in resignation. Once the wolf-level catastrophe was completely quelled, the Ability Management Bureau promptly convened a commendation ceremony. Present at the venue were the high-ranking officials of the Bureau, along with numerous investigators. Even a multitude of reporters had arrived to conduct live broadcasts of the event. Now, let us welcome the two heroes of this calamity. Intern Investigator Lin Mo. Intern Investigator Lu Liang. Amidst the crowd's attention, Lin Mo and Lu Liang stepped forward. The reporters on site immediately trained their cameras and flashbulbs on the two. In an instant, a flurry of flashes erupted. The two intern investigators had unexpectedly become the most significant contributors to quelling the wolf-level disaster, marking a first for our Ability Management Bureau since its inception. You cannot dispute this. I have heard that these two braved life-threatening dangers to enter the morgue, closing the door and trapping over half of the zombies, greatly reducing the peril of this disaster. Otherwise, who knows how many lives would have been lost. Indeed, merely possessing such courage is commendable, let alone being interns. Even seasoned investigators might hesitate. Thus, I wholeheartedly agree that they deserve this honor. The crowd below buzzed with admiration, evidently filled with genuine respect for Lin Mo and Lu Liang at this moment. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, as intern investigators, you faced the wolf-level disaster without flinching, bravely advancing and achieving such great merit. On behalf of the Ability Management Bureau, I now present you both with the Hero S Medal, Zhao Tianlin announced, producing 2 golden 5-pointed star medals and handing them to Lin Mo and Lu Liang. At that moment, envious glances were cast from the crowd below. The Hero's Medal is a prestigious award typically reserved for formal investigators who have completed 100 missions. Who would have thought that Lin Mo and Lu Liang, still mere interns, would receive such an honor? Indeed, from this day forth, their futures are boundless. Thank you, Director. Lin Mo and Lu Liang respectfully bowed to Zhao Tianlin upon receiving the medals. Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. I have prepared a grand surprise for you today. Zhao Tianlin beamed. He then pulled 2 small boxes from his pocket and handed them to the two. What is this? Lin Mo and Lu Liang inquired, opening the boxes to find a black ring within. The two stared in astonishment before joyously exclaiming, spatial rings. After you mentioned them last time, I applied to the headquarters. Given your recent accomplishments, you are fully qualified to wear spatial rings. Additionally, I will award each of you an extra 1,000 merit points. I hope you will continue to strive forward and not disappoint my expectations of you. Zhao Tianlin smiled. At this proclamation, the crowd was taken aback, each person consumed by envy. Spatial rings are exceedingly rare, with only a handful existing in the entire Jiangzhou branch. Coupled with the 1,000 merit points, this reward was truly extravagant. In that moment, everyone below wished they could take Lin Mo and Lu Liang's place to claim the accolades. After all, such rewards could equate to years of their own hard work. In the Wang Group's chairman's office, Wang Dalong, watching the award ceremony on television, was so furious that he threw the remote control across the room. Boss, why are you so angry? The black-clad secretary quickly retrieved the remote and inquired with concern. It's that Lin Mo again. He should have been a mere insect crushed under my heel, yet he has somehow thrived, now calling himself a hero. Wang Dalong seethed. In Jiangzhou City, only I, Wang Dalong, deserve the title of hero. How dare he presume to share that honor? Bah! Wang Dalong gritted his teeth, his expression darkened. Please, calm down, boss. Do not let yourself be agitated. If we are to discuss heroes, who in Jiangzhou City could compare to you? You are the true savior of the city. Lin Mo is merely an insignificant upstart, not worthy of your ire. Stooping to quarrel with such a minor character would only diminish your stature. The secretary hastily reassured him. Upon hearing this, Wang Dalong's expression softened considerably. He then gazed at the alluring secretary, his eyes glinting with desire. He abruptly pulled the black-clad secretary into his embrace, roughly caressing her exquisite legs, and smirked. Your tongue is becoming increasingly skilled. I wonder if your prowess in bed has improved as well. Oh dear, boss, how naughty. The secretary's cheeks flushed as she shyly buried her head into Wang Dalong's chest. Ha! Wang Dalong lifted the secretary into his arms, striding towards the office bedroom. As they passed the television, he cast a glance at Lin Mo, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Lin Mo, enjoy your moment of triumph while you can. When the ghost-level beast tide arrives, it will be your end. Chapter 61, Black Rhinoceros Armor. At the hospital, beside the bed, Chu Yuchi watched the commendation ceremony via live stream on her phone, her emotions a tumultuous mix. She glanced at the bedridden Wang Ba, whose limbs were rendered useless. Then at the spirited Lin Mo on her screen. For some reason, a wave of regret began to swell within her. The man she once thought destined to be a failure had transformed into a hero, basking in the limelight. Yet, looking back at Wang Ba, despite the renowned physicians from the city lord's mansion assisting him, the severity of his injuries would likely leave him with lasting disabilities, even if he recovered. Had she truly made the wrong choice? With this thought, Chu Yuchi's heart felt as if it were in turmoil, a cacophony of conflicting emotions overwhelming her. In Jiangzhou City, in a dilapidated area beneath a bridge, the Lin family huddled together, their bodies battered and bruised, due to their inability to repay high-interest loans. All three had suffered broken legs, losing their home, and now resorting to begging for survival beneath the bridge. Across from their shelter, the convenience store's television broadcasted the Ability Management Bureau's commendation ceremony. Observing this, the family's expressions soured drastically. This defies logic. How can Lin Mo, a supposed waste, be thriving while we suffer? Had we known, we would never have cast him out. We could have been a family of heroes, indulging in wealth and glory. It was a clear misstep, and in that moment, the Lin family felt an overwhelming regret. Yet in this world, there exists no remedy for their remorse. As the Ability Management Bureau's commendation ceremony aired throughout the city, Lin Mo and Lu Liang swiftly became the most sought-after figures in Jiangzhou. Many individuals came to pay their respects, including numerous patients saved from dire circumstances and healthcare professionals who arrived bearing generous gifts to express their gratitude. Despite Lin Mo and Lu Liang's efforts to evade the attention, they found themselves occupied until the early hours of the morning before finally enjoying a moment of peace. Upon returning home, the two collapsed onto their beds, quickly succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Lin Mo was awakened by a knock at his door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by their team leader, Zhang Wei. "Is there something you need, team leader?" Lin Mo inquired with a smile. "The location for the probationary assessment has been set. It will take place in the neighboring Kong City. The assessment will commence at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So you and Lu Liang should prepare yourselves promptly." Zhang Wei informed Lin Mo with a serious expression. "Understood. Thank you, team leader." Lin Mo responded with a respectful gesture. Just then, Lu Liang emerged from the elevator, laden with a plethora of items. "Good morning, Lin, team leader," he greeted cheerfully. "Where did you go shopping so early?" Lin Mo looked at the jars and bottles Lu Liang was carrying, curiosity evident on his face. "What are all these?" "These." Lu Liang chuckled. "These are cultivation resources I purchased from the merit store. With the probationary assessment approaching, I intend to put in the effort to reach the 4th level of ability so as not to hold you back, Lin." "I see." Lin Mo nodded in understanding. "Lin, aren't you buying any?" Zhang Wei asked, glancing at him. "Buying what?" Lin Mo paused, taken aback. "Resources for cultivation. You have a day left. And I recall you are on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level, aren't you? Are you not planning to make a final push?" Zhang Wei probed. "Oh, about that. Of course, I need to make an effort." Lin Mo quickly nodded in agreement. "Very well. Prepare diligently then. I shall not disturb you further." Zhang Wei concluded as he turned to leave. "By the way, Lu Liang, what exactly did you buy, and what are its specific benefits?" Lin Mo queried. Turning back to him. "These are ability potions, ability herbs, and ability pills, essentials for enhancing our ability values. Haven't you used them before, Lin?" Lu Liang asked, perplexed. "I." Lin Mo scratched the back of his head. With the system as his advantage, he had never needed such items. Defeating beasts alone sufficed to significantly boost his ability values without the aid of external resources. However, to keep up appearances, he nodded. "Of course, I've used them. But I'm not familiar with which ones are particularly effective. Please recommend some to me later." "Absolutely." Lu Liang grinned widely. Once back in his room, Lin Mo exhaled in relief and took out his phone, opening the merit store. Lu Liang's words had prompted a realization. Since joining the Ability Management Bureau, his strength had surged dramatically, yet he had never purchased any cultivation resources. In the short term, this had gone unnoticed, but eventually, it would arouse suspicion. Thus, Lin Mo symbolically bought some cultivation resources from the merit store to maintain his facade. Additionally, he browsed through the store. Following the recent wolf-level disaster, Lin Mo recognized his vulnerability. He lacked defensive measures. Should he exhaust his ability values, as he had in the morgue the previous day, he would be left helpless without reinforcements. Consequently, Lin Mo sought out the S-grade armor he had previously viewed. Product: Black Rhino Armor Grade. S price. Merit points description. This armor can withstand the full force of an 8th level beast's attack, and can mitigate over 80% of a 9th level beast's assault. Special feature: under moonlight, it aids the wearer in gradually recovering their ability values. Lin Mo was already aware of the armor's defensive capabilities. Donning it would render him nearly invulnerable to attacks from beasts below the 10th level. Yet, it was the special feature that caught his attention today. This revelation sparked excitement in him. His Oblivion domain consumed ability values at an alarming rate, making it impractical for frequent use. However, the Black Rhino armor could help restore his ability values under moonlight. Combined, this would render him virtually invincible at night. He had to acquire it. However, Lin Mo's current ability values barely amounted to around 1,000, making the purchase seem distant. Thus, he added it to his shopping cart, realizing he would need to undertake additional missions in the coming days. Chapter 62, Probationary Assessment. The next day arrived, the day of the probationary assessment. Given that Kong City lay just a few dozen kilometers from Jiangzhou City, Lin Mo and Lu Liang arrived punctually at the assessment venue under team leader Zhang Wei's guidance. This assessment was nationally standardized, with intern investigators from other cities also in attendance. The audience was already filled with spectators of diverse ages and backgrounds. Some from Kong City's local management bureau, while others had traveled from various cities to witness the event. After all, the probationary assessment by the Ability Management Bureau was held only once a year, making it a significant occasion not to be missed. Are there any particularly outstanding intern investigators this year? I heard there's one from Nanzhou City named Lan Yi. who is quite impressive. He's reached the 6th level at such a young age, and his ability is genuinely of A grade. Such talent. It seems the first place in this assessment is certainly his. As the audience buzzed with speculation, the intern investigators from various branches began to gather on stage. Among them, a young man dressed in a blue robe with striking blue hair stood out remarkably. He was Lan Yi, the intern investigator from the Nanzhou City Ability Management Bureau. Brother Lan Yi, it seems you have no formidable opponents this year in the probationary assessment. First place is surely yours. A girl with pink hair, clad in a white shirt and black pleated skirt, smiled at him. Indeed, Brother Lan Yi, our Nanzhou branch is set to make a name for itself nationally, especially since it has been long since a talent like you has emerged. Another robust man chimed in confidently. I've heard the reward for first place in this assessment is exceptionally enticing. 5,000 merit points and a mysterious bonus. Just considering the merit points alone, how many tasks would we need to complete to accumulate that much? It's all yours. Don't celebrate too early. Among the intern investigators, there are hidden talents we must not underestimate, Lan Yi remarked, his hand behind his back, though his face could not conceal the pride he felt. As he entered the venue, he scanned the crowd with a casual glance. The majority of the intern investigators attending the regularization assessment this time are at the level of level 4 ability users, with only a handful reaching level 5. As for level 6 ability users, he is the sole representative. It is evident that the first place is undoubtedly his. Just then, 2 figures entered the venue, Lu Liang and Lin Mo. Goodness, Brother Lin. I didn't expect there to be so many intern investigators participating in the regularization assessment. There must be over 100, Lu Liang remarked, taken aback by the scene before him. Naturally, this is a nationwide unified assessment, so the numbers are bound to be substantial. Lin Mo replied with a smile. God bless, I don't wish for any rank. As long as I can pass and be regularized smoothly, then I can return home with my head held high, and see which relative dares to look down on me. Lu Liang immediately clasped his hands together and began to pray. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle and then turned to scan the crowd. Coincidentally, at that moment, Lan Yi glanced over. Their eyes met. Where does this person come from? Lan Yi raised an eyebrow and turned to the burly man beside him. For some reason, he felt a hint of pressure from Lin Mo's gaze, which made him quite uncomfortable. The burly man cast a glance at Lin Mo and a smirk of disdain appeared on his face. Oh, he seems to be from Jiangzhou City, just a small town. I bet the intern investigators there are not of high caliber. If they reach level 3 or 4, that would be impressive, hardly worth worrying about. Upon hearing this, Lan Yi felt a slight sense of relief, and when he looked back at Lin Mo, the pressure he felt had dissipated. It must have been his illusion, he thought, as he averted his gaze. After all, he was merely a minor character, not worthy of his special attention. Lin Mo simply shook his head and smiled. Ha. I've broken through. I've advanced to level 6 ability user. Just then, a boisterous laugh echoed throughout the venue, immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. They turned to see a young man in a black tracksuit, exuberantly jumping about. A powerful wave of ability emanated from him, confirming that he had indeed reached the level of a level 6 ability user. This appeared to be Wang Yuan, an intern investigator from Luo City. His talent was commendable, having reached level 5 at just 24 years of age, with an A-level ability awakened. It was unexpected that he would break through at such a critical moment. Now he would surely contest for first place against Lan Yi. What a fortunate fellow. Breaking through just before the assessment began. It seems the race for first place has become intriguing, a fierce competition between Wang Yuan and Lan Yi. How exciting. To think that Luo City has produced such a genius, truly enviable. Within the venue, Wang Yuan reigned in his aura. The 2 intern investigators accompanying him from Luo City were overjoyed, eagerly offering him cigarettes. Brother Yuan, once the assessment begins, we'll be relying on you for protection, they said, their faces awash with flattery. Rest assured, we all hail from Luo City, so we must look out for each other. Now that I've broken through to level 6 ability user, guiding you through the assessment will be a breeze. At this point, Wang Yuan glanced over at the distant Lan Yi, placing one hand behind his back, exuding confidence as he declared, I too shall contend for first place. Just then, Lan Yi turned his gaze towards Wang Yuan, his expression instantly darkening. In response, Wang Yuan immediately gestured with his hand in a throat-cutting motion, provocatively challenging Lan Yi. The first place today is firmly in my grasp. No one can snatch it from me, including you. I will prove to the nation that I am the strongest. Dream on. Lan Yi snorted coldly and turned away. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a somewhat portly build entered the venue. He surveyed the crowd and spoke. Welcome, intern investigators from various cities. I am the chief examiner for this assessment, Zheng Tong. I hereby announce that the regularization assessment is about to commence. As he spoke, the venue fell silent. Both the intern investigators present and those in the audience focused their attentions on Chief Examiner Zheng Tong. Before we begin the assessment, there is something I must inform you all. Compared to previous years, we will be implementing an entirely new assessment rule this year. In past assessments, artificial monsters were used, and killing 15 of them was deemed passing. However, According to headquarters statistics, the casualty rate among formal investigators across cities has been alarmingly high in recent years. To prevent this number from continuing to rise, headquarters has specifically devised new assessment rules, raising the bar for regularization. Consequently, this year, we will eliminate artificial monsters and replace them with real beasts to test you. As Zheng Tong's words echoed, the venue erupted into a clamor of astonishment and discussion. Changing the rules? And real beasts at that? This drastically increases the difficulty of the assessment. Indeed, artificial monsters lack intelligence and are made of wood. With even a modicum of strength, defeating a dozen poses no challenge. But now, with real beasts, the danger level has skyrocketed. There could even be casualties. Oh no. It seems my dream of regularization is doomed. My social security benefits, my monthly salary of $50,000. At this moment, the most unsettled were the intern investigators participating in the assessment, particularly those whose abilities were already lacking. Upon hearing that the assessment would involve real beasts, many turned pale with fear. Only Lin Mo's eyes lit up with excitement. Such a splendid opportunity. Zheng Tong waved his hand to signal for silence and continued, "Now, let me announce the new rules. The assessment will take place in the Hell Town on the outskirts of Kong City. You must enter Hell Town and slay the beasts. With a time limit of 3 hours. Killing a level 1 beast earns 1 point. A level 2 beast earns 2 points, and so forth. A score of 60 points is required to pass and gain eligibility for regularization. Additionally, there will be a leaderboard, and the top 3 will receive extra rewards. Do any of you have objections?" Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Excellent. Please collect your scoring wristbands and proceed to Hell Town. Remember, ensure that your scoring wristbands remain intact until the end of the assessment. Otherwise, you will lose your qualification and be eliminated. Furthermore, during the assessment, no killing is permitted. Intentional or otherwise will result in immediate disqualification and dismissal from the Ability Management Bureau, with a lifetime ban on re-employment. Zheng Tong stated with a serious demeanor. Soon, several buses rolled into the venue. Before boarding, staff distributed blue wristbands to each participant to record their scores during the assessment. Once inside Hell Town, do not remove the wristbands. They will provide real-time tracking for your safety. Should you encounter life-threatening danger, you may press the emergency button on the inside of the wristband, and help will arrive, but you will simultaneously lose your qualification for the assessment. After handing the wristbands to Lin Mo and Lu Liang, the staff reiterated their instructions. Understood. Lin Mo and LV Liang took the wristbands and boarded the bus. Once all the intern investigators had settled in, the bus set off directly toward the outskirts of the Inferno Town. Meanwhile, a vast projection screen materialized above the examination venue, displaying not only the movements of the participants within Inferno Town, but also showcasing a real-time leaderboard. Soon, all the participants entered Inferno Town. "Brother Lin, where shall we go?" LV Liang inquired, tapping his wristband, which promptly conjured a virtual map before him. It illustrated the distribution of the aberrant creatures within Inferno Town. The map indicated that the highest concentration of these creatures was at the center of the town, all of which were of a high level. As one moved outward, the number of aberrant creatures diminished. "Do you have a dream?" Lin Mo asked LV Liang, gazing intently at him. "Are you referring to vying for a spot in the top 3 of the leaderboard? If it were possible, who wouldn't he want to give it a try?" LV Liang replied, his face brimming with excitement. "Then let us make haste to the town center and not waste any time," Lin Mo said, flashing a smile. Upon hearing this, LV Liang took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Then let us go for it." At the examination venue, the audience's attention was predominantly fixated on Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, who were deemed the frontrunners for the championship. Just then, they suddenly noticed 2 figures racing toward the town center at an astonishing speed, startling everyone. Who are those 2? What are they thinking? The aberrant creatures at the town center are terrifyingly numerous and of a high level. Are they rushing to their doom? I looked them up. Those 2 are Lin Mo and LV Liang, interns from Jiangzhou City, a mere 4th-tier small city. Their abilities likely aren't formidable, and the records indicate that Lin Mo has been with the Ability Management Bureau for less than a week. What? They're participating in the qualification assessment after less than a week? They must have connections. Even so, shouldn't they be hunting solitary aberrant creatures on the outskirts to gradually accumulate points? Charging recklessly to the town center is akin to seeking their own demise. Just 2 oblivious fools seeking attention, thinking they possess skill and eager to showcase themselves, utterly unaware of their insignificance. They'll likely be eliminated before long. Consequently, the crowd soon lost interest in Lin Mo and LV Liang, redirecting their focus back to Lan Yi and Wang Yuan. Meanwhile, in the audience, Zhang Wei watched this scene unfold, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "What on earth are you 2 doing?" Inside Inferno Town, a bolt of blue lightning struck down, incinerating a chicken-like aberrant creature on the spot. It was an effortless victory. Lan Yi smirked slightly as he retracted his ability. "Congratulations, Brother Lan. With the points from this 3rd-level aberrant creature, you are now at the top of the leaderboard," exclaimed a girl with pink hair, beaming with delight. Lan Yi tapped his wristband, causing a luminous screen to appear, showcasing the leaderboard. At that moment, his name proudly occupied the top position. After an hour of slaughter, his points had reached 65, securing his advancement to a formal investigator without a doubt. Such a fierce fight. Yet, when Lan Yi's gaze fell upon the second-place holder, his expression darkened. The second place was Wang Yuan, with 60 points, a mere 5 points behind him. This greatly displeased Lan Yi, who immediately turned to the girl with pink hair and the burly man beside him, stating, "From now on, whenever we spot an aberrant creature, let me take the lead in defeating it to ensure my first place remains unshakable. When only an hour is left, I'll assist you both in achieving your advancement." Understood. Both the pink-haired girl and the burly man nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Yuan had just incinerated a second-level aberrant creature with a fireball, bringing his total points to 62, closing the gap to just 3 points behind Lan Yi. "Lan Yi, I've told you, the first place is mine. No one can take it from me," Wang Yuan said, a confident smirk gracing his lips. However, at that moment, the leaderboard suddenly shifted. Wang Yuan's name plummeted from second to fourth, while Lan Yi dropped from first to third. Two new names ascended to the top, capturing the public's attention: Lin Mo and LV Liang. Chapter 64. I have a plan. The abrupt change in the leaderboard astounded not only the intern investigators within Inferno Town, but also left the audience in sheer disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Mo and LV Liang? Aren't those the two reckless clowns we just saw? How did they suddenly leap to first and second? Am I seeing things? How could their points be so high? At that moment, the leaderboard displayed: first place, Lin Mo, points 230. Second place, LV Liang, points 160. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers instinctively rubbed their eyes, convinced they were hallucinating. After all, the assessment had only just commenced an hour ago. Even the favorites, the 6th-level ability users Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, had only amassed around 60 points. Yet, these two interns from a 4th-tier city had already reached triple digits? Was this even real? Examiner Zheng, is there a glitch in the leaderboard? Someone quickly asked Zheng Tong. To be honest, Zheng Tong was also taken aback for a moment upon seeing Lin Mo and LV Liang's names. However, after confirming the situation in Inferno Town, he emphatically stated, "The leaderboard is accurate." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in unison. In the audience, Zhang Wei trembled as he pulled out his phone, swiftly dialing a number. "Hello, Director? I have something to tell you. It seems our Jiangzhou branch is about to make history. Within Inferno Town, at a convenience store located in the town center, what was once a lair of spider-like aberrant creatures had now been reduced to ruins, devoid of even a single spider egg. Haha, Brother Lin, your strategy is brilliant. After taking down several aberrant creature nests, our points now stand at first and second," LV Liang exclaimed, glancing at the leaderboard with a broad grin. "We've only just begun. This is merely the start," Lin Mo replied with a faint smile. Upon arriving at the town center, he realized what paradise truly meant. The area was rife with aberrant nests and gathering spots. Perhaps due to their captivity, these aberrant creatures were particularly inclined to cluster together. Tossing in a single obliteration sphere was immensely satisfying. After accounting for the time wasted in transit, they had amassed nearly 20,000 ability points in such a short span. Lin Mo was reluctant to leave. "Let us continue our expedition. It seems there's another nest of rodents about 50 meters away. Let us take it out," he suggested. Lin Mo and LV Liang hurriedly made their way over. On the other side, watching the points of Lin Mo and LV Liang soar, Lan Yi's expression darkened to an extreme. What on earth is happening? Can someone explain this situation to me? Have these two fellows somehow activated a cheat? Brother Lan, I just inquired and learned that someone saw these two heading straight for the center of the town from the very beginning. Could it be that the beasts there are easier to deal with? A burly man furrowed his brow and analyzed. It must be so, otherwise how could two insignificant ants from 4th-tier cities amass such points in such a short time? Let us go. We must head to the town center immediately. The first place must be mine. Lan Yi gritted his teeth, speaking with a chilling tone. The trio then rushed towards the town center. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that while the number of beasts was indeed plentiful, they were far from easy to handle. All possessed strength above level 3, making them significantly more challenging than those on the outskirts. Fortunately, Lan Yi was formidable, having killed several beasts in quick succession. Yet, his rate of point accumulation still paled in comparison to Lin Mo and LV Liang. This won't do. At this rate, I might not catch up to these two by the time is up. Lan Yi frowned in concern. Brother Lan, I actually have a plan. Just then, the burly man spoke up. What plan? Lan Yi quickly turned to him. Lin Mo and LV Liang must possess some large-scale destructive weapon, which is why their point accumulation is so swift. However, if we truly consider strength, these two insignificant ants from 4th-tier cities cannot possibly rival us, especially you. So why not take the plunge and directly find them to eliminate them? Then the first place will undoubtedly belong to you. The burly man sneered. But the assessment rules state that killing is prohibited. Lan Yi frowned, feeling anxious. The rules only prohibit killing. They do not say we cannot engage in mutual attacks. As long as we defeat them and shatter their point wristbands, they will be eliminated, and all their points will be rendered useless. The burly man's eyes glinted with cold light as he grinned maliciously. Upon hearing this, Lan Yi's expression turned enlightened. He slapped his thigh in approval and said, "Good, that plan is quite brilliant. In that case, let us immediately search for Lin Mo and LV Liang. The town center isn't large, so we should be able to find them quickly. How dare they compete with me for first place? Humph, they truly do not know the peril they are in. They should prepare to return to their hometowns." This was a gas station, which also served as the lair for a group of black bull beasts. These black bull beasts all possessed strength above level 4, with several even at level 5. To avoid alarming them, Lin Mo had already conjured several annihilation orbs from a distance and had LV Liang stealthily lead them under the gas station. Once the numbers were sufficient, they detonated the orbs. The explosion of the annihilation orbs, combined with the gasoline from the gas station, instantly transformed into a fiery spectacle. However, 2 level 5 black bull beasts managed to survive the chaos. Lin Mo and LV Liang approached to deliver the finishing blows, completely annihilating them. Lin Mo had initially hoped to see if the 2 level 5 black bull beasts would yield any beast essence, but regrettably, none did. As expected, as Chu Tianchi had said, the probability of producing beast essence was even lower than winning the lottery. After dispatching the group of black bull beasts, Lin Mo's points had reached 306, while LV Liang's stood at 243. They looked down upon the entire leaderboard, knowing that even Lan Yi and Wang Yuan would struggle to catch up, as their points hadn't even reached 100 yet. Thus, Lin Mo and LV Liang decided to find a place to rest and recover their stamina and energy, having expended much during their recent frenzy. However, just as they settled down, a chilling voice suddenly interrupted. "Lin Mo, LV Liang, so this is where you're hiding. Finally, I've caught up with you. Chapter 65, you can come at us together." Lin Mo and LV Liang frowned and looked up to see none other than Lan Yi and his entourage of 3. "Do you need something from us?" LV Liang asked in confusion. "Need something?" Remove the word need. Lan Yi shot LV Liang a disdainful glance before stepping forward and extending his right hand. "Hand it over." "What?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "Of course, your point wristbands." "What else could it be?" Lan Yi said arrogantly. "If you hand them over willingly, you won't have to suffer any hardships. Otherwise, if I have to resort to force, things won't be so simple, understand? Why should we hand over our point wristbands to you?" LV Liang retorted defiantly. "Why? Huh?" Lan Yi coldly laughed, gazing at LV Liang. "Simply because my strength surpasses yours. Dare to contest for first place against me, and you shall be eliminated. Now do you understand?" "I see now." Lin Mo stood up, dusting off his pants, and spoke blandly. "You've realized that you cannot surpass us by conventional means. So you've decided to abandon all pretense. Humph. In the game of kings and pawns, as long as I can secure the first place on the leaderboard today, it will be a matter of great glory. No one will care what methods I employed," Lan Yi said shamelessly with a cold snort. "Ha ha, well said." Just then, a loud laugh echoed from the side. Everyone turned to see a dozen figures approaching. Leading them was Wang Yuan. "Wang Yuan, what brings you here?" Lan Yi's expression shifted instantly. "Haha, Lan Yi, don't be so nervous. I'm not here to oppose you, but rather to collaborate." Wang Yuan grinned widely. "Collaborate? Would you really be so kind?" Lan Yi remained cautious. "Of course." Wang Yuan nodded, then cast a glance at Lin Mo and LV Liang, sneering. "I noticed these 2 brats were accumulating points far too rapidly. At this rate, we wouldn't even be able to catch up if we exhausted ourselves. Therefore, I gathered some old acquaintances to come and eliminate these 2. I didn't expect you to arrive first. We truly share a similar vision." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy appeared on Lan Yi's face. "In that case, let us join forces to eliminate these 2 first, and afterward, we can compete for first place. How does that sound?" "Exactly what I had in mind." Wang Yuan nodded in agreement, and soon the group formed an alliance with Lan Yi's trio. In an instant, their number swelled to nearly 20. Aside from Wang Yuan and Lan Yi, both level 6 ability users, the rest were at least level 4, with several at level 5. Such a lineup was undeniably formidable. Seeing this, LV Liang's expression changed in an instant. He hurriedly leaned closer to Lin Mo and whispered, "Brother Lin, we are outnumbered. Perhaps we should retreat for now, or we'll surely suffer a significant loss." "Ha ha ha, wish to escape? Lu Liang, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your abilities. I have already gathered intelligence on your powers during my journey here. It's merely earth manipulation, and I am well prepared." Wang Yuan threw his head back in triumphant laughter, turning to a corpulent man beside him and declaring, "Old Zhang, it's up to you." "Not a problem." The hefty man nodded, swiftly forming hand seals with his hands, and bellowed, "Barrier, activate." A massive purple barrier enveloped everyone present. "Once my barrier is activated, even I cannot deactivate it for an hour. Now, let us see where you intend to flee." The corpulent man boasted with great pride. Upon witnessing this, Lu Liang stomped his feet in frustration, exclaiming, "Another barrier. I have sworn eternal enmity against barriers." "Ha ha." Lan Yi laughed heartily, stepping forward with an air of superiority. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, considering your humble origins from a small fourth-tier city, I could grant you the opportunity for a one-on-one duel. If either of you can best me, I might just consider sparing you. What do you say? There's no need for such complications. Lin Mo shook his head, glancing at Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, and replied nonchalantly, why not take you all on at once? At this declaration, the crowd was momentarily taken aback before erupting in derisive laughter. I must have misheard. Lin Mo, surely you're not so daft as to think we are too numerous for you to handle? Wang Yuan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance towards Lin Mo. Although I am unclear as to how you amassed such an impressive score in such a short time, I have thoroughly investigated your background before coming here. You have only recently joined the Jiangzhou branch. Your records indicate you were a mere level 3, B-grade ability user. Even if you possess extraordinary talent and have recently ascended to level 4, you still appear as insignificant as an ant before Lan Yi and me. I truly wonder where you derive your audacity to challenge us simultaneously. Indeed, Lin Mo, are you genuinely so terrified of your imminent demise? While the assessment rules prohibit killing, inflicting serious injury is still permissible, is it not? To challenge us both, standing before 2 level 6 ability users, is utterly ludicrous. One might think you were a level 7 ability user, when in truth, you are merely a mediocre level 3 or 4. Lan Yi mocked, his face a mask of derision. The others present regarded Lin Mo with contempt, as if he were a mere jester. Sighing, Lin Mo shook his head and smirked. In these times, speaking the truth is often met with disbelief, yet you have, in fact, hit upon one truth. I am indeed a level 7 ability user. As his words hung in the air, an overwhelming surge of power emanated from Lin Mo, enveloping all present in a formidable aura of pressure. The expressions of Lan Yi, Wang Yuan, and the others shifted dramatically, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. Chapter 66. Haven't struck you yet? Simultaneously, the spectators in the stands were rendered speechless. A level 7 ability user. My heavens, how can Lin Mo's level be so astonishingly high? This is merely a 4th-tier city. How could such a prodigy emerge? Not even many full-fledged investigators have attained such heights. No wonder he joined the assessment less than a week after his arrival. Who can possibly contend with him? Initially, it was presumed that the top spot in this assessment would be claimed by either Lan Yi or Wang Yuan, yet unexpectedly, a dark horse had emerged, one whose prowess was astonishingly formidable. At this moment, the crowd could no longer maintain their composure. After all, they had initially deemed Lin Mo unworthy of their consideration, despite the high scores he and Lu Liang had achieved. Facing the combined might of nearly 20 individuals led by Lan Yi and Wang Yuan would surely result in defeat. However, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Within the confines of the Inferno town, Wang Yuan, Lan Yi, and the others remained in shock for quite some time, their lips twitching in disbelief. This defies logic. Which in turn investigator possesses level 7 abilities? Can it get any more outrageous? Who among you will step forward? Lin Mo surveyed the crowd with an indifferent gaze. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Who would dare engage a level 7 ability user in combat? That would be tantamount to courting death. Not speaking? Lin Mo's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he coldly remarked, then let us proceed to eliminate you all. With that, Lin Mo focused his mind, and the sword of annihilation materialized in his right hand, a terrifying aura of destruction radiating outward. Witnessing this, the crowd's faces paled once more. Wang Yuan hurriedly waved his hands, forcing a smile as he attempted to negotiate. Well, you see, my friend, this is all a misunderstanding. Merely a jest. We were just passing through, not intending to offend you at all. How about we simply part ways now? Do you wish to fight or not? Lin Mo replied with a cold smile, his voice steady. It is too late. With that, Lin Mo charged forward, gripping the sword of annihilation firmly. What do we do now? Wang Yuan's expression shifted, turning to Lan Yi for guidance. What else is there to do but fight? We are 2 level 6 users, accompanied by several level 5s and a host of level 4s. Surely we can contend with a single level 7. Lan Yi gritted his teeth and summoned his lightning abilities, preparing to confront Lin Mo head-on. Let us do this. Wang Yuan also activated his fire abilities, rushing forward. As their attacks launched, a fierce confrontation unfolded. A bolt of blue lightning and a 1-meter diameter fireball surged towards Lin Mo. However, at that moment, a scarlet blade of aura sliced through the air. The blue lightning and terrifying fireball were instantly obliterated. Lan Yi and Wang Yuan were taken aback. What level of ability is this? It's utterly domineering. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Mo's figure flickered like a specter, closing the distance between them in an instant. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Lan Yi was sent sprawling. Wang Yuan attempted to retaliate, but Lin Mo's palm struck his face with a resounding slap. With a single encounter, the 2 level 6 ability users were swiftly defeated. Such was the terror of a level 7 ability user. The remaining onlookers were paralyzed with fear, realizing that even their strongest members, Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, had been effortlessly overwhelmed. How could they possibly stand against Lin Mo? At this moment, not a single thought of resistance stirred within their hearts. However, this did not mean Lin Mo would spare them. He advanced with his sword raised. In an instant, cries of despair filled the air. Without Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, the remaining individuals posed no challenge to Lin Mo's might. Had it not been for the prohibition against killing, Lin Mo would have relished the opportunity to treat them as beasts to be slain, accruing ability points for himself. Nevertheless, while death could be avoided, the punishment for their transgressions would be severe, and Lin Mo's strikes were merciless. In the midst of chaos, the ground was strewn with individuals suffering grievous injuries, some with shattered limbs, others spewing blood in agony. Witnessing this horrific scene, Lan Yi and Wang Yuan were struck with terror, their faces turning ashen. Was this man once affiliated with the underworld? His brutality was astonishing, as he mercilessly battered his opponents. They beheld Lin Mo deliver a devastating kick that shattered multiple ribs of a level 5 ability user. The two men gasped in shock, their minds consumed by a singular thought: flee. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to escape, only to collide violently with an invisible barrier. This very barrier had been erected to prevent Lin Mo and Lu Liang from fleeing. Yet now it ensnared them. Old Zhang, deactivate the barrier immediately. Wang Yuan shouted frantically at the rotund figure nearby. The chubby man, writhing on the ground in pain from a recent kick delivered by Lin Mo, responded helplessly. I can't. Once it's activated, it takes an hour to deactivate. Damn it, your own ability can activate it, but you can't turn it off? Wang Yuan fumed, stamping his foot in frustration. At that moment, Lin Mo turned to face him. A sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Still thinking of escaping? Wang Yuan nearly wet himself in fear, attempting to explain. No? You don't understand, but Lin Mo charged at him. Soon, Wang Yuan's anguished screams echoed throughout the town. Observing this, Lan Yi's eyes glinted with cold determination. He quickly conjured a bolt of lightning, intending to strike Lin Mo from behind while he was preoccupied with Wang Yuan. Just as the lightning was about to collide with Lin Mo, he pivoted and swung his weapon, the sword of Annihilation, cleaving the lightning in two. What? Lan Yi's expression shifted dramatically. What's wrong? You were too busy attacking him to pay attention to me, were you? Lin Mo scoffed icily, advancing toward him. Before long, Lan Yi's cries of despair filled the air. From a distance, Lu Liang watched the spectacle unfold, a mocking smile plastered across his face. Tell me, why did you provoke him in the first place? Now you're in quite the predicament. He then nonchalantly pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds, sitting back to enjoy the one-sided thrashing. In a matter of moments, Lan Yi and Wang Yuan lay battered and bruised on the ground, too terrified to move. Unable to fight back or escape, they sank into utter despair. Lin Mo, having grown slightly weary from his exertions, paused to address Lu Liang. Would you like to have some fun too? The men on the ground were petrified at this suggestion. Not again, they cried, hastily dropping to their knees, bowing their heads in supplication. Brother, please spare us. We can't take any more. At that moment, Lin Mo appeared more fearsome than any beast, a veritable demon in their eyes. Should you wish for me to spare you, it's simple enough. Just crush your wristbands and leave. Lin Mo smirked, his voice dripping with mockery. What? The group hesitated, reluctant to comply. After all, shattering their wristbands would signify their elimination, and they would have to wait until the next year's assessment for another chance. What? You're unwilling? The barrier will remain for another half hour. So I suppose I shall continue to punish you for that duration. As he spoke, Lin Mo began to stride toward them. At this, their expressions shifted instantaneously. They dared not hesitate any longer and swiftly crushed their wristbands. Soon, only Lan Yi and Wang Yuan remained, their hearts filled with bitterness. As level 6 ability users, they had expected to shine during this assessment, but now they faced premature elimination. Regret coursed through them. Had they known this would be the outcome, they would never have dared to provoke Lin Mo. As they wrestled with their indecision, a chilling gaze fell upon them, causing them to shudder involuntarily. They hastily crushed their wristbands. In that moment, their names, along with those of the others present, vanished from the leaderboard, signifying their disqualification and the loss of their chance at success. The spectators were left in stunned silence. It was unprecedented for nearly 20 individuals to be eliminated simultaneously, and all by a single person. Lin Mo's ruthlessness was astounding. Was he not concerned about the repercussions of such actions? But what did it matter? Were they not the ones who instigated him? Should one simply endure bullying? I admire Lin Mo's character. Anyone who dares to provoke him will receive double the retribution. Though this was indeed gratifying, Wang Yuan and Lan Yi hailed from major cities, where their respective agencies had high hopes for their success in this assessment. Now, facing elimination, they surely would not let this matter rest. I just saw their companions making phone calls to their agencies. Lin Mo would be in for considerable trouble today. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Zhang Wei's expression darkened. This is unacceptable. I must contact the director immediately, or we may face a dire situation. He hastily retrieved his phone. Within the confines of Hell's town, Lin Mo remained blissfully unaware of the uproar his actions had incited. However, given his nature, he would likely proceed in the same manner regardless. Once the barrier dissipated, Lan Yi and Wang Yuan exited the town in a state of disarray, while Lin Mo and Lu Liang, having regained their energy, resumed their quest for targets. After all, Lin Mo had yet to accumulate sufficient ability points. Before long, only half an hour remained until the assessment concluded. By this point, Lin Mo's score had soared to an astonishing 666 points, while Lu Liang boasted 432 points. They led the scoreboard, leaving all others trailing far behind, with the highest among them barely reaching 80 points. Consequently, the remaining participants had abandoned hope of claiming the top 2 spots, instead vying for 3rd place. At the assessment venue, Chief Examiner Zheng Tong scrutinized the situation in Hell S Town. Suddenly, a flustered staff member hurried over, whispering urgently, "Chief Examiner, perhaps you should announce the conclusion of the assessment early." "Why? There's still half an hour remaining," Zheng Tong queried, perplexed. "If we do not conclude the assessment soon, all the beasts within the town will be slaughtered by Lin Mo. As you know, our headquarters has invested immense resources and manpower to establish Hell S Town and cultivate the creatures within, a process that has taken 2.5 years. Initially, it was intended that the assessment for regularization over the next few years would utilize the Inferno Town. However, today alone, within a mere 2.5 hours, Lin Mo has dispatched hundreds of monstrous beasts. What is more alarming is that he executes his tasks without leaving a trace, obliterating entire nests of these creatures and denying them any chance for future reproduction. Should he continue this slaughter, it is likely that Inferno Town will be rendered utterly desolate. The staff member remarked with a grim expression. "It cannot be that exaggerated." Zheng Tong responded with a hint of skepticism. He displayed the footage of Lin Mo on the large screen. There, in the heart of the town, Lin Mo and Lu Liang were ruthlessly reaping the lives of the monstrous beasts. In just this fleeting glance, over 10 creatures met their demise. Zheng Tong's lips twitched in disbelief. Is this person truly an intern investigator? He resembles nothing less than a deity of death. Even seasoned investigators do not exhibit such proficiency and ruthlessness when dealing with these beasts, do they? Indeed, I believe your concerns hold merit. Zheng Tong swiftly retrieved a microphone and addressed it. Hello, Lin Mo, can you hear me? Lin Mo, who was currently on the hunt for the next unfortunate soul within Inferno Town, paused and looked up. Above the town, a loudspeaker broadcasted Zheng Tong's voice. Aware that Zheng Tong could see him, Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Mo, with the points you and Lu Liang have accumulated, you are already qualified to advance to the status of a formal investigator, and your 1st and 2nd places are unassailable. With less than half an hour remaining until the assessment concludes, I suggest you both withdraw now. Any further killings of the monstrous beasts would be utterly meaningless for you. Zheng Tong urged. Brother Lin, what Investigator Zheng said makes sense. Shall we exit now? Lu Liang inquired, glancing at Lin Mo. That is a valid point. A slight smirk played on Lin Mo's lips, yet he shook his head and replied, however, I shall not accept his advice. I will continue to slay. The beasts within this town, being artificially raised, are significantly more docile than their wild counterparts, lacking the ferocity of their untamed kin, and they tend to congregate. Yet, the energy points awarded for their defeat remain identical. If one does not strike, one loses the opportunity. Finding such a favorable situation again will prove difficult. Thus, even if only half an hour remains, Lin Mo is unwilling to retreat prematurely. Moreover, a bold idea began to blossom within him. He planned to seize this fleeting moment to orchestrate something grand. Chapter 68, Field of Annihilation, Activate. Seeing that Lin Mo and Lu Liang remained undeterred, continuing their pursuit of the monstrous beasts, Zheng Tong felt a sense of helplessness. After all, he had said all that needed to be said. He could not, in front of everyone, rush into the town and forcibly drag Lin Mo out. Such an action would contravene established protocol, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce to Lin Mo's decisions. Within Inferno Town, Lu Liang remarked, Brother Lin, based on my reconnaissance, there are several beast lairs surrounding our location, and their strength is formidable, generally above level 3. Excellent. Let us proceed with the plan. Awaken them all and draw them to me. Lin Mo replied, brimming with excitement. Brother Lin, rousing them and bringing them over isn't particularly challenging. But are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? There are at least 300 beasts in those lairs, all charging towards you simultaneously. I fear you may find it overwhelming. Lu Liang expressed his concerns. Do not worry about that. Simply do as I instruct. Lin Mo assured him with a smile, shaking his head. Very well then, I shall proceed. Be prepared. Lu Liang cautioned before vanishing underground. Approximately 3 minutes later, a drenched in sweat Lu Liang emerged from the ground, gasping for breath as he announced, Brother Lin, I have awakened them all. Are you ready? No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive horde of wolf-like beasts surged forth from their lairs, their eyes gleaming with a sinister red glow as they charged towards Lin Mo. The number was no less than 30. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, to Lin Mo's right, a heavy thudding sound echoed. A group of bear-like beasts was barreling towards him, their movements resembling that of speeding trucks. Furthermore, at that moment, beasts were rushing in from all directions. A glance revealed a dense mass of creatures, numbering in the hundreds. If an ordinary person were to witness such a spectacle, they would be rendered paralyzed with fear. Yet, in Lin Mo's eyes, only exhilaration burned brightly. As the monstrous beasts drew ever closer, Lin Mo turned to Lu Liang and said, "You may leave now. Can you manage alone?" Lu Liang asked, swallowing hard, his concern evident. "Rest assured, I never undertake endeavors without confidence." Lin Mo patted Lu Liang on the shoulder reassuringly. "Take care of yourself." With that, Lu Liang swiftly descended back underground. Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings. The beasts were now perilously close. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Just about right. Lin Mo inhaled deeply and focused his mind. Field of Annihilation. Activate. Buzz. In an instant, centered around Lin Mo, the earth collapsed, revealing a series of astonishing fissures. Scalding magma surged forth. And as soon as the beasts made contact with it, they erupted violently, disintegrating into wisps of white smoke, evaporating instantaneously. Simultaneously, the sky darkened ominously. Crimson lightning, as thick as utility poles, descended from above, falling like rain and enveloping the entire area. Beasts of level 3 or 4, even if they managed to evade the magma below, would be obliterated upon being struck by the crimson lightning. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, at the heart of the field of annihilation, radiated a dazzling red glow. Any beast that dared approach him would be reduced to vapor by the crimson light. Those creatures he had locked his gaze upon needed only a thought. Even a level 6 beast would vanish without a trace. This was the terrifying power of the field of annihilation. Creatures beneath Lin Mo's level of mastery could not hope to survive. In that moment, the number of monstrous beasts dwindled at a visibly rapid pace. The creatures that had just charged into the field of annihilation sensed danger and attempted to retreat. Yet, at that moment, a wall of crimson light rose at the field's edge, trapping them within. Should they attempt to force their way through this barrier, they would be ruthlessly shredded. If they chose to remain, they would perish from the onslaught of the descending lightning or the magma below. In this moment, it was akin to a hellish purgatory. The anguished cries of the beasts echoed through the air. At the assessment venue, Zheng Tong, standing before the massive screen, watched the scene unfold. Aside from feeling sympathy for the monstrous beasts, he was also profoundly astonished. What precisely is the level of Lin Mo's extraordinary ability? According to the records of the Ability Management Bureau, he is merely classified as a B-level power. Yet, what kind of B-level power could possibly wield such formidable might? Contemplating this, Zheng Tong immediately turned to the staff beside him, instructing, "Preserve this moment and send it back to headquarters for their review." Understood. The staff member promptly retrieved a mobile device and began recording. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the audience were utterly astonished. To them, Lin Mo seemed nothing short of a monster. Approximately a minute later, the hundreds of extraordinary beasts charging at Lin Mo had been reduced to ashes. Observing this, a satisfied smile graced Lin Mo's face. However, in the next moment, his expression abruptly changed, and he collapsed onto the ground. The domain of annihilation vanished in an instant, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. At that moment, Lin Mo's power had been entirely depleted, and his stamina was utterly exhausted. He felt exceedingly weak, as if he were a spent force. Even a single level 1 extraordinary beast could likely claim his life now. Lin Mo finally comprehended why the system had cautioned him to wait until reaching level 9 before utilizing the domain of annihilation. The rate at which his power was consumed was truly alarming. In just a minute, it had drained him completely, leaving him somewhat overdrawn. Fortunately, the nearby extraordinary beasts had already been eradicated. Otherwise, he would have been in grave danger. "Lin, are you alright?" At that moment, a head emerged from the ground. It was Lu Liang. Seeing this, Lin Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. Please take me away from here." The examination time was drawing to a close, and with his powers fully depleted, remaining would serve no purpose. "Alright." Lu Liang quickly emerged, supporting Lin Mo as they made their way toward the outskirts of the Inferno town. Witnessing this scene, Zheng Tong, present at the examination venue, also breathed a sigh of relief. Their ancestor had finally emerged. Otherwise, the extraordinary beasts of Inferno town would have been on the brink of extinction. Chapter 69, The Mysterious Reward. With the final tick of the second hand, the examination officially concluded. Naturally, the results elicited a spectrum of emotions. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Those whose scores reached 60 points, qualifying them as full-fledged investigators, were overjoyed. Conversely, those who fell short could only lament their misfortune, filled with regret. Additionally, a group of individuals, including Wang Yuan and Lan Yi, who had been eliminated midway, wore expressions that could only be described as more grotesque than one who had just consumed excrement. They were the ones who had truly embarrassed themselves. From this point forward, they would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among various branches. While they might escape mention in casual conversations during the next qualification examination, they would certainly be brought up for public shaming. With the examination concluded, the next phase was the awards ceremony. The top 3 scorers on the leaderboard would receive merit point rewards. The third place would receive 1,000 points, the second place 2,000 points, and the first place a generous 5,000 points. As for who claimed the first position in this examination, it was beyond question. Lin Mo's final score reached an astounding 1,800 points. Not only did he secure the top spot, but he also set a new record, one that would likely remain unbroken for many years to come. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Chief Examiner Zheng Tong transferred the 5,000 merit points to Lin Mo's account. In response, a satisfied smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. This qualification examination had proven exceedingly rewarding for him. Not only had he accumulated nearly 60,000 points of extraordinary ability, bringing him closer to becoming an 8th-level extraordinary individual, but he had also obtained 5,000 merit points, equivalent to 50 million Chinese yuan. While this amount was still insufficient to acquire the S-level black rhinoceros armor, with a bit more effort, he should be able to purchase a commendable A-level weapon. He pondered how many tasks he would need to complete to amass such merit points. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware that the top scorer of the annual qualification examination, in addition to the standard merit point rewards, will also receive a random mysterious prize. I shall now draw this year's mysterious prize, Zheng Tong announced. Upon hearing this, the attention of everyone present was immediately riveted upon Zheng Tong, clearly intrigued by the mysterious prize. A staff member brought forth a transparent lottery box filled with folded slips of paper. This year's mysterious prize is Zheng Tong casually drew a slip from within, unfolding it to read aloud. Clear the shopping cart of merit points. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Clear the cart? Yesterday, he had placed the S-level black rhinoceros armor into his cart after viewing it. Could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Mo became increasingly excited. Come on, Lin Mo, take out your phone, open the Merit Point Mall, and whatever is in your shopping cart will be paid for by the Ability Management Bureau. Zheng Tong beamed at Lin Mo. Any merchandise is eligible? Lin Mo trembled as he retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and handed it to Zheng Tong. Indeed, all items are eligible, but they must have been added to your cart prior to participating in the qualification examination. Zheng Tong nodded with conviction. After all, he reasoned, an intern investigator who had recently joined the Ability Management Bureau would possess many merit points, thus would not typically browse particularly expensive items. It was akin to a worker earning 3,000 yuan a month. How could they possibly look at a luxury car worth millions? Therefore, Lin Mo's shopping cart would likely only contain items valued at a few dozen or 100 merit points, with perhaps 1,000 points being the upper limit. However, when Zheng Tong accessed Lin Mo's Merit Point Mall and beheld the S-level black rhinoceros armor in his shopping cart, his smile vanished instantaneously. Over 99,000? Zheng Tong's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Lin Mo. Incredulity etched across his face. Lin Mo, as an intern investigator, after accounting for this reward, you only have a few thousand merit points in your account. Why would you even consider such an expensive item, let alone add it to your cart? Hee. One must have dreams, right? I added the black rhinoceros armor to my cart as a constant reminder to stay diligent and strive to earn more merit points. Lin Mo chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, before inquiring, Chief Examiner Zheng, will this truly be cleared? I hope it won't cause any trouble. Zheng Tong's mouth twitched. With the announcement already made, how could he possibly go back on his word in front of the whole nation? Moreover, after checking the timestamp of the black rhinoceros armor S addition to the cart, it indeed fell within the regulations, having been added the day before the qualification examination. I need to consult with headquarters. This amount is rather substantial, over 100,000 merit points. I cannot make this decision alone. Zheng Tong took a deep breath, withdrew his phone, and turned to step aside. Approximately 2 minutes later, Zheng Tong returned and looked at Lin Mo, saying, Lin Mo, your fortune is truly remarkable. The headquarters has actually agreed to fulfill the reward. Do you comprehend what an S-class armor signifies? Let me put it this way. Apart from those major cities, many senior investigators at various branches, even directors, may not possess the means to don one. This item is exceedingly precious and rare. I find myself somewhat envious of you. Upon hearing this, a gleam of excitement flashed across Lin Mo's face. He had anticipated a prolonged struggle for the S-class black rhino armor, but to his astonishment, it was already within his grasp. It felt akin to a dream. The odds of this happening are even lower than winning a lottery jackpot. Thank you, Officer Zheng. Lin Mo promptly clasped his fists in gratitude. Why thank me? You should be thanking yourself. It is your own merit that secured the first place, and your good fortune that you drew the mysterious prize of clearing your shopping cart. If you become successful in the future, just don't forget about me. Zheng Tong waved his hand, chuckling. Clearly, he recognized the immense potential within Lin Mo. Rest assured, I won't forget. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head. I announced that Lin Mo's mysterious prize is an S-class black rhino armor. Zheng Tong proclaimed loudly into the microphone, addressing the crowd. At this declaration, everyone present was utterly astonished. An S-class black rhino armor? Good heavens, Lin Mo's luck is simply extraordinary. I have seen this armor in the merit shop. and it is valued at nearly 100,000 merit points. What? 100,000? I have never laid eyes on such an expensive prize before. Lin Mo has truly struck gold. I'm so envious I could drool. Oh, if I were Lin Mo, how delightful it would be. Does he possess some kind of system? How is it that he attracts all this good fortune? In an instant, the crowd was filled with envy. Meanwhile, Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, who had been eliminated by Lin Mo, were seething with rage, their faces turning green. To them, the reward for first place rightfully belonged to them, as did the S-class black rhino armor. Now, they felt it had all been snatched away by Lin Mo, which filled their hearts with an intense resentment, nearly grinding their teeth to dust. Chapter 70, surrounded outside the city with the award ceremony concluded. This year's formal assessment was officially at an end, due to the extreme rarity of the S-class black rhino armor. It was stored in the vault at the capital S headquarters and could not be presented on site. In a few days, a designated individual would deliver it to Lin Mo. Consequently, Lin Mo and LV Liang did not linger and headed directly to the audience area to meet Zhang Wei. Let us head back to Jiangzhou immediately, Zhang Wei exclaimed, grasping both of their wrists, clearly anxious. Why the rush? Lin Mo chuckled in inquiry. If we wait any longer, I fear we won't be able to leave. You've seriously offended the management bureaus of several cities, especially Nanzhou and Luoqing. Their people are likely already on their way here, Zhang Wei said, frowning. Let them come. They were the ones who created trouble for Brother Lin. It's only natural for him to eliminate them. They have no grounds for complaint, even if they arrive. What can they do? LV Liang scoffed dismissively. Oh, you don't understand. The other cities are manageable, but Nanzhou and Luoqing are major cities. Their management bureaus are several levels above ours. If they decide to hold us accountable, I fear they might not even regard our director Zhao. Zhang Wei remarked with evident trepidation. I think I left the gas on at home. We should hurry back. LV Liang's expression shifted, and he quickened his pace. However, just as the three of them drove a short distance out of Kanqing, they found themselves surrounded by a dozen vehicles blocking the road. This is bad. We ultimately couldn't escape. Zhang Wei sighed in resignation, opening the door to get out. LV Liang intended to follow, but Lin Mo suddenly grasped his arm and asked, do you have any potions that can help restore ability points? Yes, I bought some yesterday. They're in my spatial ring. I thought I might need them during the assessment. LV Liang nodded. Hand me one. Consider it a loan. I'll repay you later. Lin Mo said. What do you mean loan? With our relationship, just take it. LV Liang, with a flick of his wrist, retrieved a blue potion from his spatial ring and handed it to Lin Mo. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo uncapped it and drank it down. His depleted ability points gradually began to replenish. Brother Lin, what are you doing? Are you planning to fight? We're all from the Ability Management Bureau, albeit from different city branches. Surely we won't resort to violence over such a trivial matter? LV Liang furrowed his brow and asked, just in case. If they want to reason, we will reason. If they choose to resort to force, then we shall fight to the end. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. Meanwhile, outside the vehicles, upon seeing Zhang Wei exit, the individuals from the dozen cars also disembarked. Among them were two prominent figures, an elderly man with a white beard, the deputy director of the Nanzhou Ability Management Bureau, Song Wuji, and a burly bald man, the deputy director of the Luoqing Ability Management Bureau, Qin Feihu. Lan Yi and Wang Yuan trailed closely behind them. The leaders of several other city branches emerged from the other vehicles. They surrounded Zhang Wei and his car with an aggressive demeanor. Where's Lin Mo? Haven't come out to see me. Song Wuji adjusted his white beard, speaking in a deep voice. Exactly. Man up. One must take responsibility for their actions. What? Now that you've done the deed, you want to hide like a turtle? Qin Feihu sneered. Lin Mo, come out immediately. How dare you eliminate members of our bureau? You truly have audacity, shouted several other bureau leaders in unison. Everyone, please calm down. I am Zhang Wei, the leader of the 7th investigation team from Jiangzhou Bureau and Lin Mo's direct supervisor. If there is something to discuss, you may address me. Zhang Wei hastily waved his hands, forcing a smile. Discuss with you? Who do you think you are? A mere investigation team leader from a 4th-tier city bureau, a position so insignificant it pales in comparison to mine. You should have brought Director Zhao himself. Song Wuji shot Zhang Wei a disdainful glance. Precisely. You should get as far away as possible. Today, we are here for Lin Mo. If you obstruct us further, don't blame us for being impolite. Qin Feihu glared at Zhang Wei, rebuking him fiercely. At that moment, a powerful wave of ability energy surged from his body, causing Zhang Wei's complexion to change drastically. The deputy director turned out to be a level 9 ability user, instilling in him an unprecedented sense of pressure. Deputy director. Lin Mo is hiding in the car. Just then, Lan Yi pointed toward the vehicle. Humph. As expected, a coward. Qin Feihu scoffed, stepping forward. Zhang Wei hastily reached out to stop Qin Feihu, taking a deep breath as he said, Deputy Director Qin, Lin Mo is a key protege of our Jiangzhou branch. If you harm him, our branch will not let this matter rest. How dare you threaten me? Qin Feihu's expression darkened instantly, glaring at Zhang Wei as he coldly declared, I will give you one last chance to back off. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take action. Should you wish to harm Lin Mo, you must first contend with me. Zhang Wei clenched his teeth and immediately summoned his abilities, determined to protect Lin Mo at all costs. Very well. You have chosen your own demise. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Feihu's eyes as he raised his hand to strike Zhang Wei. Wait. At that moment, the car door swung open, and Lin Mo and LV Liang stepped out. What are you doing? Get back in the car. Zhang Wei's complexion changed as he quickly turned to Lin Mo, urging him. Captain, some matters cannot be avoided. Ultimately, I must face them myself. Lin Mo replied with a smile, shaking his head before stepping forward to address Chen Feihu and Song Wuji. I am Lin Mo. All of you from the branch are those I have eliminated. If there are grievances, direct them at me and spare my captain and teammates. They are innocent. Oh, you certainly have the courage to take responsibility. Chen Feihu sneered coldly, turning to Lin Mo and stating seriously, however, I fear you may not withstand it. As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Lin Mo. In that instant, he felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon him, rendering his breathing laborious. A 9th-level ability user. Moreover, he seemed to be even stronger than Wang Dalong. The intensity of this aura was truly terrifying. Lin Mo quickly activated his powers to forcibly sustain his body, gritting his teeth as he remarked, I had thought that the Ability Management Bureau in large cities would be principled and just heroes, but I never anticipated such brazen tyranny. Chapter 71, 10th-level ability user. Brazen tyranny? Huh. Lin Mo, you are quite sharp-tongued. Our branch has meticulously nurtured a genius for years, only to have him eliminated by you, losing his chance for confirmation and becoming a laughingstock. Shouldn't it be appropriate to teach you a lesson? Now we are in the wrong. How absurd. Song Wuji said with a cold smirk. They brought this on themselves. If they hadn't sought trouble with me, how could I have acted against them? Or should I assume that interns from large cities are inherently superior, and I must endure their attacks without retaliation? If that is the case, we might as well award them and forego any assessments. Lin Mo replied solemnly. You insolent brat. Even in such dire straits, you still dare to argue. It seems I have not applied enough pressure. Chen Feihu glared at Lin Mo before turning to Song Wuji and saying, Brother Song, let us increase the intensity. Just as I intended. Song Wuji replied with a chilling smile, his mind stirring as a pressure equal to Chen Feihu's descended upon Lin Mo. In an instant, Lin Mo felt the weight of the pressure double, his right leg buckling as he nearly knelt. Gritting his teeth against the immense strain, he forced himself upright. But the sound of his bones cracking echoed through his body. At this rate, even without Chen Feihu and Song Wuji striking, Lin Mo would likely suffer catastrophic fractures and perish. Stop this at once. Zhang Wei and LV Liang attempted to rush forward, but several others from the branch swiftly blocked their path. Well, Lin Mo, do you still wish to be defiant? Today, we do not desire your life. If you kneel, apologize, and surrender the rewards you have obtained, we may grant you a chance to live. Chen Feihu taunted coldly. You must be dreaming. Lin Mo's gums bled from the pressure of his clenched jaw, veins bulging on his forehead, as he steadfastly refused to relent. He awaited the restoration of his internal energy levels. Yet, it was still insufficient to unleash the obliteration domain. Even in the face of death, you remain obstinate. Deputy Director, I suggest we take action to make him suffer a bit more. Let us see how long he can endure. Lan Yi proposed, bowing to Song Wuji. Very well. You shall handle this yourself. He is currently immobilized under our combined pressure, making it the perfect opportunity for you to redeem yourself. Song Wuji nodded in agreement. At your command, Lan Yi exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Go as well. Chen Feihu signaled to Wang Yuan, and the two immediately advanced towards Lin Mo. Haha. Lin Mo, I never expected you to find yourself in such a predicament. Where is that bravado you exhibited in Purgatory Town? Why are you not flaunting it now? Lan Yi taunted, a smug expression on his face. Lin Mo, you are but an insignificant insect from a 4th-tier city. What does being a 7th-level ability user matter? An insect remains an insect, and today, no one can save you for daring to provoke us. Wang Yuan sneered, just as they were about to attack Lin Mo. A sharp voice rang out. Everyone halt. From a distance, 2 vehicles, one black and one white, came to a stop. Descending from the white car were Zhao Tianlin and his companions. With me, Zhao Tianlin here. I dare anyone to lay a finger on Lin Mo. Zhao Tianlin swiftly approached, shielding Lin Mo behind him. In an instant, the oppressive aura surrounding Lin Mo lessened significantly, allowing him to breathe normally once more. Director Zhao, you have arrived just in time. Lin Mo from your branch maliciously injured our personnel, causing them to be prematurely eliminated from the confirmation assessment. Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? Chen Feihu narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. Indeed, we must receive an explanation today. Severe punishment for Lin Mo is necessary, and an apology is demanded. This vile individual must not remain within the ranks of the Ability Management Bureau and should be expelled. The other personnel from the branch echoed in unison. What sort of explanation do you require from me? I have thoroughly investigated this matter today. Lin Mo is completely blameless. Rather, it is your personnel who instigated trouble and deserve their fate. Zhao Tianlin replied sternly. Are you suggesting that Director Zhao intends to protect him? then we shall have to resort to force to seek justice. Chen Feihu said coldly. What? Do you still wish to fight? Do you truly believe I fear you? Zhao Tianlin's mind surged, a powerful wave of energy emanating from him, reaching the 9th level capability. However, Song Wuji dismissed this with a scoff. Director Zhao? How could you possibly contend with both of us alone? If a fight ensues, your defeat is inevitable. Is that so? Then what if I call upon the old man? Just then, a voice filled with intrigue interjected. From the black vehicle, a figure emerged, startling Lin Mo, Zhang Wei, and LV Liang. It was none other than Jiang Qinian, the Lord of Jiangzhou. Lord Jiang, this is an internal matter of our Ability Management Bureau. What business do you have meddling in it? Chen Feihu questioned, furrowing his brow. Such words are misguided. Young Lin Mo is indeed a hero of Jiangzhou City. Not long ago, our city faced a catastrophic wolf-level disaster, and young Lin Mo played a pivotal role in overcoming it. How could one say it has nothing to do with me? Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he declared, therefore, should anyone wish to harm him today, they must first inquire whether I consent. As his words echoed, an overwhelming surge of extraordinary energy radiated from his being, enveloping the entire area. Instantly, the expressions of Chen Feihu and Song Wuji shifted dramatically, a level 10 extraordinary power. Lin Mo too was taken aback, astonished to discover that the seemingly amiable Jiang Qinian possessed such terrifying strength, having reached the level of a level 10 extraordinary power wielder. However, upon reflection, it seemed only natural. Without some measure of skill and power, how could one possibly occupy the esteemed position of the city lord? Ha ha ha, Song Wuji. Chen Feihu, what are your odds of victory now? Zhao Tianlin exclaimed, tilting his head back in triumphant laughter. Upon hearing this, Chen Feihu and Song Wuji's expressions darkened considerably. A single Zhao Tianlin was hardly a concern, but with Jiang Qinian as well, the situation became far more complex. Should they resort to violence, the inevitable casualties would be substantial, and such a scenario would be difficult to explain upon their return. After all, it was a conflict among compatriots, which would tarnish their reputation. Exchanging glances, the two had no choice but to nod reluctantly, suppressing their extraordinary energy. Lin Mo, consider yourself fortunate today. We shall see what unfolds. And Director Zhao, this grudge between your Jiangzhou branch and our Nanzhou and Luoqing branches will not be forgotten. There will come a day of reckoning. With that, Song Wuji and Chen Feihu gestured for their subordinates to leave. Wait. At that moment, Jiang Qinian suddenly called out to them. City Lord Jiang, we have already shown you courtesy. What more do you want? Chen Feihu inquired, his brow arched in displeasure. You've bullied young Lin Mo for quite some time. Shouldn't you apologize to him before departing? Jiang Qinian asked with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, the faces of Song Wuji and Chen Feihu fell. City Lord Jiang, do not push your luck. Why should we apologize to him? Chen Feihu gritted his teeth in response. No apology, then we will fight, until you apologize. I shall not indulge your bad habits. Jiang Qinian stepped forward, fully revealing the aura of a level 10 extraordinary power wielder. This caused both Song Wuji and Chen Feihu to feel a significant pressure. The higher one ascends in power, the greater the disparity becomes. They knew that should a confrontation arise today, they would suffer considerable losses. Realizing this, the two gritted their teeth, reluctantly stepping forward to clasp their fists before Lin Mo, begrudgingly uttering, "We apologize for today's events. We mean no offense." With that, they attempted to turn and leave. Please wait a moment. Lin Mo called out to them, gesturing towards Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, a cold smile playing on his lips. They have yet to apologize. Lin Mo, don't push your luck. Why should I apologize to you, you worthless dog? Do you think you deserve it? Lan Yi couldn't contain his rage and shouted. Exactly. Who do you think you are? Just a lowly insect from a 4th-tier city. What qualifications do you have to demand an apology from us? If it weren't for your good fortune in being rescued today, I could have beaten you senseless. Wang Yuan added, gritting his teeth in anger. In an instant, Lin Mo transformed into a blur, lunging at the two, his hands swinging through the air with force. Slap, slap, accompanied by 2 crisp sounds of slaps. The two were sent spiraling through the air, crashing to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths, several teeth knocked out. In that moment, their heart-wrenching screams echoed through the skies. It seems I didn't teach you a lesson in Inferno Town, did I? If that's the case, let us continue. Lin Mo chuckled coldly, charging at the two once more. Lan Yi and Wang Yuan were nearly paralyzed with fear, desperately calling for help. Deputy Director, save me. You insolent wretches. The expressions of Song Wuji and Chen Feihu darkened instantly, as they prepared to intervene. However, at that moment, 2 figures stepped forward, Jiang Qinian and Zhao Tianlin. Let the younger generation settle their own affairs. We old folks will simply observe, Jiang Qinian stated nonchalantly, with one hand behind his back. You. Song Wuji and Chen Feihu glared in frustration. Roar. Soon, the anguished cries of Lan Yi and Wang Yuan resounded once more. The two were mercilessly pummeled by Lin Mo, utterly defenseless, suffering immensely. Song Wuji and Chen Feihu watched in exasperation, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. yet helpless to intervene as they witnessed the two endure the beating. Haha, brother Lin, give that Wang Yuan another kick in the rear. Yes, yes. Lan Yi deserves another slap to the right cheek. His face looks a bit asymmetrical. Lu Liang gleefully orchestrated from the sidelines. Humph, you look down on our small city. It was one thing to snatch our resources from headquarters daily, but to insult us as well? You deserve this. Zhang Wei added, his fists clenched in excitement. In a matter of moments, Lan Yi and Wang Yuan were reduced to a pitiful state. Gripping Lin Mo's leg tightly, they cried out in despair, Big brother, please. No more. I truly can't take it anymore. We beg you, spare us. We yield, we completely yield. They then fell to their knees before Lin Mo, bowing and apologizing. Today's events are our fault. We were the ones who instigated trouble and were eliminated, yet we dared to seek you out for revenge. We are despicable and shameless. We implore you to overlook our transgressions and forgive us. If you had said this sooner, we wouldn't be in this situation. Lin Mo replied with a cold smile, finally ceasing his assault and returning to Jiang Qinian and Zhao Tianlin's side. Go, quickly carry them to the car. Song Wuji and Chen Feihu hastily signaled to their subordinates. A few quickly approached, hoisting the battered Lan Yi and Wang Yuan and escorting them toward the vehicle. Deputy Director Song, Deputy Director Chen, we won't see you off. Do come visit us in Jiangzhou sometime. Zhao Tianlin said with a smile, watching them. Humph. Both men shot daggers at Zhao Tianlin and Lin Mo before turning to leave in their vehicle. They had come to reclaim their dignity, only to be humiliated instead, leaving them with no face to remain any longer. As the leaders departed, the remaining members of their branch quickly followed suit, retreating in disgrace. Soon, only Lin Mo, Zhao Tianlin, and their companions remained. Thank you, Director and City Lord, for your assistance. Lin Mo turned to the two, clasping his fists in gratitude. Oh, we are all comrades. There is no need for such formalities. Zhao Tianlin waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, my dear Lin Mo, you have truly shown brilliantly as a representative of the Jiangzhou branch during the National Qualification Assessment, achieving an outstanding first place. It brings honor to my position as the City Lord as well. Our Jiangzhou has not had the opportunity to hold its head high before the grand cities for quite some time. Jiang Qinian grinned as he spoke. You flatter me. Lord City Master. Lin Mo humbly clasped his fists in gratitude. Director, City Master, the area outside the city is ultimately unsafe. Let us take the carriage and converse as we travel, Zhang Wei suggested. Consequently, the group boarded the carriage and set off towards Jiangzhou. Shortly after the convoy departed, several figures emerged from a nearby thicket. Leading them was a young man clad in a black robe with silver hair, a red crucifix pendant adorning his chest. It seems that the internal affairs of the Abilities Management Bureau are not as monolithic as they appear, which is quite advantageous for our cult of the divine, as seizing Jiangzhou City is well within our grasp. The silver-haired man said with a cold smirk. Forgive my ignorance, esteemed priest, but Jiangzhou is merely a small fourth-tier city. Even the city of Kong before us is more prosperous. Why does the higher-ups insist on capturing Jiangzhou? Would it not be more prudent to direct our efforts towards conquering a larger city? One of his subordinates furrowed his brow and inquired in confusion. The higher-ups have their intentions. We merely need to follow orders. Moreover, as far as I know, Jiangzhou City is not as simple as it appears, harboring many hidden intricacies. Capturing Jiangzhou City would mark a significant milestone in our grand endeavor for the cult of the divine. The silver-haired man narrowed his eyes as he spoke. He then turned to his subordinate and commanded, Go and inform the ghostly pathmaster to do everything in his power to expedite the advance of the ghost-level beast tide, aiming to seize Jiangzhou City within half a month. Chapter 73. I happen to have a plan. At the headquarters of the Abilities Management Bureau in the capital city, the office of the Director General. As the Director General, Long Zhan oversees the National Abilities Management Bureau and could be considered one of the busiest individuals in Huaxia. His desk was piled high with a multitude of urgent documents needing attention. The East Sea Dragon clan has been exerting pressure on several coastal cities recently, hoping to open customs and initiate trade between our two races. The cult of the divine has conquered Moon City, uprooting the Abilities Management Bureau within, leading to countless civilian casualties. The southeastern region has reported a large congregation of extraordinary beasts, likely to form a dragon-level disaster, with nearby cities requesting assistance. Gazing at these documents, Long Zhan let out a long sigh. At merely 50 years of age, he appeared notably haggard and aged. There was no remedy. Present-day Huaxia is beset by both internal strife and external threats. As Director General, the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders is immense. Just then, the office door was abruptly pushed open from the outside. A young man rushed in, holding a tablet. What is it that has you so flustered? Long Zhan glanced at the young man with curiosity. Director General, please take a look at this video. The young man placed the tablet before Long Zhan. The screen displayed Lin Mo releasing the Oblivion domain in Hell's Town. When was this recorded? Who is this person? Long Zhan, previously weary, suddenly became alert. It was captured during the qualification assessment. Zheng Tong had it filmed. The individual in the video is named Lin Mo, a newcomer from the Jiangzhou branch. the young man explained hastily. Jiangzhou. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Long Zhan's eyes. He quickly replayed the video, exclaiming with fervor, domain. This is undoubtedly a domain skill. However, aren't domain-type skills typically reserved for abilities of SS rank or higher? I checked Lin Mo's records in the Abilities Management Bureau, and it states his ability is only B rank. The young man expressed his bewilderment. Either this fellow is feigning weakness or he is indeed feigning weakness. The Bureau would not misjudge. This is undeniably a domain-type skill, Long Zhan asserted confidently, rising from his chair with a thump of his hand on the desk. With such dismal news pouring in recently, I was on the verge of despair, but finally, we have uplifting news. Who could have imagined that after years? A genius with SS-level abilities has emerged in Huaxiao once more? Truly, heaven has favored us. Immediately arrange a private jet. I will personally travel to Jiangzhou to meet him. Yes, the young man nodded, preparing to depart. Wait. Just then, Long Zhan seemed to recollect something and called out to the young man. Director General, is there something else? The young man halted, puzzled. I cannot meet him just yet. Long Zhan shook his head, a frown forming on his brow. Why not? The young man queried, confused. His strength is currently too weak, and my ambitions are far too great. Should I meet with him, it will not be long before all major factions become aware, and he will inevitably become the target of their ire. The tragedies of the past may well repeat themselves, and I wish to avoid that. Long Zhan's expression turned grave as he resumed his seat. Indeed, it is such a pity for that child, Dongqing. He possessed an SSS-level ability, yet due to premature exposure, he fell victim to the cult of the divine, rendering him powerless and relegated to a mere shell of his former self. Had he been cultivated properly, Huaxiao would have gained another top-tier powerhouse. The young man sighed deeply, regret etched on his face. Thus, we must protect Lin Mo at all costs. Relay my orders, delete this video entirely, and do everything in our power to contain this matter. Fortunately, this was merely an internal qualification assessment without nationwide broadcasting, and there are few who could discern the domain skill on site. It should remain under wraps. Long Zhan commanded. Understood. The young man nodded and promptly departed. Watching the young man leave, Long Zhan narrowed his eyes, murmuring to himself, Jiangzhou, Lin Mo, it feels as if fate has intertwined our paths. May this herald a turning point for our human race. At the entrance of the Abilities Management Bureau in Jiangzhou City, Zhao Tianlin intercepted Jiang Qinian, who was attempting to enter. Brother Jiang, Lin Mo has safely returned. If there is nothing pressing, you should head back to the city lord's mansion, after all. You're quite busy. What? So you'll abandon me the moment you've no further use for me? After all I've done to assist you. You wouldn't even offer me a cup of tea? Jiang Qinian shot Zhao Tianlin a disdainful glance. Hey, Brother Jiang, you know it's not convenient today. Lin Mo and LV Liang have just become formal investigators. I still have to handle their paperwork, which will likely take me until late. Zhao Tianlin replied sheepishly. Come on. Does such a trivial matter require you, a director general, to personally oversee it? Jiang Qinian was clearly skeptical of Zhao Tianlin's excuses, his eyes darting mischievously. If tea is too much to ask, let me have a private conversation with Lin Mo. That one tea do. If you whisk away my people, I'll have nowhere to lament. Zhao Tianlin immediately shook his head, his expression akin to that of a vigilant guard. Right in front of you. Surely that should suffice? Jiang Qinian sighed in exasperation. Now that is more like it. Zhao Tianlin nodded slightly, and then called out to Lin Mo, who stood not far away. Lin Mo, come here for a moment. Lord Jiang has something to discuss with you. Lin Mo promptly approached, a look of curiosity on his face. Is there something you need? Lord City Master? I've heard that you've acquired an S-class armor this time. You truly have luck on your side. Such treasures are exceedingly rare in our city lord's mansion. Jiang Qinian remarked with a smile. It's only luck. I merely happen to be fortunate, Lin Mo replied, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Do not be so modest. Luck is also a form of strength. Jiang Qinian patted Lin Mo's shoulder, but then his expression turned grave. However, I must caution you. The common man is innocent. Yet the possession of wealth can invite calamity. An S-class armor is no ordinary object, especially in our small city of Jiangzhou. It will undoubtedly attract envy and covetousness from others. Once you obtain it, exercise utmost caution, for you may be in the light while others lurk in the shadows. Lin Mo's expression changed, and he quickly clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you for the warning, senior. I shall keep it in mind. Moreover, you've effectively offended the supernatural management bureaus of Nanzhou and Luoqing with this incident. Although they may refrain from acting against you today due to my presence and that of Director Zhao, they will surely seek revenge in the future. However, I have a plan that should provide you with temporary protection. Would you be willing to consider it? Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard and asked with a smile. What plan? Lin Mo inquired, his curiosity piqued. Zhao Tianlin nearby also perked up his ears. My city defense force currently has a vacancy for a deputy commander. If you are willing, I can offer you this position. Jiang Qinian said with a grin. Stop. Hold on. Zhao Tianlin interjected, glaring at Jiang Qinian. I'm still here. And you're so brazenly poaching right in front of me. Oh, dear brother Zhao, That is not my intention. I mean to say that Lin Mo can hold multiple roles. He can serve as an investigator for your Supernatural Management Bureau while also taking on the position of Deputy Commander in my City Lord's mansion. With this identity, should the bureaus from Nanzhou and Luocheng wish to trouble Lin Mo in the future, they will have to think twice. They may disregard your Jiangzhou branch, but they must give my City Lord's mansion the respect it deserves. Jiang Qimian hastily explained, waving his hands. However, Lin Mo is already a formal investigator. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for him to also hold the position of Deputy Commander? Zhao Tianlin frowned. What's the problem? Wasn't our branch leader, Long Zhan, once a dual-hatted commander of the capital's garrison? We are all part of the same family. Why must we draw such clear lines? Jiang Qimian chuckled and shook his head. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlin nodded thoughtfully. It seems this is the only way. As long as it ensures Lin Mo's safety, I will accept it. Lin Mo, do you consent to this plan? Jiang Qimian turned his gaze towards Lin Mo. I have no objections, though it may be a bother to Lord City Master. Lin Mo replied, feeling somewhat bashful. Jiangzhou has only recently produced a talent like you. I will do everything in my power to protect you. So there is no need for politeness. Jiang Qimian waved his hand dismissively and then looked at Lin Mo. Once you complete your formalities, report to the City Lord's mansion. That very day, Lin Mo and Lu Liang's dormitory was upgraded from an 80 square meter space to a lavish 200+ square meter riverside flat. The decor was nothing short of opulent. Their salaries also skyrocketed to 50,000 a month, complete with all 5 insurances and housing fund. The benefits had multiplied several times over. Brother Lin, now that we've officially transitioned, we ought to get a vehicle for our missions. Shall we visit a 4S dealership? Lu Liang suggested. Let us go. The two made their way to the 4S dealership. Initially, they intended to check out the latest SUV, but considering it was electric, they decided that a gasoline vehicle would be more convenient for future missions. Thus, they arrived at the BMW 4S dealership, where they were captivated by the BMW X5. Dubbed the king of the road. In reality, the sales representatives were far from the arrogant characters often depicted in novels. They were amiable and attentive, guiding the duo throughout their visit. Lin Mo had a particular fondness for the BMW X5 and discovered that the total cost was approximately 700,000, which he paid for without hesitation. After all, this sum was hardly significant for Lin Mo at that point. The dealership had the vehicle available, and the registration process was completed swiftly. Lin Mo and Lu Liang drove off. Unconcerned about their lack of driving licenses, they figured no traffic officer would dare question them, and they could always obtain replacements later. As they cruised, they decided to stop by the City Lord's mansion. Lin Mo completed his onboarding procedures and received the insignia of the Deputy Commander, which granted him the authority to mobilize the city defense forces. Thus, he possessed the trifecta of a home, a car, and military power, truly the 3 treasures of manhood. It was hard to fathom that just a week prior, he had been a worthless individual, rejected by his former girlfriend and cast out by his family. Fate, indeed, is remarkably whimsical. Lin Mo, where are you now? There's an urgent mission. Just then, his team leader, Zhang Wei, called. The two immediately returned to the Supernatural Management Bureau. Here, this is the information. Take a look. Zhang Wei handed them a document. In the impoverished district, the supernatural beast is a snow monster. We're not in the snow-capped mountains. Where could a snow monster possibly come from? Lin Mo was taken aback. Zhang Wei shook his head. I'm not sure of the specifics. You two must investigate. Witnesses claim that this snow monster possesses considerable strength, at least at level 5, and quite possibly a level 6 supernatural beast. I've thought it over. And among our team, you two are the most suitable to handle this. Expedite your investigation and capture the snow monster. Leader, based on the information, this snow monster has only been spotted stealing bread from convenience stores or apples from fruit shops. There are no records of it harming anyone. This might be one of the more benign supernatural beasts. Lu Liang remarked. There are no benevolent supernatural beasts. They are inherently violent and devoid of humanity. Regardless of whether it has harmed anyone, allowing a level 6 beast to linger within the city poses a tremendous threat. As investigators, it is our duty to eliminate it swiftly, Zhang Wei said with a grave expression. Understood, we will set off immediately. Lin Mo and Lu Liang took the documents and departed the Supernatural Management Bureau. In the impoverished district, in stark contrast to the bustling city center, the area exuded an aura of decay and poverty. Yet, it was a refuge for many destitute individuals and low-income workers. The exceedingly low rent and prices offered a glimmer of hope for those struggling to make ends meet. Brother Lin, this impoverished district is vast. Where should we search for the snow monster? Lu Liang surveyed their surroundings, a frown creasing his brow. This task is no less challenging than a bounty mission. And with no useful leads, we can only rely on our own investigation. Let us first check the convenience store where the snow monster was last seen. Lin Mo shook his head, preparing to move forward. Just then, he noticed that Lu Liang remained rooted to the spot. Following Lu Liang's gaze, one could see a small boy, approximately 4 or 5 years of age, crouched by the roadside, not far away. His face was grimy, and his tattered clothes were adorned with patches. Before him lay an old bowl, riddled with chips, presumably for the purpose of begging. How pitiable. Lu Liang felt a pang of compassion, and he reached into his wallet, withdrawing several hundred yuan bills and placing them into the boy's bowl. Uncle, this is too much. I cannot accept it. The boy exclaimed, startled, as he spoke cautiously. Don't worry, it's a gift from Uncle. Just take it. Lu Liang replied with a smile. At that moment, Lin Mo approached, contributing all the cash he had on him to the bowl, and inquired, What is your name, little friend? My name is Nunu. The boy blinked his large eyes and answered, Nunu? What an unusual name. Lin Mo exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. He reached out to touzle Nunu's hair, advising Nunu. It will soon be dark, and there are snow monsters lurking around. You should head home quickly, do you understand? At the mention of snow monster, Nunu's expression shifted noticeably, not in fear, but in concern. However, this scene went unnoticed by Lin Mo and Lu Liang, who had already turned to leave. Chapter 75, Discovering Traces. 24-hour convenience store. This was the location of the snow monster's first appearance. At that time, the creature had burst in and snatched a loaf of bread, captured on surveillance. After presenting their credentials, Lin Mo and Lu Liang successfully accessed the footage. On screen appeared a creature towering at least 3 meters tall, covered in snow-white fur, with a pair of antlers adorning its head. Its intentions seemed straightforward, to seize the bread and flee without a moment's hesitation. Moreover, the surveillance footage revealed that the cashier on duty was merely 2 meters away, even exchanging glances with the snow monster. Yet, the creature exhibited no desire to harm him. This was rather peculiar. What beast would not feast on humans, but merely snatch bread? Finding little more to glean here, Lin Mo and Lu Liang were preparing to explore other locations when they were halted by a small figure. Uncle, is this your wallet? It was none other than the small boy, Nunu. He held out a wallet in his hands. Lu Liang recognized it immediately and swiftly checked his pockets, his eyes widening in astonishment. Oh, indeed, it is my wallet. Thank you, Nunu. You're welcome, Uncle. Farewell. Nunu handed the wallet to Lu Liang and promptly turned to leave. As Lu Liang opened the wallet to ensure nothing was missing, he discovered that most of the money he and Lin Mo had just given Nunu had been returned, leaving behind only 5 yuan. This little rascal. Lu Liang was about to call out to Nunu, but the boy had already vanished from sight. Seeing this, Lin Mo could only shake his head and smile wryly. Nowadays, many beggars lament that the alms they receive are insufficient, even adopting it as a profession for profit. Yet Nunu's foray into begging might genuinely stem from a desire to survive. What a wretched child. Let us go. If we encounter him again, we can give him more. Lin Mo patted Lu Liang on the shoulder, preparing to get into the car. Just then, a flash of white in the alley directly opposite them caught their attention. Startling both, Lu Liang swallowed hard, uncertainly asking, Brother Lin, did you see that? That white shadow seemed to be the snow monster. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with determination as he immediately gave chase. In the dimly lit alley, a woman, adorned with heavy makeup and clad in a short black skirt, swayed her slender waist as she walked forward. The sound of her high heels echoed in the alley, yet she remained oblivious to the tall, white figure stealthily trailing her from a short distance behind. Soon, she arrived beneath a street lamp. The woman abruptly halted, having noticed a massive shadow cast on the ground before her. This was evidently not her own. She quickly turned around. To her horror, a creature nearly 3 meters tall, entirely covered in white fur, stood directly behind her, staring intently. Her piercing scream reverberated throughout the alley. The woman was terrified, nearly fainting on the spot. At that moment, the snow monster extended its enormous hand, covering her mouth, and made a shushing gesture with its finger. The woman desperately wanted to flee, but her legs felt weak, and no matter how her brain commanded her, her body refused to obey. The snow monster pointed ahead, then gestured to itself, looking at the woman with questioning eyes. What are you saying? I can't understand. The woman was utterly perplexed. With a sigh of resignation, the snow monster grasped her delicate waist, hoisting her onto its shoulder, and began to walk deeper into the alley. Where are you taking me? Put me down, please. The woman cried out in panic, struggling fiercely. With a swift motion, the snow monster conjured a snowball the size of a fist and stuffed it into her mouth. The woman felt a wave of despair wash over her. This was it. She was truly doomed. A creature of this size would likely leave not a single bone behind. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from the ground, Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Upon seeing the woman on the snow monster's shoulder, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, then a cold smile crept across his face. I wondered why you weren't harming anyone. It seems you have a preference for women, huh? The snow monster gazed at the 2 men, its large eyes filled with confusion, evidently not comprehending Lin Mo's words. Special Operations Agency, you are under arrest. Release that woman immediately. Lu Liang brandished his credentials before the snow monster. Upon seeing this, the snow monster's expression changed dramatically. It promptly set the woman down and raised its hands in surrender. Its somewhat goofy and fearful demeanor oddly endearing. This left Lin Mo and Lu Liang momentarily speechless. After executing numerous missions, this was the first time they had encountered a beast that surrendered so readily. Perhaps this task was not as daunting as they had anticipated. Haha, Brother Lin. It seems this creature realizes you are not to be trifled with, and has surrendered out of fear. Lu Liang retrieved a pair of specialized handcuffs for beasts from his spatial ring, preparing to approach the snow monster. However, just then, a gust of icy wind, laden with snow, suddenly swept through the area, leaving Lu Liang and Lin Mo momentarily blinded. When they regained their sight, the snow monster had vanished, leaving only the terrified woman cowering on the ground. Did it escape? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. My goodness, it appears that this Yeti possesses a remarkably high intelligence, even exhibiting knowledge of the 36 stratagems. Lu Liang was equally taken aback, and he stepped forward to observe the still dazed woman, asking with genuine concern, Miss, are you all right? You truly frightened me. The woman gently patted her ample bosom and exhaled deeply. Given the summer heat, she was clad in a scanty camisole. With such a deep inhalation, the undulations of her figure were quite apparent, revealing a rather profound cleavage. Lu Liang swallowed hard, extending his hand to assist the woman. Ahem, miss, if you are unharmed, we shall take our leave. With that, the two were about to turn away. Wait a moment. At that instant, the woman hurriedly caught up to them, her gaze scanning the pair with a hint of skepticism as she inquired, Are you truly investigators from the Abilities Management Bureau? What else could we be? If we weren't investigators, who in their right mind would venture out at night to hunt down beasts? That would be utterly absurd. Lu Liang retorted, rolling his eyes. Splendid. The woman exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, leaping into Lu Liang's embrace, caressing his chest as she cooed. I've heard that the investigators from the Bureau are quite affluent. Since I can no longer attend to my clients this evening, would you two care for a bit of merriment? One at a time, or together? I'm open to either option. Chapter 76, Nunu and Dubai. Lu Liang initially relished the attention, but upon hearing her words, he abruptly pushed her away, eyes wide with disbelief. You can't be serious. Oh dear, no need for such harsh words. I'm merely a lonely woman seeking to earn a little extra on a quiet night, she replied, playfully tapping Lu Liang's chest with a flirtatious smile. Fear not. In gratitude for your rescue, I can offer you a discount of 20%. Uft. Lin Mo, standing nearby, could no longer suppress his laughter. Bro, I thought we were in for a romantic encounter. Instead, it seems we stumbled upon well, you know, away with you. I have always sought a pure and beautiful love. I detest such monetary exchanges of flesh. I would rather remain a recluse at home. Lu Liang shot the woman a disdainful glance, then swiftly grasped Lin Mo's arm and hurried toward the alley's exit. Brother Lin, you mustn't speak of tonight's events. Trying to silence me? You'll treat me to supper tonight. Not a problem. Breakfast tomorrow is on me. At the end of the alley, in an unnoticed corner piled with refuse, a small boy was curled up. If Lin Mo and Lu Liang were present, they would undoubtedly recognize him. For this boy was Nunu. At that moment, he clutched a bright red apple in his hand. Just then, a tall, white figure entered the scene. It was the Yeti that had recently escaped from Lin Mo and Lu Liang. However, upon seeing the Yeti, Nunu did not exhibit fear. Instead, he sprang into the Yeti's embrace, exclaiming, Dubai, you're back. The Yeti affectionately ruffled Nunu's hair. Here, I bought this especially for you. You mustn't steal apples from others anymore, understand? Nunu handed the red apple to Dubai. Gur. Dubai was instantly overjoyed, accepting the apple and swallowing it whole. Did you finish it that quickly? Nunu was surprised. Gur. Dubai rubbed its belly, as though still not satiated. Oh dear, a kind soul gave me 5 coins today. But it was only enough for 1 apple. I'll go begging tomorrow to get more for you, alright? Nunu scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Gur. Dubai nodded enthusiastically. They nestled together in the corner of the wall. Hey Dubai, you smell delightful. Is that perfume? Nunu sniffed Dubai's shoulder, and suddenly seemed to recall something. Quickly asking, have you been investigating again? Gur. Dubai gestured and spoke. Remarkably, Nunu appeared to comprehend its language, his face lighting up with astonishment. You encountered those 2 kind uncles? They are indeed from the Abilities Management Bureau. We must be cautious. We cannot let them find us again. Although they are kind-hearted, they would certainly take you away. Gur. Dubai gestured several more times. A look of joy spread across Nunu's face. You know where my mother is? Gur. Dubai beckoned to Nunu and stood to walk outside. Taking a deep breath, Nunu hesitated briefly but ultimately followed. In the impoverished district, at a veteran-s barbecue stall. Despite its shabby appearance, the food was surprisingly delightful. Lu Liang rubbed his belly, a satisfied expression on his face. He and Lin Mo had just enjoyed a hearty meal. After settling the bill, Lu Liang turned to Lin Mo and asked, Brother Lin, where to next? Given the Yeti's prior fright, it likely won't show itself tonight. Let us find a place to rest and continue our search tomorrow. Lin Mo reasoned. The two were just about to rise when, hey, Brother Lin, look over there. Isn't that the boy we encountered earlier, Nunu? Suddenly, Lu Liang pointed at a small bar across the street. Lin Mo turned to look. At the bar's entrance stood a petite figure, Nunu. Initially, the bouncer had prevented him from entering, persistently ushering him away. Yet somehow, after a brief exchange, the bouncer led him inside. Seeing this, both Lin Mo and Lu Liang were taken aback. Goodness, Brother Lin, Could it be that we've been deceived? This child is organized. Lu Liang's expression shifted dramatically. That seems unlikely. If he were part of a begging syndicate, he wouldn't have returned our money. Lin Mo shook his head, asserting confidently. After all, such organizations typically employed children to beg, with daily quotas to meet, and failure often resulted in punishment. But what could Nunu possibly want at the bar? Lu Liang questioned, perplexed. Let us follow him. Lin Mo felt that something was amiss and promptly set off. Meanwhile, inside the bar, under the bouncer's guidance, Nunu entered a private room. In the center of the room sat a young man in a white shirt, surrounded by a row of heavily made-up, provocatively dressed women. The bouncer quickly approached the young man, whispering a few words in his ear. What? Looking for your mother? The young man glanced at the somewhat shy Nunu near the door and beckoned him over. Gathering his courage, Nunu stepped forward. Little one, come see who here might be your mother. The young man gestured towards the group of alluring women. Nunu quickly scanned the room and shook his head, saying, None of them are my mother. What's your mother's name? Speak it aloud so I may hear, and then I can send her packing. How dare she linger here? Feasting on my hospitality after bringing a child into this world. The young man retorted with palpable irritation. My mother's name is Chu Meili, Nunu replied, his voice steady yet trembling. What? Upon hearing this, the young man's expression darkened, and he grimaced. How could that wretched woman leave a bastard child out in the world? My mother is not a wretch, Nunu bravely countered, despite the fear gripping him at the insult toward his mother. Huh, it matters not. The young man sneered coldly. Beckoning to a nearby security guard, just dispose of him. Throw him into the river to feed the fish. Make it clean. Understood. The guard nodded, his face twisting into a menacing grin as he turned toward Nunu, extending a hand toward his neck. Bang! Suddenly, the door to the private room collapsed. A towering white figure burst in, none other than Big White. Chapter 77. Then let us assume another identity, beast of otherworldly origin. The young man and the alluring women around him were immediately struck with terror, their eyes widening in shock. Big White sidestepped to allow the women to flee the room, then charged directly at the young man and the guard. In an instant, agonizing screams echoed throughout the private room. Brother Dog, are you all right? The young man's subordinates rushed in upon hearing the commotion. However, upon witnessing Big White sitting atop their leader, their faces blanched in fear, and they quickly pretended to see nothing. Brother Dog isn't here. Let us check other rooms. Upon hearing this, Brother Dog, pinned beneath Big White, nearly fainted from rage. You scoundrels! I've raised you all for nothing. Soon, the room was again filled with Brother Dog's cries of despair. Stop! A sharp voice rang out suddenly as two figures dashed in. It was Lin Mo and LV Liang. Recognizing Big White, Lin Mo and LV Liang were momentarily taken aback. Why is Shuagui here? Big White, run! Nunu shouted urgently at Big White. Big White. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, then glared at Big White. The Bureau of Anomalous Entities is conducting an operation. Surrender at once. With a flourish, Big White summoned a tempest of wind and snow, preparing to engulf Lin Mo and LV Liang. Still trying that trick. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed coldly as he turned to LV Liang. Apprehend him. Understood. LV Liang vanished into the ground, reappearing behind Big White in the blink of an eye, swiftly handcuffing Big White's legs. The handcuffs, specially designed by the Bureau, unleashed a high-voltage current to suppress anomalous beings. In an instant, Big White collapsed. Big White. Nunu was beside himself with worry, rushing to Big White's side. Do not fret. He merely lost consciousness due to the electricity. He is not gravely harmed. LV Liang reassured him. Uncles, Big White has never harmed anyone. Please. I beg you to spare him. Nunu pleaded. Nonsense. Who says he hasn't harmed anyone? I was nearly killed by him just now. Brother Dog groaned as he staggered to his feet, glaring at Lin Mo and LV Liang. You investigators arrived just in time. Otherwise, this law-abiding citizen would have lost his life at the hands of this beast. You must kill it. And this little wretch, he is clearly in league with the beast, inciting it to harm others. A grave offense that cannot go unpunished. You seem quite knowledgeable about the law. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Of course, as a law-abiding citizen, one must understand the law. Brother Dog grinned. Uncle, that is not the case. He is the villain who kidnapped my mother. Big White was trying to save me. Nunu interjected hastily. Oh, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Little wretch, do not slander me. Be careful, or I shall sue you for defamation. When have I ever captured your mother? What evidence do you possess? Brother Dog's expression soured as he glared at Nunu. You know my mother's name and still insult her. Nunu clenched his tiny fists, anger radiating from him. Brother Dog attempted to argue, yet he was interrupted by a sharp glance from Lin Mo's silence. Let him speak. Then, Lin Mo knelt down to Nunu's level, saying, Nunu, you must clarify this to me so I may assist you. Uncle, here's what happened. A month ago, my mother suddenly vanished, leaving me homeless, while scavenging for garbage. I encountered Big White. He never harmed me. Instead, he cared for me, even stealing bread from a convenience store to feed me when I was on the brink of starvation. I remember it all. And the $5 you gave me today, I spent only a portion to buy Big White an apple and returned the rest to the convenience store. Big White has been helping me search for my mother, and when he discovered she went missing from this bar, he brought me here. Upon hearing Nunu's account, Lin Mo and LV Liang exchanged glances. It became clear that there truly existed benevolent beings among the anomalous creatures. In contrast to Big White, those who had abducted Nunu's mother and rendered him homeless were the true beasts. Simultaneously, Lin Mo and LV Liang directed icy gazes at Brother Dog. Brother Dog felt a chill run down his spine and hastily waved his hands, attempting to defend himself. You cannot simply take this child's word for it. What if he is deceiving you? Whether he is deceiving us is irrelevant. What matters is whether you are. Lin Mo replied with a chilling smile. Then turned to LV Liang. Let this scoundrel experience our Bureau's interrogation methods. Understood. LV Liang focused his mind, and an enormous, robust taser materialized in his hands. With a flick of a switch, the taser crackled ominously. LV Liang approached Brother Dog, a cold smile on his face as he said, "This taser is specially designed for anomalous beings. Even the largest of them would lose control after just one hit. Tell me, what would it feel like if this were to pierce your body? That could very well be lethal." Brother Dog's face paled in fear. "Brother Dog, we've come to save you." Just then, Brother Dog's subordinates rushed in. However, upon seeing Big White collapsed on the floor and the enormous taser in LV Liang's hands, their expressions shifted dramatically. "How curious. We distinctly heard Brother Dog's voice just moments ago. Where could he have gone? He must not be here. Let us retreat." They immediately turned to flee, vanishing in an instant. Brother Dog was so furious he nearly spat blood. Despair washed over him, and he slumped to the ground. "I'll confess. I'll tell you everything. But Nunu's mother is not in my grasp, and the one who took her is someone you cannot contend with." "Who is it?" Lin Mo asked coldly. "The leader of the Black Dragon Society, Qian Buguang." Brother Dog inhaled deeply, whispering the name, and thus, they stepped out of the bar. "Brother Lin, are you truly intent on joining the Black Dragon Society?" Lu Liang inquired, furrowing his brow. "Indeed." Lin Mo nodded affirmatively. "Oh dear, you mustn't go there. It's simply out of the question." Lu Liang hastily waved his hands in protest. "What makes it so forbidden?" Lin Mo questioned. His brow creased in confusion. "I just checked online. The Black Dragon Society is a faction within the civilian world. From their leader, Qian Buguang, downwards. They are all mere commoners. If you go there, you are bound to unleash a massacre. But we are investigators of the Ability Management Bureau. We can only act against aberrant beasts and those malevolent ability users. Commoners, we absolutely cannot harm. Otherwise, we would violate the Bureau's ironclad rules. If someone were to exploit this, it would lead to grave troubles for you." Lu Liang elucidated. "The Ability Management Bureau has such regulations?" Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Then, as if struck by a thought, a sly smile crept across his lips. "If my identity as an investigator is insufficient, then I shall assume another persona." Chapter 78. What can you do to me? In the Beihu district, the Moonlight nightclub stands as one of the top 3 entertainment venues in the entire Jiangzhou. It also serves as the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society. In this world, teeming with ability users. Although the Black Dragon Society is merely a gang composed of ordinary individuals, its vast membership, coupled with unwavering unity and weaponry, renders it a formidable force that no one dares provoke within the civilian realm. As long as they refrain from provoking the powers of ability users, they can dominate Jiangzhou. Acting with impunity, over the years, they have indeed engaged in numerous unscrupulous deeds, coercing men and women alike. The 2 men arrived directly at the entrance of the Moonlight nightclub. Lin Mo turned to Lu Liang and asked, "Have you made the call?" "I have." "They are already on their way." Lu Liang nodded. "Good, let us first meet this Qian Buguang." Lin Mo sneered coldly as he strode into the nightclub. "Stop. You too." The security at the entrance attempted to block their path, but was promptly kicked aside by Lin Mo. They surged into the nightclub. Lin Mo seized a passing waiter. His voice low and commanding. "Where can I find your boss?" "On the 3rd floor, in the office." The waiter, clearly intimidated by Lin Mo's presence, dutifully replied. Without another word, Lin Mo and Lu Liang headed straight for the 3rd floor. Their path was unimpeded. No one dared to approach them. It seemed unlikely that anyone would anticipate such boldness within the Moonlight nightclub. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, in the general manager's office, a strikingly handsome waitress furrowed her brow in confusion, asking, "Boss, why has my salary been docked by 1,000 this month? I haven't been late or left early." Before a large desk, a middle-aged man with a balding head and clad in a green shirt turned his chair around. This man was none other than Qian Buguang, the leader of the Black Dragon Society. Qian Buguang leered at the waitress, surveying her with a glint in his eye, and replied with a smile, "Hui Wei. You know the current economic climate is dire. Everyone's income is declining. This is beyond my control. The company isn't singling you out, but this deduction is excessive. My salary was only 3,000, and others have only seen reductions of a few hundred. Why has mine been cut by a third?" The waitress protested, perplexed. "Are you complaining about your pay? I happen to have a lucrative offer available. It's just a matter of whether you're willing." Qian Buguang grinned wickedly, rising from his seat to approach the waitress. He pulled out a small white pill from his pocket and offered it to her, saying, "Here, take this pill, and I will immediately grant you 5,000. Furthermore, from this month onward, your salary will rise to 10,000. What do you say?" Throughout his speech, his gaze remained greedily fixed on the waitress's alluring figure, unwilling to divert his attention for even a moment. "What is this pill?" the waitress asked, her voice tinged with fear. "Fear not, I would never harm you. This is a pill that will bring you immense pleasure. Trust me, you will come to adore this sensation." Qian Biguang tantalizingly enticed. "No, I refuse to take it, and I quit. I'm leaving tonight." As she spoke, the waitress attempted to depart. Qian Biguang's expression darkened as he abruptly grasped her neck, his voice icy as he declared, "You're being foolish. You will consume it whether you like it or not." With that, he attempted to force the pill into her mouth. Bang! At that moment, the office door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Startled, Qian Biguang turned, glaring furiously at the entrance, bellowing, "Who the hell dares kick my door down? Do you have a death wish? TSK, 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 Boss Qian, what a temper you have." A playful voice echoed from the doorway as Lin Mo and Lu Liang sauntered in leisurely. Upon seeing them, Qian Biguang was taken aback. "You are Lin Mo, the investigator from the Ability Management Bureau?" "Oh, you recognize me?" Lin Mo replied, somewhat surprised. Qian Biguang quickly released the waitress, his demeanor shifting to one of feigned warmth as he approached Lin Mo. "The illustrious hero Lin, who in Jiangzhou does not know your name? I saw you on television not long ago. What brings Investigator Lin to my humble establishment today? Is there an aberrant beast at large?" "Not quite." Lin Mo shook his head, fixing Qian Biguang with a cold smile. "I am here in search of someone." "Who might that be?" Qian Biguang inquired. Curiosity etched across his face. "Chu Meili." Upon hearing this name, Qian Biguang's expression visibly shifted. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head and feigning ignorance. "I've never heard of her." "Qian Biguang, cease your pretense. The big dog has divulged everything to us. We would not have approached you without solid evidence." Lu Liang's voice turned cold. "Confess willingly, or face severe consequences. This traitor truly has a death wish." A glint of malice flickered in Qian Biguang's eyes. However, he showed no signs of panic. Instead, he returned to his chair, crossing his legs nonchalantly. "Gentlemen investigators, if I recall correctly, this matter does not fall under the jurisdiction of your Ability Management Bureau, does it? You needn't concern yourself with that. Where's Chu Meili?" Lin Mo demanded frostily. "I have nothing to say." Qian Biguang raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Bang! Lu Liang stepped forward, delivering a heavy punch to the desk, declaring with a low voice, "Qian Biguang, if you do not cooperate, do not blame us for being impolite." "What? Are you planning to demolish my nightclub?" Qian Biguang shot Lu Liang a disdainful look, his confidence unwavering. "The rules of the Ability Management Bureau are well known throughout Jiangzhou. You two certainly must be aware, right? If you have the guts, try laying a finger on me today and see who ends up worse off. Furthermore, let me remind you that I, Qian Biguang, have powerful backing. If you harm me today, you will regret it. So, you do not intend to cooperate after all?" Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, a playful glint in his expression. "Cooperate? Huh. I bestow upon you the courtesy of addressing you as investigator. Without it, you amount to nothing in my presence." Qian Biguang sneered coldly, leaning back in his office chair with his legs propped on the desk, exuding arrogance as he proclaimed, "Today, let us see what you can do to me." At that moment, a subordinate hurriedly burst into the room, panic etched across his face. "Boss, something terrible has happened." Qian Biguang shot an irritated glare at his subordinate, reprimanding, "What are you panicking about? Is the sky about to fall?" "Boss, there are throngs of people outside, surrounding our entire nightclub. You must come out and see," the subordinate replied, his complexion pale with distress. "What?" Qian Biguang's expression darkened, his teeth clenched as he said, "They dare to besiege the headquarters of my Black Dragon Society? They are courting death. Gather the men, arm yourselves. I want to see who is audacious enough to challenge us." With that, he rose and strode towards the exit. Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged glances, unable to suppress their smirks. Chapter 79. Do you deserve to live? Qian Biguang, flanked by dozens of subordinates, arrived at the entrance of the nightclub with an imposing demeanor. However, upon witnessing the scene outside, his expression transformed in an instant. The nightclub was enveloped by a sea of people, at least several hundred, all donned in identical silver armor, wielding silver spears. Surely, no resident of Jiangzhou was unfamiliar with the design of this armor. Qian Biguang swallowed hard, his face paling as he inquired, "The city defense force? What on earth could prompt them to surround our nightclub?" I don't know. They just appeared out of nowhere. Surely, they can't be here for a team-building exercise?" His subordinate shook his head, equally bewildered. Taking a deep breath, Qian Biguang steeled himself and approached cautiously, asking, "Might I inquire? Esteemed soldiers, what brings you to my moonlit nightclub? We are a legitimate establishment, rejecting all forms of vice and corruption. If we have inadvertently offended the city defense force, I implore you to inform us, and we shall rectify it immediately." Yet, the soldiers remained unresponsive, standing still and expressionless. This only heightened Qian Buoguang's anxiety. After all, the city defense force was not bound by the same regulations as the Ability Management Bureau. If they were truly offended, they could unleash carnage without distinction between ordinary citizens and those with abilities. This was precisely why Qian Buoguang harbored such trepidation. Allow me to elucidate their purpose. A voice laced with amusement emerged from behind him. Lin Mo and Lu Liang strolled forward leisurely. You know? Qian Buoguang asked Lin Mo, his brow furrowing. Indeed. They have been dispatched to eliminate your Black Dragon Society. Lin Mo nodded, a cold smile gracing his lips. Huh. Lin Mo, do not attempt to intimidate me. You are merely an ordinary investigator. What authority do you possess to command the city defense force? Your boasts are utterly unfounded. Qian Buoguang retorted, casting Lin Mo a scornful glance. Do you doubt me? Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smirk as he summoned the command token of the deputy commander into his right hand. He advanced, holding the token aloft, and declared, City Defense Force, heed my command. Yes, the soldiers replied in unison. At this, Qian Buoguang's expression shifted dramatically. The Black Dragon Society has long perpetrated evil, intimidating the weak and wreaking havoc. To safeguard the tranquility of Jiangzhou and ensure the peace of its citizens, I hereby order the immediate dismantling of the Moonlit Nightclub. Spare no member of the Black Dragon Society, leave none alive. Lin Mo commanded directly. Understood. The soldiers exhibited no hesitation, charging towards the nightclub. It was over, utterly over. The sky had truly fallen. Qian Buoguang collapsed onto the ground, engulfed in despair. Within moments, anguished cries echoed throughout the Moonlit Nightclub. In the face of the well-trained and capable city defense soldiers, the members of the Black Dragon Society were no match, merely a lamb to the slaughter. They could bully ordinary citizens, but against the city defense soldiers, they were utterly decimated. In a short while, apart from Qian Buoguang, every high-ranking member and associate of the Black Dragon Society had been slain, leaving not a single survivor. After expelling all customers and staff, Lin Mo set the entire establishment ablaze, achieving complete annihilation. My empire, the fruit of my labor over nearly 20 years. Qian Buoguang gazed at the inferno consuming the nightclub, his heart bleeding. If you wish to avoid perishing in the flames along with the nightclub, you will obediently reveal the whereabouts of Chu Meili. Lin Mo intently demanded, his gaze fixed upon Qian Buoguang. Lin Mo? Qian Buoguang raised his eyes to meet Lin Mo's gaze, gritting his teeth as he seethed. You dare treat me this way? My benefactor will not let you go. And who might your benefactor be? Lin Mo inquired with a cold laugh. Chairman Wang of the Wang Group. A level 9 ability user, Wang Dalong. Qian Buoguang hastily replied. Oh, so you are one of his men? Lin Mo's surprise was palpable. Now you see the gravity of the situation, don't you? Qian Buoguang smirked with pride, rising to his feet and declaring arrogantly, if you know what's good for you, release me at once, or you shall face dire consequences. I had initially intended to spare your life. Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes turning frigid as he said, but since you are his lackey, then you may as well forfeit your life. With that, Lin Mo and Lu Liang lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Qian Buoguang. The air was filled with blood-curdling screams, echoing far and wide. They continued their assault until Qian Buoguang lay motionless on the ground, utterly beaten. Why? My benefactor is Wang Dalong. Why do you still dare to strike me? Qian Buoguang moaned, clutching his head in confusion. Because you are blind. Do you not know that Brother Lin and Wang Dalong are sworn enemies? Brother Lin has already incapacitated Wang Dalong's son. What hope do you have? Lu Liang scornfully retorted, casting Qian Buoguang a disdainful glance. What? Qian Buoguang's complexion paled, and panic surged within him. Are you still unwilling to confess? Lin Mo's voice turned cold. The frigid gaze sent a shiver down Qian Buoguang's spine, compelling him to stammer. I will confess. I will confess everything. Chu Meili is not here with me. She is already dead. What? Lin Mo and Lu Liang's expressions shifted in unison. About a month ago, I visited the bar owned by Dego. I noticed Chu Meili working there as a waitress and found her somewhat attractive. So I sought to engage her. I thought that the women in bars were undoubtedly promiscuous, and it wouldn't be a big deal to sleep with one. However, I did not anticipate that Chu Meili would be quite so fierce. Later, I learned that her husband had passed away several years prior, and there was scarcely anyone left at home. Consequently, I had someone administer a sedative to her and took her to a hotel. However, unexpectedly, just as I was about to proceed, the effects of the drug wore off, and she suddenly awoke, screaming and even biting me. In a moment of carelessness, I inadvertently choked her to death. Her lifeless body now lies buried beneath a sycamore tree outside the city gates, Qian Buoguang said cautiously. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes were filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Damn it, you truly are a beast. Lu Liang seethed with rage, wishing nothing more than to dismember Qian Buoguang. I am a beast. I am not human. Qian Buoguang struck himself twice across the face, looking up at Lin Mo and Lu Liang, pleading. I have said all that I needed to say. Can you two brothers perhaps? Buzz. Two beams of obliterating light suddenly shot forth. In an instant, Qianberguang's arms vanished without a trace. Ack! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Qianberguang, terrified, turned to flee. Buzz. Once more, two beams of obliterating light surged toward him. His legs disappeared in an instant, causing him to collapse to the ground, wailing incessantly, "Please, do not kill me. I beg you, I do not wish to die." Lin Mo stepped forward and ruthlessly stomped down on Qianberguang's groin, rendering it a bloody mess. Ack! Qianberguang was on the verge of losing consciousness from the pain. "For a wretch like you, who is worse than a beast, do you even deserve to live?" The obliterating light was activated once more. This time, it targeted Qianberguang's head. "Brother Lin, what should we do about Nunu? He has always believed that his mother is still alive." Lu Liang stepped forward, his eyes reddened with concern. Lin Mo took a deep breath, gazing up at the moon in the sky, and sighed. "He will find out sooner or later. I will take the opportunity to tell him myself." Chapter 80. Someone wants to file a complaint. The dawn broke. In the superhuman prison, cell number 188, Daba sat alone in a corner, leaning against the wall, gazing at the sealed window, his face etched with confusion and despair. Upon awakening, he discovered that Nunu was missing, and he found himself trapped in this place. However, at that moment, he could hardly worry about his own safety. His thoughts were solely consumed by Nunu. Nunu is still so young. What should I do if he encounters danger? Daba. Just then, a familiar voice echoed. The sorrowful Daba's eyes suddenly brightened, and he quickly turned to look. There. A petite figure was running towards the cell. It was none other than Nunu. Woo-woo. Daba was overjoyed, immediately standing up and rushing to the iron bars. Daba. Are you alright? Nunu quickly ran up to the cell, concern etched on her face. Daba shook his head, equally filled with concern, and asked Woo-woo. I'm perfectly fine. Uncle Lin Mo and Uncle Lu Liang are both good people. Nunu replied with a smile. Phew. Daba finally breathed a sigh of relief, then gestured to Nunu, inquiring. Woo-woo-woo. Upon hearing this, the smile on Nunu's face vanished, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down. Daba, I no longer have a mother. My mother is dead. Daba stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss. He longed to pull Nunu into his embrace and comfort her, yet, separated by the iron bars, he could only reach out and gently stroke her head. Watching Nunu's sorrow, Daba's eyes quickly turned red, and ice-blue tears flowed down. Not far away, three figures stood, Zhang Wei, Lin Mo, and Lu Liang. Brother Lin, he is so young, yet has lost his mother and everything else. How will he live from now on? I should have waited longer to tell him. Lu Liang's eyes also grew misty. Sadness is inevitable. Time will heal the wounds. Informing him sooner will allow him to accept it more readily. Besides, he is not entirely alone. He has us and Daba. Lin Mo sighed softly, and then turned to Zhang Wei, saying, Captain, you have seen for yourself that Daba is kind-hearted. His only concern is for Nunu. He would never harm anyone. Can we allow him to live within the city? Nunu has only him. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow, expressing concern. The Superhuman Management Bureau has no precedent for this. What if something goes wrong in the future? I will take full responsibility if anything happens. Lin Mo stated earnestly. And I too. Lu Liang quickly added. You too. Zhang Wei sighed deeply, resigned. Very well, let us bear the burden together. Although the Superhuman Management Bureau exists to eliminate super beasts, we cannot completely lose our humanity. Even if the director learns of this matter, he should understand. With that, he handed the key to the cell to Lin Mo. Just pretend I know nothing and have seen nothing. Today, none of you have seen me. Zhang Wei turned and walked towards the prison exit. Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged glances, both expressing a hint of joy, and hurriedly approached to unlock the cell door. Woo-woo. Daba. Daba and Nunu embraced tightly. Upon leaving the prison, Lin Mo, I want to know where my mother is buried. Nunu looked up at Lin Mo and asked. This. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, and said, I will take you there. Brother Lin, the city is manageable, but what about the city gate? Daba is too conspicuous. Lu Liang expressed concern. Have you forgotten my other identity? Lin Mo smirked slightly, revealing his deputy commander's badge. Outside the city, beneath the massive sycamore tree. Mother, rest assured, with Daba looking after me, no one dares to bully me. Nunu knelt before her mother's grave, her eyes red. Woo-woo. Daba patted his chest, as if assuring Chu Meili that he would protect Nunu at all costs. Mother, I have decided that when I grow up, I will also become an investigator like Uncle Lin Mo, specifically capturing bad guys and super beasts. Nunu declared, clenching her small fist with determination. Woo-woo. Daba looked at Nunu, his expression full of confusion. Of course, that doesn't include you. Ha-ha. Nunu burst into laughter, observing this from a distance. Lin Mo and Lu Liang both felt a sense of relief. Brother Lin, how do you plan to arrange for the two of them? Lu Liang inquired. Previously, Wang Dalong gifted me a villa. It has ample space and few residents. Let us settle them there for now, and when a more suitable place is available, we can move them. Lin Mo contemplated before responding. Sounds good. Lu Liang nodded in agreement. Buzz. Just then, Lin Mo's phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from Director Zhao Tianlin. Hello, Director, what can I do for you? Where are you? Hurry back to the bureau. Someone wants to file a complaint against you. Zhao Tianlin's voice came through the phone. A complaint against me? Who? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, pondering the situation. He mused, I haven't provoked anyone recently, except for Qian Boguang last night, but he is already deceased. He decided to return home first. After he spoke, Zhao Tianlin hung up the phone. What's going on? Lu Liang inquired. The director mentioned that someone has lodged a complaint against me, and I am puzzled about who would have the time and audacity to do so. Lin Mo frowned as he spoke. Could it be that scoundrel Chu Lianqing? Lu Liang speculated after a moment's thought. Are you referring to Chu Tianqi's uncle? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten. That old rascal is certainly playing tricks on me. Lin Mo suddenly recalled, his expression darkening. Let's go back and see what scheme he is concocting. At the entrance of the Ability Management Bureau, a throng of reporters had already gathered. Inside, Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei observed the scene, feeling quite overwhelmed. After all, even the smallest issue could be sensationalized by the media, potentially causing a significant uproar and unforeseen complications. Mr. Chu, if you wish to file a complaint against Lin Mo, please proceed. But what is the purpose of bringing so many reporters? Zhao Tianlin turned to the side, where Chu Lianqing, recently reprimanded by Lin Mo, stood. Director Zhao, I am left with no choice. I have attempted to file complaints several times before, but your Ability Management Bureau wouldn't even let me through the door. I understand that Lin Mo has become a celebrated hero in Jiangzhou, and your bureau is protecting him. If I don't bring the media, you wouldn't take this matter seriously. Chu Lianqing declared, his face brimming with self-satisfaction. Chapter 81, Malicious Editing. You. Zhao Tianlin glared furiously. Forget it, director. Let's wait until Lin Mo returns. Zhang Wei quickly pulled Zhao Tianlin aside, knowing his temper well. If he lost control and struck Chu Lianqing in front of so many reporters, it would lead to serious repercussions. Upon returning to the city, Lin Mo and Lu Liang observed the commotion in front of the Ability Management Bureau, frowning in discontent. What is that old dog Chu Lianqing up to? Lu Liang gritted his teeth in frustration. He knows a standard complaint cannot harm me, so he intends to tarnish my reputation in front of the media. He truly is a master strategist. Lin Mo scoffed. Brother Lin, do you have any plans? We cannot allow that old dog to succeed. Lu Liang implored Lin Mo plans. Lin Mo's eyes flickered as he regarded Lu Liang. You need to fetch someone for me and gather some information. Do it quickly. He then leaned closer to whisper a few instructions to Lu Liang. Understood, Brother Lin, just watch. Lu Liang patted his chest confidently before swiftly departing. Lin Mo took a deep breath and headed towards the Ability Management Bureau. Director Zhao, can Lin Mo really return? The media is waiting, and you didn't just call him to flee, did you? Chu Lianqing glanced at the time within the bureau, growing impatient. Our investigators at the Ability Management Bureau are all above board. They would never run away. Zhao Tianlin responded, his expression darkening. That's debatable. Perhaps Lin Mo is feeling guilty. Otherwise, why hasn't he shown up yet? Chu Lianqing sneered, turning to the reporters blocking the entrance. Dear media friends, don't you agree? Indeed, Director Zhao. Why hasn't Lin Mo arrived yet? It's been nearly an hour. Director Zhao, does Lin Mo truly have something to hide, prompting him to avoid appearing? We demand to see Lin Mo immediately, and we urge you not to cover for him. The barrage of accusations ignited Zhao Tianlin's fury, his eyes nearly ablaze with anger. Oh, how lively. A mocking voice emerged from outside just then. Everyone turned to see Lin Mo approaching. In an instant, all cameras and recorders were trained on him. After all, Lin Mo had only recently gained notoriety and was now a celebrated hero in Jiangzhou. If any scandal could be captured, it would surely propel to the top of trending news. Lin Mo, Zhao Tianlin, and Zhang Wei rushed to greet him. My apologies, Director, Team Leader. I've caused trouble for the Bureau. Lin Mo clasped his hands apologetically. You needn't worry. We are fully aware that this is the work of those with ulterior motives attempting to frame you. However, we must handle this matter appropriately. I am nearing the end of my career as a branch director, but you are still young with a bright future ahead of you. You must not let this incident affect you, Zhao Tianlin said, his brow furrowed with concern rather than blame. Rest assured, Director, I am well aware of the situation. Lin Mo nodded before turning to Chu Lianqing, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Chu, it has been a while. I trust you have been well. Thanks to you, I nearly lost my life. Chu Lianqing sneered. Lin Mo, do you remember my words from that day? I keep my promises, today. You shall await your downfall, becoming the pariah everyone seeks to condemn. He laughed maliciously before stepping before the reporters, proclaiming loudly, Ladies and gentlemen of the media, I believe you are familiar with this individual before you, Lin Mo, the hero who recently achieved great deeds at the City People's Hospital, a name known far and wide in Jiangzhou. However, today, I intend to unveil the darker side of his persona. At this, the journalists present became electrified with excitement. A breaking news story is unfolding. Chu Lianqing withdrew his phone, addressing the eager reporters. This Lin Mo may appear benevolent, yet beneath the surface lies a tyrant who wields his power with impunity. Bolstered by the Ability Management Bureau, he disregards the law, trampling over lives without a second thought. Many innocents have perished at his hands. Individuals who have done no wrong, merely living their lives and inadvertently crossing him, only to lose their lives. With the Ability Management Bureau covering up his misdeeds, how can such a brutal individual be deemed a hero? How can he serve as an investigator for the Ability Management Bureau? He is nothing but a demon, a monster from the depths of hell, as Chu Lianqing concluded. The reporters immediately turned their cameras on Lin Mo, capturing the fervor of the moment. This is utter nonsense. Zhao Tianlin's face darkened as he glared at Chu Lianqing. His voice filled with indignation. You present no evidence for your claims. This is nothing but slander against Lin Mo. Director Zhao, without evidence. How could I stand before you today? Chu Lianqing coldly smiled, raising his phone before the gathered journalists, and declared, Ladies and gentlemen, my profound understanding of Lin Mo's true character stems from my own experience as one of his victims. Were it not for my status as a level 6 ability user and my robust physique, I would have perished at his hands long ago. Now, I shall present to you the surveillance footage capturing the moment Lin Mo assaulted me, allowing you to witness his true nature. With that, Chu Lianqing activated his phone and began to play the video, which depicted the surveillance from the day in front of the Chu family villa. However, as the video concluded, Lin Mo sensed something amiss. The footage had been meticulously edited and altered, all evidence of Chu Lianqing's arrogance, his threats towards Lin Mo. And even the scenes where he had initiated the confrontation were excised. What remained were only the moments detrimental to Lin Mo, including Lin Mo retaliating against him, and the scene where LV Liang forcibly led Chu Tianqi into the villa. Particularly striking were the moments when Lin Mo commanded LV Liang to bring Chu Tianqi inside, exclaiming, Let's see who can stop you today. And the concluding scene where Chu Lianqing shouted about filing a complaint against Lin Mo, to which Lin Mo dismissively replied, Suit yourself. These two statements had been intentionally amplified in volume, completely distorting the video's implications and casting Lin Mo in the negative light that Chu Lianqing had just described, arrogant and overbearing. Chapter 82. Do you have evidence? Upon viewing the video, Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei's expressions darkened considerably. With this footage presented, Lin Mo found himself in a perilous position. At that moment, Chu Lianqing continued gazing at the journalists, his eyes reddened and his face a mask of grievance, stating, I am merely an ordinary citizen, devoid of any identity or background. Lin Mo coveted an item from my family, the golden box that was taken at the end of the video, and he came directly to rob me. When I refused, he resorted to violence. Had I not pleaded desperately and relinquished that item, I would not be standing before you today, revealing the truth and exposing Lin Mo's true character. Later, when I reported this to the Ability Management Bureau, they fervently shielded Lin Mo, denying me entry. It is precisely because the Bureau has consistently indulged Lin Mo that he has become so arrogant. I implore you, esteemed journalists, to seek justice on my behalf and ensure that the citizens of Jiangzhou see Lin Mo for who he truly is. Upon hearing this, the journalists quickly surrounded Lin Mo. Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei. Lin Mo, is what Mr. Chu said true? By your silence, do you tacitly acknowledge it? Lin Mo, I never imagined you would stoop to such depths, burgling items. You are an investigator with the Ability Management Bureau, not a common thief. Does your conscience not ache? Director Zhao, why does the Ability Management Bureau persistently condone Lin Mo's brazen behavior? Is it due to some hidden connections, or perhaps a blood relation, such as an illegitimate child? Recently, Lin Mo was hailed as a hero for his accomplishments in the hospital. Was this entire affair orchestrated by the Bureau as a publicity stunt to elevate Lin Mo's status? We asked Director Zhao for a direct response to this inquiry. Faced with such outrageous questions, Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei were nearly overwhelmed with indignation, scrambling to clarify. Lin Mo, however, remained unfazed, moving to a nearby chair and sitting down. Observing this, Chu Lianqing smirked coldly and stepped forward, exuding confidence as he said, Lin Mo, why do you not defend yourself? Or perhaps you realize that you cannot, and have resigned yourself to this fate? You have clearly invested a great deal of effort into that lengthy monologue and the meticulously edited video. Lin Mo smiled. As long as it can bring you down, I willingly expend any amount of effort. Chu Lianqing gritted his teeth in response. Then today, I fear you shall be disappointed. Lin Mo shook his head with a smile. What? Lin Mo, do you still believe you can clarify matters today and turn the tide? Do you understand the saying, 3 men make a tiger? When enough people speak a rumor, it inevitably becomes truth. By then, you will be the pariah of Jiangzhou, and I wonder how you will survive here. Chu Lianqing shot Lin Mo a disdainful glance, brimming with confidence. You people will never understand the meaning of a clear conscience has no fear of a crooked shadow. Lin Mo retorted, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. Ah, a clear conscience, you say? Then I shall see whose reputation crumbles today. Chu Lianqing sneered. As the journalists bombarded them with questions, Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei found themselves at a loss for words. In such a scenario, even the most reasonable arguments could be twisted into absurdity. Just as the situation began to spiral out of control, Brother Lin, I'm back. At that moment, LV Liang rushed in from outside. Seeing him, Lin Mo rose and smiled. Everything is taken care of, right? Absolutely. You can rest assured. LV Liang patted his chest, and then turned to the outside, calling out, "Come in." Before long, a figure emerged from the crowd. It was none other than Chu Tianqi. Upon seeing him, the smile on Chu Lianqing's face vanished, and he glared at Chu Tianqi, demanding, "You little bastard, what are you doing here? Why can't I be here?" Chu Tianqi shot back, sneering, "If I don't come, how will everyone know your true character, uncle? What do you mean by that?" Chu Lianqing's expression shifted dramatically, an ominous premonition swelling within him. "Everyone, please be quiet. I have something to say." At that moment, Lin Mo stepped forward, addressing the media. Upon hearing his words, the journalists fell silent, their attention fixated on Lin Mo. After all, he was the protagonist of the day, and every word he uttered could very well become the highlight of the week, or even the month. "Do you know who he is?" Lin Mo pointed at Chu Tianqi beside him. Upon hearing this, the journalists glanced at Chu Tianqi and shook their heads in unison. "Allow me to introduce him properly." Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he gestured toward Chu Tianqi. "This is the son of the renowned scientist, Chu Qingshan, a name you all surely recognize. Academician Chu made numerous significant contributions to our nation, dedicating much of his life to researching how to revert the ferocious beasts back to their original forms. Tragically, just as he was nearing success, he met with a fatal car accident. The young man beside me, Chu Tianqi, is the sole descendant of academician Chu left in this world." As these words fell, the journalists swiftly turned their cameras toward Chu Tianqi. As the child of academician Chu, he received exceptional care from the nation. All the properties, savings, and a substantial compensation package left by academician Chu were bestowed upon him. However, the current state of Chu Tianqi is one of homelessness and dire poverty. Are you aware of the reasons behind this? It is solely due to him. Lin Mo pointed directly at Chu Lianqing, speaking in a cold tone. As the elder uncle of Chu Tianqi, a blood relative, he should have assumed the responsibility and obligation to support him. Yet, he has failed to do so. Instead, he has appropriated the villa, assets, and compensation that rightfully belonged to Chu Tianqi, expelling him from his home. Consequently, Chu Tianqi has been forced to wander the streets for years, surviving by scavenging for scraps and begging. He is nothing short of a despicable beast, even lower than a mere animal. Upon hearing this, the media reporters immediately turned their cameras towards Chu Lianqing, who began to panic, for he was indeed guilty of wrongdoing in this matter. Nevertheless, he stubbornly retorted, "Lin Mo, everything must be substantiated by evidence. Are you attempting to slander me? Do you possess any proof?" "Proof has arrived." Lu Liang stepped forward, a glimmer of determination in his eyes as he retrieved a stack of documents from his space ring, presenting them before the gathered reporters. "This is the proof of the villa's transfer, indicating that 1 week after the death of academician Chu, Chu Lianqing transferred the villa from Chu Tianqi's name to his own. Here are the records of the bank transfers of academician Chu's remaining savings, which were entirely transferred into his own account at the same time. Additionally, the state-issued compensation funds were also funneled into his account, leaving not a single penny for Chu Tianqi." Lu Liang unfurled the documents before the reporters, who began to snap photos frantically, as this matter involved the renowned scientist Chu Qingshan, undoubtedly a weighty news story. "Slander. This is all slander." Chu Lianqing's composure began to crack. "I apologize, but all this documentation originates from various government departments and can be verified. Should any of it prove to be falsified, I, Lu Liang, am willing to bear any consequences." Lu Liang declared with a cold smile, "Mr. Chu, if these tangible pieces of evidence are not sufficient, we also have eyewitnesses." Lin Mo smirked slightly, casting a knowing glance at Chu Tianqi. Immediately, Chu Tianqi addressed the reporters, stating, "Indeed, every word spoken by investigator Lin is true, and I can attest to his claims." This declaration was undoubtedly the final straw that broke the camel's back, leaving Chu Lianqing's face ashen with despair. Yet he continued to glare at Lin Mo, defiantly asserting, "So what if what you say is true? It does not absolve your character." "My character is upright and above reproach, requiring no absolution," Lin Mo replied with a smile, turning to the reporters. "Ladies and gentlemen, how credible can the words of a beast who treats his own nephew in such a manner truly be?" At this, the reporters nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this Chu Lianqing was hardly human. If he could commit such inhumane acts, then perhaps his accusations against investigator Lin were also mere fabrications. Absolutely. I would not believe a single word from such a man. His behavior is utterly disgraceful. If he can treat his own nephew this way, what would stop him from slandering investigator Lin, should he feel slighted? It appears we have been duped. Clearly, in that moment, the reporters found Lin Mo's logic compelling. Lin Mo exchanged glances with Lu Liang, Zhao Tianlin, and Zhang Wei, silently mouthing, "Mission accomplished." The trio could not help but give Lin Mo a thumbs up. Most individuals would have been thrown into chaos in such a situation, yet Lin Mo managed to turn the tide, reversing the narrative. His composure was truly admirable. Rather than listening to the baseless fabrications of such a petty individual, I suggest we conduct a thorough investigation into how he has misappropriated academician Chu's estate and compensation. I believe this story holds significant news value, rivaling my own. Lin Mo took the opportunity to address the reporters. Upon hearing this, the media regained their vigor, directing their cameras towards Chu Lianqing. Chu Lianqing, why have you chosen to usurp your nephew Chu Tianqi's inheritance? Does your conscience not ache? Chu Lianqing. The orphaned heir of academician Chu has already endured enough misfortune. Why do you persist in victimizing him? Do you possess any humanity? Chu Lianqing. Please respond directly to our inquiries. Your silence now implies your tacit acceptance. Faced with the barrage of questions, Chu Lianqing's expression turned more wretched than that of a man who had consumed excrement. Mortified, he could no longer bear to remain there, hastily covering his face as he attempted to flee the premises of the Ability Management Bureau. Seeing this, Lin Mo discreetly extended his foot, causing Chu Lianqing to stumble and fall, losing several teeth and bleeding profusely from his nose, rendering him utterly disheveled. However, at that moment, he could not afford to dwell on his humiliation and scrambled to his feet to continue his escape. Yet the media would not allow him to evade them, pursuing him relentlessly, capturing every moment. This left Chu Lianqing in utter despair. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo, Lu Liang, and Chu Tianqi could not contain their laughter. It seemed that Chu Lianqing's reputation had been irreparably tarnished. Academician Chu's influence in Huaxia, particularly in Jiangzhou, was immense, and he would likely face public scorn wherever he went. Brother Lin, your maneuver was utterly satisfying, Lu Liang exclaimed, giving Lin Mo a thumbs up. He inspired me. I merely turned the tables on him. Compared to physical demise, social disgrace is far more terrifying. Let him bear the consequences of his actions. Lin Mo replied with a cold smile, then turned to Chu Tianqi, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for stepping forward to testify on my behalf. You're too kind. After all, this situation arose because of me, and since you have assisted me, how could I possibly refrain from helping you? Chu Tianqi waved his hand, smiling. By the way, how is your development of the second serum progressing? Lin Mo suddenly inquired, recalling the matter. After all, Chu Tianqi's second serum could produce high-level mutated beasts, and the added energy value should be considerable. It is still in development, but it should be ready soon. Why? You seem quite interested in my second serum. Chu Tianqi raised an eyebrow, returning the question. Once you successfully develop it, do not distribute it recklessly. If chaos ensues again, I will have to apprehend you. However, if you need someone to test the results, I would be more than willing to assist. Lin Mo declared, patting his chest in a gesture of eagerness. Really? Then I shall not hold back when the time comes. Chu Tianqi replied, genuinely pleased. He had been worried about how to conduct the tests, and now it seemed that he and Lin Mo were perfectly aligned. After bidding farewell to Chu Tianqi, Zhao Tianlin summoned Lin Mo and Lu Liang to his office. Gentlemen, regarding today's events, Lin Mo began to explain. But Zhao Tianlin interrupted. No need. The matter has passed. We shall learn from this experience moving forward. Zhao Tianlin's voice suddenly lowered as he quietly remarked. If we encounter any more of those unappreciative individuals, do your utmost to find a location devoid of surveillance, lest we fall into their clutches. Upon hearing these words, Lin Mo and Lu Liang were momentarily taken aback. It became clear that they were learning from past mistakes. They had initially assumed Zhao Tianlin was merely advising them to refrain from causing trouble in the future. All right, back to the matter at hand. Zhao Tianlin waved his hand dismissively, placing a tablet before Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Displayed on the screen was a map, upon which a skull icon was rapidly approaching Jiangzhou. Is this the ghost-level beast tide? How could it be so close to Jiangzhou? When we last reviewed it, it was still at least a month's journey away. Lin Mo's expression shifted, his brows furrowing in concern. For reasons unknown, the speed of the ghost-level beast tide had suddenly accelerated significantly, and at this rate, it would likely reach the city within half a month. No, within 10 days. They would soon be at the city gates. Zhao Tianlin's face grew grave as he continued. So, the director summoned us for a reason? Lin Mo squinted his eyes. You two are the individuals I trust implicitly. You possess quick wits and adaptability in crises. Therefore, I wish to send you both outside the city to investigate the cause of this accelerated beast tide. If possible, please endeavor to slow them down. After all, Jiangzhou is not yet prepared. Zhao Tianlin regarded the two, inquiring, what do you think? Do you have confidence in accomplishing this task? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged glances, rising to their feet with serious expressions. We guarantee the completion of the mission. Chapter 1. Awakening an F-level ability. Betrayed by friends and scorned. Touch me again, and I shall report you for assault. A sharp voice pierced the air, jolting Lin Mo back to reality. Had he traversed into another world? However, this realm, known as Blue Star, was unlike anything he had known in his previous life. With myriad races awakening and strange beasts rampant, humanity awakened their own unique abilities to survive. Yet, abilities varied in strength, ranging from F to SSS level. Unfortunately, Lin Mo had awakened the most inferior of all, an F-level ability, Erasure, which couldn't even swat a mosquito. Upon learning this, his girlfriend of 1 year promptly sought to end their relationship. He had intended to plead for her to reconsider, but to his shock, she threatened to accuse him of assault. Lin Mo, it's not that I am heartless. Once, you were the top of the humanities department, handsome and kind. even spending all your living expenses to buy me a birthday gift. But how could you awaken such a pathetic F-level ability? Do you understand what it signifies? It means you are destined to be useless, incapable of cultivation or advancement, doomed to a life of mediocrity. Surely, you wouldn't want me to suffer alongside you for eternity, would you? As she spoke, a boy resembling a pig, yet adorned in designer attire, approached. She effortlessly linked her arm with his, introducing him. Wang Ba, you know him, right? His father is a level 9 ability user, and he has just awakened a C-level ability. With his family's connections, he could procure evolution potions to upgrade his ability to be level, or even A level. His future is bright. Do you have any idea how much an evolution potion costs? 10 million. That alone could secure your life. Now do you see the chasm between you and him? It's simply the difference between heaven and earth. In Blue Star, one was deemed a novice ability user upon awakening, with subsequent levels ranging from 1 to 10. Rumor had it that beyond level 10 lay even more terrifying existences. Yet, in the small city of Jiangzhou, a level 9 ability user could be considered invincible, wielding immense power and influence. It was no wonder that Chu Yuqi was so eager to nestle into Wang Ba's embrace. Enough, Chi-Chi. Do you really think this waste of space understands you? An F-level ability? Huh, it's nothing short of a joke. Even if he devoted his life to it, he would struggle to become a level 2 ability user. Wang Ba scoffed, wrapping his arm around Chu Yuqi's slender waist as they headed toward a Lamborghini parked by the roadside. Chu Yuqi, you will surely regret this. Lin Mo clenched his fists, his voice icy. However, his words were dismissed as a mere jest by Chu Yuqi, who sneered and slipped into the Lamborghini, driving away without a second glance. Returning home in a daze, Lin Mo found himself living with his uncle, Lin Yuan, after his parents had disappeared during his childhood. Despite their absence, he managed to scrape by, thanks to the poultry farm his parents had left behind. Welcome back, Mo. As he stepped through the door, his uncle Lin Yuan and aunt greeted him with warm smiles, bringing a sense of comfort to Lin Mo's heart. Though his girlfriend was a materialistic gold digger, he was grateful for the warmth of family. Here, sign this. Before Lin Mo could even settle onto the couch, his uncle thrust a folded document and a pen into his hands. What is this? Lin Mo began to unfold the document to scrutinize its contents. Oh, it's insurance I bought for you. Hurry up and sign, so we can wash our hands and eat. Lin Yuan interrupted eagerly, urging him on. Without much thought, Lin Mo signed at the bottom. His uncle and aunt exchanged ecstatic glances. Haha, we finally did it. Did what? Lin Mo asked, perplexed. Yet, in that moment, his uncle and aunt's expressions shifted, their gazes filled with disdain and contempt. Lin Mo, we've raised you for so many years, hoping you would awaken a decent ability to bring us some fortune. But who would have thought you'd be such a disappointment, awakening an F-level ability? What difference is there between you and a useless person? Lin Yuan's tone was icy as he regarded Lin Mo. How did you know? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. The results of his awakening had only been announced that very morning. Why, I told them, of course. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Lin Yuan's son. Lin Nanfeng. Lin Mo, have you forgotten? We attend the same school. I not only know what ability you awakened, but I also heard you were publicly dumped by your girlfriend just moments ago, looking like a complete clown. Ha! Lin Nanfeng approached, laughing mockingly. He then turned to Lin Yuan, asking, Dad, did you get it? Here it is. The transfer contract for the poultry farm. This fool just signed it. Lin Yuan handed over the document that Lin Mo had just signed. Lin Mo stood frozen in disbelief. Was this truly his uncle? How could he resort to such deceit? Haha, wonderful. This poultry farm could easily fetch 1 to 2 million. With our house and a little loan, I can buy an evolution potion, allowing my D-level ability to evolve into C-level. My future is limitless. Lin Nanfeng rejoiced. Son, from now on, we will rely on you. Lin Yuan, with an expression brimming with anticipation, spoke eagerly. He soon turned to Lin Mo, his face transforming back into one of disdain. As for you, worthless wretch, you are no longer deserving of dwelling in this house. Get yourself to the chicken coop. Without waiting for Lin Mo to react, the Lin family of 3 forcefully shoved him out of the door, left penniless and with nightfall upon him. Lin Mo had no choice but to seek refuge at the chicken farm, the sole inheritance left by his parents. Overwhelmed with despair, he lamented. Is this the treatment afforded to a transmigrator? Awakened with a paltry ability, cast aside by my girlfriend, expelled by my family, and even robbed of my parents' only legacy. What a catastrophic beginning. Heaven, are you deliberately toying with me? Must you drive me to the brink of despair to find amusement? Damn it. Suddenly, a metallic female voice echoed in his ear. Detection complete. Host meets the criteria. Activating system. Binding system. 100. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound to the super evolution system. You may now utilize this system for unlimited evolution of your abilities. Lin Mo swallowed his curse, excitement surging within him. At last, the system has arrived. Chapter 2. Leveling up is as easy as drinking water. This system is astoundingly powerful. The system began its scan. Host, Lin Mo awakened. Level, primary ability user, ability value, 0-100. Ability, F-class erasure, evolvable to SSS class annihilation, current evolution progress, 0. Special reminder. The system has detected 9 unknown abilities within the host. Upon the evolution of the first ability to SSS class, the second ability will be unlocked. Stunned by the information provided by the system, Lin Mo stood frozen. His F-class ability was not mere trash. It could indeed evolve to SSS class. More importantly, he possessed 9 additional abilities within him. While it was not uncommon on Blue Star for ability users to have dual abilities, or even the exceptional few with 3, such prodigious beings were invariably powerful. Yet here he was, with a total of 10 abilities. If all of them were to evolve to SSS class, he would never need to eat beef again. Since this was the host's first binding to the system, he was granted a complimentary opportunity to evolve his ability. Would he like to proceed with the evolution? Oh my. This is like starting off with a free bottle of evolution potion. That potion was worth 10 million. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo chose to evolve. Congratulations, host. Your ability has evolved. Ability, E-class erasure, evolvable to SSS class annihilation, current evolution progress, 10. You may now erase objects or directly eliminate targets to gain ability value and elevate your level. Each level gained grants 1 opportunity for ability evolution. As Lin Mo pondered this, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the streetlight at the chicken farm. It was summer, and with nightfall, any glimmer of light would attract swarms of mosquitoes. He wondered if erasing mosquitoes might yield ability value. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo approached, focusing on 2 mosquitoes. The insects, previously buzzing about, abruptly froze in midair. To his astonishment, 2 outlines appeared above the heads of the mosquitoes. With a mere thought, the 2 mosquitoes vanished into thin air. Ability value, 2. The system's voice rang in his mind, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Could this really work? With so many mosquitoes around, wouldn't he strike it rich? Energized by this prospect, Lin Mo focused intently on the mosquitoes, commencing a fervent campaign of eradication. Ability value, 2. Ability value, 2. In no time at all, he amassed 100 ability value. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to level 1 ability user, ability value, 1001000. At that moment, Lin Mo felt his body undergoing a transformation. His senses sharpened and clarified, and his strength and speed surged dramatically. Initially, as a newly awakened primary ability user, his physical attributes bore no distinction from those of an ordinary person. However, upon breaking through to level 1, a qualitative change occurred. With his current physique, he could easily handle 5 adult men without resorting to his abilities. One must not underestimate the importance of an ability user's physical prowess. Without a robust constitution and substantial ability value, even an SSS class ability would struggle to showcase its full potential. Thus, when lower-level ability users encounter those of higher levels, they are often ruthlessly overpowered. Host has successfully leveled up and earned an opportunity for ability evolution. Would you like to evolve? Immediately evolve. Congratulations, host. Your ability has evolved to D-class erasure, evolvable to SSS class annihilation, current evolution progress, 15. Lin Mo's face blossomed with joy. He had evolved again. Just by eliminating a few mosquitoes, he had effectively consumed a potion worth over 10 million. Moreover, an ability user could only take 3 potions in a lifetime, each with adverse effects that drained substantial life force. But now, Lin Mo was free from such concerns. The exhilaration was indescribable. He continued to eliminate mosquitoes. However, upon reaching level 1, the ability value gained from mosquito eradication significantly decreased. Sometimes, he needed to eliminate 4 mosquitoes to gain just 1 point of ability value. Fortunately, the sheer number of mosquitoes was ample. Congratulations. You have broken through to level 2 ability user, ability value, 1000500. Another breakthrough. While others might take a year to advance from level 1 to level 2, often with the aid of rare resources and exceptional talent, Lin Mo achieved this feat in less than 10 minutes. At this pace, he might reach level 10 within a year, commanding respect throughout Jiangzhou City. By then, what would Wang Ba's father be worth? Chu Yuqi, along with uncle and aunt, would surely regret their actions. System, evolve my ability. Your ability has evolved to C-class erasure, evolvable to SSS class annihilation, current evolution progress, 20. Friendly reminder. As a level 2 ability user, eradicating mosquitoes offers limited improvement. Please change the target object. Change the target? To what? Just then, a crowing chicken caught Lin Mo's attention. He turned to the chickens in the coop, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. My dear doves, forgive me. The anguished cries of the chickens reverberated throughout the coop. Coincidentally, the security guard, Old Wang, was on leave tonight, which allowed Lin Mo to indulge in his exploits with abandon. Furthermore, Lin Mo discovered that eliminating a single chicken could yield him a remarkable 10 points of supernatural ability value, a far swifter process than dispatching mosquitoes. In no time, Lin Mo achieved another breakthrough, ascending to the realm of a level 3 supernatural being. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. amplified beyond tenfold compared to before. Now his combat prowess was sufficient to effortlessly overpower a dozen Special Forces soldiers. Without hesitation, Lin Mo opted to evolve his abilities. Your powers have evolved into B-level abilities. Evolution progress, 30. Congratulations, you have acquired a new skill, Erasure Ray. A new skill? A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lin Mo's eyes, though he remained uncertain about the potency of this newfound ability. Suddenly, a chilling wail from a chicken pierced the air nearby. Lin Mo furrowed his brow and followed the source of the distressing cries. As he approached, his body froze in disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. Before him was a gigantic black centipede, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, ferociously gnawing at a chicken. While the other chickens nearby were nearly paralyzed with fear. What was even more bizarre was that this colossal black centipede bore a human face. Its grotesque visage sent shivers down Lin Mo's spine. After all, this was his first time witnessing a supernatural beast up close. To claim he felt no fear would be a blatant lie. As Lin Mo became aware of the human-faced centipede, it seemingly sensed his presence as well. It lifted its head, spat out a feather from its mouth, and grinned menacingly. Well, I was desperately hungry and planned to snack on a few chickens to satiate my appetite. Who would have thought that in the dead of night I would stumble upon such a tender little morsel like you? It seems I shall have a feast tonight. Come here, little one, don't be afraid. Let Uncle give you a hug. With that, the human-faced centipede stood upright as if mimicking a human, brandishing its long, arm-like legs, ready to pounce on Lin Mo. Chapter 3. Slaying the Beast. A visit from 749. Instinctively, Lin Mo prepared to flee, but then he reconsidered. Wait a minute. I'm already a level 3 supernatural being. What am I afraid of? Stealing himself, Lin Mo halted, focused his mind, and targeted the identical limbs of the human-faced centipede, swiftly unleashing his powers. In an instant, all the centipede's limbs vanished without a trace. The once menacing creature, now devoid of support, collapsed to the ground. What is happening? Where are my legs? Where are my arms? The human-faced centipede writhed on the floor in a panic, utterly bewildered. At that moment, Lin Mo approached nonchalantly, looking down at the centipede, and coldly inquired, "Do you still want a hug? You are actually a level 3 supernatural being." The centipede, now recognizing Lin Mo's formidable nature, was consumed by terror. Yet, with its limbs gone, it could hardly move, unable to escape, and could only hastily plead for mercy. "Little one. No, big brother. I was wrong. Please spare my life. I merely wanted to steal a chicken to eat. I haven't committed any grave offense. Please let me go this time." "Absolutely not." Lin Mo shook his head, his expression serious. "You stole my precious pigeon." With that, the erasure ray activated. 2 beams of crimson light, as thick as chopsticks, erupted from Lin Mo's eyes, striking the centipede's head. Boom. With a thunderous blast, the centipede's head exploded, ensuring it could never rise again. Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 2 beast, the human-faced centipede. You have gained 500 supernatural ability points. A look of astonishment spread across Lin Mo's face. The supernatural ability value acquired from slaying a beast was far more substantial than he had anticipated. If he were to eliminate a few more beasts, breaking into the ranks of a level 4 supernatural being would be a mere formality. It seemed that in the future, he needed to find more supernatural creatures. As for the present moment, Lin Mo turned toward the remaining chickens. By the following morning, after the demise of all the chickens in the coop, he finally ceased his efforts. Level 3 supernatural being, supernatural ability value, 7,000. The bounty of this night was truly extraordinary. Not only had he advanced from a novice supernatural being to level 3, but his ability grade had also risen from the most abysmal F level to B level, accompanied by a new skill. The pace of his progress was nothing short of outrageous. If word got out, it would surely astonish all of Jiangzhou City. He recalled that just yesterday, he had been deemed a worthless individual, unlikely to ever break through to a level 2 supernatural being. With a wry smile, Lin Mo shook his head and turned back to the security room to pack his belongings. At that moment, a sleek black Magotan pulled up at the entrance of the chicken farm, and a familiar figure emerged, Lin Mo's uncle, Lin Yuan. Today, he was basking in the glow of success, having shed the burden of Lin Mo and claimed the chicken farm left behind by Lin Mo's parents as his own. The future appeared promising. "Haha, dear, rest assured. I've already negotiated with the clients. They will be arriving shortly to inspect the chicken farm. In this era where even ants can awaken as monsters, the price of ordinary chickens is exceedingly high, especially since ours are so plump. They will surely fetch a handsome price. I used to worry that Lin Mo might awaken a high-level supernatural ability, which could pose a threat if we took over his farm. But now, with his mere F-level ability, he will forever remain a useless individual. What is there to fear? If he dares return to cause trouble, let our son deal with him." As Lin Yuan strode forward, he dialed his wife on the phone. However, upon entering the chicken farm and gazing at the empty coop, he abruptly froze, his phone slipping from his grasp and crashing to the ground. After a good 10 seconds, Lin Yuan regained his senses, his face pallid with shock. "What the hell? Where are the chickens? He initially assumed the chickens had hidden away and frantically searched the coop. Yet, aside from a handful of feathers and an abundance of chicken droppings, he found not a single egg. This left him utterly unhinged. At that moment, Lin Mo emerged from the security room, nonchalantly carrying his backpack. Lin Mo, where are my chickens? What have you done with them? Lin Yuan, believing Lin Mo to be the culprit, stormed over, glaring at him and demanding answers. Oh, I was just about to tell you, Lin Mo replied, stepping deeper into the coop and dragging out the corpse of the human-faced centipede, tossing it at Lin Yuan's feet. Here, it devoured them all last night. A beast. Lin Yuan gasped in shock, and only after confirming it was lifeless did he dare approach, kicking the body twice in confusion. How did it die? I killed it. Lin Mo replied coolly. You? What a joke. Your F-level ability's lethality is minuscule. How could you possibly slay such a large centipede beast? Lin Yuan scoffed, shooting Lin Mo a disdainful glance. Believe it or not, those chickens were indeed devoured by it, and now I must take my leave. From this moment forth, our bond is severed, and we shall no longer interfere in each other's lives. I am grateful for your care over the years. Farewell. With those words, Lin Mo turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Lin Yuan watched Lin Mo's retreating figure, then turned to gaze at the now desolate chicken coop, collapsing onto the ground in despair, exclaiming, my chickens. It's all over now. As Lin Mo exited the poultry farm, he wandered aimlessly along the road. Having lived in Lin Yuan's household for so many years, he found himself at a loss for direction upon suddenly departing. However, he took solace in the fact that he was now a level 3 enhancer, his abilities having evolved to grade B, complemented by the support of a system. Surviving in this world should pose little challenge. His immediate objective was to find a secluded place to quietly develop his skills. Just then, as Lin Mo pondered his future, a black luxury van screeched to a halt before him. The door swung open, and a man and a woman emerged. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman was statuesque and alluring, both clad in matching black trench coats and donning dark sunglasses, exuding an air of authority. Lin Mo, is that you? The man in black inquired coldly, scrutinizing Lin Mo. That's me. And you are? Lin Mo furrowed his brow, perplexed. We are from the Ability Management Bureau, colloquially referred to as the 749 Bureau or the Dragon Team, among other names. The woman in black displayed her credentials to Lin Mo, elucidating their identity. 749 Bureau. Oh, I've seen that film. ISNT it where the protagonist shouts, I am not human, I am merely a monster, while flinging red-braised chicken wings everywhere. Lin Mo stroked his chin, reminiscing about a ridiculous film he had watched before his transmigration. He recalled leaving the cinema, pondering how he could have wasted his money on such a ludicrous movie, only to stumble into an unexpected twist of fate. Truly fortuitous. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, both the woman and the man in black visibly shifted uncomfortably, their expressions betraying a hint of embarrassment as their lips twitched. Ahem, that film was nothing but fiction. The real Ability Management Bureau is immensely powerful and shrouded in mystery. The woman coughed lightly and hastily clarified. Very well, so what brings you in search of me? Lin Mo asked, his curiosity piqued.